Jiangxing University Dormitory Building 7, Room 510. It was already 8 in the morning and many classes had started, yet the 4 male students in the dormitory were all lying in bed sound asleep with no intention of getting up to attend class. Perhaps this is an essential ritual for every college student skipping the early morning classes. After all having endured 3 years of hardship in high school, it would be a miracle for anyone to resist the temptation of indulgence in the relaxed environment of university. Suddenly, one of the male students opened his eyes with a jolt and sat up straight in bed. The sudden sound in his mind and the glowing screen before his eyes instantly woke Subai. The indulgence system of a tycoon has been bound. This system aims to help the host enjoy a life of unrestrained freedom. Any act of indulgence will be rewarded by the system. Additionally, any consumption related to indulgence will receive a random cashback of 2 to 10 times. Note the system operates with integrity, all gains come from legitimate sources. Damn, is this the legendary system? Subai was pleasantly surprised. Then he thought since he had overslept and skipped class, did that count as indulgence? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system notified again, ding. Detected the host sleeping in and skipping class. Reward cash 1,000 yuan. Subai quickly glanced at the SMS notification on his phone. Construction Bank, your account ending in 8577 has received 1,000 yuan. Balance 2,200 yuan. Click for details on popular wealth management products. Originally, his account had only 1,200 yuan, a living allowance his aunt had just sent yesterday, the typical broke college student. Now there was an extra 1,000 yuan out of nowhere, effectively doubling his assets. Instantly, Subai conceived an indulgent idea also to verify the system's value. He quickly got out of bed dressed and rushed to the cafeteria to order a table full of breakfast: mapo tofu, fried chicken cutlet, braised duck leg, snail noodles. Eating such greasy food early in the morning surely counted as indulgence, right? Ding. Detected the host binge eating at breakfast. Consumption 43 yuan. Triggered 10x cashback 430 yuan. The bank arrival SMS also lit up on the phone. Subai, having breakfast here. Hearing someone speak to him, Subai looked over. It was his counselor Xia. Though called a counselor, she was actually a master's student in the same major who had just graduated undergrad, working part-time as a counselor. Subai politely greeted her. Good morning, Counselor Xia. Eating so heartily in the morning, be careful of indigestion, Xia Lin reminded kindly. It's fine, I'm planning to go to the gym later. I need the energy, said Subai. Oh, I see. Then enjoy your meal. I'm off to work. Bye-bye. Goodbye, Counselor Xia. Xia Lin didn't linger long. After a brief exchange, she went to attend to her own matters. She remembered that Subai's class had a political theory lesson this morning, which meant he had skipped class. She realized this, but said nothing. These days, it's perfectly normal for college students to skip a class, as long as they hold up during finals and their grades aren't too ugly. If she were to be strict, Xia Lin herself had skipped plenty back in the day. Her management style was relatively loose, and being a beautiful and generous senior, she had been well received by students since the semester began a month ago. As for Subai's talk about going to the gym was just a polite excuse. Exercising required too much self-discipline and didn't align with the indulgence system at all. After a wonderful and hearty meal, Subai returned to the dormitory and turned on his computer. His roommates were still fast asleep. Playing games would be too noisy, so he decided to stream some web series. He had stockpiled many shows he wanted to watch, both domestic and foreign, but hadn't had the time. This was the perfect opportunity. After watching for a while, the system notification chimed again, ding. Detected the host watching shows during precious study time. How indulgent. Reward 2,000 yuan. Paid to watch shows, huh? Not bad at all. Subai immersed himself in the plot. Time quietly flowed, soon reaching 9 in the morning. His roommates gradually woke up, some preparing for the second class of the day. It was still early in the freshman year, and most students still cared about appearances, choosing not to skip more conventionally timed classes. Of course, some attended because they could see their goddess in class. Wang Haoren, who slept in the bed next to Subai, had no classes. He got up, opened his laptop, and launched a certain anime-style game. Indeed, Wang Haoren was a veteran otaku, but compared to those extreme anime fans who wore character t-shirts, used weird pillows, and spoke in Japanese lines, he was much more low-key. He looked like an ordinary college guy. In his free time, he liked to watch anime alone or play mobile games, never spending money. He had a good personality, the harmless type. Since the start of the semester a month ago, the best relationship in the dorm was between Wang Haoren and Subai. The other two roommates had difficult personalities. Leaning on their family wealth, they often did outrageous things, leaving the two normal guys speechless. Seeing that his roommates were up, Subai closed the web series. Tired of watching, he decided to play some games. He logged into League of Legends. As soon as the interface opened, a skin sale ad popped up in his face. Normally, Subai would just close the ad without a second thought. Skins meant nothing to a broke guy like him. They didn't add attack power anyway. He just used the free skins. But now with the indulgence system unlocked, his attitude changed. If he bought many game skins at once, that would count as indulgence, right? After receiving confirmation from the system, Su-Bai picked a large number of skins he had long liked, but had suppressed the urge to buy because of saving money. His bank card now had a total of 4,630 yuan. He needed to spend it all since the system gave instant cash back. The more he spent, the more he got back. Fist of the Heavens. Spirit Blossom. Also the limited time returning championship skins. In short, everything he liked. Final total 4,396 yuan. What a lucky number. Ding. Detected indulgent consumption on game skins. Triggered 5x cashback, 21,980 yuan. His bank balance now exceeded 2,200 yuan. This speed of making money was simply outrageous, Su-Bai thought. He was studying at Jiangxing University, a key 985 school majoring in the popular field of computer science. Graduate seniors in his major who landed high-paying internet jobs earned no more than 2,000 a month after tax. And that was just from a morning's casual effort by Su-Bai. With his principal increasing, Su-Bai could indulge in even more extravagant consumption, and his wealth would snowball, growing faster and faster. Not to mention that the system hinted that deeper indulgence would bring rewards beyond cash, luxury cars, famous watches, villas, and even more magical hidden functions. So this is the tycoon life. Truly divine and luxurious. Su-Bai was excited for a moment, but quickly calmed down. He was the type with strong mental resilience. Enough talk. Let's play a game and test out the new skins. The dorm had a bed above disc layout. Wang Haoran, after finishing a scroll, stood up to stretch and accidentally caught sight of Su-Bai's game screen. He was shocked. Whoa, by go, when did you buy so many skins? These must have cost over 1,000, right? Yeah, I just spent about 4,000. Wang Haoran was stunned. What was going on? Su-Bai had always been a free-to-play player like him, a skinflint. Why the sudden heavy spending? Su-Bai laughed. It'll come clean. I'm actually a rich second generation too. Wait, why did you say too? Wang Haoran suddenly realized, damn, so I'm the only poor bastard in this dorm. Before Su-Bai could respond, Wang Haoran grinned and scratched his head. Well, that's fine. It makes sense that Bai Gu also has money. Otherwise, those two in our dorm were so extreme, they skewed my impression of rich people. Su-Bai just smiled without replying. In college dorms, encountering jerks was normal. It was a country of 1 billion people. Without meeting a few morons, how could humanity's genetic diversity be reflected? Bai Gu, you don't know. Last night when you were out, Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao fought again. Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao were the names of the other two roommates. Why, oi? Over a girl. Chu Mingzhi likes a girl, and Xue Tao insists she's fake and no different from other girls behind the scenes. So they argued. But as I recall, that girl doesn't even respond to Chu Mingzhi, right? Su-Bai recollected. Exactly, it's one-sided infatuation. They can still quarrel over her. Legendary. Simps were not rare in any era or place. Su-Bai took it as amusement. However, the dorm of the girl Chu Mingzhi was chasing was quite interesting. Among the 4 girls in that room, 3 were strikingly beautiful, each with a different style. They were known among classmates as the Goddess Dorm. The girl Chu Mingzhi liked was named Chun Yuxing, the cool and aloof type. She was also a freshman, over 7 meters tall, with a pair of gracefully curved long legs. Her cold and beautiful face outshone even celebrities. She was also in the computer science major like Su-Bai. Rumor had it that she had already published her own open-source project in high school, and a professor had invited her to join the lab right after enrollment. A true scholar. Since military training, she had captured the attention of countless students and faculty. Though she always wore an expressionless face, people constantly tried to curry favor. But she rejected every suitor, bluntly declaring that she didn't want to date and wouldn't accept anyone's kindness for perhaps that's why Chu Mingzhi found her so special. Xue Tao thought Qin Yuxing was putting on an act. This kind of thinking was actually normal, though everyone has a side they don't show. Su-Bai didn't care much about his roommates' conflicts. He just listened for entertainment. Soon his attention returned to the game. He played top lane Vayne, and then mid lane Yasuo. The 2 games combined gave a score of 1 kill and 17 deaths. Hey, the silver rank in this game is too brutal. I can't stand it. I'm going to hire a booster. As he said, he did it. Su-Bai opened a booster app. He selected the League of Legends category and sorted by price from high to low. Ordering the most expensive boosters was also a form of indulgence. But when Su-Bai looked closely, the highest priced were mostly professional players or former pros. He skipped those, they were all male, no fun. What was the point of paying a lot to have a guy accompany him in a game? He might as well duo with Wang Haoran, 2 silvers braving the wilderness together. Su-Bai promptly set the filter to female only. Now the search results were all kinds of dazzling influencer-style beauties. Comfortable. Browsing through, Su-Bai settled on a female booster with the ID Yuxia. Compared to others, she hadn't even posted a photo of herself. She had only left an audio introduction. Her voice was incredibly pleasant. Though young, it carried a cool, aloof quality that sparked the imagination. Unfortunately, the lady clarified in her bio that she didn't do anything lewd, only played games. Rate 200 yuan per hour. That was close to the fee of professional players. So what gave this booster the confidence to charge such a high rate? The answer was simple. Her rank was Korean server 1000 LP Challenger. As is well known, highly skilled female gaming companions are the rarest resource in the companion industry. The comments below the page were also very positive, all saying the girl had incredible skills and could carry the team steadily, except that her personality was indeed a bit cold, not even calling the client boss, only the most basic polite conversation. Overall, this price was reasonable. Subai didn't mind. As long as her voice was pleasant and she could carry, that was all he needed. His ultimate goal was to spend money without restraint. Just as Yusia was online, Subai clicked on private chat and immediately asked a very mysterious question. Subai, hello, may I ask if your companion service can be booked on a monthly basis? Yusia, Subai, it's like this. I'm looking for a long-term stable companion. I need a good voice and strong skills. Your profile perfectly matches my requirements. Yusia, specific details. Subai, build monthly, no more than 2 hours per day. The specific gaming time can be negotiated. Yusia, all right. Done. Subai smiled slightly. Before the private chat, he had studied Yusia's order history. On average 2 hours a day, it should be no problem for her. 200 per hour, 400 a day for 2 hours, that's 1200 a month. Subai, transfer Yusia. Yusia, what is this? Subai, payment for the next month. Yusia, shouldn't we try a game first? Subai, no need to try. I trust you. Yusia, let me take you for a game first. In case you don't like it. Yusia, that's quite a large sum of money. We need to be cautious. Subai, I'm sure you'll like it. Don't worry. No matter what, I won't ask for a refund. This amount is trivial to me. Yusia, transfer accepted. At the same time, Subai's system stirred. Ding. Detected that host has subscribed to a beautiful girl companion for a month, spending 12,000 yuan. Triggering triple cashback. Reward 36,000 yuan. After deducting the cost, that means a profit of 24,000 yuan. Subai happily logged into the game and added Yusia as an in-game friend. They opened voice chat through the companion app. Hello. A cool, elegant voice exactly as shown on the companion profile page. Hello, let's start ranked. Indeed, she was cold enough. No matter, as long as she could carry. Subai thought this icy little voice was strangely appealing. Then they entered the ranked selection screen. A very awkward problem emerged. Yusia's game account was platinum. According to the rules for solo duo queue, silver players can queue with iron, bronze, silver, and gold players. Platinum is one tier higher than gold. That meant Yusia's account was clearly already a smurf for companion use, but it still couldn't queue with Subai. Damn it. Can this world even function anymore? The life of a silver player is a life too. Perhaps because the situation was so awkward, a silence fell over the voice chat. After more than 10 seconds, Yusia suddenly said, I remember, I have another gold smurf. Wait a moment, I'll switch accounts. Go ahead. 2 minutes later, Subai added her gold smurf. Now we can queue together. I didn't expect your rank to be so low. Ha ha ha. Sorry, did I offend you? I'm not very good with words. If you're mad, feel free to curse. It's fine, I'm easygoing. Oh, a silent smile curved Subai's lips. This girl seemed cold on the surface, but deep down she was a bit adorably airhead. However, once the game started, Yusia showed no sign of being airhead. She picked Nidalee for the jungle, a classic smurf champion. Ganking, counter-jungling, controlling objectives. She dominated the enemy team single-handedly. Subai felt he just coasted to victory. Tisk, no game experience at all, negative review. Doghead. But please give me more of these effortless victories. Over the next 2 hours, Yusia led Subai on a win. When the last game started, only 5 minutes remained of the 2-hour session, but Yusia still finished the match. True professionalism. Overall, Subai's experience was excellent. Though Yusia's voice was flat without the usual flirty banter of female companions, her voice was so pleasant it felt like a spring breeze. Coupled with her rare top-tier skills among female companions, it was totally worth it. Time's up, Yusia reminded after the last game ended. Alright, I had a great time today. Same time tomorrow, we'll contact you. Add me on WeChat. ITLL be easier to get in touch. I don't add clients on WeChat, but I'm a long-term client. Adding me is convenient. I can transfer money directly through WeChat and save the platform's cut. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps tempted by the saved fee and Subai's high-quality client profile, she agreed to add him on WeChat. Yusia's WeChat avatar was an anime girl with purple hair, cold and slightly airhead, matching the personality conveyed by her voice. Subai's was simpler, a stick figure white goose meme. Both of them, without saying a word, checked each other's moments. Both were a single line. Classic, only visible for 3 days. Neither of them were the type to post updates often. Similarly, in a female dorm at Jiangxing University, Chen Yuxing removed her headphones and closed her laptop. Her long, elegant legs wrapped in black stockings emitted an enticing sheen. Chen Yuxing almost always wears black stockings throughout the year. Her blood circulation is not very good, she is afraid of the cold, and her legs and feet are especially prone to chill, making stockings very comfortable to wear. As for why she wears black stockings, it is simply because black is the most stain-resistant. It may be a ridiculous reason, but for Chun Yuxing, who has a mindset different from the norm and is a straightforward engineering girl, it makes perfect sense. To others, Chun Yuxing seems to be naturally suited to wearing black stockings. It appears effortless and extremely harmonious, beautiful, yet not gaudy, alluring, yet not vulgar. Closing her laptop, Chun Yuxing prepared to go out for a meal. Passing by the mirror at the dormitory entrance, she saw the face that could make countless men's hearts flutter. Her complexion showed some signs of weariness. Her mother's illness had worsened, and the hospital bills were becoming increasingly high. Her savings had long been exhausted, and currently all the costs for her mother's treatment were being supported by Chun Yuxing. To make money, she worked on commercial projects brought in by her professor in the laboratory, earning a salary. However, she still found herself slightly short on funds, so Chun Yuxing decided to leverage her gaming skills by becoming a gaming companion. The income from being a gaming companion is unstable, and she cannot always receive orders. Sometimes a sudden order comes in the middle of the night, when Chun Yuxing is already tired, but she still has to endure her sleepiness to finish the game. After all, she doesn't know when the next order will come, so every opportunity to earn money must be seized. Today, luck smiled upon her, as a wealthy client booked her for a month. That phrase sounds a bit strange. In short, she now had a stable long-term income. Chun Yuxing was very happy, but felt a twinge of strangeness. That rich client who had never played a game with her just directly transferred the monthly payment. At first, she suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. After playing games for over 2 hours, the rich client showed no signs of crossing any boundaries. There were no probing questions about her personal privacy. No requests for her to send a picture of her legs. Even verbal teasing during the game was absent. It was all about healthy gaming, killing enemies alongside her, calling her a big boss with the number 666. Overall, he gave the impression of being a cheerful and sunny male university student. So why did he spend over 10,000 on her? Could it really be, as he said, just wanting a nice voice and strong game? After thinking for a long time, Chun Yuxing couldn't figure it out, so she simply shook her head and gave up on him. In any case, since she had received the monthly payment, she just needed to help him rank up. As long as he maintained this state, it would be a good thing. After all, she could earn a stable income. Even after deducting the platform's commission, it amounted to more than 10,000 a month. Which gaming companion wouldn't like such a premium client? Time to go eat, as she still had class in the afternoon. Sigh, this relentless life, when will it come to an end? In fact, Chun Yuxing knew that as long as she lowered her standards, she could easily make quick money. With her looks, figure, clean, and innocent body, along with the gimmick of being a top student from a prestigious university, there are plenty of wealthy people willing to pay. But she didn't want to fall to that level. As long as she could earn money through her own efforts, Chun Yuxing would never degrade herself. Unless, well, there are no unless. In male dormitory building 7, room 510, Subai turned off his computer and said to Wang Haoran, "Let's go, it's time to eat." Let's go. It was only just noon. Those who had classes in the morning had not come out yet, which meant the cafeteria wouldn't be too crowded. In half an hour, it would be bustling, and even buying a cup of cola would require standing in line. The nearest cafeteria to male dormitory building 7 is the third cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, Subai made a flamboyant sidestep. Instead of going to the usual first floor, he took the escalator straight to the second floor for gourmet stir-fry. Although he had already indulged at breakfast, it was now lunchtime, and whatever he had eaten in the morning was long digested. It is well known that male university students can eat more than pigs. Not to mention Subai, who is tall and big, his appetite is even larger than that of his peers. Is it really the second floor? It feels like the stuff on the second floor is not worth the price, it's too upscale. Stop being so modest today, my dad is treating you. Let's order 4 dishes and a soup and enjoy. Subai waved his hand grandly. What? Is that generous? Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao have never treated us to a meal. That's because they are too stingy, always showing off and pretending to be wealthy. They can't even afford a meal on the second floor of the third cafeteria. That's true. Indeed, Subai and those two have completely different personalities. However, one thing felt a bit strange. Since Subai is a rich second generation, why has he been so low-key since enrolling? The items he uses daily and the clothes he wears are all very plain. Only today did he suddenly start spending extravagantly. Facing Wang Haoran's confusion, Subai said, "I remember I told you I was adopted, right?" "Yes, you did. Recently, a foreign aristocratic family contacted me claiming I am their lost young master, and then you know." Subai made a gesture of counting money. Wang Haoran's pupil shook. "Wait, dude, are you serious? Are you shooting a Douyin short drama here?" "I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. Of course, don't spread it everywhere. Oh, I still hope to keep a low profile." Wang Haoran envied him for a moment, but quickly came to terms with it. Such good fortune falling from the sky depends purely on luck. If Bai Gu is lucky, he as a friend can also benefit from it. At the dining table, the two ordered 4 hearty dishes: braised fish, cumin lamb chicken stewed with mushrooms, and shrimp with chives, along with a carrot and corn rib soup. These are all very homey dishes, but compared to the indescribable taste of the first floor of the cafeteria, this is already much better. Naturally, the price is also different. The total cost for 4 dishes and a soup was nearly 200. This time luck wasn't great, as he only drew double cash back, netting 200. But that's still not bad. Mainly, he had been too lucky with the cash back in the previous few times, which spoiled Su-bai's appetite. He would see what suitable indulgent spending projects there were in the afternoon. Su-bai and Wang Haoran had a hearty meal and returned to the dormitory with full bellies. As soon as they entered, they saw Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao debating. The facts are clear. Everyone in the computer science department knows that the corporate project personally pulled by Professor Luo is entrusted to Chen Yuxing, which means she earns at least several thousand a month. She is not short of money, okay? She supports herself with her own abilities. Chu Mingzhi was once again defending his goddess. When talking about Chen Yuxing's glorious deeds, his face radiated pride, looking extremely smug. He didn't even realize what he was so proud of. It wasn't him that the professor valued. Xue Tao retorted, "Oh, that's not necessarily true. Girls often have high material demands. How can a few thousand a month be enough? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, which one doesn't burn money? Do you really think they are like the guys in our dormitory, saving every penny and not spending anything on mobile games?" Wang Haoran protested, "Hey dude, what's up with us free-to-play players? Do I have to spend money on some game just because it's popular?" "I wasn't talking about you, I was just making a comparison." Xue Tao paused. "Chu Mingzhi, don't have too many filters for Chen Yuxing. What's wrong with the goddess dormitory? The girlfriend I just started dating is also from their dormitory and is no worse than Chen Yuxing. I don't care, in my eyes Chen Yuxing is the most outstanding goddess. If I can't pursue her, I'd rather stay single throughout my 4 years of college." Chu Mingzhi was expressing outrageous flattery, his face radiating a holy glow. Xue Tao was shocked. "Wow, are you really going to hang yourself on that one tree? She doesn't even pay you any mind, and you're here guarding your chastity in vain." The rejections I'm facing are just minor setbacks on the road to success. A man of true taste should appreciate Chen Yuxing. Only men lacking in strength would settle for less. Who are you being sarcastic to? Xue Tao was furious. Indeed, the one he truly liked was another girl from the goddess dormitory, but she had countless pursuers. Aware of his own shortcomings, Xue Tao had settled for pursuing the only girl with an ordinary appearance in the goddess dormitory, Lu Yuanyuan. However, the so-called ordinary only meant she was average compared to her roommates. Among the overall group of girls, she was definitely a beauty. That alone was quite impressive. It had only been a month since school started, and how many classmates had already found partners? Xue Tao's charm was undoubtedly exceptional. How could a scrawny Chu Mingzhi dare to mock him? It's not like he has any taste. He always looks down on others, just because he's from Shanghai. Xue Tao was a local from Jiangxing, a relocated household. His family had 4 apartments, and the rental income was a significant sum each month. His monthly allowance was guaranteed to be at least 10,000. Moreover, his family had bought him a Magotan to drive right after school started, a 20,000 RMB joint venture class car. How many people in their first year of college can afford to drive a Magotan? Observing the argument between his roommates, Su-bai watched coldly, purely as if watching a show. He imagined the classic moves and quirky voices of some abstract Douyin streamers who Yi versus local person do you know. Seeing Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao arguing endlessly, Su-bai hurriedly said, "That's enough. If you want to argue, go to the hallway. I need to take a nap." "Su-bai, come settle this. What kind of person do you think Chen Yuxing is?" Xue Tao insisted. Yeah, let Su-bai speak." Chu Mingzhi also joined in. Su-bai yawned. "I don't feel like discussing. I ate too much at noon and feel sluggish." He covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in these trivial disputes. It was more important to conserve his energy and think about how to indulge later. Seeing Su-bai refuse the harsh evaluation, Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi had no choice but to temporarily lower their flags and cease hostilities. Their reason for seeking Su-bai's appraisal was simply to assert their superiority. After all, both believed they were the best among their dormitory and even in their class, so it was natural to determine who was superior. As for why they cared about Su-bai's opinion, despite his family's poor circumstances, wearing clothes from Taobao and sporting domestic shoes from Hongxing which probably cost just over 100, far less than the price of a pair of Chu Mingzhi's underwear. However, Su-bai stood at 185 meters tall, robust, and handsome. Even the self-important wealthy boys had to admit that Su-bai was undoubtedly the heartthrob of the class. Nevertheless, this guy seemed to have an overly indifferent personality, lacking presence in class. Sometimes he appeared excessively aloof, like just now, with an attitude of not caring at all. Acting tough. When the time comes for you to find a girlfriend, you might not even be able to find someone better than Lu Yuanyuan. After all, girls nowadays are quite realistic. They not only look at appearances, but also at financial stability. For instance, Xue Tao, a local from Jiangxing, had 4 houses in his family and drove a Magotan in his freshman year, so he was quick to find a partner. Su-bai, on the other hand, was said to come from a family that was struggling to make ends meet. Could he ever afford a Magotan? He didn't have that kind of capability, you know. Shuetao grumbled to himself, picking up his phone to chat happily with his girlfriend. I'm already off the market, unlike you single dogs. In the afternoon, Bai woke up feeling refreshed. He glanced at the time. There was still over half an hour before his afternoon class university physics experiment. He decided to step out for a stroll and would head to class when the time came. Jiangxing University was quite large, with several campuses occupying a significant area of the urban district. Some joked that Jiangxing was a city built around Jiangxing University. The campus naturally had many commercial facilities, including supermarket, snack streets, cafes, and even stores for script murder games. Bai was wandering along the roadside when he suddenly spotted an Apple store. Apple products are great, but what makes them great? It's the expensive phones. Bai's eyes lit up as he entered the store and picked up the latest flagship phone on display. The iPhone 16 Pro Max with a storage version of 1T was officially priced at 13,299 yuan. He brought up the system to confirm, and indeed such an expensive phone clearly seemed extravagant for a college student. Now that domestic brands have risen, phones priced over 2,000 can also provide smooth daily use and are not bad for gaming. But unfortunately, Bai had to go all out and could only grudgingly swap his Redmi cost-effective phone for a flagship model that offered no value for money. He chose the titanium metal color, feeling that this color had quite a good texture. Bai made the payment decisively, then held his breath waiting for the cashback. Ding! Detected the host's extravagant spending of 13,299 yuan, triggering 6 times cashback, 79794 yuan. Good fortune has arrived. Bai secretly clenched his fist. This round of cashback immediately pushed his savings over 100,000. But it wasn't enough. His gaze scanned the other products in the store. You must know that the Apple brand has high-priced products that are not limited to just phones. Tablets and laptops are also quite good. The iPad Pro 2T, with the version that can take a SIM card, costs 1299 yuan. The MacBook Pro with the Max chip version has a maximum storage configuration of 128 G8T, priced at 54749 yuan. To be honest, it was the first time Bai learned that Apple's laptops had a configuration exceeding 50,000. This high configuration is something normal people really wouldn't use, right? But it doesn't matter. He could use it. After all, with system cashback, the more extravagant he was, the richer he became. Bai said nothing and simply continued with the payments. The tablet had bad luck and offered only double rewards, earning him 20,000. The laptop gave him triple rewards, earning him 110,000. After a series of transactions, his savings surpassed 200,000. This Apple store truly was a great place for racking up rewards, Bai mused. Not only are the items expensive, but they are also things that college students can actually use, fitting the system's definition of extravagance. Through using this system, Bai had roughly figured out its tricks. Extravagance means to indulge in material life and do as one pleases, not merely wasteful spending. Selling nearly 100,000 worth of items at once made the staff quite happy, as several of them gathered around Bai to help activate the devices. During the boring wait, Bai suddenly thought of a question. System, may I ask, the consequences of extravagant behavior are all my responsibility, right? Dear host, you will not bear the responsibility yourself. The system will automatically eliminate the negative effects of your extravagance. For example, if you indulge in sleeping in and neglect exercising, your body will not deteriorate. You will only gain the energetic effects of having fully rested. Moreover, if you overeat, it will not harm your health. The system will help promote digestion, absorb nutrients, and eliminate toxins. Upon hearing this, Bai was delighted and followed up with, then what if I skip class? Dear host, you will automatically acquire the knowledge taught in that class. What? That's possible. Does that mean if I skip all my required classes, I would ace the final exams? This system is truly amazing. Bai's thoughts began to race. He recalled the political class that morning, the teacher's demeanor and smile still vivid in his mind. The content discussed included bragging about recent political hot topics and recounting experiences of his daughter during her study abroad in America. While skipping a class like that is fine. Useless knowledge, get out of my head. At this moment, the sales assistant in the store interrupted Bai's thoughts. Excuse me, your devices have been fully activated. Would you like to purchase the extended warranty service? No need, thank you. Bai decisively refused. If something broke, he would just buy a new one. Who wouldn't take advantage of the rewards? Alright then, please add me on WeChat. If you encounter any issues in the future, just reach out to me. By the way, you are a student at Jiangxing University, right? Yes. Bai felt a bit strange as his attention shifted from the system back to the young sales assistant in front of him. She was a young girl who looked like she had just graduated not long ago. Under Bai's gaze, she blushed. Adding him on WeChat was presented under the guise of after-sales service, but it was hard to say it didn't carry another intention. Working as a sales assistant in an Apple store, she had seen many wealthy individuals, but rarely encountered someone like Bai who spent without blinking, immediately dropping 100,000 on 3 top-tier items. Coupled with Su Bei's height and good looks, the sales assistant was genuinely smitten. Since he was a student at Jiangxing University, they would surely have more opportunities to meet in the future. The sales assistant gazed at Su Bai with sparkling eyes as he left. However, Su Bai turned around and set the sales assistant's WeChat to do not disturb. Although the assistant was indeed attractive, she still fell short in Su Bei's eyes. He was also quite picky, and now that he had the godly rich system, it only gave him more reason to be selective. After a shopping spree, he arrived at the experimental building just in time for class. Honestly, why does the computer science department offer a course on physics experiments? It feels completely unrelated. Forget it, no need to delve deeper. Logically, the political science teacher's daughter's experiences in America were also unrelated to the course, yet he still lectured about it. What does this signify? In college, the focus is on experience. In fact, Su Bai was quite curious about the equipment used in the physics experiments. The high school he attended back home was rather poor, and the laboratory was virtually non-existent, lacking any proper experimental equipment. He found a substitute teacher to sign him and then plopped down in his assigned seat. He would have to wait a while for class to start, so he decided to play with his tablet first. I must say, Apple's devices really do have excellent display quality. Su Bai logged into a certain online shopping site to check out the latest popular desktop computer configurations. Just now he had come up with a new idea. Although the Apple laptop was high-end, it wasn't suitable for gaming. So buying a desktop specifically for gaming would also be reasonable extravagance. He directly selected a high-end gaming brand ROG, known as the Eye of the Prodigal, a dream for countless computer players. He maxed out the specifications and glanced at the price, over $80,000. Not bad, this order would guarantee an $8,000 profit. After all, the minimum cashback is at least double. Just as Su Bai was about to place the order, a familiar, cold, aloof voice suddenly rang beside him. Don't buy this model, ooh, it's a ripoff. Su Bai looked up and was instantly stunned. A beautiful girl with long black hair and an elegant demeanor, tall and slender, wearing a simple t-shirt and a chiffon long skirt revealing a section of black stockings and small leather shoes beneath the skirt. In mid-September in Jiangxing, it was still the tail end of summer. Girls daring enough to wear black stockings and small leather shoes in this weather were quite bold. They would likely sweat profusely within half a day. However, the girl did not emit any unpleasant odor. Instead, a faint and fragrant scent wafted over, giving an impression of deep elegance akin to a flower on a high mountain. What did you just say? Su Bai asked. He couldn't help it. The girl was too beautiful, causing his brain to momentarily short-circuit. I said the computer you're thinking of buying isn't suitable. The girl pointed to the image on the tablet. The brand's premium is too high. I suggest buying the components yourself and assembling it. You could save about 30%. No, girl. I would rather have that 30%. It's the brand premium I desire. How can a stranger meet and immediately cut off my financial path? Su Bai silently complained, but smiled faintly, saying, It's okay, I just like this brand, it has sentimental value. But thank you for the reminder. Alright then. You can wait for the national subsidy before buying, but it should be soon, and you could save a few thousand. Wait, do we know each other? Why are you so intent on advising me to save money? You are Su Bai, in the same class as me. Uh-huh. Su Bai slapped his forehead. After a moment of silence, he asked, What's your name again? A month into the semester, the beautiful girl from his class remembered his name, but he did not recognize her. Awkward. Fortunately, she seemed not to be the type to throw a tantrum if forgotten, calmly stating, Chen Yuxing. Rain from the sky, shung from bamboo. Got it. We are in the same group for the physics lab, and we need to collaborate on the lab report, so let's add each other on WeChat. Sure. A few days ago, Chu Mingjie was racking his brain thinking about how to add Chen Yuxing on WeChat. In a fresh and natural way. Who would have thought that the first one to successfully add her would be Su Bai? It was quite amusing. In fact, it wasn't a big deal in the year 5202. Adding someone on WeChat had become a very common thing, especially among university classmates. With group collaborations, club interactions, and event payments, it was easy to add each other. It was actually Chu Mingjie who had an unrealistic romantic fantasy about girls, as if every step of their acquaintance needed to be adorned with pink bubbles. It's a bit funny. No wonder the classmates teased him, calling him master, who, as he indeed had a certain whimsical charm. Su Bai thought about the amusing events in the dormitory and casually opened his WeChat code to let Chen Yuxing scan it. Oh, have I added you before? Really? I don't recall. What does your profile picture look like? A purple-haired... let me see. Both fell silent at the same time. Chen Yuxing held her phone, her long, delicate eyelashes trembling. She looked at the large white goose icon she had just added that morning, then at Su Bai in front of her. Even with her naturally cold and expressionless face, she was starting to lose composure, her cheeks flushing, toes digging into the ground. Su Bai, with a good mindset, was the first to break the awkwardness of such a tense situation. No, girl, why are you using your real name online? It's the postmodern era. I should be a bit cautious, right? Who uses their main account for gaming? I told you I never add clients on WeChat. You are the first. Chen Yuxing's tone had a hint of grievance. How was I to know I would be subscribed to by a classmate? Once those words were spoken, the entire atmosphere felt off. It became inexplicably ambiguous. Subai hurriedly changed the topic, quickly create a secondary account. If a similar situation arises in the future, remember to use the alternate one. Okay, which part of the experiment will you be responsible for? Hansen or data recording? They'll record the data. My Hansen skills are average. Aren't you working for Professor Luo? How come your Hansen skills are average? Research in computer science usually doesn't require Hansen skills. I see. Then there was another silence. Subai thought he was emotionally intelligent, and the problem lay with Chun Yuxing. Clearly her personality shown during the gaming session was her true self. She appeared cold on the surface, but was actually quite naive. Her insistence on advising Subai against buying a costly item showed this clearly. Luckily, the teacher at the podium announced the start of the lab session just in time. The classroom quieted down. We entered the boring phase of reading the PPT and discussing the experiment's precautions. As is well known, old professors in universities are the hardest to digest. No emotion, all technique. With a strong accent from some unknown county near Jiangxing, he read the tongue-twisting physics terminology akin to summoning an evil god. Chun Yuxing, still in a state of embarrassment, felt drowsy after listening for a while to the old professor's recitation of the PPT. She had been severely sleep-deprived recently. Thus Subai saw Chun Yuxing's head drooping bit by bit until she finally lowered her head and fell asleep. Just then the reading professor glanced around the classroom, his sharp gaze landing on Subai and Chun Yuxing's table. The girl in the second to last row, please stand up and answer a question. The old professor tossed a piece of chalk that landed crisply on the table before Chun Yuxing. Chun Yuxing jolted awake and stood up, staring blankly at the blackboard. Briefly describe this. What are the precautions for determining XX constant? Subai poked Chun Yuxing's thigh, clad in black stockings, with a pen under the table, flipping the experiment manual to a certain page and subtly sliding it for her to see. Chun Yuxing understood and glanced at the content before clearing her throat and answering. The main precautions are 3 points. First is, the old professor nodded. Very good, solid foundation. Please sit down. This course counts towards mandatory credits, so everyone should take it seriously. He then continued reciting. Once the experiment introduction ended and they entered the practical operation phase, students were allowed to communicate. Chun Yuxing seized the opportunity to say to Subai, thank you. It's nothing. You are really impressive, able to endure such a boring class. Actually, I wasn't really listening. I just happened to know the answer to what the teacher asked. Oh, while the old professor was droning on, Subai's mind wandered. It was judged as indulgence by the system, rewarding him with $1,000. Moreover, it activated the function to eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, stuffing relevant knowledge of this physics experiment into Subai's mind. Not bad. Now at least he wouldn't be at a loss for how to conduct the experiment. While other students were still flustered and panicking, Subai had already finished the experiment with Chun Yuxing recording the data. The two would collaborate later to complete the lab report. It was quite a hassle. No wonder every generation of seniors had to complain madly about this tricky university physics experiment. But for Subai it was no big deal. As long as he left it alone, the power of the system would cause the experiment report to write itself. Ah, thank you, system. Daddy loves you. Thus Subai and Chun Yuxing's group could leave class early. Chun Yuxing sighed in relief, looking at Subai with grateful eyes. Not only had she avoided embarrassment in class, but the experiment was also completed so quickly, saving her time. Now she could head to Professor Luo's lab for work right away. However, there was one more thing that troubled Chun Yuxing. In the corridor, as Subai was about to slip away, she called out to him from behind. Wait, what's wrong? Chun Yuxing struggled for a long time, stammering softly about the gaming assistant thing. Subai couldn't hold back and laughed aloud. Haha, no way, girl, you don't think I'm the type who'd say you wouldn't want your classmates to know you're a gaming assistant, Miss Chun, right? Don't worry, I'm not the type to gossip or spread rumors. I will definitely keep your secret, as that's the integrity I should uphold as a client. Thank you. After a pause, Chun Yuxing, still not quite at ease, asked, really? Subai helplessly retorted, do you need to kneel and beg me before you feel assured? Please don't tell anyone who I can do anything. Perhaps amused by Subai's exaggerated tone, Chun Yuxing rarely revealed a heartfelt smile. At that moment, Subai finally understood why his classmates said Chun Yuxing was expressionless and never smiled. Not smiling was the right choice. When she smiled, she was enchanting beyond measure. However, while Subai was momentarily rendered immobile by her dazzling charm, Chun Yuxing keenly sensed a hint of something from Subai. A familiar scent. Chun Yuxing wasn't quite sure, but with their interactions from online to offline, her impression of Subai was quite positive. So she decided to give it a try. Hesitating slightly, she spoke up. What did you just say? I will later. Subai was confused. Chun Yuxing felt a bit anxious. Her expressive abilities were already lacking, and now she was stumbling over her words. the thing you mentioned afterward, the joke, is it from that anime, Subai's eyes brightened, and he blurted out, Anakin watashi wa desu ka. Yes, yes. What the hell, you two? Mm. In the cafe, Subai gazed at the girl across from him, who was chatting animatedly, while holding an iced latte, and fell into a state of self-doubt. Who said Chen Yuxing was aloof? Not aloof at all. Look at her chattering away non-stop. She was completely different from the image his classmates had of her. Just moments ago, Chen Yuxing had initiated a secret signal with him, and Subai discovered that they were both devoted fans of a certain girl band anime. Subsequently, as if encountering a kindred spirit, Chen Yuxing's desire to express herself burst forth. The corridor of the experimental building was not suitable for chatting, so the two went to a nearby cafe. They engaged in a casual chat. To his astonishment, Subai realized that they not only liked the same anime, but also shared an incredibly high overlap in their interests. For instance, the animations and films they loved, the music they enjoyed, and the books they cherished. Moreover, they shared similar leisure activities such as gaming, watching abstract videos, cooking shows, and various electronic product reviews. It was like finding another version of himself in the world. This left Subai greatly shocked. Logically, a cool and academically gifted girl like her shouldn't have hobbies akin to those of a wealthy young lady, right? Or as the stereotypes go, chasing stars, following entertainment gossip, and shopping with girlfriends while being well-versed in luxury brands. Yet he unexpectedly saw his own reflection in Chen Yuxing. It was truly amusing, yet filled him with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. After all, someone understands me is a higher-level spiritual need, especially when that person is a beautiful girl with long black hair. As they chatted, both coincidentally took a sip of coffee at the same time, and the air suddenly fell silent, filled with the leisurely atmosphere of the afternoon. Their gazes inadvertently met, but they shyly looked away. I need to go work in Professor Luo's lab, Chen Yuxing said. Go ahead, serious matters come first, Subai replied. Chen Yuxing glanced at him with a hint of reluctance, parted her lips, but didn't speak. She grabbed her bag and left. Subai actually had words he didn't manage to say. He wanted to know, since Chen Yuxing had income from working in the lab, why did she also choose to be a gaming companion? Not that he looked down on gaming companions, but generally female college students shouldn't have to work so hard, right? It seemed that Chen Yuxing was quite short on money. Never mind, maybe he would ask her about it later. It might be her privacy and not convenient to disclose. After finishing his coffee, Subai bought some pastries from the cafe to take back. This cafe boasted a delicate style and could be considered a popular spot within Jiangxing University, with dessert prices that were not low, just right for Subai's unexpected rewards. Back in the dormitory, he shared the treats with Wang Haoran. Brother Bai, do you want me to help you write your experiment report? Why the sudden question? I feel bad for always tagging along for meals and drinks, so I thought I could help you with some chores. Alright, if you play the second game, I can help you farm too. Wang Haoran wore a sincere expression. To be honest, this guy was quite decent, and many people love to take advantage of others and show no gratitude afterward. However, mentioning the second game sparked a new idea in Subai. Playing card-collecting mobile games was also a great form of indulgent spending. For example, in the typical game of Genshin Impact, opening a new card pool could cost around 250 yuan to fully draw everything. If luck was bad, it could exceed 300. If there were 2 new characters in the current period, it would be a super double. Subai opened his computer and logged into his Genshin account. He had tried this game a few years back, finding the gameplay not to his liking despite the characters being beautiful. The problem was the cost. It was too expensive. Spending 648 yuan felt like throwing money into the void, while in high school 600 yuan was enough for him to save on meals for a month in the school cafeteria. Now times had changed. Since the system recognized that indulging in mobile games also counted as extravagance, he decided to go all out. Subai spent money like water, going for 10 consecutive draws, emptying the entire card pool. The total expenditure exceeded 500. Subai didn't even know who the game characters were or their backstories. It didn't matter. He just needed to know that the system triggered an 8-fold cashback totaling 400. Wang Haoran was left in shock. He had heard about rich people playing mobile games, spending money as casually as breathing. Now he had witnessed it in reality. This felt like 2 entirely different games compared to those players who completed daily tasks and carefully calculated to accumulate card drawing resources. The blue-green modifier was terrifying indeed. Brother Bai, does that overseas wealthy families still need a young master? Can I join too? What the hell, join you? Are we in a matchmaking hall here? Subai logged out and sent his account details to Wang Haoran. After you finish drawing, help me play. I haven't played in a long time and don't even know how far I've progressed in the main storyline. Wait, Brother Bai, aren't you going to experience the characters you just drew yourself? Experience what? I quit the game long ago. I can't be bothered to study the new mechanisms. I just want to watch you play. Brother Bai, if you don't abandon me, I'm willing to take you as my adoptive father. Get lost, I don't want you as my foolish son. Subai laughed and scolded as he returned to his computer. Then he suddenly remembered something. Wait, isn't there another 2 card-collecting mobile games by me? Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Yes, there are, brother, there are. Half an hour later, Wang Haoren's computer screen displayed 2 windows simultaneously operating Genshin Impact and another game, while also running a third game on his phone. 3 simultaneous operations, incredibly smooth. Subai exclaimed in amazement. Wow, you're a natural at this. It's not bad, not bad. Wang Haoren modestly replied. I'm just familiar with the mechanics of these grind games, it's not difficult. During the summer vacation, I did this for a while, and the computer I'm using now was bought with the money I earned from farming. Impressive. Subai began to ponder. If he started an online gaming studio and had Wang Haoren manage it, then he could hang all his funded accounts on the studio. Wouldn't that fulfill the indulgence criteria? After all, he was hiring someone to farm, not just spending money without playing the game. It wouldn't be considered wasteful. But that was a matter for the future. For now, he would have Wang Haoren help him farm the Mi family trio. This was mutual assistance among roommates. Besides, Wang Haoren loved playing, and having access to top-tier accounts was an enjoyment for him. Thanks to spending in 3 games, Subai's savings had already surpassed 1 million. In his mind, the position of Apple as a cashback paradise had been replaced by Mi's mobile games. After all, purchasing items like phones and tablets could last a long time. Card-collecting mobile games, however, changed their card pools in less than a month. For Subai, it was a stable cash flow. Moreover, it was incredibly simple and easy. He didn't even have to step outside. He just had to spend money and let his roommate farm for him. A few times later, Subai reminded Wang Haoren, remember to notify me when the card pool updates. Oh, I'll charge more money then. Do I have to fully charge every card pool? Yes, absolutely must. Now that's what a real wealthy person is like, spending money without a care. The key was that Subai remained low-key, not showing off, completely devoid of a rich person's demeanor. In contrast, the other 2 in the dormitory, the local and Shanghainese, were far from it. Wang Haoren felt a deep sense of admiration. Ding. Detected that the host's savings have surpassed 1 million. Reward 1 luxury car lottery ticket. Please continue to work hard and indulge. A luxury car lottery ticket. Not bad. Jiangxing has a vast urban area and public transport isn't as convenient as in first-tier cities. Having a car is quite nice, as taking a taxi is not very liberating. Subai summoned the system to check the details of the lottery ticket. As the name suggests, after using the luxury car lottery ticket, the system will randomly select a luxury car priced between 300 to 3 million and legally deliver the vehicle to Subai. The more expensive the car, the lower the chances of winning, much like the mechanics of drawing cards in mobile games. Limited edition sports cars with scarce quantities have an extremely low probability of being drawn. Subai wasn't very knowledgeable about cars. After all, as an ordinary citizen, his understanding of luxury brands was limited to the likes of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Thinking pessimistically, the worst-case scenario would still yield a car worth 300, which is considered a good car among the general public. It would certainly suffice for daily use, and as a freshman, he didn't need anything too extravagant. Lottery draw. The colorful wheel spun rapidly before gradually slowing down, ultimately coming to a stop in a relatively narrow section. Subai was instantly delighted, as this meant he had drawn at least something better than the worst tier. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Mercedes-Benz GLE 454 Matic luxury model in black, with an official guide price of 8800. Looking at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Subai felt very satisfied. It was a black mid to large-sized SUV exuding a blend of business stability and dominance with an undeniable sense of luxury. Equipped with a 2.5T high-power engine and a 48V mild hybrid system, it offered comfort for daily driving with ample power, even in extreme conditions. Most importantly, it had ample space, perfect for taking a girl out for fun. Even Mercedes-Benz had become good enough to be associated with him, the extravagant Subai. Soon a person with a suit profile picture added Subai as a friend on WeChat. Manager Gua, hello Mr. Su. I am Gua Yuanhong, the sales manager at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Jiangxing Shuefu district. You can just call me Little Gua. Subai Big White Goose, hello. Manager Gua, the vehicle you ordered is ready for pickup at any time. We will have our star sales lady attend to you throughout the process. When would be a convenient time for you to come? Subai Big White Goose, how about tomorrow morning around 9:30? I'll go right after class. Tomorrow would still start with an 8 a.m. class. Theoretically, Subai could skip class and sleep in his dorm, reaping the system's reward of 1,000 yuan and knowledge infusion. However, this had no real feasibility, since he had a C class in the morning taught by an exceptionally stern middle-aged female teacher known as the Extinction Teacher, who was one of the 4 great supplementary classes in the computer science department. This meant that attending classes with these 4 teachers made it very easy to fail and face retakes. Moreover, attendance was particularly strict, requiring check-ins even between 2 short sessions. It's truly absurd. The good news is that out of the week's classes, only Thursday morning needs to endure the torment of the extinction teacher. The other mornings either have no classes or can be skipped. Ever since learning that the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, Sue established a strategy for his 4 years in college. Mandatory classes should be skipped, while elective classes must be skipped. On the other side of the chat, manager Gwa stared at the message from the other party, momentarily stunned. Class. It turned out that this Mr. Sue, who had reserved the top configuration GLE, was still a student. Previously, while handling customer procedures, he hadn't paid attention. Now realizing this, manager Gwa couldn't help but be astonished. He must be a college student. Driving such an expensive car before graduating surely indicates he is from a wealthy family. Although it's still not very common for college students to drive to class, it's not as rare as it used to be. After all, for young people who enjoy going out, having a car makes a world of difference. It doesn't even need to be a fancy car. As long as it can carry luggage and friends or a girlfriend to the high-speed railway station, it's far better than lugging heavy bags and taking a taxi or the subway. When it rains or snows, the advantages of having a car become even more apparent. On a muddy, rainy day, would the goddess prefer to get into a car directly downstairs and arrive at her destination clean, or would she rather slog through puddles and squeeze onto the subway with you? The outcome is self-evident. As for Mr. Sue, who is about to receive the top configuration Mercedes-Benz GLE worth $8,800. As long as his other conditions aren't too poor, he would definitely be a standout on campus. Manager Gwa couldn't help but feel envious. As the sales manager of a 4S store, he had done quite well for himself, but back when he was a student, he was a penniless fool who wouldn't even dare to talk to pretty girls. In the prime of youth, having the capital to enjoy life is the greatest happiness. After being envious for a while, manager Gwa gathered his emotions and went to arrange the reception tasks for tomorrow. Little Joe, come over here. The girl he called was leaning against a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan, filming promotional material for a short video platform. The girl wasn't very tall, but her figure was voluptuous and sexy. In a white shirt and a black bodycon skirt, every crucial curve seemed ready to burst out of her outfit. Her stunning legs, resembling wine glasses, were a far cry from the boring stick-like legs, making her an absolute weapon of attraction. Her ample chest seemed to be at least a D cup at first glance. With a charming appearance reminiscent of a seductive fox spirit, her name was Zhou Jialu. Having only interned at this 4S store for a few months, she had already become the most popular sales associate. Her youthful, alluring appearance was the hardware basis for her popularity. However, she didn't rely solely on her looks to achieve results. On the contrary, Zhou Jialu, a graduate of Jiangxing University with a major in marketing, had a solid professional foundation, and her cheerful, open personality even bordered on being a bit bold. Her business capability was exceptionally strong. From manager Gwa's perspective, this girl was quite interesting, always dressing beautifully and keen on creating short videos for marketing. Yet she maintained her integrity, refusing to allow any customer to overstep boundaries. In her own candid words, she enjoyed the pain of being envied by others, but remaining unattainable. What a cheeky girl. As for boyfriends, she had never dated anyone. The men she had encountered never piqued her interest. She needed to feel a spark. She expressed that if she really met someone she liked, there would be no need for the guy to take the initiative. She would pounce like a hungry tiger, leaving nothing behind. She was quite a girl with character. Since Zhou Jialu started interning here, her monthly performance had been excellent. Truly a star sales associate. Manager Gwa, did you call for me? After finishing a segment of her short video, Zhou Jialu sashayed towards manager Gwa, casually asking, "Yes, there's a customer who will be here tomorrow morning at 9:30 for you to attend to. Is it a male or female?" "Male, very young, he should still be in school. He might even be your junior." "Do you have a photo?" "No." "At least you should know the specific age, right?" "Let me check. The customer information states he is 18 years old." "What the heck, 18? Originally, manager Gwa thought he was someone close to graduation whose family bought him the car. To his surprise, he was just a freshman. "Oh my, it turns out he is a freshman. I must treat him well." Zhou Jialu licked her lips, her seductive eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I absolutely love teasing innocent freshmen." In the evening, in dormitory 7, room 510. After class, Chu Mingzhi and Xue Tao returned to their dormitory. "What the hell, Wang Haoran, why are you still in the game? I saw you started playing since morning," Xue Tao exclaimed. "Oh, just took on a side gig," Wang Haoran replied nonchalantly. Since Brother Bai said to keep a low profile, he definitely wouldn't promote Su Bei's strength. "I see side gigs are good. Part-time jobs during university can be quite beneficial, allowing one to experience the hardships of society in advance." Xue Tao inexplicably started to put on a mature demeanor, as if he really had abundant life experience in this day and age. It's tough to earn money. All of us from 985 universities feel like we are the chosen ones, only to realize after graduation that even high-educated individuals have meager incomes from working, far less than passive income. Indeed, not as much as your four houses here. Chu Mingzhi suddenly chimed in sarcastically. You damn. Chu Mingzhi sneered. In reality, truly high-quality women consider not only a man's wealth, but also his own abilities when choosing a partner. If he merely has wealth, but lacks capability, he will also be scorned by the goddess. Haha, anyway, I'm already off the market unlike some people with such high standards. Shuetao retorted. Old Chu is talking about the girls at school who have high expectations, but little life experience. Once they enter society, who cares about your work skills? Your efforts to get a promotion and raise won't compare to someone who has rental income from a house. On the contrary, the more they enter society, the more girls. Similar debates unfolded almost daily in room 510. Chu Mingzhi versus Shuetao, a daily love-hate relationship. It's so intense, even more than Boruto. Wang Haoran had long gotten used to it, treating it as a comedy while he continued with his gaming tasks. You know, don't say it, but this 65 fully drawn character is genuinely enjoyable. The two wealthy guys took a break from their debate and suddenly heard a hearty laugh coming from Su Bai's side. Looking up, Su Bai was lazily lying on the bed, crossing his legs, laughing like a fool while looking at his phone. Shuetao asked, "What are you watching that's so funny?" "Oh, just some funny videos on Bilibili." "Wait, hold on, Su Bai, why did you change your phone?" The two had been so absorbed in their debate that they hadn't noticed earlier. Only then did they realize something was off. Originally, Su Bai used a cheap domestic phone, but now he had suddenly switched to an Apple. Chu Mingzhi leaned in to take a closer look, surprised. It's actually the latest Pro Max. That must be about 10,000 yuan. Given Su Bai's family situation, using such a good phone seems quite forced, right? Shuetao immediately made an outrageous comment. "Yes, but I recently made a small fortune, so I'm just treating myself." Su Bai casually explained, then continued looking at his phone, too lazy to pay them any heed. To Shuetao's audacious remarks, Su Bai had long been accustomed and felt no waves inside. To put it metaphorically, would you care about how a monkey on the roadside views you? Thus, Su Bai didn't care about Shuetao's opinion. Yet Shuetao continued to chatter about his understanding, claiming that Apple is not as good as Huawei, and that if one is rich, they should buy a folding phone to show off. Chu Mingzhi was a diehard Apple fan. The two launched into a new round of debate, quickly pushing aside the topic of Su Bai's phone change. In this day and age, it's quite normal for a poor kid to save money to buy an iPhone. Switching to an Apple doesn't change the fact that Su Bai is broke. As for Su Bai, he continued chatting with Chen Yuxing. Just a moment ago, Chen Yuxing shared an interesting video with him on WeChat, and Su Bai expressed his thoughts and jokes after watching it. They naturally struck up a conversation, getting heated in their discussion. When people with similar interests connect, the conversation flows smoothly. If he were free and bored, Su Bai might have participated in the Shanghai Lord versus local battle as a psych, but now he was busy chatting with Chen Yuxing. Honestly, Su Bai had always held a very negative view of chatting with girls. Many boys driven by desire actively approach girls, catering to their interests and discussing topics they like. From dating to blind dates, most scenarios are like this. But have they ever thought about whether they truly enjoy the process of interacting with girls? Finding topics, emotions, and rhythm all require the boys to provide. Most of the time, girls are like judges, scoring the boys' clumsy performances. If it's an experienced girl, she might even scoff disdainfully while scoring. "Look at that clown, he resembles a dog." Take blind dates as an example. What do they talk about? Family background, ex-boyfriends, entertainment gossip, the classic blind date trifecta. If it weren't for the urgency to be a sycophant, what guy would care about these things? Can't girls actively discuss graphics cards, games, basketball, web novels, or rock bands with boys? It's frustrating. Oh, what did boys do wrong that the world can improve? Thus, Su Bai generally found chatting with it's even better to just shoot the breeze with Wang Haoran. Watching Shanghai Lord versus local is more interesting than flirting with girls. Chen Yuxing broke Su Bai's preconceived notions. The two seemed like long-lost friends, quickly entering a state of deep, harmonious mental connection. This made Su Bai reflect that in some sense, Shuetao, that clown, wasn't entirely wrong. Money is the core gear for contemporary boys. If it weren't for being tied to the Indulgence system, Su Bai wouldn't have spent 12,000 for a monthly gaming companion, revealing Chen Yuxing's hidden side and creating the current delicate bond. Quickly say thank you to Brother Tongzi. Su Bai, immersed in chatting, looked up and noticed it was already dark. His stomach growled. Time to eat. After all, eating wouldn't hinder chatting. The four from room 510 teamed up to go eat. Su Bai just wanted to call Wang Haoran, but Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi always habitually followed them. Perhaps their wealthy battles need an audience. Su Bai and Wang Haoran make excellent spectators, appearing poor at first glance with good tempers and never turning hostile, ideal audiences. At the cafeteria entrance, they unexpectedly encountered two striking figures, Chen Yuxing and Lu Yuanyuan. The former was a renowned beauty and academic achiever, while the latter was a lovely girl. The two girls walking side by side attracted countless onlookers. Yuanyuan. What a coincidence, are you here? Shuetao forced out a smile he thought was charming, his side profile wrinkled, unsure if this unfortunate kid had some issues at birth, already showing wrinkles at a young age. Chu Mingzhi privately mocked him as a Shar-Pei dog hybrid. Yes, we just finished class. Right, we just got out of class too, hee hee. Shuetao chuckled, awkwardly scratching his head. He always felt nervous in front of girls. Especially since besides his girlfriend Lu Yuanyuan, there was also Qin Yuxing. Shuetao knew that compared to Qin Yuxing, Lu Yuanyuan was nothing. But this girl had a very cold demeanor, and she was an exceptionally capable academic achiever. She usually looked at others with disdain, though she meant no harm, she just had a poker face, making Shuetao feel like he had no chance to pursue her. Shuetao couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qin Yuxing. She was truly beautiful, like a hidden lotus in a deep valley. If his family had 8 houses instead of 4, perhaps he would dare to try. But reality was cold, he could only admire her from afar. Lu Yuanyuan maintained a reserved smile, rolling her eyes internally. She certainly noticed Shuetao's gaze. When he nervously stole a glance at Qin Yuxing, it was as if he was worshipping a deity. This fickle scoundrel, all men are no good. Forget it, after all I'm still single by the 2nd year. If I don't find a boyfriend soon, it'll feel like I'm wasting my university life. Although Shuetao isn't great, he is willing to spend money on Lu Yuanyuan, which she still appreciates. However, to truly express physical attraction towards Shuetao, no way. Speaking of physical attraction, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Subai. So handsome. If Subai had a background like Shuetao, Lu Yuanyuan felt that she would probably be tempted to roll in bed with him right after finishing military training. But unfortunately, he's a broke loser, and dating a poor handsome guy has no future. However, occasionally indulging in eye candy is still acceptable. Taking advantage of Su by being focused on his phone, Lu Yuanyuan stole a few more glances at him. His tall and slender figure made her breath quicken, her cheeks slightly flushed. Seeing this, Shuetao instantly turned green with envy and said, "Then we'll go in and eat first. Since I ran into my girlfriend at the cafeteria entrance, we naturally had to share a table to eat together. The purpose, of course, was to show off our love. Some say that showing off love leads to a quick demise. However, Shuetao did not think so. Finding a girlfriend in college was all about enjoying the attention and the envious gazes of the single dogs. Shuetao leaned over with a grin, trying to take Lu Yuanyuan's hand, but she recoiled in disgust. "Yuanyuan, don't get Hansen, we just got together a few days ago. Do you really like me as a person, or do you just want to take advantage of me?" "Of course I like you for who you are, Lu Yuanyuan. I even held a grand confession ceremony for you." The venue was Hongyun Banquet, a Michelin-starred restaurant. Just the venue fee for the private room cost several thousand, and I got the discounted rate thanks to my uncle's connections. Most people wouldn't have access to book it. Locals, have some connections. Shuetao seized the opportunity to show off. Beside him, Chu Mingzhi wore a disdainful expression. Lu Yuanyuan maintained a smile on her face, while silently cursing in her heart. "Who asked you, buddy? Isn't booking a Michelin private room just about paying? Why is it about connections?" She had seen several related posts on Zaihongshu and understood the situation clearly. But to cater to Shuetao's desire to show off, she smiled and said, "Shuetao, you know so much, I didn't know any of this. Right? Haha, I will unlock more new knowledge for you that you don't know." Shuetao winked. Wang Haoran was busy with his duties, even while waiting in line to buy food. Qin Yuxing wore a blank expression, secretly chatting with Subai. "Yuxia, your roommate, is so annoying. Subtle big white goose, a bit annoying, but I think there's more fun than annoyance. Don't you think this interesting pair of rivals are rare? Yuxia, they really are. Eastern Snow Lotus, who is rare? Yuxia, can we ignore them and find a place to eat?" Yuxia retracted a message. Oops, it seemed like she got a bit carried away. Qin Yuxing nervously glanced around, her fair skin blushing. Eating with Subai in front of his roommate would surely lead to all sorts of strange rumors. Although she didn't mind, she still felt shy. So Qin Yuxing had to chat with Subai secretly on her phone. To prevent Lu Yuanyuan from fawning over Subai again, Shuetao took Lu Yuanyuan to the edge of the long table away from Subai. Wang Haoran was totally a machine, casually finding a place to eat while gaming. The remaining 3 were Chu Mingzhi, Subai, and Qin Yuxing. Logically, Chu Mingzhi wanted to sit directly across from Qin Yuxing or next to her, but feeling too shy, he ended up sitting diagonally across. Thus it turned into Subai and Qin Yuxing facing each other. However, due to Qin Yuxing's shyness, she had to type on her phone to communicate. "Subtle big white goose, sweating soybeans, subtle big white goose, why does it feel like we are meeting like an underground party? So abstract. Yuxia, I'm socially anxious. Yuxia cat peeking out, subtle big white goose, social anxiety is normal, generally geniuses have social anxiety. I'm not socially anxious, so I don't study well. Yuxia, you're reversing cause and effect. Yuxia, besides we all got into the same school, how can you say you don't study well? Subtle big white goose, don't mention it, ooh, I got in due to sheer luck. It's not comparable to someone like you who started projects in high school. I feel like I could just float through and graduate while you have limitless potential. Yuxia, it doesn't matter, after all you have money. Subtle big white goose, who told you that? Yuxia, you use such expensive electronics and spend over 10,000 on gaming companions, can you say you're broke? Subtle big white goose, that's true. Yuxia, being rich is great, it means you don't have to toil for a living. Subtle big white goose, daydreaming subtle big white goose, you seem to be lacking money. Subtle big white goose, how about this? If you really need to make money, I can give you more gaming companion tasks. Subtle big white goose, League of Legends is fine, other games are fine too. Yushi, I don't need pity. Subtle big white goose, quite the opposite, it's not pity. I genuinely enjoy playing with you and paying for the emotional value. Yushio. Chen Yuxing across the table had a slightly conflicted expression. She secretly glanced at Su Bai and was immediately won over by his innocent sunny boy aura. He really doesn't have any ulterior motives towards me. And he really is wealthy. Beautiful girls like Chen Yuxing have encountered many men flaunting wealth in front of her. She easily saw through them. Her elders said she was naive in social matters, but in reality, she was far from foolish. She was quite clever. A little logical analysis makes it clear. Someone like Su Bai is truly wealthy. He spends freely on his hobbies but keeps his eating and living expenses low, never showing off in front of classmates. He has a very transparent personality, living life clearly. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Chen Yuxing really needs to earn Su Bai's money. Even she didn't realize the subtle feelings of affection that were forming in her heart for Su Bai. Mainly because chatting with Su Bai was particularly relaxing. After all, Su Bai knew even her little secret of being a gaming companion and shared many of her interests, leading to a carefree and pleasant conversation. Before Su Bai, Chen Yuxing had never had any close friends. Never. While they were communicating face-to-face through their phones, as if they were in an underground party. Chu Mingzhi, sitting diagonally across from Chen Yuxing, had been fidgeting for a long time, barely touching the plate of mixed rice in front of him. Suddenly he stood up. Chen, classmate. Chen Yuxing looked up from her phone in confusion. It's nothing. Chu Mingzhi sat back down. Still timid, he had rehearsed what to say during the whole meal, but didn't dare to speak up. Su Bai watched beside him, wanting to laugh. Not a buddy, just pulling air here. Come on, show off your swagger as a local. Yuxia, Su Bai, your roommate, is so strange. Subtle big white goose, not too bad, just those two are weird. Wang Haoran is quite normal. Yuxia, who is Wang Haoran? Subtle big white goose, the one who plays mobile games. Yuxia, does he really like mobile games? Subtle big white goose, I let him play my account, and in return, he helps me with gaming. Yuxia, oh, your account must have cost a lot, right? Subtle big white goose, I spent over 50,000 on this card pool. Yuxia, so are you going to spend another 50,000 next time? Yuxia, cat surprised. Yuxia, I can't understand you rich people. Chen Yuxing gave Su Bai a meaningful glance. After much deliberation, she finally mustered the courage to send a message on her phone. Yuxia, to be honest, I really need money recently. Yuxia, so please don't hold back. Use me freely. Yuxia retracted a message. Actually, once something is sent and seen by the other party, retracting it becomes meaningless. Instead, it only increases the embarrassment. Chen Yuxing's beautiful pitch-black eyes darted around, and her elegant neck, reminiscent of a swan, was now flushed. It seemed her neck was quite sensitive. Kissing there during intimate moments would surely be particularly effective. This terrible thought inexplicably popped into Su Bai's head. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit flushed. Oh, such a terrible thought. You really are terrible. Despite the awkwardness, Su Bai still grasped Chen Yuxing's intention. After all, she was another version of myself. Chen Yuxing was a girl with a strong sense of pride. However, she truly lacked money, so she hoped Su Bai would frequently use her gaming companionship services, allowing her to earn a bit more on top of the 12,000. It's truly touching. In an era where beautiful girls ask for red envelopes, and will even expose you on social media if you send too little, Chen Yuxing's approach of equivalent exchange is a breath of fresh air. Well, then I'll play with her more tomorrow. After all, the semester has just started for less than 2 weeks, and there aren't many things to do. Any extra spending on companionship will also be refunded. This is not a loss. A night passed without incident, and the next day. At 7:30, Su Bai's alarm rang on time and was turned off by him in less than 2 seconds. Then he quietly got out of bed, washed up, picked up the backpack he had prepared the night before, and left for class. He didn't wake any of his roommates during the entire process. Unfortunately, the 3 roommates were not taught by the same C teacher as Su Bai. In other words, Su Bai had been too slow to grab a spot in class and ended up in the course taught by the strict teacher. This is the difference between university life and high school. Even if the entire dorm is in the same class, the class schedules can differ. Some dorms mix different grades and majors, resulting in significant differences in routines. For example, the famous Goddess dormitory, where 4 girls consist of 2 freshmen, 1 sophomore, and 1 senior, each from different majors. The diversity index is at its peak. Su Bai was still quite decent. He woke up early for class without disturbing his roommates. No, this isn't indulgent enough. I should rent a house off campus. As he walked to the classroom, Su Bai pondered this thought. Jiangxing University's computer science department generally does not allow freshmen to rent houses off campus. But as everyone knows, generally not allowed. Just need to have a chat with the counselor. Director Xia is very easy. Of course, during the day, Su Bai would still return to the dorm to hang out. Whether it's second game Immortal Wang Haoran or Shanghai Master vs. Locals both are rare fun that he cannot miss. When he needed to be carefree outside of school, he would go to the place to rent a house. The priority is to do as one pleases. Subai currently has no rental experience and plans to investigate a bit first or ask someone experienced. In class, nothing happened. After class, Subai booked a ride and headed straight to the Benz 4S store. As soon as he got out of the car, he recognized Manager Gua, who had sent him a WeChat last night. Dressed in a suit impeccably groomed with a slick-back hairstyle, he looked like someone who could sell cars. "Hello, Manager Gua, I'm Subai, here to pick up my car." "Mr. Su, hello." Manager Gua greeted warmly with a handshake, his eyes flashing with surprise. Not only was he young, but he was also tall and handsome with a very sunny disposition. If there were a pure-blooded breed for the handsome rich, this guy would definitely be a pure-blood. As for his worn-out canvas bag from Taobao, Manager Gua completely ignored it. A freshman who can afford a GLE doesn't need expensive attire to prove himself. Perhaps he just prefers to keep a low profile, or maybe it's his parents' request. Upon entering the elegantly decorated 4S store, a graceful female salesperson immediately approached him. However, her opening line caught Subai off guard. "Junior, I didn't expect to see you here for the second time." Zhou Jialu approached Subai, her smile warm. The flirtatious distance was enough for Subai to take in the ample curves of her figure and the perfectly balanced scent of her perfume mixed with a hint of feminine hormones, instantly making him a bit dizzy. Even though Subai was not easily flustered by women, for a moment his gaze drifted. She was indeed a seductive enchantress. "Do we know each other?" Subai examined her, puzzled. She looked very familiar, but he just couldn't recall who she was. "During the freshman orientation, I handed you a flyer, yet you don't remember me. How unfair, haha, I have. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Jialu, a senior in the marketing department graduating next year. I'm Subai, a freshman in the computer science department." During the handshake, Subai felt her soft touch and the subtle, tantalizing sensation from her fingers brushing against his palm. What a classic flirt. When Manager Gua mentioned a beautiful salesperson yesterday, Subai had prepared himself mentally. He just didn't expect her to be a senior from the same school. Curious, Subai summoned the system to check Zhou Jialu's information. Name: Zhou Jialu, age 22, figure 165 centimeters, ID number of relationships 0, first kiss alive, first love alive. Subai's mind was filled with question marks. Wait, girl, the legendary pure and clean female salesperson really exists. Manager Gua explained Xiao Zhou is currently our store's top performer and is also responsible for new media promotion. The short videos featuring her as a model have received a great response on Douyin. Her personal account also has quite a number of followers, not comparable to major influencers, but she's at least a minor internet celebrity. Upon this reminder, Subai recalled, "Senior, you are the one from the account Lu Can't Wake Up." "Oh, does it mean that Junior is my old fan? Of course, I've been following you since high school." No wonder she looked familiar, but he didn't recognize her immediately. Subai suddenly realized. After all, when he encountered a beautiful girl in real life, he often did not first associate her with being an internet celebrity. In fact, she couldn't even be considered an internet celebrity. The account Lu Can't Wake Up didn't have much popularity. She neither promoted products nor performed entertaining skits, and her edgy content was quite limited. She simply shared her life. But this particular blogger's looks and figure were especially to Subai's taste. She could be considered one of the first beauties he followed on Douyin. It's a bit hard to maintain composure. Zhou Jialu's videos accompanied Subai through countless lonely nights during his challenging high school years. Ahem, it's human nature. At this moment, standing in front of the real deal, Subai felt a bit shy, but thankfully he had a good mental quality and didn't show it. His exterior remained relaxed and calm. Manager Gua smiled and said, "This proves that you two are fated. Since that's the case, let Xiao Zhou be in charge of Mr. Su's vehicle delivery process." I promised to complete the task. The car delivery process was actually very simple, as it had already been tuned by professional engineers. Subai checked everything and took a test drive. The luxurious brown interior was calm and dignified. Perhaps a reckless young man might find it hard to handle, but Subai's temperament was sunny and gentle. As he sat in the driver's seat and drove steadily, the charm he exuded made Zhou Jialu in the passenger seat's eyes sparkle. "Is Junior from Jiangqing?" "No, I'm from Engshi. Still within the province, not far at all. If you encounter any difficulties at school in the future, you can always ask Senior. I may not be good at much, but I know quite a bit about various life hacks." "Thanks, Senior." "Oh, it's nothing." Subai tilted his head and glanced. At this moment, Zhou Jialu merely leaned slightly towards Subai, her legs encased in sheer stockings together with no special actions. However, due to her ample assets, simply fastening her seatbelt according to regulations created an extremely blood-pumping visual effect. "What are you looking at, you little brat?" "Senior, your figure is really great. You look even better in real life than in the videos. If you say that, it seems like you've done quite a bit of research on my short videos." "Indeed, I've watched those dance videos many times." "Honestly, have you done any bad things while watching my videos?" Zhou Jialu extended a finger and poked Su Bai's cheek. Just as he was ready to face the boy's awkwardness, Su Bai unexpectedly admitted candidly, "Of course, I've done it many times, I can't even count them. Now my health has deteriorated. Senior, you have to take responsibility for this." At that moment, while waiting for a red light, Su Bai stared at Zhou Jialu. His sincere and eager gaze combined with his handsome face made Zhou Jialu's cheeks flush. This junior, why is he not playing by the rules? Ding. You calmly admit your mistakes in response to the senior's teasing. It's only human. Who hasn't made a cash reward 100,000 yuan. Special reward triggered Sigma Aura. The Sigma Aura, when faced with the temptations of women, your mindset is as steady as a rock, allowing you to easily control yourself. Conversely, women who attempt to disturb your Dao heart will find it easier to have their emotions stirred by you. Not bad. Su Bai secretly nodded. Brother Tongzi truly understands him. Su Bai has always disliked being led around by women, and this Sigma Aura perfectly aligns with his character. However, he wondered how the aura's other special effect would work on Senior Zhou. Zhou Jialu playfully hit Su Bai's arm and said, "Hey, that's annoying. How can one say such things in front of a girl? Only a generous person like me could do that otherwise. Otherwise, what would Zai Hongshu expose me? That might not be the case, right? How could a girl possibly want to expose someone as handsome as me?" Su Bai, with a look of righteous confidence, said, "Don't worry, Senior. I know how to joke around, and generally girls are very forgiving towards me. Junior, has anyone told you that you are quite narcissistic? I don't need anyone to tell me. I've always known I'm very Ha ha ha, you little rascal." Interesting. Before meeting Su Bai, Zhou Jialu had guessed he was the type of pure and innocent boy. But after their initial interactions, it was clear that he was far from it. With unwavering composure, he spoke gracefully, and coupled with his strong financial prowess, Zhou Jialu felt that this junior was extraordinary. And when Su Bai looked at her, Zhou Jialu's heart stirred in a rare ripple. How could this be? She had never encountered a man who could make her heart race. It was usually her heart that was calm, captivating the men around her. She enjoyed this process. Some in her circle said she was a flirt, but Zhou Jialu did not agree. She neither took advantage of men nor behaved promiscuously, so why was she labeled as cheap? She simply loved to flirt. Being single, flirting is not a crime. However, flirting with ordinary men is dull. But Su Bai surprised her. "This junior of mine makes me quite happy. He's only in his first year and already drives an 8,000 yuan car, handsome and with an interesting personality. He's not just an ordinary junior. I must make a strong impression." Her intuition told her that Su Bai felt no emotional turbulence towards her. Although he admitted to making mistakes regarding a video of the senior, Zhou Jialu felt that was merely a charming lie. Who knew what the actual situation was? "Senior, could you introduce me to this car? I'm not very knowledgeable about it." "No problem, I'm very familiar with this." Zhou Jialu readily agreed and began to introduce the features of the Mercedes-Benz GLE 4WD top configuration, as well as some precautions for regular use. She explained it clearly in an easy-to-understand and organized manner. Most impressively, she completely avoided mixing in any strange maintenance package sales pitches. It seemed that this senior could become a star saleswoman at this dealership, not just relying on her looks and figure, but also her professional competence. Thinking about it, the system scanned and found that Zhou Jialu had retained her first kiss and innocence, which meant she had never slept with any clients. Of course, if given the chance, Su Bai wouldn't mind being the first customer to achieve this milestone. He truly had made an error regarding the Lu Can't Wake Up video. Su Bai's approach was one of sincerity. The biggest feature of this car is that while the vehicle size is not cumbersome, it maximizes internal space, allowing for ample interaction space if you date a girlfriend in the future. At this point, Zhou Jialu paused, casting a suggestive glance at Su Bai, her eyes sparkling. Su Bai asked, for example, what kind of interaction? Zhou Jialu smiled silently, kicking off her high heels. "Junior, you see, this car has an electronic gear shift design, which means there's no traditional gear lever on the center console, saving space and facilitating all sorts of interesting interactions." Su Bai looked down for a moment. Unlike those who obsessively pursued slender legs, Zhou Jialu's legs could be described as ample and well-proportioned. The car's sound insulation was excellent and in the tranquil space. Zhou Jialu's heart raced. Truly, it was her first time being so bold with a man. Su Bai's charm had her enthralled, making Zhou Jialu eagerly want to see her junior's shy demeanor. However, when she actually placed her legs up, her inner tension was even stronger than during the college entrance exam. Zhou Jialu anticipated Su Bai blushing brightly. The reality, however, was quite the opposite. Su Bai remained unfazed and instead asked, "Junior, you senior?" Su Bai looked at her with a hint of a smile. "I learned manual driving at the driving school, so I'm used to the gear shift. Since this car doesn't have one, let the senior fill the gap." Su Bai's big hand. The strength of this junior is impressive. Her alluring face revealed panic and shyness. She intended to stir the junior's heartstrings, but didn't expect to be countered. "Senior, don't move around, the red light is about to change." If you distract me while I'm driving, it won't be good. You rascal, clearly it's you. Safety first, senior, be good. Seeing Su-bai insistently holding on, Zhou Jielu realized she couldn't escape and had no choice but to comply. Thus, Su-bai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. Luxury car lottery ticket accompanied by expert driving skills, which corresponds to the level of an experienced driver who has driven for 10 years. So he was no longer the novice who had just obtained his license during the summer vacation. Ding. The host seizes the opportunity to appreciate the beauty of the human body curve cash reward to 0 yuan. While handling the senior, he drove around the vicinity of the dealership, deliberately taking a few extra loops. At first, Zhou Jielu managed to maintain her composure, but as time passed, this annoying junior made her feel so. Senior, your reaction is quite intense. You've been shaking. Could it be that you've never been touched by a man before? Su-bai teased. Haha, how could that be? I have plenty of experience. I'm just not in the right state today. I'm not in the right state. Still pretending. Su-bai found Zhou Jielu quite adorable. While other girls would do anything to disguise themselves as pure and innocent, she, in an attempt to appear mature in front of Su-bai, stubbornly claimed to be experienced. Clearly a pure and innocent girl. Alright, I won't joke anymore. Senior, please sit properly. We're almost back at the dealership. The GLE parked in front of the 4S dealership. The technician responsible for inspections was already waiting there, warmly welcoming them and inquiring if Su-bai encountered any issues during the test drive. No problem, we can sign the contract now. Zhou Jielu went to the restroom. The strange atmosphere combined with the fact that she had just taken a test drive with Su-bai made the dealership staff gossip. Could it be that Zhou Jielu, who never does anything with clients, has been captured by this young man? It's quite normal, young, handsome, and wealthy. He is the prince of many salespeople's dreams. When Zhou Jielu returned, Su-bai invited her. Senior, are you free for lunch? Would you honor me with your presence? Originally, Zhou Jielu was frustrated after being seen through by her junior, filled with resentment. Suddenly, she received an invitation from Su-bai to have lunch together, and her mood took a turn. Little guy acting like a modern-day Liu Xianghui, suddenly inviting me to lunch again. Doesn't he have feelings for me? At noon, huh? I need to check with the manager. Zhou Jielu hesitated for a moment, pretending to ask Manager Gua, and of course the reply was a yes. For a quality client who could afford a car worth nearly $1 million, it was normal to accompany him for a meal. Moreover, Su-bai was so young, likely to have potential future car buying needs. Such clients must be well-maintained. Not to mention they were still in a senior-junior relationship. Looking at Zhou Jielu's exuberant expression, it seemed she had taken a liking to her junior. Manager Gua saw through it, but said nothing and approved Zhou Jielu to leave work early. It was a favor for adulthood. Su-bai took her to the vehicle management office first to register a license plate along the way. Some 4S shops charge an additional registration fee, which is quite a ripoff. This shop didn't seem to have that problem. They could handle it for Su-bai only charging the official service fee without any extra costs. Su-bai chose to go himself mainly because he had never been to the vehicle management office before and wanted to see the hustle. During the process, Su-bai chatted with Zhou Jielu about some interesting stories from school and the 4S shop without any ambiguous moments arising. They both tacitly pretended that what happened during the test drive had never occurred. In fact, Su-bai didn't mind if Zhou Jielu wanted to continue with the flirtation. After all, she was a charming and sexy beauty, the real deal. It would be quite enjoyable. However, it was clear that the senior didn't want that, as she was afraid of showing weakness. Su-bai noticed that Zhou Jielu seemed very concerned about her vixen persona, insisting on maintaining an attitude of an experienced older sister in front of him. Indeed, she was quite aloof. It was hard to tell what this aloofness was meant to convey. Never mind, everyone has their aspirations, and each person has unique interests, so Su-bai respected the senior's preferences. They drove to the IKC Plaza not far from the 4S shop. This was one of the top luxury business districts in Jiangxing, home to many international luxury brands and several high-end dining establishments. Have you been here before, senior? A few times, but not many. The food here is quite expensive, not something an intern like me can afford. Aren't you a star salesperson? That's still an intern contract, commissions are low, just a pure hustle. So I'm just looking forward to graduating and getting a full-time position. Senior, recommend a place, don't worry about the price. Oh, just pick something you think is delicious. Oh, since you've said that, I won't hold back, will I? Zhou Jielu chose a Japanese buffet and opened the page on her phone to show Su-bai. Are you okay with Sure, I eat anything, I have a good appetite. It shows, how could you grow so tall if you had a poor appetite? Zhou Jielu took the opportunity to pinch Su-bai's arm. Su-bai remained unresponsive. It seemed this junior truly wasn't like the typical male college student. He probably had already charmed a number of girls. Zhou Jielu thought about various things and led the way to this high-end Japanese buffet. She had only been here once during a company team-building event, and they had eaten at a price level of $300 per person, featuring fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp, and various Japanese snacks. The taste was good, and the key was that it was exquisite. The photos taken looked especially beautiful, perfectly aligning with many girls' aesthetics. In the private room, Su-bai briefly flipped through the menu and said to the waiter, "They'll take this $112.99 per person. Are you sure you want the highest tier package?" "Yes." Zhou Jielu quickly added, "Oh, there's no need to eat something so expensive. The $299 per person option is already quite generous." The $299 package was the lowest tier for this buffet. Next up were the $599 and $899 packages, which included some expensive ingredients and gourmet dishes like New Zealand lobster, fresh sea urchin, and foie gras. As for the most expensive $12.99, it offered unlimited access to French oyster, sashimi, bluefin tuna, black gold abalone, giant conch, M9 wagyu, and other top-tier ingredients. It all looked impressive, and Su-bai had never tried any of it, so he wanted to give it a shot. After all, the Indulgence system would reimburse him. Facing the senior's advice, Su-bai replied, "It's fine, senior. I already said I'm treating you. Of course I'll treat you to something good. Don't worry, this level is no pressure for me." The nearby waiter glanced at the Uniqlo t-shirt Su-bai was wearing, finding it hard to hold back a laugh. Was this college student scraping together his living expenses for months just to afford this meal? However, Zhou Jielu understood very well that Su-bai wasn't showing off. Spending over $1,000 per person truly wasn't a big deal for him. The GLE is considered a good car for young people, and he had even bought the top configuration. When choosing a car, the configuration can largely reflect the buyer's cash flow scale. After all, some comfort features aren't visible from the outside, and the effect of showing off isn't obvious. Many people dislike having to pay for them. Often, even if the smallest badge is scratched off, changing the paint or adding a film can make it hard to differentiate between low and high configurations in terms of core performance. Therefore, those who are purely ostentatious tend to buy lower configurations of high-end products. Only those who truly do not lack money will mindlessly go for the top configurations. For instance, Su-bai's GLE could be had for about $500,000 if he was willing to settle for the base model. Yet he not only bought the top trim, but also appeared nonchalant and carefree when inspecting the car. Often the attitude during consumption reflects hidden information more than the specific price itself. Other details also reveal Su-bai's considerable strength. For example, he had the latest iPhone, also at the highest configuration. Previously, when he placed the contract in the 4S shop, an Apple notebook peeked out of his backpack. Zhou Jielu casually asked, and found out it cost $50,000. Could an ordinary boy from a regular family spend $50,000 on a computer not even suitable for gaming, drive an 880 car, and eat without flinching at $1,000 per person? Speaking of which, during the new student orientation, why hadn't Zhou Jielu heard of such a rich catch from the computer science department? Maybe he was just low-key in school. Suddenly, Zhou Jielu felt less resentment about being bullied by Su-bai. A true rich kid should have a mindset more stable than that of ordinary men. Such a quality junior was definitely worth Zhou Jielu's effort to seduce. "Junior, I haven't done much for you. You're suddenly treating me to such an expensive meal, and I feel a bit guilty." The Japanese restaurant had authentic Japanese decor, with tatami mats on the floor, and customers had to take off their shoes to enter. At this moment, under the soft and warm lights of the private room, this senior was truly unstoppable, seizing the moment before the dishes arrived to flirt, being both playful and skillful. Su-bai lowered his head and stared for a while before murmuring, "Is the senior like this with other clients too?" "No, only with you." "Is that true?" "Believe it or not, hee. I believe in you, senior." Su-bai gazed intently at Zhou Jielu, a teasing smile curving his lips. Suddenly, Zhou Jielu trembled all over, instinctively recoiling, her face flustered. Although Su-bai didn't explicitly say it, Zhou Jielu understood what he was implying. "I was maddening. How could this junior's gaze be so piercing? Why did the whole world think she Zhou Jielu was?" Yet only Su-bai saw through her innocent essence. Ironically, Su-bai was also the one Zhou Jielu particularly wanted to flirt with, even going so far as to create physical contact. A subtle sentiment was spreading. Soon the dishes began to be served. A massive sashimi platter, visually stunning, was presented. Fresh sea urchins were neatly arranged, accompanied by caviar, which looked incredibly appetizing. As for the expensive conch, it was sliced and prepared using a method akin to hot pot. The chef wheeled in a pot boiling the broth and sliced the conch in front of the customers, briefly dipping it in the broth to achieve just the right level of doneness, maximizing its sweet and fresh flavor. The emptied conch shell was retained, a giant one the size of a basketball, placed on the plate with dry ice underneath, creating a misty visual effect. Zhou Jielu was busy taking photos. This scene was a rare sight for her. Su-bai, however, was too lazy to take pictures, sipping on matsutake soup, served in an exquisite small teapot, adding a squeeze of lemon before drinking, which tasted fantastic and refreshing. When eating at a Japanese buffet, refreshing one's palate is essential. As for Su-bai, what intrigued him most about this restaurant was the variety of seafood sashimi and the high-quality grilled beef and lamb. For Zhou Jielu, however, the ingredients themselves were not the priority. She was more focused on editing photos for her social media. "Senior, do you always post such exquisite content on your social media?" Of course, I prefer to present a refined side of myself. Who doesn't want to showcase their glamorous side on social media? Zhou Jielu sighed. After all, most people take a long time to encounter a commendable occasion, while for you, Junior, it's merely an everyday occurrence. That's not entirely true. Eating like this every day might raise my cholesterol levels. No worries, we're still young. As long as we exercise more, it won't be a problem. How about I help you work out to burn off the extra calories? Zhou Jielu blinked. Su Bai helplessly remarked, Senior, I find it seems you have a short memory. Weren't you just saying in the car that your legs weren't itchy enough? With that, he pretended to grab Zhou Jialu's leg. She quickly begged for mercy. No, we're eating. We can't mess around. While eating, it will affect digestion. After playing around for a while, Zhou Jielu finally got the photos ready for her social media. In a standard 9-square grid format, shortly after posting, many comments started pouring in. Wow, such a large conch, it must be very expensive. Is this background from that Japanese restaurant at IKC Square? I'm so envious eating so well for lunch on a weekday. While I am just gnawing on steamed buns in the cafeteria, tears of frustration at the corners of my mouth. How did you order the highest set meal? It doesn't seem worth it at all. Another client dinner. Senior, ever since you started in sales, it's been a different world for you, living in luxury every day. Zhou Jielu replied to each one. Some comments were obviously looking for trouble, which she chose to ignore, or replied with a sarcastic smile. Zhou Jielu had long been accustomed to negative reviews or verbal attacks. This had been the case since her, after all, back then her figure was already quite impressive. She did not shrink back due to gossip. Instead, she dressed herself beautifully. Let them spread rumors, and no matter how much they slander, there will always be a bunch of men who admire me. At this moment, her roommate Lu Yuanyuan also commented on Zhou Jialu's social media. Wow, Sister Lu, you look so stylish today. Did you land a big deal? Zhou Jielu smiled slightly, choosing not to interact further on social media, and instead opted for a private chat with Lu Yuanyuan. In their dormitory, two beautiful freshmen had only joined a month ago. Before that, it was just Zhou Jielu and Lu Yuanyuan living together. Now that they had formed a mixed dormitory, Zhou Jielu and Lu Yuanyuan were relatively closer, sharing the little things worth complaining about through private messages rather than in their dorm group. It wasn't that the two new girls had issues, they were quite nice. It just took a while to get familiar with each other. AAA Academy District, Miss Zhou. In a Benz, I managed to flirt with a particularly handsome younger guy, and he treated me to a buffet costing over 1,000. Yuanyuan, he treated you. Don't you usually split the bill with clients? AAA Academy District, Miss Zhou. In a Benz, this one is different. He is extraordinarily wealthy. AAA Academy District, Miss Zhou. In a Benz, to be honest, I'm quite tempted. Yuanyuan, Sister Lu is finally ready to jump into the game. So exciting, which lucky guy gets to taste Sister Lu's charm? AAA Academy District, Miss Zhou. In a Benz. Not that I am ready to jump in, but who knows if he has any interest in me. To be honest, Zhou Jielu was certain that she had a strong liking for Su Bai, whether it was a physical attraction or a rational consideration based on economic strength. A truly wise woman should maintain her virtue and decisively take action when encountering her destined. The key point is she seemed to be at a lower level than Su Bai. When someone pinched her calf, her whole body felt weak, and she even had to go to the restroom to clean up. Zhou Jielu was surprised at how sensitive she was. In contrast, Su Bai seemed completely unaffected by her charm since their first meeting. Oh, well, take it slow. One must think positively. Perhaps Su Bai is just getting to know her. Who knows, once they become familiar, he might just be drawn to her. There is plenty of time ahead. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria at Jiangxing University, Lu Yuanyuan looked at the messages sent by her roommate, feeling a mix of emotions. Zhou Jialu's requirements for a boyfriend were known to her. She liked someone younger who also had money and preferably looked handsome. To be honest, it is indeed quite difficult to find someone who meets all those criteria, as those who do are highly sought after and not lacking in female attention. Yet she truly found such a person. Lu Yuanyuan felt a mix of happiness for her, a hint of jealousy, and a profound sense of unspoken melancholy. She too wanted to enjoy a buffet costing over 1,000, but Xue Tao was only willing to take her to a place that cost 300. He always boasted about how great it was to be a local, but once in a relationship she realized he wasn't as financially capable as he claimed. Forget it, at least Xue Tao's conditions are considered quite good in their circle, and he is willing to spend money on her. Nowadays, even the stingiest average guy complains about spending on a cup of milk tea. Nevertheless, after starting a relationship with Xue Tao, Lu Yuanyuan achieved freedom in getting milk tea. Moreover, Xue Tao would continue to spend money on her. As long as she kept him interested, she would keep reaping benefits. In contrast, who knows if Zhou Jialu's so-called wealthy younger guy is just looking to play with her. At this moment at the cafeteria table, Xue Tao was sitting next to Lu Yuanyuan, passionately sharing car knowledge mainly about his Magotan. After all, young and promising, driving a Magotan is one of Xue Tao's main character traits. Starting off with the mechanical quality of German manufacturing and then switching to nowadays domestic cars cut corners. Lu Yuanyuan's head was buzzing from listening. She impatiently interrupted Shui Tao, let's go out this weekend and eat Japanese food. Japanese food. Japanese food is just flashy, all show and no substance. How about we go for local chicken instead? Shui Tao's smile seemed a bit forced. His budget was tight lately, and the cost of Japanese food could easily exceed a few hundred, which was simply unaffordable. My roommate just want to eat a look at this, it looks delicious. Oh. Shui Tao glanced at the photo and started to damn, this meal costs at least 1,000 per person. We're not sisters, can't we have some common sense? What kind of angelic looks do your 3 roommates have? Are you really comparing yourself with them? That's enough. However, Lu Yuanyuan was relentless. Shui Tao had no choice but to dig deep for excuses to deflect. This cafeteria lunch, like yesterday, was also a chance encounter between the 2 dormitories. Wang Haoren was still focusing on his game, completely cut off from the world. He chuckled. By GE's 65 main character is really sweet. I can play Abyss even without hands. Chu Mingzhi was in self-reflection. Chen Yuxing sat alone in a corner, her expression blank, exuding a faint sense of sorrow. She was wondering why Su Bai hadn't replied to her messages. Since the first class in the morning, Chen Yuxing had been messaging Su Bai. Memes, interesting videos, the latest gaming news. Yet Su Bai did not reply at all, and she had no idea what he was busy with. Then Chen Yuxing suddenly realized that she had sent a lot of messages in private chat. Did it seem quite abnormal? She hesitated to send more. However, she still wanted to chat with Su Bai. It felt like a very relaxing and stress-relieving thing. Although he was her gaming companion employer, it was strange. Chen Yuxing had never experienced this feeling before while working. By lunchtime, Su Bai still hadn't responded. In fact, there were Su Bai's roommates at the dining table, and Chen Yuxing could have asked them what Su Bai was up to. But she was socially anxious. Indeed, often it was simply social anxiety rather than the deliberate aloofness that many girls speculated about her. After much inner turmoil, Chen Yuxing suddenly had a brainwave. Since she couldn't figure it out herself and didn't dare to ask Su Bai's roommates, why not ask the invincible AI? As a genius girl from the computer science department, Chen Yuxing was quite familiar with the concept of AI models. Many small problems encountered in life could be solved with detailed information from AI. So Chen Yuxing opened a popular AI question-and-answer website. She typed in the command, I am a gaming companion and have feelings for a certain gaming partner. He hasn't contacted me all morning. What could be the reasons? After waiting for a dozen seconds, answers began to scroll on the screen. The other party has not contacted you all morning. There could be various reasons. Here are some common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective reasons, sudden busyness, technical issues. When she saw one of the points, her heart suddenly tightened. Difference in relationship positioning. He may regard you merely as an ordinary gaming partner and hasn't realized your feelings, hence, he doesn't have the habit of maintaining frequent contact. Also, that's it. In Su Bai's eyes, chatting might not be that important. It was just something Chen Yuxing enjoyed. In short, this was just a business transaction. Su Bai had also said that he had no other intentions. He just wanted to buy emotional value from Chen Yuxing, referring to gaming companionship. This was actually a very normal situation. In other gaming transactions, Chen Yuxing would greatly appreciate such a clear boundary. One thing is one thing, it do not make it unclear. But why did she feel so disappointed? She actually hoped to become friends with Su Bai. She wanted the relationship to be ambiguous. Despite the significant gap in their objective conditions, the distance between their souls felt very close. What exactly did Su Bai think of her? Clearly they had such a great time chatting in the cafe yesterday, and after returning to the dormitory. With her mind spiraling, Chen Yuxing radiated a strong aura of melancholy. Her roommate Lu Yuanyuan glanced at her strangely, but thought nothing of it, wondering if she was reading a novel. She remembered that this aloof freshman sometimes read novels. It was quite normal to get immersed in a story these days, whether it was about a CEO's tragic love or a domineering prince falling in love. Lu Yuanyuan occasionally read such things too. Wang Haoren said nothing and just focused on gaming. Only Chu Mingzhi paid special attention to Chen Yuxing's unusual state and engaged in extensive speculation. As the meal concluded and the 3 of them from 510 returned to the dorm, Chu Mingzhi suddenly said, without a word, guys, has anyone noticed that Chen Yuxing is acting strangely today? I didn't notice. What's strange about her? Wang Haoren replied casually while charging his phone. I'm not sure, but based on my years of studying romantic psychology, Chen Yuxing is likely feeling neglected by someone she particularly cares about. Wang Haoren. Shui Tao was astonished. Wait, did your high school in Shanghai teach romantic psychology? Chu Mingzhi shook his head. Not at all. I learned it in my spare time. Wang Haoren, who hailed from a province renowned for its grueling exams, was also shocked. Wait, does your high school even have spare time? And do you have the energy to study extra knowledge? Damn it, that's not the point. Chu Mingzhi waved his hand, his face filled with annoyance and pain. The point is, who is that person? It must be her boyfriend. Oh, she must be having a quarrel with him, Shui Tao speculated. No. Chu Mingzhi covered his face. Impossible, it's impossible. How could a pure and flawless goddess like Qin Yuxing possibly date a man? In Greek mythology, goddesses not only date, but also have children. What's so strange about that? I've said it before, don't hold the goddess dormitory in such high regard. Qin Yuxing is also human, and it's quite normal for her to have emotional needs and fall in love. Local people are reasonable, Wang Haoran echoed, and it was rare for Xue Tao to say something sensible. However, it was clear that Chu Mingzhi could not accept this answer at all. He grabbed a copy of Complete Guide to Romantic Psychology English version and ran to his bed, drawing the curtains to read secretly. This child is obsessed. Sai having high aspirations but low abilities is like this. It's better to chase a suitable partner within one's capabilities. Haha, I'll be taking Yuan out to play again this weekend. Oh, will I be able to hold her hand this time? Xue Tao noticed that Chu Mingzhi was acting foolishly, and his previous annoyance caused by insufficient budget for Japanese cuisine seemed to diminish a bit. In a high-end Japanese restaurant at IKC Square, Su Bai was enjoying his meal. It must be said that the taste of this high-end seafood sashimi was exceptional. That unique fresh sweetness was certainly incomparable to cheap ingredients. Moreover, it was highly nutritious and beneficial for health, making it a suitable staple food for fitness athletes. Of course, the cost might be an issue, but Su Bai didn't need to worry about cost at all. Taking advantage of the time when Senior Zhou Jielu went to the restroom, Su Bai played with his phone and finally saw the string of messages sent by Qin Yuxing in the morning. Oh, he had a tight schedule in the morning and didn't have time to check his phone. Well, actually, he had looked a few times, but at that moment Qin Yuxing's messages were overshadowed by other notifications. It's human nature. Although he had a good rapport with Qin Yuxing yesterday, Su Bai was not the type to have his mind filled with thoughts of a beautiful girl after chatting. He was always relatively indifferent by nature. Everything was based on the principle of going with the flow and leaving things to fate. Supaida bai, scratching head. Supaida bai, I was busy this morning. Just sent it, and Qin Yuxing almost replied in seconds. Yuxia, what were you busy with? Yuxi deleted a message. Supaida bai, I picked up a car. Yuxia, cat scared. Yuxia, it must be an expensive car, right? Supaida bai, not bad, over 800. Yuxia, as expected. Supaida bai, I'll look at what you sent when I have time. Yuxia, no rush, it's not anything serious. Yuxia, Supaida bai, yes, probably in the afternoon or evening, I'll notify you in advance then. Yuxia, okay. Yo Junior, who are you chatting with so passionately? Senior Zhou Jielu asked as she returned from the restroom and saw Su Bai typing on his phone. A roommate. Looks like you have good relationships in the dormitory. That's not easy. What's not easy? Dormitory relationships aren't international relations. It can't be that complicated. Not necessarily. Especially someone like you with such good conditions, there will always be jealousy. Let them be jealous. They can be jealous, and I'll do my own thing. We can each go our own way. But what if someone does something harmful to you behind your back? Zhou Jialu's beautiful eyes shimmered, as if she was lost in some unpleasant memories. Su Bai nonchalantly replied, then I'd find a way to retaliate. I'm not the kind of person who is magnanimous. That makes sense, after all you have the means. Zhou Jielu nodded slightly, her gaze on him growing increasingly infatuated. Even Su Bai's personality suited her taste quite well. Oh dear, how could she make the junior shy? However, Su Bai was not that complicated, as seeing that both of them had almost finished eating, he asked seriously, Senior, are you familiar with the rental market? Renting a house. Yes, it's a bit inconvenient in the dormitory, so I plan to rent a place near the school. I understand, Zhou Jielu said. The overall management of Jiangxing University is relatively lenient and many students rent houses. As a senior, she is quite familiar with this situation. I'm now in my senior year, and about half of my classmates are renting houses off campus. After all, they have internships and some job locations are quite far, or even in other cities, so renting is much more convenient. Of course, there are also those renting in the campus family quarters, typically for the purpose of preparing for graduate school. I see. Junior, let me ask you this first. The renting you mentioned, it means the same as what most people think of. Zhou Jielu thought that since the junior was so wealthy, his needs for renting would surely be higher than the average person. Ordinary students rent for peace and freedom. Apart from that, they don't really care much about the decoration space or living conditions. Or even if they do care, they don't have the budget to be picky. But Su Bai is different. He's immensely wealthy. There is indeed a bit of a difference, Su Bai admitted frankly. My requirement is to live in the best possible house, preferably with someone to manage it, so I don't have to tidy up too much myself. Renting a show apartment or something close to a bare shell condition and then decorating it myself is too much trouble. If he really had to decorate it himself, Su Bai would prefer to wait until he had accumulated tens of millions before directly buying a mansion and then take his time to fuss over it. For now, he just wants to rent a nice apartment, and the rent can even be returned. After all, indulgence means, Zhou Jielu said, then you can just stay in a hotel. Hotel rooms can be rented monthly, and there are discounts. Usually you can negotiate down to 80 or even 70 depending on the hotel's brand and location, which can vary a bit. Hotels, huh? That's not bad, Su Bai mused deep in thought. He had seen some news online that many suddenly wealthy people prefer to stay in five-star hotels. Subai had never experienced it before, but felt it was worth a try. He decided to book a room for a few days, stay a few nights, and see how it felt. He opened Mate 1 on his phone and searched for luxury hotels near the school. After browsing, he found JW Marriott looked quite nice. Sorting the room types by price, Subai scrolled to the bottom to see the most expensive ones. An executive suite with a river view. A spacious 94 square meters complete with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, all very grand. It also includes access to the hotel pool, gym, and executive lounge. At 1,678 yuan per night, it was currently the off-season for tourism and prices would rise during the National Day holiday. This price already exceeds the monthly living expenses of a large portion of students. However, Subai placed the order directly booking for a week. The reason for a week is that any more would not trigger the indulgence cashback. According to the system's judgment of Subai, a maximum booking of 1 week was allowed. However, Subai placed the order directly booking for a week. The reason for a week is that any more would not trigger the indulgence cashback. Detected that the host booked a luxury hotel indulging in consumption of 11746 yuan, triggering 10 times cashback, reward 117460 yuan. Subai paid in front of the senior sister, doing so generously without hiding anything. Zhou Jialu felt her heart race. Just now the junior said he wanted to stay in a hotel first to try it out before deciding whether to rent long-term. In other words, was he planning to stay long-term in the executive suite with a river view? This is too extravagant. Even at the off-season price, negotiating a 30% discount would still amount to around 3500 yuan a month. Zhou Jialu, with her keen mind, quickly calculated the approximate figure. Her breathing became rapid. This really was spending money like water, simply the perfect boyfriend of her dreams. Many so-called rich second generation, who claim their family assets are in the hundreds of millions, don't spend money so ruthlessly. After all, they are students and parents often don't give them too much money. Not to mention that the economic situation has been somewhat sluggish these past 2 years. Many rich guys' budgets have been, take renting as an example, spending several thousand a month to rent a decent 3-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters near the school is already top tier among the student community, and there are girls who love to enjoy life living there. But Subai's budget was several times more. There is a certain beauty in those numbers. Imagine being his girlfriend. One could stay with him every night in the Marriott's Riverview suite and sip red wine in the executive lounge while overlooking the night view of Jiangqing. Then spend some time in the pool and return to the room for a nice soak in the large bathtub. The only price is being slept with by Subai. No, this can't even be called a price. After all, Subai's looks and physique are quite appealing. Although he's not a male star or idol, he is still quite the handsome guy in class. Usually at this level of wealth, either their appearance is hard to describe or they have a middle-aged beer belly and are greasy. Just thinking about it is disgusting. Dating Subai, however, posed no such concerns. For a moment, Zhou Jialu almost felt like she would just throw herself at him. However, she still felt a bit reserved inside. It's not that she didn't want to give herself to him, but she hoped Subai could feel her charm, be so attracted that he would take the initiative. In fact, she had already decided in her heart that Subai was the man. She had guarded her purity for all these years. From now on, her natural allure no longer needed to be directed at anyone else. She would focus all her efforts on tempting Subai. Senior sister, are you free after dinner? Why do you not want me to leave? Zhou Jialu licked her lips and, come with me to see the hotel. To be honest, it's my first time staying in such a nice hotel, Subai said honestly. First time? Zhou Jialu was quite surprised. Previously, due to family reasons, I was raised in a poor manner, emphasizing hard work and simplicity. Now that I am in college, I can finally enjoy myself. I see, no wonder. Zhou Jialu suddenly understood. It's no wonder the junior seemed so low-key. As expected, his family had good education. Those rich kids who have been wasteful since childhood often grow up to be useless, unable to take over their family's business. Having experienced the life of ordinary people and gone through hardships makes it easier to empathize with grassroots employees, making corporate policy decisions more reliable. Yes, that's how it's written in CEO novels. In an instant, Zhou Jialu imagined a grand narrative of Subai's background. Her inner feelings surged even more fiercely. She was already in her senior year, had done internships for quite a while, and had moved past the naive state of a student gaining a basic understanding of society. Girls at this stage often become very realistic. Money can truly change one's fate, and it is indeed difficult to earn. If she could become Subai's girlfriend, it would definitely be a shortcut in life. Who doesn't want to take a shortcut? Everyone has their laziness. Sir, how was your dining experience today? Are you satisfied with both the cuisine and service? As Subai prepared to leave, the restaurant manager entered with a warm smile and spoke softly. Very satisfying. The seafood was exquisite, though the beef was slightly rich. Yet it's likely not the meat's fault. Perhaps Simmental beef is simply richer by nature. Then next time you might try our Sunite lamb chops. They're notably lighter than M9 Wagyu. Sure, I'll come back again. Only at the front counter did Su-bai notice the sushi restaurant's prepaid membership promotion: deposit 500 and receive 600 bonus, deposit 100 and receive 1500, deposit 100 and receive 400. He consulted the system. It confirmed cashback was available. Without hesitation, he topped up 2000, and the system instantly credited him 6000. Su-bai loved meat, and this establishment offered an array of premium cuts, many of which he hadn't yet tried. He resolved to return often. "You've truly caught the bug, Junior. I never imagined you'd actually top up a card," said Zhou Jialu. "Not quite an addiction. Truth is I won't use it many times alone. But if I bring more people along." Su-bai glanced at his senior sister. "Next time I'll invite you again. Dining solo does feel rather dull." "Oh no, I can't keep tagging along for free meals. That would be taking unfair advantage of you." "That's easily solved. You just need to offer me something in return." "Oh, and what kind of return did you have in mind, Junior?" At that moment, they stood together inside an elevator. It was peak lunchtime at the mall, crowded, bustling. Su-bai and Zhou Jialu stood tucked into a corner when another group boarded. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jialu slipped her arm through his. Savoring her warmth, Su-bai let his hand wander gently. Her gaze shimmered liquid and luminous. She hadn't expected her junior to initiate. Not yet. Stepping out of the elevator into the underground parking garage, she continued to hold his arm as they walked. In the hushed seclusion of the empty corridor, she suddenly covered her mouth with a playful giggle. "Junior, you're not entirely made of stone after all." "Indeed. I suppose I'm left with little choice," Su-bai replied wryly. "After all, if I offered no response to such boldness, wouldn't I be dreadfully impolite? The Sigma Halo grants me decisive advantage whenever I engage in banter with a senior sister who's delightfully unskilled, yet endlessly enthusiastic." Yet he had no intention of feigning aloofness indefinitely. Deep down, Su-bai welcomed the possibility of something deeper with his senior sister. Just as in gaming, prolonged maneuvering serves only one ultimate purpose: the final decisive strike. Su-bai judged the moment ripe. The dance of restraint had reached its crescendo. His arm swept behind her, drawing her waist firmly into his embrace. Her waist was slender, a breathtaking contrast to the lush fullness of her figure. Zhou Jialu tensed visibly, but offered no resistance. Though her body stiffened, she yielded, wholly melting softly against his chest. Pretending nonchalance, she tilted her chin upward with mock defiance. "Junior, how do you find senior sister's waist?" "Absolutely magnificent. But a waist, after all, must bear weight. I'd like very much to feel it in motion." "Smooth talker." Zhou Jialu quickly averted her eyes, sighing inwardly. She simply couldn't match his charm. Her junior's allure was overwhelming. Su-bai suppressed a quiet chuckle. Such delightful contradictions. This senior sister was utterly endearing. Once inside the car, Su-bai drove one-handed while his right hand remained intimately engaged with his senior sister. Overwhelmed, she finally grasped his hand firmly, halting its gentle exploration. It was rather pleasant. Her palm was soft, supple, almost velvety. In truth, her entire being seemed imbued with that same gentle, yielding warmth. JW Marriott Hotel. The moment they entered the grand lobby, all eyes turned toward them. A striking pair of beauty and grace impossible to overlook. Moreover, the man appeared even younger than the woman. An uncommon sight indeed, especially within a hotel where even standard twin rooms began at 900. After checking in, they rode the elevator to the 27th floor. The door to the Ocean View Executive Suite slid open, and the opulent, refined interior instantly captivated Zhou Jialu. She hurried forward on her stiletto heels, eager to explore. At the floor-to-ceiling window, the vast, sweeping vista stole her breath away, momentarily plunging her into reverie. Is this what wealth feels like? Yes, undeniably exquisite. Glancing around the lavish suite, she mused if she relied solely on her salary and ordinary career progression, she'd likely need years, perhaps decades, before affording such luxury, and by then youth and bloom would long have faded. And that was an optimistic projection. Under current market conditions, merely securing full-time employment post-graduation or retaining one's job amid widespread layoffs was already considered a notable achievement. As Zhou Jialu drifted deep into thought, Su-bai quietly closed the door behind them. The soft click echoed like a threshold crossed. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Junior, I'll just accompany you on a quick tour of the room. I still need to get back to work this afternoon." "Of course. Please make yourself at home, senior sister," Su-bai replied, a subtle smile playing upon his lips, saying no more. Many women, particularly those already immersed in adult life, possess little resistance to the allure of luxury. Indeed, material desire often intensifies after graduation, far surpassing student year yearnings. Su-bai sensed her resolve wavering. Such vulnerability was only human. If anything, Zhou Jialu's purity until now bordered on miraculous. A woman of such extraordinary allure, such a rare, radiant fox spirit, surely attracted countless suitors, especially affluent ones. Their meeting therefore carried undeniable serendipity. Their wavelengths aligned perfectly. Otherwise, given her emotional intelligence, Zhou Jialu would never have agreed to accompany him here. Two adults alone entering a hotel. Its implications were unmistakable, its meaning universally understood. Zhou Jialu darted excitedly about the suite, touching, inspecting, snapping photographs. Senior sister, surely this is overkill, Su Bai remarked, half amused, half bewildered. Not at all. I'd never dare stay in such an expensive room otherwise. This rare chance demands thorough appreciation. That's not quite how it works. Actually, if you truly love it, you're welcome here anytime. From behind, Su Bai drew near, encircling her with both arms. He bent low, inhaling deeply amidst the silken cascade of her hair. Her scent, delicate floral, mingled with the intoxicating primal warmth of her pheromones. Junior, what are you, MMPH? Her heart hammered wildly. Flustered, she turned to confront him, only for Su Bai to seize the moment, lifting his hand to gently cradle her exquisitely delicate face before claiming her lips. In that instant, her mind dissolved into pure, silent white. When awareness returned, they were already nestled upon the broad, sumptuous sofa. Limp and pliant in his arms, Zhou Jialu nibbled her lower lip, murmuring with layered emotion, Junior, you may not believe me, but this is my first kiss. I believe you, why wouldn't I? Didn't you see my follow on Douyin? Haven't you read the comments? They call me 1,000 men's, 10,000 men's, and campus rumors. Well, I doubt they're any kinder. Those are others' opinions. I trust only my own judgment. Besides, Su Bai brushed his thumb lightly across her cheek. A senior sister so shy has clearly never known another man's touch. Humph. A wave of genuine honey-sweet joy flooded Zhou Jialu's heart. She buried her face against his chest. Yes, Junior, you are my first, and you will be my last. No, my friend. This is just the beginning. How can it already be at the level of the first man, the last man? We just kissed. If anything else happens, would we be fast-forwarding to a lifetime? Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at, you naughty Junior? Zhou Jialu playfully hit him, her movements gentle and harmless. Senior sister, you are so innocent, you truly have no experience at all. Humph. At this point, Zhou Jialu no longer felt shy to admit it. After all, it was a serious issue. Many men care a lot about their partner's past. Zhou Jialu didn't know if Su Bai would care, but just to be safe, she couldn't lie for the sake of trivial pride. I like this kind of senior sister. Saying this, Su Bai lifted Zhou Jialu's face again. Let's go out for a stroll. Oh, we have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Okay. After cuddling for a while, both felt that the hotel room was stifling, so they headed out to the nearby. Compared to the bustling IKC Plaza where they had lunch, this area was not as glamorous, but there were a few uniquely charming shops. Su Bai was interested in a newly opened Chinese bakery. Their sign advertised their specialty products that were moderately sweet, not overly rich, and incorporated enzymes to promote digestion. After eating too much meat at noon, it was indeed time to digest well. Zhou Jialu, holding his hand, wore a blissful expression mixed with a hint of shyness. This expression appearing on the face of a top temptress was simply envy-inducing to bystanders. If I had such a sexy girlfriend, I would gladly trade 10 years of my life for her. Oh no, dating someone like this seductress is already life-shortening. If you reduce it further, you might just drop dead right there. True sigh, being single is better. Single life is a long life. Listening to the absurd chatter of bystanders, Zhou Jialu felt very wronged. Was she really that? Clearly it was the junior who was more terrifying. Just hugging and kissing him in the hotel room made Zhou Jialu excited to the point of breathlessness, feeling dizzy. The entire process was purely Su Bai bullying her. However, she liked being bullied by her junior hee. Moreover, being bullied in the JW Marriott Hotel felt particularly special. Su Bai's hand was large, slightly rough. Oh, when held by his big hand, she felt a great sense of security. Experiencing the girlfriend's perspective for the first time, every time she turned to look at Su Bai, Zhou Jialu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? I just realized you're quite tall. You're 185, right? Yeah. It seems fine to see those 185 celebrities on TV or short videos, but standing next to you feels like standing next to a tall tower. That's normal. There are scientific studies on it. It's said that girls have a smaller field of view, so when looking at distant objects, they tend to underestimate their size and overestimate their own height. In other words, girls have a higher self-perceived height, but think others are shorter. Is there really such research? Junior, you know so much. Zhou Jialu listened attentively, her face filled with admiration. This made Su Bai want to laugh a bit. Sigh, perhaps this is the power of money. Back when he was in high school, he had explained this to his female classmates. The result was that the other party became furious, questioning Su Bai if he was discriminating against women. A flurry of punches left Su Bai dazed. Indeed, the gap between a shrimp-headed guy and a quality man could be compensated with numbers. Oh yeah, awesome. While sitting in the shop eating snacks, Su Bai reviewed the materials Chen Yuxing sent him that morning and gave a thorough critique. Zhou Jielu took this opportunity to ask Manager Gua from the 4S store for leave. Manager Gua expressed understanding and mentioned that if there were any future car buying plans, it would be great if Xiao Zhou could persuade Mr. Su to consider the Mercedes brand. What kind of persuasion? Seriously, it's still too early to talk about that. Oh, it's only a matter of time. Our Xiao Zhou has limitless charm, and your junior will definitely be satisfied with you. Zhou Jielu put down her phone and asked Su Bai Jr., are you satisfied with me? Of course, or else why would I bring you to check out the hotel room with me? Hee. I gotta leave from the company, so I can accompany you all afternoon. Me too, attendance won't be taken for the afternoon class, so I can skip it at will. Oh naughty junior, it's only been a few days since school started, and you're already so skilled at skipping class. Will you be able to graduate smoothly? It's fine if I fall behind later, I'll just ask senior sister to tutor me. Saying this, Su Bai reached his hand under the table. Zhou Jielu shivered, but was much more accustomed to it than at the beginning. She whispered playfully, it seems like you really— I do like them a lot. No wonder you're always touching and feeling. Actually, I prefer to touch another area, but it's not convenient in public. So annoying. Following Su Bai's gaze, Zhou Jielu immediately understood his meaning, lowering her head with a flushed face. She felt quite proud inside. After all, that was her most prized asset. Ever since she was little, she developed earlier than her peers, and as she grew up, she possessed an excellent shape and firmness. Ding. Detected that grade goddess Zhou Jialu's affection for Su Bai has surpassed 80 points, intimate relationship binding successful. Now spending on Zhou Jielu to satisfy her indulgent desires can also earn the host a 2 to 10. Su Bai summoned the system interface. According to the system's affection definition, 20 points is for ordinary friends, 40 points is for important friends, and 60 points can enter a romantic relationship. Surpassing 80 points means a deep, unforgettable love. As for 90 points, it signifies a love that lasts until death. Scanning Zhou Jielu, Su Bai found her affection has soared to 85. They were not far from an everlasting love. However, they had only known each other for a few hours. It could only be described as love at first sight, a mutual attraction. Thus, senior sister is not the burning wave sword that people generally think. Behind her lively and passionate personality is a brave heart that loves fiercely. Once she identifies someone she likes, she throws herself in without consideration of the consequences. To be fair, Zhou Jielu indeed has good taste, instantly recognizing Su Bai, who is backed by the system. Su Bai will undoubtedly not disappoint her. Chinese pastries are indeed quite good. Su Bai bought some more for Zhou Jielu to take back to her roommates. At this moment, Su Bai still had no idea that Zhou Jialu's dormitory was the infamous goddess dormitory. Among the 4 members, he only knew Lu Yuanyuan and Qin Yuxing. After all, Lu Yuanyuan was Shui Tao's girlfriend, and Chu Mingzhi always talked about Qin Yuxing. Zhou Jielu didn't bring this up, as she knew that her roommates were not far behind her in terms of beauty, so there was no point in discussing it, and she tried her best to keep Su Bai away from her roommates. Although they had just started dating, Zhou Jielu already had the mindset of protecting her territory. After walking a few steps down the street, Su Bai suddenly spotted an LV store. The famous brand he had heard so much about. It was undoubtedly a luxury brand highly regarded by girls. Su Bai knew nothing about luxury goods, as before college, he only focused on studying, playing games, and watching silly videos. Most boys of this era were probably similar, right? These are also essential elements that form the foundation of the hardworking masses. However, in the eyes of girls, such men seem rather dull, even akin to shrimp heads. A chill ran through him. The reason Su Bai had a slight understanding of the LV brand was due to boredom during middle school, when he read novels by Guo Jingming brought by his deskmate. He was shocked by the names of luxury goods mentioned in the book, leaving a profound impact on his young mind. Since the name and logo of LV were quite simple, he memorized them. Additionally, the girl living across from his home was of the same age and had been attending the same school as Su Bai since kindergarten. They could be considered childhood friends. During summer vacation, she chatted with Su Bai for a long time, saying she wanted to work and save money to buy an LV bag. As for the outcome, it was unknown. That girl had already severed ties with Su Bai for some inexplicable reason back in August. Regarding this, Su Bai felt completely indifferent. It wasn't until this moment, seeing the LV store, that he recalled the incident. Su Bai also thought of the new feature unlocked by the system earlier. He had already tested it while buying snacks for his senior sister, spending over 100, but getting a 500 refund, which indeed worked. He noticed Zhou Jielu also looking in that direction, her eyes sparkling at the display in the window. Senior sister, shall we go in and have a look? Su Bai wrapped his arm around her slim waist and expressed his thoughts directly. I'll buy you a bag. Off. Zhou Jielu was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No need, I'm quite happy with my current bag, and I don't have a pressing need for an LV. If there's no need, let's create one. Come on. Su Bai temporarily ignored the senior sister's objections and pulled her inside. Welcome to LV. May I ask if this gentleman is buying something for his girlfriend? The sales associate approached with a polite smile. There was no classic scene of condescension. This was mainly because Su Bei's demeanor was relaxed and composed, completely unlike those poor students who merely came to browse. Despite his plain attire, one could no longer judge a person's financial status solely based on clothing these days. A comprehensive assessment was necessary. Moreover, the woman beside him was young, beautiful, and alluring, making even the sales associate who was used to seeing beautiful women feel a spark of surprise. She was far superior to those tech-faced internet celebrities, truly a natural beauty. To have such a stunning woman affectionately sticking by him logically implied that the man's capabilities were not lacking. Yes, let's pick a bag for her. All right, sir. What are your requirements? It would be best to mention your budget too. Our store has the most comprehensive stock of LV in Jiangxing, and we can find a style suitable for the young lady at various price points. What do you think? Su Bai asked Zhou Jielu. After a moment of thought, she replied without pretension, if we're buying, it's best to get something with a high resale value, like the classic monogram pattern, which is also easier to sell secondhand. Haha, of course, Junior, you probably don't need to consider this. Indeed. Additionally, if there happens to be a rare limited edition, that would be great too. Then let's go for a limited edition, it would satisfy my collecting habit. Su Bai had an idea and turned to the sales associate. Show us the limited editions with low market inventory available in the store. As for the budget, anything under $1 million is fine. All right, sir. The sales associate did not take the $1 million budget seriously, but did not show any disdain either. She maintained a professional smile and led them to see several recently arrived rare styles. The prices ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Providing a wide range of choices for customers, even if the final selection is the cheapest, they would still cater to the customer's desire to show off. The sales associate thought to herself. After all, it was the man who was paying. If he didn't get to flaunt, he might turn to other luxury brands, resulting in a lost sale. This is the philosophy of the store's top sales associates. The sales associate estimated that this young man would probably just buy his girlfriend something worth a few tens of thousands. So young, he must be a second or third generation rich kid, spending his parents' money, which surely wouldn't be too much. Jiangxing is a standard second-tier city. It's not like in the capital or the Magic City where wealthy people are everywhere. The so-called rich young masters on average would consider a cash flow of 50,000 a month to be a sign of a strong family. Moreover, this 50,000 includes all expenses, and the amount spent on women would only be a portion. The sales associate's insight came from years of experience as a store clerk. However, Su Bai was definitely an exception to the usual experience. He leaned toward Zhou Jiao's ear and said, Senior sister, trust me, don't worry about the price, just choose what you like. Junior, I know you're quite generous and satisfied with me, but what the associate is showing us are rare limited editions, not something that can be settled for 2 or 3 tens of thousands. The good ones cost over 200,000. If it's 200,000, then so be it, as long as senior sister likes it. You know my family has a requirement besides raising me frugally before college. Never let my woman feel wronged, otherwise it would be a disgrace to the family honor. Su Bai spoke with utmost seriousness. Zhou Jialu was taken aback, unable to help but start imagining. Oh my gosh, it seems this junior is even more unfathomable than I previously thought. Honestly, the few rare limited editions the sales associate brought out were ones Zhou Jialu had seen on Zaihongshu and liked immensely. Clothes, bags, jewelry. These were things Zhou Jialu loved. She admitted she was a vain, superficial, and material girl. There's nothing wrong with admitting it honestly, and most people in this world are inherently like this, and the reason they don't usually admit it is just that everyone is too stubborn. How many truly spiritually rich and cultured people are there? Material desires themselves aren't terrifying as long as one can control them. As long as one stays pure and doesn't get into trouble, respects and loves oneself, everything is fine. Zhou Jiao's values were pretty much like this. Nowadays, she had already acknowledged Su Bai, so when he said she could choose freely despite finding it absurd, she decided to listen to him. This one, and this one. From among these three, you can pick one, Junior. You choose. The bag is for you, not for me to carry. Hey, I want to see it too. While carrying it, I have to let the junior have something nice to look at, right? Zhou Jialu held Su Bai's hand, speaking in a slightly spoiled tone. Her little girl demeanor made Su Bai quite pleased. He immediately waved his hand, saying, They'll take all 3 of these styles, let's pay by card. They'll take all of these. Such lines the sales assistant had only encountered while idly reading wealthy CEO novels at home after work. In reality, she had never come across such things. Where in the world are there so many wealthy individuals who spend money without a second thought? In fact, the richer they are, the more frugal they tend to be. Those old men who bring their mistresses to buy LV bags would wish they could secretly hand over counterfeit items to the sales assistant, selling them at the original price to their mistresses and then splitting the profit. Of course, these things would never actually happen, as the beautiful girls living off older men have cultivated a keen eye for identifying genuine luxury goods. However, Su Bai really did it. Not only did he boast, but he also took out his card to make the payment. Are you sure, customer? Absolutely. All right, sir. These three models are rare items that are no longer in production and are hard to find on the market. They are all first-hand goods sourced from special channels. Rest assured, all certificates are authentic and verifiable. According to the secondary market prices, they are approximately 1600 and 1800, respectively, totaling around 54000. Understood. While Zhou Jialu was still in a daze, Su Bai had already quickly completed the payment, eagerly checking the system for cashback. Ding. You purchased 3 coveted LV rare bags for Zhou Jialu in one go, which were her benchmarks set as goals before turning 30. She never expected to achieve this so quickly. Triggered 6-fold cashback reward of 24 million. Nice. Su Bai realized that his senior sister was indeed his lucky star. It seemed that whenever he was with her, the cashback multiples were quite generous. Junior, this is just 2. Zhou Jialu said incredulously. Did you really buy all of them? I told you, trust my capabilities. I won't do anything that stretches myself thin, nor will I shortchange my own people. My own people. Zhou Jialu looked at Su Bai again, her gaze now tinged with a hint of emotion. Though they had only known each other for a short while, for some reason Su Bai evoked a unique trust within her, a trust that touched her very soul. She excitedly hugged Su Bai for a moment before beginning to try on the bags with the help of the sales staff, feeling after all, it was her first time using such expensive items. Su Bai didn't understand much, but the system had a function to scan items. According to the system's assessment, these 3 models were indeed rare goods with high prices in the secondary market. The first model was a handbag from the collaboration series with Takashi Murakami. Based on the classic monogram pattern, it infused vibrant colors and artistic design, equipped with a detachable shoulder strap, a golden lock, and a bow-shaped key pouch, combining classic and playful styles. Since Takashi Murakami has ended his collaboration with LV, this series is considered a limited edition and is rare in the second-hand market with high appreciation potential. The second model is the LV Capucines, customized in rare leather, which needs no further explanation. The third model is a hard box bag, a style that became popular on the runway. These 3 women's bags correspond to lively, casual, elegant, and retro styles, suitable for pairing with outfits of the respective styles when going out. As for which one is the best, it's hard to say. Zhou Jialu was indeed struggling to make a decision, so she asked Su Bai to help her choose. She never imagined that Su Bai would choose to buy all of them. Spending 500,000 on bags for her all at once sounded a bit too abstract. Yet Su Bai nonchalantly made this abstract action. In reality, Su Bai was not entirely unaffected. Deep down, he was a bit excited. Spending 500,000 in one go was a first for him. More importantly, this transaction earned him nearly 3 million. Junior, do you know? This bag, when I saw it online before, I thought that if I succeeded in my career in the future, I must find a way to buy one as a reward for myself. With the bag on her back and looking in the mirror, Zhou Jialu murmured dreamily. Then a bit shyly she glanced at Su Bai and said, "Is it really pathetic for a senior like me? There's nothing pathetic about it. Everyone needs to have goals to strive for, no matter what they are. As long as they're not illegal, they're commendable." Junior, your words are so sweet. Saying this, Zhou Jialu tiptoed and wrapped her arms around Su Bai's neck, giving him a soft kiss. The intertwining of tenderness and charm made Su Bai immensely pleased. The sales staff politely averted their eyes, but couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Where can one find such a lavish boyfriend who is both young and handsome? I'm just asking. With 500,000 in cash, anyone who claims to be wealthy can produce that. However, spending 500,000 on 3 bags is simply outrageous. It is a scene that most people would never encounter in their lifetime. After some intimate moments with Su Bai, Zhou Jialu finally realized she felt shy in front of so many people. So she packed her things and hurriedly fled the store. Just as they were about to leave, Su Bai suddenly said something that shattered the sales staff's worldview once again. "Since we're here, why not buy a few watches as well? They would match perfectly with the bags you just bought." "No way, dude. Are you speaking in Chinese? What do you mean by buy a few watches? Are we restocking Casio digital watches here?" However, the sales staff thought, judging by the spending habits displayed in the bag purchase, the budget might exceed 1 million. Where did this kid come from? Is he a money printing machine? I don't know, but he seems really good looking and polite in conversation. He might be a young master from some prominent... How terrifying. Does the young master need a maid? I'm available. You can. They would want a maid who looks good when she smiles. Have you looked in the mirror? Even though I don't look good when I smile, I look amusing. Outside. Zhou Jialu advised. Let's not buy anything else. With these I am already quite satisfied. After all, we have just started dating, and I haven't really done anything for you yet. All right then, let's talk about it another day. After wandering around a bit more, the two returned to the hotel. Zhou Jialu took out the bags again and admired herself in the mirror. She decided to set aside the retro and elegant bags and use the vibrant one for daily outings. After all, she was still a female college student in her early 20s. There was no need to force herself into the wealthy lady style like those social media influencers. Su Bai probably didn't like that style either. It was better to be natural. Junior, now that you've bought my dream goal for me, my life is going to lose its direction. How will you take responsibility for that? Putting the bag aside, Zhou Jielu sat on Su Bai's lap, facing him. Thus, Su Bai's view was filled with an ample bosom. Well, let's not limit our goals to making money. Find something you want to do, and I'll support you. Saying this, Su Bai picked up his phone and immediately transferred 100 to her. 10,000 a month for pocket money should be enough, right? It's enough, definitely enough, hee. Although she knew she should maintain some poise in such situations, Zhou Jielu couldn't help but grin. Oh dear, it seems her life has entered a relaxed mode, no longer anxious about employment or saving money. However, she also understood that being Su Bai's woman came with responsibilities. Then I'll tell the 4S shop tomorrow that I'm resigning. By the way, I also don't plan to continue with my Douyin account, though I'll delete all the videos as soon as possible. Su Bai was somewhat startled. Senior, you are so decisive. You've arranged everything so quickly. Of course, since you treat me so well, I must show some courage. After all, Zhou Jielu leaned close to Su Bai's ear, giving him a gentle kiss, and seductively said, from now on I'll only burn for you. This was too impactful. Even with his Sigma aura, Su Bai was a bit overwhelmed. Senior. I'm sorry, I think I'm going to make a mistake with you. It's a bit of a pity that he couldn't win over the senior today. Zhou Jielu felt that they had just met, and it was too fast. The first time should be more solemn. Perhaps this is the sense of ritual that girls have. Su Bai agreed. After all, it was also his first time. He verbally agreed, but his thoughts were different. The last step could wait, but he couldn't skip the enjoyment of the others. The panel indicated that Zhou Jielu actually wanted to, probably feeling pin up after 3 years in college. Su Bai planned to proceed gradually, using various intimate methods to win over the senior step by step. He verbally agreed with Zhou Jielu that in a little over a month, on her birthday, she would offer herself to Su Bai. In reality, it would take a few days depending on Su Bai's skills. Good meals have to be savored bite by bite, no need to rush. Su Bai decided that by then he would make the senior plead with him to complete the last step in advance. In his heart, a wicked yet delightful plan was already vaguely emerging. In any case, after some time, Su Bai lay on the sofa, letting out a sigh of frustration. He felt refreshed, and his mind was a bit vacant. He entered a period of contemplation about the universe, life, and the increase of entropy leading to heat death. Zhou Jielu returned to school, saying she had made dinner plans with her roommate. That's fine, as Su Bai planned to explore other methods of cashback for dinner. Some methods were really not suitable to do with the senior. Among the 3 bags he bought for Zhou Jielu, 2 were temporarily placed at Su Bai's place. Bringing them back to the dorm felt unsafe. Only the bright style bag suitable for daily use was carried by Zhou Jielu. She said that carrying such an expensive bag would let other men know she was taken, so they wouldn't bother her. What if others think you are being kept by someone? Su Bai asked. That's fine. Anyway, people have always spread rumors that I'm being spoiled by some rich old man, so I'm not afraid of being slandered. Zhou Jielu rubbed against Su Bai with a blissful expression. Being supported by a junior is a blessing for a senior. Reflecting on how Zhou Jielu looked while saying those words, she seemed like a happy little woman. Su Bai was very satisfied. Just as he was contemplating life, the system chimed again. Ding. Zhou Jialu's affection level increased. Current affection level 90. Detected affection level breakthrough of 90. Rewards a chance to draw. Currently, a total of 2 chances to draw. No, sister. Is this unwavering loyalty? I don't know if it's because Su Bai spent enough money on her, or if Zhou Jielu was simply very innocent. Or is it some metaphysical love at first sight? Perhaps various factors contribute. Feelings are inherently complicated. It doesn't matter, in any case, it's time to draw. Having 2 chances to draw at once made Su Bai rub his fists in anticipation. Wait a minute. First, he needed to take a shower and change before drawing. Generally speaking, in slightly larger cities, non-chain hotels in the suburbs have a decent chance of providing usable bathtubs. However, the hygiene of such bathtubs is often questionable. At hotels like Marriott, at least the bathtubs are well maintained. Su Bai happily took a bath, dressed in a bathrobe, and bowed towards the river, completing his ritual before clicking to draw on the system interface. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a beginner's body enhancement liquid. Description: the beginner's body enhancement liquid will adjust the host's body to a fully healthy state, with all physical quality indicators reaching an excellent level for adult men and original strengths getting an additional enhancement. This is quite good. The past year of senior high school had left Su Bai's body in a somewhat subhealthy state. Chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and herniated discs are common among high school students these days. There's no choice. The competition for the college entrance examination is too fierce, and studying is too hard. That's why people say that the ones studying in college now are all delicate students. With the high school lifestyle like that, it's impossible not to be fragile. With this enhancement liquid, it's just right to improve health issues. As for enhancing physical qualities, Su-bai was very much looking forward to it. Which man doesn't want a strong physique? Su-bai glanced at the detailed description of the enhancement liquid and immediately summoned it. The small glass bottle about the size of a Coke bottle contained a transparent colorless liquid. He drank it in one go. The sweet and refreshing taste seemed to absorb instantly upon entering. Afterwards, Su-bai lay on the bed. There were no side effects like feeling hot all over, expelling black sludge, or bones popping. After a nap of about an hour, Su-bai opened his eyes, and the entire world seemed to have subtly changed. Firstly, his vision and hearing had become sharper. Secondly, he felt a burst of vitality within him. The last time he experienced this was before high school. Ever since he had entered the relentless cycle of studying, his body had been deteriorating day by day, but now he was back at his peak, no much stronger than before. In the mirror, looking at his improved physique, Su-bai struck a few poses like a bodybuilder. He was in terms of fitness metrics, there will definitely be gaps compared to real fitness enthusiasts, but overly exaggerated muscles aren't good. It's still more aesthetically pleasing to be coordinated like this. Su-bai didn't want to train his physique to be like Arnold's with a sharp top. Looking handsome is better. At this moment, the sky outside was getting darker. It was evening. Su-bai's stomach was also hungry. He ordered a set of Western dinner through room service. He hadn't tried it before and wanted to taste it. Since he planned to drive out later, he didn't order red wine. A classic Western meal consists of an appetizer soup and a meat dish accompanied by bread. The exquisite ingredients paired with mild seasonings didn't taste particularly good. Before he finished his meal, a message from Chen Yuxing came through. Yuxi, are you playing games tonight? Su-bai de beige, yes, I'll let you know when I'm ready. Yuxi, yes. Yuxi, I'll find a place to go. It's inconvenient with my roommate in the dorm. Su-bai de beige, okay. Yuxi, a cat rolling. Su-bai calculated a bit. He planned to stay at the hotel tonight, too lazy to go back to get the laptop that could play games in the dorm. He definitely couldn't use a MacBook to play League of Legends. That would feel strange. There was a sense of incongruity, like reading web literature about tomatoes on a high-end screen. So Su-bai looked up the map and found that there was an internet cafe right below the hotel. It was considered a very good environment in the internet cafe. Reviews generally said there was no smoke smell, the machines were new, and there were many seats available even during peak hours. Su-bai thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because this place was slightly far from the main campus of Jiang University, and coupled with the high fees, students basically wouldn't come here to surf the internet. The nearby residential area was also a high-end community, and the demand for internet cafes among people in such communities was even lower. That's good. Let's play here for the night. I wonder if the internet cafe has any recharge promotions that could give Su-bai a few thousand in cashback. By now, Su-bai had grown accustomed to the mindset of a lavish god and was keen on finding deals. When Chen Yuxing said she was ready, Su-bai went downstairs and found the internet cafe according to the map's address. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure at the counter paying. The two locked eyes for a moment. It was Su-bai who spoke first. Wait, sister, did you come all the way here to play games? It's precisely because it's far from the school that I wouldn't run into someone familiar. Chen Yuxing blushed slightly and said, what about you? How come you're here? Well, I'm staying at the hotel upstairs tonight and just happened to play games here. The hotel upstairs seems quite high-end. It probably costs over 1,000 for one night, right? Chen Yuxing didn't quite understand this, but given Su-bai's wealth, staying at a 5-star hotel wouldn't be surprising. Suddenly she thought of something and said happily, since we ran into each other, why not book a couple's room? This internet cafe has couple's rooms. Only after saying this did she realize it wasn't quite appropriate. She then lowered her head, feeling shy and not daring to look at Su-bai. The couple's room is quite nice, but what makes it special? It lies in the side-by-side arrangement of two computers, a small room filled with great intimacy. Once the door is closed, no one is loved. Su-bai knows that some classmates, particularly those deeply addicted to the internet, love to find a net cafe for a date, engaging in a sweet duo gaming session. Some bold individuals even save on hotel fees. The evolution of such places leads to esports hotels, which of course come at a higher price. Su-bai is not troubled by the price issue now, but with Chen Yuxing's social anxiety, she might find an esports hotel hard to accept. However, after a moment of hesitation, she followed Su-bai into the couple's room. Primarily, Su-bai had charged 5,000 yuan at the front desk as the hotel was running a promotion. Spend 5,000 and get 5,000 free. He indicated that he would use this card for gaming here in the future. Initially, Chen Yuxing refused, but Su-bai patiently persuaded her, saying, since I hired you, I must provide you with good working conditions. Spending my money at a net cafe is just like a boss paying rent for office space. It's only natural. Could it be that employees are expected to pay for office rent? Chen Yuxing thought for a moment, and indeed as a straight woman in a technical field, she values logic. Since Su-bai had convinced her with logic, she had no choice but to obediently follow him into the couple's room. Turning on the computer. Wait, that's not right, I mean logging in. Did you pick up the car this morning? Yes. What were you doing this afternoon? Chen Yuxing looked at Su Bai with a puzzled expression, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she added, I don't mean to pry, I'm just curious. Well, let's just chat. If you don't want to say anything, that's fine. It's fine. We're friends, it's normal to share daily life. I was out shopping in the afternoon and bought some snacks. I brought them along so we can eat if we get hungry during the game. Su Bai placed the snacks from a Chinese bakery on the table positioned between his and Chen Yuxing's monitors. These trendy little snacks looked quite appealing. Chen Yuxing noticeably swallowed, yet maintained her stoic expression. I'm not hungry. Oh, I've logged in. I'm ready to, let's go. The joyful time began. The intense gaming session always passed quickly, and before Su Bai realized it, their 2-hour gaming date was almost over. The room service dinner was hardly filling, and it was barely past 9 at night, yet he was already feeling hungry. Su Bai reached for the box of snacks, only to find it empty. Huh, not to mention, girl, when did you eat them? Su Bai completely failed to notice how deftly Chen Yuxing had managed. As his gaze fell on Chen Yuxing, she feigned innocence. Feeling embarrassed under Su Bai's scrutiny, she softly mumbled, sorry, I accidentally finished them all. Oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Did you come over without having dinner? I ate. Then it must have been too little. Are you really that short on money? Not that I can't afford meals, just been busy lately, lost my appetite. Your snacks were really delicious. Chen Yuxing licked her lips, looking unsatisfied like a cat that had been hungry for days. Her adorable demeanor starkly contrasted her cool exterior. Su Bai's mind raced, then let me whet your appetite. Come, let's go grab a late-night snack together. Chen Yuxing initially wanted to refuse Su Bai. Treating her to a late-night snack would mean extra expenses. Although Su Bai likely didn't mind spending that little bit of money, it was purely Chen Yuxing's pride that was at play. Since her mother fell ill, Chen Yuxing had experienced much malice in society, while conversely Su Bai had already shown her tremendous kindness. Good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint, and good men shouldn't be treated as ATMs. Faced with Chen Yuxing's conflicting hesitations, Su Bai's solution was to open WeChat and transfer her 400 yuan. Chen Yuxing, I'm sending you an order. Join me for hot pot, let's count it as 2 hours, same price as gaming. That seems inappropriate. What's wrong with it? I won't eat you. It's not about that, Fine. Chen Yuxing expressed her compliance. Since Su Bai wanted hot pot, it probably wouldn't be too expensive. They arrived at the underground parking lot of the building. The sound of unlocking the Mercedes-Benz GLE paired with flashing headlights revealed a powerful black silhouette that emerged from the darkness of the underground parking lot, giving off an imposing presence. Luxury cars, especially SUVs with a higher stance, certainly exude an inexplicable sense of pressure for those who aren't accustomed to seeing them. Is this the car you picked up this morning? So beautiful. Chen Yuxing suddenly thought of something standing beside the car as she pondered, can I sit in the passenger seat? What's wrong with that? Su Bai laughed. I heard that the passenger seat is for a girlfriend or wife and shouldn't be casually given to other girls. So what? I don't have a girlfriend. As he said this, a certain senior, Zhou Jielu, inexplicably appeared in Su Bai's mind. To be fair, he hadn't stated that the senior was his girlfriend. Being a wealthy individual, why bother with traditional romance? Having a few close female friends wouldn't hurt. Chen Yuxing was adorably naive playing games with him. Zhou Jielu had a contrasting demeanor, accompanying him on shopping trips. You have long legs, and she has a big bear, each occupying different paths without interfering with one another. How beautiful, how beautiful. In matters of love, Su Bai is a staunch reformist. You don't have a girlfriend? Then it's fine. Only then did Chen Yuxing feel relieved to get in the car. If Su Bai had a girlfriend, she would definitely keep her distance. But since Su Bai said he didn't, it inevitably stirred some unnecessary thoughts in Chen Yuxing's mind. Lost in her thoughts, the car soon arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Looking at the grand entrance of the restaurant, Chen Yuxing complained, is this really a hot pot place? It doesn't. What does it look like then? It looks like one of those expensive and unappetizing Western restaurants. Haha, Su Bai chuckled, but I checked with a friend, and this place is delicious. It offers a special sour soup hot pot, a unique flavor from the Southwest that can help improve your appetite. Oh, once inside, Chen Yuxing immediately smelled the aroma of sour soup hot pot. Her stomach let out a sigh, yearning to be filled. She felt a bit shy, and as it was her first time in such a high-end dining establishment, she kept her head down, silent. Social anxiety is like that. No matter, since Su Bai had arranged everything, they ordered all the dishes that looked good on the menu, setting up a luxurious banquet. High-end hot pot primarily stemmed from the trend of luxury hot pot in Magic City, and this wave has now reached Jiang City. Although the form may have changed, such as the sour soup specialty, the core factors supporting the price remain unchanged. An elite dining environment, elite service, and elite ingredients. When Su Bai was ordering, Chen Yuxing was still feeling socially anxious. It wasn't until several dishes of what looked like expensive seafood were served that Chen Yuxing realized this hot pot meal was entirely different from the one she had envisioned. There's no need to be so extravagant. What do you mean extravagant? Besides, I want to eat, and you're just here to accompany me. Mind your own place, Chun. Looking at Su Bei's feigned serious expression, Chen Yuxing understood that he didn't want her to worry about the price. She could only swallow her anxiety and eat with Su Bei. Soon the broth arrived. The orange-eared sour soup looked particularly vibrant under the warm lighting. As it heated up, the spicy and ginger-infused aroma gradually wafted into the air. Now it was truly mouth-watering. Watching Chen Yuxing's fingers twitch with eagerness, yet holding back, Su Bei picked up a plate of snacks and placed it in front of her. "You can eat first. You eat too. I had this seafood for lunch, so I'm not that hungry now. Oh, just go ahead." "Is this seafood?" "Yes, it's king crab legs prepared in tempura style. I thought it was small crispy meat." She took a taste, her eyes sparkling and her mouth moving non-stop. Su Bei watched her with a warm smile until Chen Yuxing realized she was being a bit too obvious and felt shy, yet the boy's face remained gentle and smiling. "Stop pretending to be a lady around me. If you want to eat, then eat. Only when you're full will you have the energy to play with me." Thank you." As the meat and vegetables were added, Chen Yuxing gradually loosened up, feeling a bit reckless, especially since she had already finished the box of snacks Su Bei had ordered, exposing her food lover nature. There was no need for further pretense. To put it another way, her and Su Bei's niche rarely shared hobbies aligned, and treating him to a hot pot didn't seem like such a difficult thing to accept. After all, he really was quite wealthy, which made Chen Yuxing feel less psychological burden about taking advantage. Girls tend to possess a strong sense of morality. They are often reluctant to spend time feeling guilty inside. Even if they cannot repay someone's kindness, they will find some acceptable excuse to numb themselves. This is not a critique, it is human nature. The meal lasted an hour and a half, during which both filled their stomachs and engaged in a heated discussion about a recent niche detective comic. When the waiter served the dishes, hearing two handsome young people discussing the crime scene and the hiding place with serious tones made him feel a sense of respect, and he quietly retreated. Goodness. They initially thought it was just a couple of wealthy students, but it turned out to be a top-notch thug and a princess from the underworld. How impressive. They'll give you a ride back to school. After the meal, Su Bei walked with Chen Yuxing to the side of the Mercedes-Benz GLE before suggesting to drive her back. Without caring whether she agreed or not, he directly entered the driver's seat and motioned for her to get in. Chen Yuxing bit her lip and consented. She had enjoyed the meal immensely, feeling full and a bit sleepy. Just the thought of squeezing onto the subway and then walking back to school filled her with a strong sense of laziness. At this moment, facing a spacious, comfortable, luxurious Mercedes-Benz, along with Su Bei's gentle smile that provided her with a strong sense of security, there was little struggle before her mindset tilted. "Tomorrow is Friday. I have quite a few classes to attend during the day. I guess I'll just play games at night." "Sounds good. I'll come over in the evening." Chen Yuxing nodded. "What do you want for a midnight snack?" "No rush to decide. Just message me once you think of it, and I'll make a reservation in advance." Looking on the bright side, according to Su Bei's definition, this midnight snack could be considered a business meal. This work experience is too pleasant." Chen Yuxing silently lamented. The computers at the internet cafe for couples were quite high-end, with a graphics card of 4070s, much better than her own laptop with a 3060. Not to mention the absolutely extravagant midnight snack. She saw the bill, and with the service charge, the meal cost over 8,000. Just outrageous. Of course, considering that the minimum consumption for this private room was 380, it didn't seem unreasonable. Given Su Bei's spending habits, he certainly wouldn't spend just to meet the minimum. Speaking of which, Su Bei's spending habits were quite mysterious. Wearing shoes that cost over 100, yet having an $8 hot pot gave off a very casual vibe, like he could do whatever he wanted. This kind of casualness somewhat influenced Chen Yuxing, making her feel relaxed around Su Bei. It was a rare and enjoyable time lately. Su Bei drove to a small gate on the west side of Jiangxing University. This place was sparsely populated, making it reasonable to drop socially anxious Chen Yuxing here, and the small gate wasn't far from the girls' dormitory. As she was leaving, Chen Yuxing looked a bit reluctant and glanced back. The car remained parked there until her figure completely disappeared into the school before it finally restarted and left. A rare smile appeared at the corners of the girl's lips. At that moment, near the small west gate, a boy in sportswear stared at the departing Mercedes-Benz GLE, his face filled with shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. If he wasn't mistaken, the girl who just got out of the car was Chen Yuxing from the girls' dormitory. This can't be right, it's late at night. Suddenly, the boy's mind conjured up many topics that bystanders would find delightful. But it was all just imagination. He didn't go to any public platform to spread it. There wasn't much to spread anyway, that girl's dormitory, other than the average-looking Lu. What was her name again? The boy had forgotten the name. In any case, the other three goddesses were widely circulated with various bad rumors. After all, many girls were jealous of them, and people automatically switched to detective mode to identify the rumors as false. Moreover, even if the goddesses were taken by rich boys, it wouldn't be something unacceptable. That's just how the world is. At most, they would lament and vent their emotions. The real issue that concerned the boy was that one of his high school classmates who also attended Jiangxing University was extremely infatuated with Chen Yuxing. Thus the boy found his classmate's WeChat. Bro, I'm out for a run right now, and I just saw Chen Yuxing getting out of a luxury car looking quite happy. Wow, how did you reply so quickly? Haha, didn't expect that. I installed a plugin on my phone that alerts me with a special sound for any messages related to Chen Yuxing. Is this the power of the computer science department? Terrifying. Then his classmate quickly replied, you must have seen it wrong. There's no way Chen Yuxing would return to school this late. At this hour, she's definitely working in the lab. No man, I really didn't see it wrong. Did you take a picture? I didn't have time. No picture, no credibility. I'm going back to studying. It don't malign my goddess anymore. Seeing this, the boy revealed a helpless smile and shook his head saying, sigh, the love-struck are hopeless. Some time ago at the school cafeteria. Senior over here. Lu Yuanyuan waved her hand to greet Zhou Jialu, who had secured a spot in advance. The graceful figure walking over attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only she were as beautiful as Zhou Jialu, then many quality boys would surely surround her. She could leisurely choose securing her ideal partner before graduation. Unlike now, where in her freshman year she encountered so many boys, most of whom were unsuitable, either too poor or simply unappealing. Well, actually, Xue Tao wasn't exactly easy on the eyes either. But she could tolerate him for now, mainly because there were no better options available. Lu Yuanyuan believed that a girl's youth was fleeting and she needed to seize the time to enjoy it while simultaneously looking for a better match. That was the optimal solution. Xue Tao was the temporary stepping stone she had chosen. However, Senior Zhou seemed to not even want a stepping stone. She said she had never met anyone she truly liked. So it seemed that beautiful women always had high standards. Just as Lu Yuanyuan was reflecting on this, Zhou Jialu gradually approached, allowing Lu Yuanyuan to see the bag she was carrying. It was colorful, vibrant, yet not gaudy, possessing a unique artistic flair that matched Zhou Jialu's lively and enthusiastic temperament. Wow, Senior, is this a new bag you bought? It looks amazing. MHM. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jialu became shy. It's a gift from my boyfriend. Lu Yuanyuan's eyes widened in shock. Wait, girl. Just a moment ago she was lamenting about Zhou Jialu not dating, and now she was being told that her senior was in a relationship. Indeed, what the elders said was not wrong. Yu Jiangsheng had a certain wicked charm. No way, really. Senior, when did you get a boyfriend? It feels so sudden. I also think it's quite sudden. Let's sit down first, we can talk while eating. I'll go get food now. Okay, I'll wait for you to fill me in. Lu Yuanyuan obediently nodded, sitting down with a face full of gossip. To have caught the interest of Senior Zhou and to progress so quickly to being in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, what an impressive man he must be. Soon Zhou Jialu returned with a plate of vegetables, not even buying rice. She had eaten too much seafood with Su Bai for lunch, so she was just going to have something light for dinner to avoid gaining weight. Though she always took pride in her voluptuous figure, she didn't want to become bloated. The places that needed to be slimmed down had to be slimmed. Senior, I have to ask, your boyfriend should be quite wealthy, right? Lu Yuanyuan's question was very much in line with her character. Previously, when she and Zhou Jialu had night chats in the dorm, she had often mentioned that she definitely wanted to find a rich boyfriend. In her view, a man's financial capacity was his core value. As long as he had enough money, she could overlook looks, personality, and education. MHM. Zhou Jialu shyly nodded. Admitting this seemed a bit materialistic, but since she was carrying that Murakami Takashi co-branded bag, she actually wanted to show off a bit. I knew what your bag is from LV, and it looks like it's not cheap. I think I've seen it somewhere. Hold on, let me check. Lu Yuanyuan began fiddling with her phone. Suddenly she gasped and covered her mouth with a sharp scream. Oh my god, Senior, this model must be that super expensive limited edition that's already discontinued, selling for over 1500 in the secondary market. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an expensive bag in real life. Yuanyuan, you're way too excited. Don't scare the students passing by. Zhou Jialu wore a nonchalant expression, feeling a secret thrill of showing off, and casually said, he really does have some financial strength. Today we solidified our relationship, and then he said he wanted to buy this for me. I actually didn't want it, but he said that carrying this bag would naturally scare off other suitors. That does make sense. Lu Yuanyuan, who dreamed of marrying a rich man, quickly understood. A bag at this price point simply did not match its practical value. It was purely a toy for the wealthy. However, Zhou Jialu's spending habits had always been that of a common girl. Suddenly carrying a 1600 bag would definitely make others think she had an extraordinarily capable boyfriend. But Senior, being so open about it, won't it lead to those with ulterior motives saying bad things about you, like that you found an old rich man? Lu Yuanyuan's concerns were very much in line with the average person's perspective. In today's society, it's increasingly difficult for young people to stand out. There are rich second-generation kids, but they are few in number. Usually their spending isn't so extravagant. In everyone's impression, those who sponsor female college students are often balding, pot-bellied, middle-aged, or even elderly local tycoons. Zhou Jialu laughed lightly. I'm not worried, hee hee, let others be jealous, I'll just enjoy my own life. Lu Yuanyuan suddenly had an epiphany, becoming even more excited. Senior, from what you're saying, your boyfriend must be good in other aspects too. He is quite handsome. Zhou Jialu answered somewhat conservatively, fearing it would excite Lu Yuanyuan too much. Just kidding, Yuanyuan was her only close friend at school. If she were to have a heart attack, she would be devastated. Once Lu Yuanyuan calmed down a bit, Zhou Jialu continued, and he's younger than me. Now Lu Yuanyuan was truly unsettled. After finding out the bag's price, she had automatically assumed that Senior's boyfriend had to be a man in his late 20s or early 30s. Most likely in his 30s. Dropping 1650 casually indicated that his monthly expenses were at least in the hundreds of thousands. Lu Yuanyuan speculated that he must be the boss of a fairly impressive company, someone with a solid background. However, the answer Zhou Jialu provided left her utterly astonished. He was actually younger than her. Does that mean he's still a college student? No, this was a bit too outrageous. Lu Yuanyuan had a good idea of how much pocket money the rich second-generation students in school might receive each month and their corresponding family asset situations. She had discussed this with some seniors in finance and had research-related information on Zaihongshu. High net worth families often had monthly living expenses over 10,000. However, they wouldn't just give out large amounts of money casually. Parents generally would question the money's purpose or simply let their children use credit cards under their names, making each expenditure very clear. The amount of freely disposable funds might expand to 50 or even 100,000. Correspondingly, the family income would have to be even higher. However, to get a rich second-generation kid to spend 1650 on a bag for his girlfriend, that's pushing it. His mother might not even be willing to let him spend so lavishly. Being able to afford it is one thing, being willing to indulge in such extravagant spending is another. Moreover, this is just a mere gift. Overall, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend must have at least $1 million in pocket money each month. After clarifying her thoughts, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly understood. No wonder Zhou Jialu had been wearing a sweet smile ever since they met. Life was indeed going to get sweeter. Senior sister, can you reveal whether your boyfriend is also a college student? Is he from our school or another? Lu Yuanyuan asked curiously. Regarding this question, Zhou Jialu had already contemplated what kind of answer to give her best friend. From Su Bei's style, it was evident that he preferred to keep a low profile. If he wanted, he could easily dress in a way that exuded luxury, the kind that even those unfamiliar with high-end brands could recognize as wealthy at a glance. However, he did not. Like most college students, he wore affordable fast fashion brands like Uniqlo and H&M or items from Taobao. Therefore, Zhou Jialu decided not to introduce Su Bai to anyone at school for the time being. There was also a bit of calculation behind this. After all, Su Bai was too outstanding. It was better to keep him hidden to avoid attracting other girls' unwanted advances. Sorry, Yuanyuan, my boyfriend is quite low-key and doesn't flaunt his wealth, so I won't disclose his specific situation. I can only tell you. His school isn't very prestigious, but he has a great personality, and we get along well. I see, that's understandable, Lu Yuanyuan chuckled foolishly. If I were dating a super outstanding boyfriend, I would probably keep him hidden too, not wanting him to meet my girlfriends. Hey, you should eat some of your food, it's getting cold. Really, I was so engrossed in talking to senior sister that I forgot to eat. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly felt hungry and quickly started eating without further ado. Zhou Jialu also took out a trendy snack to share. While eating, Lu Yuanyuan didn't forget to take a photo of the ridiculously expensive bag and send it to her boyfriend. The senior in the dormitory is in a relationship and her boyfriend gifted her a beautiful bag. Sigh, when will I ever be able to use something of that caliber? Although Zhou Jialu said she wouldn't introduce her boyfriend to them, she meant to actively signal that she was already taken. Thus, Lu Yuanyuan discussing this with her boyfriend was completely in line with the senior sister's request. At this moment in Dorm 7, Room 510, Chu Mingzhi was fiddling with his computer via his phone. Come on, dude, even after class you're still working hard. What code are you writing? Shuetao couldn't help but ask. Damn, it's only the beginning of freshman year. Is someone in the dorm already going to be overly competitive? Chu Mingzhi smiled slightly. I created a small plugin to remind me to pay attention to Chun Yuxing. Aren't you always paying attention to your goddess? Is there really a need for a reminder? If someone mentions Chun Yuxing in the group chat or private messages, or if there's related content in the moments, the plugin will trigger a special alert sound. Chu Mingzhi said with a serious expression, timeliness of information is crucial. Sometimes seizing the right moment can capture that fleeting opportunity and enter the goddess's heart. What a way to hide from the wind. Shuetao rolled his eyes. This guy is way too extreme. Other admirers are just a bit sick, but Chu Mingzhi is starting to have the flavor of a performance artist. He disdainfully said, what fleeting opportunity? That's all nonsense. If you ask me, picking up girls in college is simple. Oh, as long as you're willing to spend money and provide some conveniences, it's easy. For example, you need a car. Taking a girl out in a car is so convenient that instantly sets you apart from other suitors. For instance, I drive a Magotan, a mid-range class car, spacious and comfortable. Wang Haoran, who was engrossed in his game on the table, shifted slightly. He was suppressing a laugh. When Xue Tao began to elaborate on his experiences with picking up girls, Wang Haoran had already predicted the smooth little tricks that would follow. In less than 3 sentences, it would surely lead to his beloved Magotan. It was proven that Wang Haoran had already figured out the personalities of his 2 roommates. Aside from being a local, another obvious label on Xue Tao was being Magotan guy. He loved to show off. Sometimes he would drive his beloved car from the dormitory to the other end of the school for ideological education activities. Therefore, besides the nickname local, sometimes his classmates also called him Magotan brother. But on the flip side, for a college student to drive a car worth nearly 2,000 yuan is indeed quite impressive. After all, owning and maintaining a car, as well as parking fees in the city, is no small expense. An ordinary family really can't afford it. This car has indeed given Xue Tao an advantage. When the military training had just ended, other female students from different majors had already sent people to inquire about Xue Tao. One could say that Xue Tao's ostentatious style also had its audience. A plug matches a socket, and a turtle matches a mung bean. Not surprising. Wang Haoran remembered that Su Bai said he wanted to get a car. He didn't know what level it would be. But judging by Su Bai's current wealth level, it would definitely be better than the Magotan. Just as Xue Tao was rambling on, a message from his girlfriend Lu Yuanyuan came through. Xue Tao frowned, his expression shifting. Why did the local stop talking? Keep going. Wang Haoran asked. He wasn't done enjoying the fun. Oh my god. You guys remember that senior sister from my girlfriend's dorm, right? Of course, Zhou Jialu, one of the 3 goddesses. She should be in her senior year this year, known as the hottest campus belle in the history of Jiangxing University. For the situation in the goddess dormitory, Chu Mingjie was well informed. What about it? Senior Zhou is in a relationship now. Oh wow. Upon hearing this, both Chu Mingjie and Wang Haoran were somewhat surprised. It was said that the senior sister had high standards. After staying at Jiangxing University for 3 years despite numerous suitors, she had never been single. Now out of the blue, she suddenly had a boyfriend. There hadn't been any rumors beforehand. I guess she must be dating someone really wealthy. Today, she came back with an LV bag. That brand seems quite expensive, right? Wang Haoran said. Even he, who knew nothing about luxury goods, had heard of LV. It's expensive. Even the basic models cost several thousand to tens of thousands, and anything with a slightly unique design can cost tens of thousands. After finishing Xue Tao sighed. Lu Yuanyuan sending him this was more than obvious. It meant she wanted one herself. To say that the basic LV models were out of reach, Xue Tao could find excuses to ask his parents for extra pocket money, but it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. The problem was, did Lu Yuanyuan deserve it? He had already spent quite a bit on taking her out, including the scheduled Japanese meal this weekend. And now she wanted a bag. Xue Tao felt quite upset, but dared not show his anger to Lu Yuanyuan. After all, she was a girlfriend he had worked hard to win over, even though she was far from being as stunning as the 3 goddess roommates. Still, she was a pretty girl, allowing Xue Tao to hold his head high among his classmates. He could only send her a message to appease her. Haha, is that so? That bag is pretty nice. Right? This model is a collaboration with the famous designer Takashi Murakami featuring. Lu Yuanyuan went on and on about the design, language, artistic elements, and so on. Xue Tao didn't understand a single bit. After Lu Yuanyuan finished, he replied, "That's nice, but an LV for students is indeed too extravagant. I actually think Miniso is quite good too." Yuanyuan, only middle school girls with less than 50 yuan in pocket money would use those cheap bags from Miniso. How can you be so clueless? It's infuriating. Sai, I really can't expect even a tiny bit of aesthetic sense from a straight man. Yuanyuan, I'm not chatting with you anymore, I'm going to study. Xue Tao was taken aback for a moment, then felt both angry and frustrated. Damn it, is this a matter of aesthetic? It's about money. Senior Zhou is already outstanding even compared to internet celebrities and has been approached by talent scouts. She matches well with LV. What are you, Lu Yuanyuan? You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Sigh. Looking at Xue Tao's face filled with impotent rage, Chu Mingjie leaned in to see the commotion, asking, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" Xue Tao exaggeratedly recounted the incident of Lu Yuanyuan asking him for a bag. In the end, he indignantly stated, "Nowadays, female university students usually use brands like Zara or CK, that's about the level. At most, they might use something like Coach, but anything over 1,000 is rare, let alone LV. That's reasonable." Wang Haoran echoed. Lu Yuanyuan has really gotten carried away. How can she really expect locals to buy her an LV? Do locals even have that kind of capability? They don't have that capability, you know. Although Xue Tao was the proud owner of a Magotan 330, in terms of liquid funds, Hu Yi had the upper hand. Chu Mingjie expressed his opinion, saying, Indeed, the entry-level LV is too common. It's everywhere, and carrying one makes it seem like a profession with no taste. The nice styles are just too expensive. Oh wow, Hu Yi, it's rare for us to have the same opinion on something. Shui Tao exclaimed, slapping his thigh as if he had found a kindred spirit. He quickly enlarged the picture of the bag and held up his phone for Chu Mingzhi to see. However, Shui Tao did not continue to receive Hu Yi's approval. Chu Mingzhi adjusted his glasses and scrutinized the image closely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His voice trembled as he said this. This is the Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami collaboration Speedy Bandolier, 25. What the hell? Shui Tao was dumbfounded. What bird language are you speaking? This bag is a limited edition. You can't just walk into a store and buy it with money. You have to wait for the secondary market to release it, or get lucky and find it with a store manager. Chu Mingzhi acted as if he understood, saying, Locals, do you have any idea what its recent transaction price is? No way, buddy, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? It's just a bag. Haha, you know nothing about the wealth of the rich wives. Chu Mingzhi shook his fingers, saying, As far as I know, last month this bag's transaction price reached 157800, and it might have gone up a bit recently, conservatively estimating it starts at 16000. What a 16000. Shui Tao was utterly shocked. His worldview had truly been shattered. To be fair, his relatives occasionally bought luxury items to maintain appearances. A bag costing a few thousand, or even over 10,000, was within Shui Tao's understanding. However, to think that such a flashy handbag costs 16000 was truly eye-opening for Shui Tao. Seriously, where do these rich guys get their money? Is it just blown in by the wind? Shui Tao complained. I bet that Zhou Xuejia's boyfriend is a top-tier rich second generation in Jiangqing. Even in Shanghai, he would be quite capable. Chu Mingzhi analyzed, adding sarcastically, After all, just giving a bag is more expensive than the car you drive. Bullshit. I'm driving a Magotan 330 TSI premium version with an official guide price of 179900. How could it be cheaper than a bag? Shui Tao's voice suddenly grew louder, his face reddening as he felt attacked. In reality, Hu Yi had hit the nail on the head. Although the official guide price was 179900 in the past 2 years, due to the impact of domestic new energy vehicles, car prices had generally dropped. During the summer vacation, Shui Tao's parents took him to pick up the car and coincidentally encountered a discount. After a bit of negotiation with the sales, they saved 3500, and the final bare car price was 144,900. You can't say it, but it's true that it's not even as expensive as Zhou Zuji's LV bag. Of course, if you include purchase tax and insurance, then Shui Tao's Magotan 330 would barely win. But what significance does that have? It cannot change the bloody fact that Zhou Jiala's boyfriend is wealthier and belongs to a higher class than Shui Tao. So compared to that man, I'm just a poor loser. What's the difference between me and Wang Haoran? Shui Tao sighed. Wang Haoran. Sweating bullets, Chu Mingzhi snorted coldly, triumphantly, saying, As I expected, Zhou Xuejia is the kind of girl with high material desires. An ordinary rich person simply cannot satisfy her. Haha, just right, I don't like her either. What difference does it make whether you like her or not? She wouldn't look at you anyway, Shui Tao retorted. Stop rambling. Chu Mingzhi said sternly, Is that the point? The point is Chun Yuxing absolutely cannot be such a materialistic girl. Shui Tao couldn't be bothered to argue. He realized that Lao Chu was simply a brainless sycophant, impossible. He was the wiser one, utilizing his advantages, and in just a month of school, he had secured the pretty girl Lu Yuanyuan. Reflecting on this, Shui Tao couldn't help but feel gloomy again. While he was chatting with his roommates, he also sent messages to cheer Lu Yuanyuan up. However, Lu Yuanyuan completely ignored him. It seemed she was genuinely angry. To appease her, he would have to make some effort. Surely he couldn't actually buy her an. But girls are often like this. When a close friend gets certain material conditions, she also feels the need to. So annoying. Shui Tao couldn't think of a solution for now, so he frustratedly opened his computer to play some Brawl. Fortunately, his annoyance didn't last long, because Chu Mingzhi soon encountered some unexpected news. Around 10 o'clock, Chu Mingzhi's phone rang with a special alert tone. After chatting for a bit, Chu Mingzhi tossed his phone aside, sitting cross-legged on the bed, staring blankly at the dormitory's white wall. Wang Haoran was stopped by Chu Mingzhi when he went to the bathroom. Brother Haoran, what's up? What do you think it means if Chun Yuxing returns from outside in a luxury car at this? Wang Haoran was taken aback. Shui Tao perked up. What else could it mean? She must be in a relationship, just like Zhou Xuejia. Oh no. Chu Mingzhi clutched his head, emitting a painful wail. It's not like that, it's not like that. Right, actually, we must analyze the specifics. It mainly depends on how luxurious that so-called luxury car really is. Is there a standard for that? Wang Haoran asked, confused. If it's just a 34C level entry luxury car, it could just be a ride-hailing car. I'm seriously speechless. Hu Yi, how can you comfort yourself so well? Shui Tao laughed. Do you even believe what you just said? Chu Mingzhi replied coldly. It's not about whether I believe it, but I trust Chen's noble character. Shui Tao was left speechless. Kid, you're unbeatable. Such nobility, as if reading ancient poetry. Wake up, high school is over. Wang Haoran with a deadpan expression held back his laughter, eagerly enjoying the drama. How can our dormitory 510 have both Haji Shui and Haji Chu, the pair of hidden talents? Truly impressive. If Zhou Xuejie's dormitory 2321 is the goddess dormitory, then our male dormitory 7510 is undoubtedly the dormitory of extraordinary people. I want to ask if your dorm has such extraordinary people. Truly extraordinary. Subai hasn't returned yet. He might have gone to play basketball. Let me ask him. Wang Haoran replied casually, then messaged Subai. He told him that the counselor came to check the dorm. Wang Haoran had a hunch that Brother Bai probably wouldn't return tonight. Generally, it wasn't necessary to report to the counselor, but unfortunately Brother Bai happened to encounter Director Xia inspecting the male dorm. Xia Lin walked into the room, subconsciously sniffing the air. The dorm exuded the unique smell of a boys' dormitory, not particularly foul, but certainly not pleasant. It was overall a bit messy with personal items scattered everywhere. Underwear and socks were hanging from the bed rail. As a graduate student senior, she had often accompanied the student council to check dorms during her undergraduate years, so she was quite accustomed to such situations, and her face didn't flush with embarrassment. In contrast, Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi were exceedingly shy. After all, Xia Lin was quite beautiful, even more so than Shui Tao's girlfriend Lu Yuanyuan. While not top tier, she was certainly goddess-like. Dressed in a fitted tracksuit faintly glistening with the light sweat of having just finished a run, her deep brown hair was tied into a high ponytail, exposing her long fair neck and attractive ears tinged with a hint of pink. Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi even found it hard to look at her. Instead, usually more introverted Wang Haoran felt nothing. In his eyes, all three-dimensional women were the same. None could compare to the source spirits. Your hygiene situation is acceptable, Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi. Remember to clean up regularly, especially take out the trash daily, otherwise it can easily breed bacteria leading to illness, Xia Lin advised. Got it, Director Xia. Both replied, feeling a bit ashamed to have their untidy state seen by the beautiful counselor, experiencing a bit of social embarrassment. Wang Haoran is not bad, Subai. Subai's bed is so neatly arranged. Director Xia, that's not cleanliness. He simply has fewer belongings. Chu Mingzhi couldn't help but interject, defending himself. My place looks messy, but that's only because I have a lot of stuff: men's skincare products, English original books, a capsule coffee machine, and a ukulele. Oh, by the way, Director Xia, do you play the ukulele? I don't play. Xia Lin looked at Chu Mingzhi with confusion. Why did this kid suddenly start listing? It was as if he were the type who wasn't good at socializing but forced himself to showcase his rich hobbies at a blind date. Director Xia, don't be fooled by how clean Subai's desk looks. He is actually similar to us most of the time. Perhaps inspired by Chu Mingzhi's remarks, Shui Tao also chimed in, all my dirty clothes are going home to be washed this weekend. The washing machine at home cleans well. After all, I have a car, a Magotan 330, and it's very convenient for locals to drive home. Oh, Xia Lin replied, nonchalantly, internally rolling her eyes. Who asked you? Xia Lin couldn't help but secretly lament that Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi were indeed, just as their classmates often complained, overly showy. There's no denying that their family backgrounds are considered quite good among the students at Jiangxing University. The problem is at such a young age they show off all the time, lacking any semblance of a student. They're not the type of rich young men who spend money like water. Alright, there's nothing else. Wait for Subai to return and remind him not to come back too late. After saying that, Xia Lin left dorm 510. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Oh phew, this counselor's sense of pressure was quite strong. Although her temperament was nice, she still carried an aura of being smart and capable. Chu Mingzhi pondered. I heard that Director Xia participated in many student activities during her undergraduate years and achieved remarkable results. She really has a leader's charisma. Shui Tao suddenly thought, if I could date Director Xia, that would be quite impressive. After all, she is only 4 years older, which is quite suitable. Suitable? Chu Mingzhi scoffed. She is the type of excellent, strong woman, and how could she possibly date someone like a demolition nouveau riche? Damn it, who are you looking down on? Just as a new round of Shanghai Young Master vs. Local, unfolded, Xia Lin finished checking other dorms and walked out of the dorm building. After thinking for a moment, she decided to call Subai to give him a little warning. After all, she had bumped into him at the cafeteria earlier, and he said he was going to skip class to work out. Now he was returning quite late. He didn't seem very honest and gave off a rebellious vibe. Actually, it's easy to identify the troublemakers among students. For instance, in dorm 510, the others seemed somewhat fearful in front of the counselor. Only Subai remained neither humble nor arrogant. Of course, Xia Lin didn't genuinely intend to punish Subai. Even if he didn't return overnight, it wasn't that serious. It was just a gentle reminder to warn him to be careful and not cause trouble. Xia Lin found Subai's WeChat and made a video call. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the call connected. The screen shook slightly, and then a scene of a swimming pool appeared. From the decor, it seemed quite high-end, resembling a luxury hotel pool. Then the screen flashed and switched to the front camera. Subai, wearing only swimming trunks, showcased his tall and athletic physique before Director Xia. Director Xia, did you need something? Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to check on the boys' dorm and didn't find you. I wanted to ask about your situation. Oh, I'm staying at a hotel tonight. I was swimming earlier and didn't check WeChat. Sorry about that, Subai said with a smile. I meant to let you know, but I got too caught up in having fun and forgot. No problem, just take care of yourself and be safe. Xiaolin quickly hung up the video call. She reached for her chest, breathing heavily, her ample assets rising and falling. This kid's physique is caught off guard by the sight of Subai swimming. Xiaolin was given a significant visual impact. She enjoyed sports, so she especially valued a man's physique. Subai's physique was undoubtedly the best she had seen in her 4 years at Jiangxing University. He was over 1.8 meters tall, perfectly proportioned and robust, without being overly muscular. Neither was he a slender guy, nor did he appear uncoordinated like those overly muscular gym enthusiasts. What was even more commendable was that Subai not only had a great physique, but also a handsome face. Recalling the stunning sight from the video earlier, Xiaolin swallowed hard. Fortunately, she hung up the video call in time, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. It was truly mortifying as she almost lost her composure in front of her student. Well, according to Jiangda's tradition, the relationship between counselors and students is more akin to that of seniors and juniors rather than the traditional teacher-student dynamic. Admiring the physique of a junior isn't all that unreasonable, Xiaolin reassured herself. Then she realized something. The room card Subai displayed bore the hotel's name, JW Marriott. It should be the one not far from Jiangdao, just 2 subway stops away. A random room would cost 800 or 900 for a night. This was during the recent off-peak travel season, of prices would double during the busy periods. His relatives must be quite wealthy to stay in a hotel of this caliber. But Subai appears so simple. Is his family background really average, or is he just humble? It's hard to say. That night, Xiaolin inexplicably couldn't stop thinking about Subai. She couldn't sleep. After finally dozing off, she dreamt of swimming with Subai. The next day, in the early morning, in the graduate student dormitory, a roommate groggily woke up to use the bathroom and found Xiaolin busy at the sink. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaolin, you are quite virtuous getting up so early to wash intimate clothing." "Oh, it's nothing much." Xiaolin smiled in response, her expression a bit awkward. The roommate didn't pay much attention, failing to notice Xiaolin's unusual demeanor, and just muttered to himself, "Xiaolin, you are truly diligent and capable. Whoever marries you in the future will surely have a blessed life." "It's not that exaggerated, really, just average." Xiaolin felt a bit shy about her roommate's compliments. After all, washing intimate clothing this morning was not due to her diligence, but because she had woken up from a dream and found it dirty, forcing her to wash it. How embarrassing. The key was that the dream left a particularly vivid impression in her mind, causing Xiaolin to feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. In fact, during military training, Xiaolin had already noticed Subai. He was a calm and detached boy, much more mature than his peers. In terms of appearance, he was definitely the most handsome in the class, and according to Xiaolin's aesthetic preferences, he could be considered the most attractive in the computer science department this year. His facial features were decidedly masculine and upright, quite different from the effeminate young idols popular in today's entertainment industry. He even had a bit of an old-school Hong Kong star vibe. During military training, when the counselor was monitoring them, Xiaolin would watch them, and her gaze would fall on Subai, standing at attention, tall and straight like a pine. However, she never expected that beneath his clothes his physique was so. While washing the clothes, Xiaolin's mind began to wander uncontrollably, her cheeks turning red. After hanging the small clothes to dry, Xiaolin no longer felt like lying back down to sleep. She idly played with her phone. By a strange twist of fate, she clicked into her private chat with Subai. The profile picture was a cartoon of a big white goose, and his name was also Supaida by E, indicating his fondness for geese. After a moment of mental struggle, Xiaolin finally started typing. "Xia Tian de Lin, student Su, you need to return to school on time for class today. Remember to let me know when you're back." "No problem." After a bit of self-psyching, Xiaolin sent the message. To her surprise, Subai replied almost instantly. "Supaida by, you sure will be back around 9 for the second class. I'll let you know when I arrive." "Xia Tian de Lin, okay." "Xia Tian de Lin, student Su, you're up quite early." "Supaida by, I was tired from swimming last night and went to bed early." "Xia Tian de Lin, haha, that's good. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health." "Xia Tian de Lin, you go ahead with your business. I need to head to the research group too." "Supaida by, big white goose waving." "Supaida by, good luck." Xia Dao. At this moment, Subai had just sprung out of bed and was stretching. Oh, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Last night, he had a great experience at the Marriott swimming pool. He even encountered 2 girls who tried to flirt with him, but he had turned them down. They seemed to have a heavy air of promiscuity, which gave him a bad feeling. By the way, Su-bai had also scanned them with his system, and upon seeing their shocking dating counts, he felt quite clear-minded about his decision to reject their advances. Ultimately, Su-bai preferred fresh and clean. What man doesn't feel that way at the core? After swimming, Su-bai went to the administrative floor and ordered 2 cocktails at the administrative lounge. They were quite tasty, not too strong, just a light buzz. After returning to his room, he initially intended to lie down and rest for a bit, but he ended up falling asleep. He estimated that he had only fallen asleep around 11 and slept until 7:30 in the morning. The quality of sleep was exceptionally high, comparable to that of a baby. From this, it was evident that the system had indeed improved Su-bai's physique through the primary body enhancement liquid. 8 hours of sleep was standard. He couldn't sleep more even if he wanted to. This was the ideal state of body Su-bai envisioned. Sleeping too much or too little indicated some issues with the body. Additionally, the system mentioned that the enhancement liquid would further amplify Su-bai's original strengths. Yesterday, Su-bai was still unclear about what his strengths were. Now as he looked down, he suddenly understood. "Oh, it's too early to find someone to help me. I bet senior sister is still asleep." With no other options, Su-bai left a message for Zhou Jialu and went swimming. After swimming, he enjoyed a buffet breakfast. The hotel breakfast was quite lavish. There were comments online saying that eating too much could get monotonous, but Su-bai had yet to experience the feeling of eating it for several days in a row. He planned to savor it in a few days. This was also the significance of Su-bai staying at the Marriott for a week to see if living in a hotel for an extended period was comfortable enough. Meanwhile, he planned to spend money and get cash back, accumulating funds for more options later when choosing a place to stay. While having breakfast, Zhou Jialu replied to his message saying she planned to quit her job at the 4S dealership and then come to the hotel to find Su-bai. "Su-pai to buy, then I'll go pick you up. When do you think you can finalize the deal?" "Lulu, it will be soon. Quitting as an intern is not that complicated. Besides, I spoke with the manager last night and the relevant procedures are already prepared." Su-pai to buy, big white goose thumbs up. Su-pai to buy, senior sister's initiative is impressive. "Lulu, oh, I just didn't want to act too slowly and make my junior think too much. After all, in a luxury car sales job, once you're in a relationship, it's not suitable to continue." Su-pai to buy, indeed. "Lulu, hee, I'm very dedicated. From now on, my tenderness will only belong to my junior brother." Not bad. Girls like senior sister who are so dedicated are indeed rare in this era. Indeed, Zhou Jialu's dedication stemmed from Su-bai's wealth and his decisive and generous spending on her. However, many girls, even if they get involved with the rich, still feel restless thinking of using it as a springboard to become higher-class socialites. There are even those who, while dating a rich guy and accepting material support from him, still complain about the monotony of life and cheat with other men. Don't think that rich people won't be cheated on. Some materialistic girls are truly shameless. To put it bluntly, their service awareness is just terrible. No matter how well you treat them, they can always find reasons to convince themselves to cheat. Boundaries. In contrast, senior sister, whether observed by Su-bai or judged by the system, proves to be a genuine, pure-hearted girl. Only girls who are loyal to him and continuously provide emotional value will Su-bai invest in. Around 8, Su-bai got ready and drove his Mercedes GLE to the 4S dealership he had just visited yesterday. This time his goal and mindset were completely different. At the Mercedes-Benz dealership, the soon-to-be departing Zhou Jialu was surrounded by several female colleagues. Taking advantage of the quiet morning before customers arrived, they whispered and gossiped, eagerly inquiring about her boyfriend's situation. Everyone wore a concerned expression. After all, who among the saleswomen working here had not fantasized about being whisked away by a wealthy man embarking on a life of leisure as a pampered wife? In this job, the more wealthy people one encounters, the more one tends to develop similar inclinations. Some of the young women had before graduation been in innocent campus romances with boyfriends from school. However, after graduation, as they felt the heavy pressure of reality, their thoughts began to change. It wasn't that they no longer liked their high school sweethearts, rather their desires had inflated, and they were no longer satisfied with merely having love, but sought higher material standards. While in school, meals and accommodation were subsidized by the government, costing very little. It was only after starting work that they realized not to mention anything else, just the cost of rent each month was considerable. In Jiangxing, things were still manageable, but in big cities, renting a room in the suburbs could start at $1,000 to $2,000 a month. Not to mention the subsequent expenses of buying a house, a car, and raising children. Each item was a significant expenditure. Therefore, upon learning that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend was still in school, the saleswomen were practically envious. She had both youth and the prospect of a good life. "No way, sisters, you talk as if he's some kind of god. Is that Su-bai really tall and handsome?" said a heavily made-up saleswoman. Her name was Feng Liyun, and she hadn't come to work yesterday, so she hadn't seen Su-bai. Before Zhou Jialu joined, she was responsible for filming promotional videos for social media, only to have her position snatched away by Zhou Jialu. There was no comparison from looks to figure, even to temperament. Zhou Jialu outshined her effortlessly. She was simply a natural beauty. To be honest, Feng Liyun was quite pleased that Zhou Jialu managed to reel in a wealthy boyfriend. If this girl actually became a permanent staff member, it would be a tragedy. Feng Liyun didn't know how long she would be overshadowed. Feng Liyun had always hoped some tycoon would take her away. Yet in her expectations, the one who won Zhou Jialu's heart should be a middle-aged, greasy uncle, which would make her feel more balanced. Sister Feng, it's true. I was on duty yesterday and kept staring at that guy for a long time. Oh, I just thought he was handsome, nothing more. Jialu, you won't be mad, will you? No problem. Looking at handsome guys isn't against the law, Zhou Jialu replied cheerfully. Oh, it seems our Jialu has already tasted the fruit of her labor. How much did you eat last night? Did he satisfy you? Stop it. Talking like that in public. The tall and handsome Su Bai strode into the dealership, immediately silencing the chattering girls overwhelmed by his charismatic presence. This was actually a common occurrence. When a good-looking man with an air of affluence approached, the groups of chatting girls would suddenly quiet down, stealing glances at him only to excitedly gossip once he was out of earshot. Good morning, everyone. Su Bai greeted them casually, then approached his senior, embracing her and gently kissed. Zhou Jialu felt a bit surprised as she returned a light kiss on Su Bai's face, prompting the girls to cheer. Wow, why is someone spreading dog food so early in the morning? Kill me now. The single dogs are going to explode with jealousy. Su Bai exchanged a few casual pleasantries with them, then asked Zhou Jialu, Senior, have you completed your resignation paperwork? Yes, all done. I can leave with you anytime, Zhou Jialu said, holding Su Bai's hand, her face brimming with sweetness. Meeting her junior was truly her good fortune. Su Bai nodded at her words, took out his phone, and called Manager Gua. Manager Gua, I want to pick a car for Jialu. Since she has resigned, I'll need your help with the process. Haha, Manager Gua waved his hands repeatedly. Who would dislike having sales? Junior, are you really going to buy me a car? That's unnecessary, isn't it? I feel like I don't really need a car, it would be too wasteful, Zhou Jialu remarked. Although she said she didn't want it, her expression showed surprise. Of course I want to buy it. Senior, there are times when you need to act independently. Jiangxing is so large, having a car is convenient. Su Bai insisted. Having established a close relationship with Zhou Jialu, allowing her to indulge in spending would mean a cashback benefit for him. Alright then. Since you think it's necessary, let's buy one, but don't get anything too expensive. It wouldn't be practical. Zhou Jialu had a high emotional intelligence. If she were greedy and looking to profit, she would naturally aim for the more expensive options when given the opportunity to buy a car. After all, it wasn't her own money being spent, so she wouldn't feel heartbroken. Yet Zhou Jialu thought differently. If she drove a car more expensive than Su Bai's, wouldn't it seem odd? It would look inconsiderate. She felt that even a car of a similar price range wouldn't be appropriate. What kind of status would she have to drive a car at the same level as her junior? Zhou Jialu had a clear understanding of her position. She was the little woman of her junior, so it was only fitting to lower her stance. The more she received his affection, the more she needed to keep herself grounded. She didn't want to be like the women in dramas or romance novels, acting spoiled due to being doted upon. Zhou Jialu pondered for a moment before quickly making her choice. Having worked in sales for some time, she was well acquainted with the product line of the Mercedes-Benz brand. The entry-level C260L will do, no need for high configurations, it has all the necessary functions. Really? Su Bai felt that the cashback wasn't substantial enough. Why not go for the E-Class? It looks no way. After the price drop, the E-Class is almost 500,000. It's unnecessary. Honestly, if I weren't worried about losing face in front of you, I'd have no problem driving a 30,000 yuan car. It's just a means of transportation. Zhou Jialu stuck out her tongue, her playful, yet slightly innocent demeanor radiating from her enchanting face, wielding a lethal charm over men. Su Bai couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Senior, you're so thrifty. Of course. I'm yours now, so it's only right to help you save money. Manager Guo maintained a professional smile while internally rolling his eyes. Damn it, hurry up and pick up the car and leave. Why are you two here sweet-talking and spreading dog food? Single dogs were envious. Complaints aside, the process of picking up the car was quite fast. The C260L, being a classic entry-level luxury model from Mercedes-Benz, had ample stock. Furthermore, since Su Bai was paying in full, there was no need to go through loan procedures. Once the insurance was sorted, they were good to go. By 9 o'clock, Su Bai and Zhou Jialu were already on the road heading to the JW Marriott Hotel. As the two brand-new cars majestically departed from the dealership, saleswoman Feng Liyun found herself in a daze. He really is a handsome guy. The moment she saw Su Bai, she felt a stir in her heart, wanting to take the chance to flirt. However, she lacked the confidence to pull that off in front of Zhou Jialu. Forget it. Who could blame Jialu for being naturally beautiful and lucky? She felt utterly envious. As a car salesperson, Zhou Jialu was quite skilled at driving. The two cars parked side by side in the underground parking lot of the JW Marriott. To be honest, they looked quite compatible. The C260L was exquisite, while the GLE exuded power. Subai wrapped his arm around Zhou Jielu, feeling very satisfied with these two cars. Senior sister's car cost a total of 280,000, and she won an 8-fold cashback, which amounted to 224,000. Indeed, senior sister was his lucky star. It seemed that in the future, whenever Subai encountered a place for big spending that offered cashback, he would have to bring Zhou Jielu along. Will senior sister use a temporary license plate first, or will you accompany me to get the license plate this morning? Don't you have a required class to attend? Yes, but I could actually take a leave. No need, it's not urgent. You go to class first, I can just stay at the hotel playing on my phone and watching dramas, I won't be bored. Zhou Jielu began to show her obedient side again. This sense of service was far superior to those socialites who only knew how to create chaos. Subai nodded in satisfaction and leaned closer to Zhou Jialu's ear, saying, "Then let's go up first. Senior sister, help me relax a bit, and I'll prepare to head back to school." Mum. Zhou Jielu softly responded, glancing at Subai, who was already eager to move. Oh dear, the younger brother's talent was just too remarkable. On his birthday, she truly feared being kept in bed by him. However, for a woman, this was indeed a happy. After helping Subai relax for a while, Zhou Jielu vaguely sensed that Subai's strength seemed to be even more formidable than yesterday for some unknown reason. A wave of anticipation surged within her. At this rate, even if the younger brother has patience, I might not be able to wait until my birthday and may end up taking things further with him. Sigh, if it really comes to that, I might as well let nature take its course. Zhou Jielu gradually relaxed her internal constraints. They drove back to school. Subai found a parking spot in the outdoor public parking lot of Jiangxing University in the southern area. Many faculty and staff parked here, including a few students who owned their own cars like the local Shuetao. The dormitory area was to the north while the classrooms were to the west, making it a bit of a walk to the parking lot, roughly 10 minutes. There were shared bicycles, so it was no big deal. With his enhanced physical fitness from the body-strengthening liquid, he pedaled the small bike at high speed. He successfully arrived at the advanced mathematics classroom before class started. As Subai entered, he looked toward the back of the classroom. Unsurprisingly, in the last 2 rows, he spotted his 3 roommates. Unfortunately, they were already seated and his roommates didn't save him a spot. As everyone knows, in a university lecture hall, the last 2 rows are prime real estate. The farther from the teacher, the more comfortable it is. Wang Haoren also spotted Subai and made a classic gesture of a certain basketball star. He raised his hands, signifying helplessness. He also sent a message on WeChat. Wang Haoren had the agile mushroom from the mountains today. Silly son, there were only 3 seats left when we arrived. Good luck. Wang Haoren had the agile mushroom from the mountains today. Eternal choo-choo tall, full, crispy skin, big, white, goose big, white, goose middle finger. Subai scanned the entire classroom. It seemed that only the first row still had seats available. The problem was that sitting in the front row meant becoming the professor's interaction target and enduring his scrutiny. No way, I can't allow that. Suddenly, Subai joyfully discovered a vacant seat at the edge of the middle section of the classroom. Upon closer inspection, oh, isn't that Chen Yuxing? In the large tiered classroom, the seats were relatively close together. Chen Yuxing had a wall on her right, while there was an empty seat to her left. Given that all nearby seats were occupied, it appeared quite peculiar. Subai could roughly understand the reason for this phenomenon. The oppressive aura of the aloof and cold female academic was quite intimidating. This class was advanced mathematics for freshmen, which meant that most of the attendees were first-year students who had just left high school and were generally still shy. It was completely normal not to dare to sit next to Chen Yuxing. Moreover, Chen Yuxing had no female friends. At this moment, Chen Yuxing also spotted Subai, a hint of joy curling at the corners of her mouth, but she quickly reverted to a serious expression. She didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm. Instead, she expressed her intentions through actions, unfolding the folded chair beside her and waving her hand at Subai. Oh wow. This action sparked a wave of suppressed murmurs. A few students who happened to be watching Chen Yuxing were instantly flustered to see her actively inviting the boy who had just entered the classroom to sit next to her. Wait, what's going on? Isn't Goddess Chen someone who keeps her ears closed to the world, focusing solely on her studies? Isn't she uninterested in boys, only doing research? She actually invited a boy to sit together. No, this can't be right, I must have misseen. However, the reality hit these students like a ton of bricks. Subai naturally took a seat beside Chen Yuxing. Then Chen Yuxing leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "From now on you can sit next to me in this advanced math class. There usually isn't anyone sitting next to me." Good idea. Subai thought this was great, that way he wouldn't have to worry about not getting a good spot. Actually, the seats in the middle of the classroom were also quite decent. Sometimes the teacher would pay extra attention to the geniuses in the last 2 rows, which was somewhat of a reverse tactic. The relationship between teachers and students is always a dynamic game. Chen Yuxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Subai might refuse. But she really enjoyed being with Subai, who it felt particularly comfortable. She could also chat with him secretly during class and share interesting things she found online. Chun Yuxing rounding up was basically a girl addicted to the internet lacking interpersonal interactions in the real world, or rather she had no interest in ordinary socializing. Only Su Bai particularly suited her taste. Moreover, Su Bai was wealthy. Ever since her mother fell ill, Chun Yuxing increasingly recognized the importance of money. In fact, she had known money was important for a long time. After all, she was just introverted, not foolish. They had learned about the significance of currency in middle school, but it was easier to intuitively experience the warmth and coldness of the world in a hospital. If I become Su Bai's girlfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about the money for my mother's treatment. She would receive proper care, and I wouldn't have to toil for a living. Chun Yuxing's peripheral vision caught Su Bai's upright posture and his sun-kissed handsome face, and this thought suddenly emerged. Immediately afterward, she gave herself a mental slap. What are you thinking, Chun Yuxing? To pursue a relationship with such a utilitarian goal is quite unethical, isn't it? It felt like it wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Moreover, even if she truly became Su Bai's girlfriend, there was no reason to ask him to spend such a large amount of money to help treat her mother. Rationally, Chun Yuxing felt that the thought that had just popped into her head was quite absurd. But on the other hand, she and Su Bai really did resonate well. They were at the level of potential soulmates. Dating Su Bai would be on the level of true love, though it seemed there wasn't really any problem with that. The girl's heart fell into a tangle. Meanwhile, Su Bai was reporting to his counselor Xia Lin via his phone saying that he was back for class, putting Xia. I must say this counselor is quite serious and responsible with a management style that is both strict and lenient, which is quite rare. Encountering a reliable counselor is definitely a significant advantage for university life. At the back of the classroom, Chu Mingzhi glared at Su Bai and Chun Yuxing with his dead fish eyes, closely watching them, looking utterly disheartened. He incredulously opened his mouth and said, "Wait, this isn't right. Why would Chun Yuxing allow Su Bai to sit beside her?" Regarding Chu Mingzhi's astonishment, Wang Haoren shrugged, saying, "So what? Brother Bai isn't a plague god. Oh, what's so strange about Chun Yuxing sitting next to him?" "Brother Haoren, you might have overlooked the details." Chu Mingzhi adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. It was Chun Yuxing who actively invited him over, and after Su Bai from the groove took his seat, Chun Yuxing was still talking in his ear. Su Bai from the groove. That was indeed too detailed. Wang Haoren was left speechless, only able to sweat nervously. "Keep it down, don't lose your mind here," Shui Tao said awkwardly and unpleasantly. "If you aren't embarrassed, we certainly are." Shui Tao felt schadenfreude, but couldn't find joy in it. Although the blow to Hu Yi was amusing to watch, Su Bai did seem a bit too close to Chun Yuxing. Shui Tao couldn't help but wonder. When did these two get to know each other? In Shui Tao's impression, Su Bai and Chun Yuxing had never exchanged a word. Could it be that in some unknown corner they formed some kind of connection, some bond? But the problem is, aside from attending classes, Su Bai basically just lay in his dorm playing games on his phone. He wasn't the type to go out and socialize. It was said that Chun Yuxing was similar, sticking to the routine of dormitory classroom laboratory. So how did this intimacy develop? I want to ask. To be honest, Shui Tao was really jealous. A girl as beautiful and outstanding as Chun Yuxing was actually the only child of a local demolition household, in Jiangxing the first choice for partners. Unfortunately, Chun Yuxing was too exceptional for Shui Tao to even dare to dream. He hadn't heard that Chun Yuxing had a good relationship with that guy. Yet it turned out that Su Bai was progressing the fastest. This was simply hard to accept. Shui Tao admitted that Su Bai was handsome, but there were plenty of good-looking guys pursuing Chun Yuxing. Moreover, his financial situation was too meager. To put it bluntly, he might even qualify for low income. Shui Tao at least had pocket money of over 10,000 each month, drove a Magotan as a freshman, and owned 4 properties locally. Where was the problem? It must be said that although Shui Tao loved to show off, he still had some brains. Without brains, he couldn't have gotten into Jiangxing University. After thinking for a while, a sudden realization struck him, as if grasping something in the dark. Wang Haoren, did Su Bai meet Chun Yuxing through playing games? Huh. Wang Haoren, who was focused on his mobile game, looked confused. You're asking me? Yeah, don't you usually play with Su Bai? Not always together. He plays ranked matches by himself a lot. I mainly play in the two-dimensional world. Wang Haoren smiled shyly, making his meaning clear. Don't ask me, I don't know, meow. Hey, that's really strange. In the middle of the classroom, Chun Yuxing was oblivious to the discussions around her, or rather she simply didn't care. Her mind was entirely on Su Bai. Throughout the entire math class, she was almost entirely preoccupied with that question. Deep down, Chun Yuxing was sure she liked Su Bai, but would Su Bai like her? If she pursued Su Bai and asked him for money, would he think she was a gold digger? Sigh. When it came to love, Chun Yuxing had absolutely no experience and had never thought about being in a relationship. She had always been very sensible, focusing on her studies, tinkering with computers, ranking up solo, watching abstract videos on Bilibili, and browsing forums for abstractions. Perhaps as a girl her hobbies were too niche and she had never had any close friends. Boys approached her with ulterior motives, and Chen Yuxing always firmly rejected them, gradually cultivating a cold and aloof image. Until that day in the cafe when she chatted extensively with Su Bai, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was someone in the world so similar to her. This was what one might call love at first sight. But from a realistic standpoint, did Chen Yuxing really deserve to date Su Bai? Her father had run off after the divorce, and her mother was seriously ill in the hospital. Her family was already in shambles. Sheng Sheng, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you a request for a game buddy. Su Bai's voice interrupted Chen Yuxing's thoughts. The latter was stunned for a moment, then her expression changed. What did you just call me? I think Sheng Sheng sounds nicer. If you don't want to then. There's nothing I don't want. You can call me whatever you like. Really? Really? Well, after all, we're not really strangers or formal, right? I think we're at the level of soulmates. Chen Yuxing felt that definition was too ambiguous, but she couldn't muster the energy to refute it. So she just accepted it. What kind of buddy play are we talking about? Accompany me to buy a computer. We talked about it before. You said you know the computer shop by the south gate of the school inside and out, and not only won't get scammed, but can also get prices lower than e-commerce. Oh, so. Help me assemble a computer for gaming. The budget just needs to be better than what by Jia Jian offers. Thinking of this, Chen Yuxing suddenly recalled that she had first spoken to Su Bai because she couldn't help but remind him about buying a ridiculous computer. In other words, this was the opportunity she had to strike up a conversation with Su Bai? Astonishing. If not counting online gaming buddies, their acquaintance began with Chen Yuxing approaching Su Bai. Just thinking about it felt strange. She was socially anxious. Perhaps this was what they called destiny. Chen Yuxing readily agreed. The pay will be calculated as a game buddy, 200 per hour. Oh. Since it was a conversation that was not meant for others to know, a secret belonging solely to Su Bai and Chen Yuxing, she felt a bit shy and leaned very close to Su Bai, their faces almost brushing against each other. Ahem. The teacher at the podium couldn't stand it anymore. The couple by the window on the right, be mindful of the impact. Don't whisper during class. The nosy glances of classmates turned toward them. Chen Yuxing immediately felt her brain go blank from embarrassment, lowering her head to play with her fingers silent. From her neck to her ears, she was blushing crimson, beautiful as a flower. As for Su Bai, he grinned and apologized. Sorry teacher, I was wrong. Red bean paste is a private matter. His shameless demeanor. To put it nicely, he had a sunny personality. To put it bluntly, he was just a straightforward guy. Perhaps it was precisely because he was so shameless that he could win over Chen Yuxing. Many classmates shared similar thoughts. This scene before them, calling them a couple, was completely fitting, an attractive match. Moreover, after being called out by the teacher, Chen Yuxing did not distance herself from Su Bai. Instead, after the commotion died down, they continued whispering to each other. At the back of the classroom, Chu Mingzhi suddenly struggled to stand up, clutching his chest and staggering out. Bro, what's wrong with you? Wang Haoran asked. I need to get some fresh air. Ha, my heart hurts. I can't breathe, bro, ha. To prevent an incident, Wang Haoran gallantly accompanied Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary. Observing his demeanor, it was clear that he was shaken by the intimate actions of Su Bai and Chen Yuxing. If left unattended, trouble was bound to arise. The doctor at the school infirmary smiled warmly as he put away his stethoscope, retracting his hand after taking Chu Mingzhi's pulse. The young man is fine, he just has a slightly weak spleen and stomach. Avoid staying up late. He added, for safety, Sake, let's run a blood test. If you're still feeling unwell, I'll prescribe some moxibustion therapy. If all goes well, we can discharge you. Wang Haoran was puzzled. Doctor, are you practicing traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? It didn't matter much, as long as Hu Yi was not seriously injured, that was good news. Sitting on a bench outside the emergency room, Chu Mingzhi stared blankly. Suddenly he murmured, why is it that Chen Yuxing is so enthusiastic towards Su Bai? Well, who can say for sure when it comes to matters of the heart? Don't overthink it. Wang Haoran offered some consolation, though his thoughts were entirely different. He knew about Bai Guess' hidden talents. Wealthy, kind-hearted, and handsome, he was clearly a great match for Chen Yuxing. At the south gate of Jiangqing University, the computer market. In this era, the computer market had evidently fallen into decline. With the rise of self-media, everyone knew that unscrupulous vendors were out to exploit customers. They ensnare half the strangers while reaping the full rewards from acquaintances. Boasting about i9 CPUs, military-grade motherboards, and server-grade memory. They embellish the truth, but in reality, they're just putting together electronic junk from unknown sources into computers that appear high-end, deceiving the uninformed. A computer with a production cost of 600 is sold to you for 5,006, making a profit of 5,000 in tears and blood. Nowadays, anyone who occasionally watches science videos generally wouldn't fall prey to the computer market scams. However, Chen Yuxing was an exception. She was very familiar with the principles of hardware and software and market prices. She had even helped Professor Luo with procurement. Thus, she could obtain cheap goods at the computer market, essentially bypassing all levels of intermediaries, getting prices even lower than e-commerce. This was also a testament to Chen Yuxing's abilities. No wonder Professor Luo praised this new student to everyone. Oh, it wasn't surprising at all. She could write code and handle procurement and was straightforward, never engaging in corruption. Su Bai even suspected that Professor Luo might be exploiting her labor. Therefore, Su Bai didn't need to think much, just following Chen Yuxing, enjoying her haggling. Without a doubt, Chen Yuxing was socially anxious. Yet when it came to her favorite field, she exhibited a decisive. From time to time, she would turn to ask Su Bai about his needs, and then negotiate with the owner of the computer parts accordingly. Soon she managed to finalize a complete set of configurations. Moreover, she gathered the parts together and assembled them on-site at a shop that had long-term cooperation with. Wow, Xiaoqin, this computer doesn't look like it's for the lab with all those RGB lights. Oh, Professor Luo might think you're playing games in the lab. The owner, a kind old lady, commented while munching on sunflower seeds. It's actually for gaming, that's what I set it up for. Busy Chen Yuxing glanced at Su Bai. The admiration in her eyes was noticed by the owner, who merely chuckled, sizing up Su Bai. Indeed, not bad. The young man had a handsome appearance. Being able to afford a computer costing tens of thousands, one could assume his family was well off. Su Bai remained oblivious to the owner's scrutiny, focusing intently on Chen Yuxing assembling the computer. She was quite skilled. In fact, she was better than Su Bai. If anything, her claim of lacking practical ability was simply a modest understatement. Or perhaps in comparison, her skills in other areas were even more impressive, and her so-called lack was merely relative to herself. Why do you keep staring at me? Watching you assemble the computer is interesting. Honestly, I never thought I would assemble a computer with a girl before meeting you. It's pretty cool. Enough chit-chat, come over and help me out. The two cooperated to disassemble the panel's tighten screws, and so forth. During this time, their fingers inevitably brushed against each other. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually brewed. Chen Yuxing kept pondering Su Bai's words. It seemed that in Su Bai's eyes, she was also a special existence. Humph. Soon the computer was assembled and powered on. Then came the installation of the operating system and relevant drivers. Everything was set. It was time to run a benchmark test to verify the computer's performance. The results exceeded Su Bai's expectations. Su Bai was slightly puzzled, and Chen Yuxing explained, I set a set of overclocking parameters for you which will deliver better performance than standard parameters. That sounds impressive, but it won't explode, will it? No, the power supply and cooling system have ample capacity. It can definitely handle it. After all, your budget was maximized, and I found you the best components. Chen Yuxing appeared very confident. At that time, the extravagant dream gaming rig Su Bai wanted would have cost around 70 to 80,000, but Chen Yuxing said it wasn't cost-effective. In contrast, the set she configured for Su Bai was a full 100,000, which was quite outrageous. Yet it indeed offered superior performance. It also looked great, embodying a sense of technological aesthetics. It was undoubtedly the dream gaming rig for any man. Su Bai paid the bill, grabbed a cardboard box with plastic foam, and packed the computer to carry it to the car. The hefty desktop was as light as a feather on Su Bai's shoulder. He then carried a top-tier monitor, keyboard, headset, and other peripherals, completing the entire setup. Altogether, it cost over 100,000 with a cash back of around 500,000. Where to now? Chen Yuxing asked. It can't be to the dormitory. This setup's power draw won't hold up there. Of course not. I'm currently staying at a hotel near the school. I'll take it there directly. Once I find a long-term place to live, I'll move it again then. Oh. Chen Yuxing immediately thought that the hotel where Su Bai stayed must not be simple. Indeed, the car drove to the JW Marriott. Chen Yuxing recognized the hotel brand and knew it was expensive. However, as she followed Su Bai into the riverside suite, she felt indifferent to its grandeur inside. This sharply contrasted with Zhou Jialu. After all, Chen Yuxing had no interest in such luxurious material desires. She cared about other aspects. If the room were filled with computing cards for AI research, perhaps Chen Yuxing would feel as excited as Zhou Jialu did when she walked in. After helping Su Bai set up the computer, Chen Yuxing suddenly realized that she was alone in a hotel room with Su Bai. In this regard, Chen Yuxing had always been very cautious and would never be alone with a man in a confined space. Yet being with Su Bai felt so natural, her guard completely lowered. Chen Yuxing, who valued rigorous logic, concluded from this phenomenon that Su Bai's status in her heart had transcended mere friendship. Or perhaps it was just as Su Bai said, soulmates. Alas, she had already irreparably fallen for him. Chen Yuxing thought gloomily. Ding. Detected that shrank goddess Chen Yuxing's affection for Su Bai has surpassed 80 points. The intimate relationship has been successfully bound. Reward 1 lottery draw. Now spending for Chen Yuxing to satisfy her indulgent desires can also grant the host a cashback of 2 to 10 times. Oh, this has surpassed 80 points too. Su Bai was not surprised. After all, he genuinely felt that he had a strong connection with Chen Yuxing. However, with a girl who had such a strong sense of pride and seemingly hidden family circumstances, one could not rush things. A strategy was necessary. Yet it was unexpected how quickly she became infatuated, turning into a deeply passionate romance. Thus Su-bai gently led her on. Shengxing, I have a bold idea. What? What are you going to do? Chen Yuxing immediately grew tense, instinctively taking a half step back, her hands gripping the side of her chiffon dress, looking a picture of vulnerability. If Su-bai really had made excessive demands on her, it might not be out of the question to consider it. The girl's mind began to swirl with bizarre and outrageous thoughts. However, in the next moment, Su-bai uttered something completely unexpected to Chen Yuxing. Why don't we upgrade your equipment as well? That way it will be more comfortable for you when we team up in the dormitory. Is this what bold ideas look like? What's wrong? Nothing. Chen Yuxing inexplicably felt a bit annoyed, biting her lip, looking rather foolish. She was annoyed at herself for thinking inappropriately. Su-bai was clearly very serious. So what do you think? Open JD and pick a computer. A desktop is definitely not suitable for the dormitory with the limited power supply, and you also need portability. Don't say you don't need it. Still, as I said, I want to satisfy my emotional value. Think about it. If you lag while playing games with me, I would be very unhappy, right? Isn't that the logic? The logic was indeed correct. But what Chen Yuxing was struggling with wasn't this aspect. Seeing how sincerely Su-bai wanted to help her choose a computer, Chen Yuxing could no longer suppress her thoughts and blurted out, Su-bai, don't you dislike playing together in a couple's gaming room? Huh? Su-bai was taken aback. What does that have to do with a couple's gaming room? Then if you change my computer, isn't it just to let me play with you in the dormitory as much as possible, implying you don't want to see me in person? What the hell, I don't want to see you? What kind of top-level understanding is this? Su-bai laughed in anger. You don't come to play with me every day. This is just giving you a good setup to use anytime, anywhere. Your computer has quality control issues, and the after-sales service won't let you change it. Sometimes it lags for no reason, which you have mentioned to me yourself. Wait, does that mean you actually prefer to play in a couple's gaming room with me? Su-bai's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Seeing this, Chen Yuxing felt uncomfortable all over, leaving with a hasty, I have something to attend to, I'll be going now. She fled the Jiangjing suite of JW Marriott in embarrassment. Oh my, not bad at all, Chen, the study genius, shy demeanor. The girl's bashfulness surpassed all words in the world. Su-bai gained a profound understanding from Chen Yuxing. Junior, I'm back. At 6 in the evening, the graceful Zhou Jielu reappeared before Su-bai. It hadn't been long since Chen Yuxing ran away. Zhou Jielu had gone back to school in the afternoon for a class which was a subject she had failed previously and needed to retake in her senior year. Some professors keep a close eye on students retaking courses, so she had to attend. Su-bai took advantage of this time difference to prevent any encounter between Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jielu. Timing. It seemed like a brilliant maneuver, but in reality, it was just luck. Su-bai didn't even know that the two were roommates. Zhou Jielu had never mentioned who her roommate was in her conversations with Su-bai. Su-bai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory was limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Upon seeing another computer that looked very showy in the Jiangjing suite, Zhou Jielu curiously asked, Junior, did you go buy a computer this afternoon? Yeah, I assembled one that I'm very satisfied with. Then gaming must be very enjoyable, but unfortunately I'm not very good at games. If you don't mind, can you teach me? As soon as Zhou Jielu saw Su-bai, she clung to him like some kind of parasitic creature. She seemed to enjoy teasing Su-bai, relishing in his inability to maintain composure around her charm. Su-bai keenly noticed this. It seemed that the senior had always been like this, desiring recognition for her charm, yet deep down, she was a very conservative and self-respecting woman. This is why some people say she is needy. But now the one she seeks recognition from is firmly fixed on Su-bai. That kind of happiness is self-evident. Thus, Su-bai enjoyed another wave of the senior's attention. He lay comfortably on the sofa, opening a drink from the hotel room's fridge. Zhou Jielu, meanwhile, was examining the packaging of the Evian bottled water, which always appears in various artistic works, showcasing luxurious lifestyles. A 330 milliliters small capacity gift pack priced at 200 yuan per bottle. If you ask how it tastes, it is indeed good, but is it really worth the money? It's hard to say. After getting a bit tired of it, the two went downstairs to find a Cantonese restaurant for dinner. They had eaten quite oily recently, so it was time to change the flavor. Although the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Su-bai, his taste buds still leaned towards tasting more diverse cuisines. While to be honest, Su-bai just liked to indulge. If foodies are like that, wanting to try everything when they have money. While eating, Chen Yuxing sent a cat emoji. Su-bai didn't press her further and directly told her that they would start it. According to Su-bai's estimate, Zhou Jielu would definitely leave by 8 o'clock. Sure enough, before it was even 7:30, she said she needed to return to her dormitory to chat with her friend and left. Mainly because she was afraid that if she stayed too late, she'd become lazy and not want to leave, thus conveniently staying. Su-bai took a bath and logged in on time at 8 o'clock. Today, Chen Yuxing was relatively silent in the game, not even turning on her microphone, only occasionally saying a few words. Clearly, she was still in a reclusive state. This was quite normal, According to the system, Chun Yuxing had completely developed feelings for Su Bai, and a girl with her personality would inevitably undergo a strong emotional baptism after falling for someone. Just give her some time. There's a saying, good things come to those who wait. Su Bai truly liked Chun Yuxing. After 2 hours of playing together, just as he exited the game, Chun Yuxing messaged on WeChat, Yuxia, are you angry? Subi Debage, no. Yuxia, I'm not angry either. Yuxia, I wasn't angry the entire time today, or I just had a sore throat, so I spoke less. Subi Debage understood. Debage cheers. Subi Debage, I ordered the ROG Gun God 8 Plus for you. I filled in the address of the nearest Sanyao station to your building. It should arrive tomorrow morning. Remember to go pick it up when you get the message. Yuxia, thank you. It's safe to say that their tastes are indeed in sync. Although Chun Yuxing repeatedly claimed that the ROG brand is overpriced, in fact, this very laptop that Su Bai bought for her had caught her eye for a long time during the summer vacation. But its top configuration costs over 30,000. There's no need to spend that kind of money, if better to save it for her mother's medical treatment. Su Bai is really very good to her. Moreover, during their time at the hotel in the afternoon, Su Bai teased her, clearly aware of Chun Yuxing's feelings. Why does this guy give off a scummy vibe? But I really like him. Chun Yuxing silently complained as she cuddled her phone in bed chatting with Su Bai. At this moment, all 4 members of the goddess dormitory were present. Jiang Shiran was not particularly tall, yet she possessed a delicate and exquisite beauty akin to that of a doll, enough to evoke a protective instinct in any man. Due to her early practice in dance, her demeanor also bore a certain graceful charm. With her petite and dainty figure, the modest size of the hills on her chest complemented her overall aura, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. Thus, she was not merely a pure and innocent goddess, but rather a representation of the contemporary trend of pure allure. Terms like first love, face, and delicate and slender frequently surfaced when her classmates spoke of Jiang Shiran. Her face was always adorned with a vibrant smile, each expression radiating youthful charm reminiscent of a cute younger sister who had stepped out of a Japanese animation. In reality, among the 3 goddesses in the dormitory, Jiang Shiran had the most admirers. Chun Yuxing was too aloof, while Zhou Jialu was too fiery. There was an air of unapproachability about them. Only Jiang Shiran could make even the most ordinary boys fantasize about the possibility of her discovering the beauty within them and sparking a connection. At this moment, Jiang Shiran had just concluded a club activity. Typically, Jiangxing University's clubs began recruiting new members only after the National Day holiday, but Jiang Shiran, being an art student, had managed to slip into the anime club with the older students from the broadcasting and hosting department, primarily engaging in voice acting, where she was quite popular. Oh dear, I'm so tired. Oh, what smells so delicious. Clad in a JK uniform with a pleated skirt and stepping in with wedge shoes, Jiang Shiran was greeted by the rich aroma of food. Lu Yuan exclaimed, the senior brought food again, come share it with us. Wow, the senior is so nice, she just brought us snacks yesterday. This time it's fried snacks made with special healthy cooking oil that won't make you gain weight. Zhou Jialu said this with a hint of pride, as this food, like yesterday's snacks, came from a trendy local shop in Jiangxing, not something an average student could easily afford. Now she was considered financially well off, with monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan, and Su by buying her various expensive luxuries. It was only fitting that she occasionally brought snacks to bribe her roommates and maintain good relationships. After all, jealousy is a natural human emotion, and when it brews too long, it can turn malicious. Those with high emotional intelligence, however, excel at diffusing such negativity. Then I won't hold back, thank you, senior. Jiang Shiran was tempted, but she was keen on maintaining her figure, generally refraining from indulging in the evenings. What Zhou Jialu brought was just right for her. Surprisingly, despite being a low-fat preparation, it tasted quite delightful. In fact, she had long wanted to try it, but that shop was somewhat far from Jiangxing University, located in a bustling commercial area, and it was quite expensive. For instance, fried mushrooms, a common ingredient, sold for about 10 yuan a bag in regular shops, but this place charged 58. That said, based on Jiang Qiren's impression since enrolling, Zhou Jialu had actually been quite frugal, so why the sudden change in style? Lost in thought, Jiang Qiren's face displayed no emotion. Occasionally, some girls demeaned her, calling the new campus flower a green tea princess. However, most classmates thought she was quite nice, as Jiang Shiran wasn't leading on any boy. In reality, it was simply that her thoughts ran deep, and she was too lazy to engage in the usual manipulative antics. She was not an ordinary green tea princess. Her ambitions reached far. Thus, until she encountered a truly worthy man to pursue, Jiang Shiran needed to maintain her persona, an ethereal, pure, two-dimensional beauty. At this moment, Lu Yuan, with a gossipy expression, said, Shiran, let me tell you, our senior Zhou has already found her ideal partner. Huh, the senior is actually in love. Jiang Shiran exclaimed in surprise. Well, she met someone special. It was kind of love at first sight. Speaking of love at first sight, Chun Yuxing, lying on the bed, couldn't help but glance over. What a coincidence, she too had experienced love at first sight recently. It seemed everyone in the dormitory was having good fortune these days. Chiron, look, this LV bag was a gift from Giala's boyfriend. Wow, it's beautiful, it must be quite expensive, right? Jiang Chiron feigned innocence, appearing completely unaware of luxury goods. It was a perfect match for her carefully crafted persona. Inside, however, she was already screaming. Oh, the Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami collaboration Speedy Bandolier, 25. In terms of beauty, rarity, and price, it embodied the dreams of young women. When Lu Yuanyuan mentioned that the bag cost 1600 yuan, Jiang Chiron aptly expressed her shock. Her eyes widened, lashes fluttering. Heavens, senior, your boyfriend is so good to you. He treats me quite well. Zhou Jialu was slightly embarrassed by the compliment. Had they known that Su Bai had bought her 3 bags at the same price totaling over 500 yuan, they would have been utterly shocked. To be fair, Su Bai's wealth was indeed extravagant, fully satisfying Zhou Jiala's vanity and further validating her choices. Having known each other for just a few hours, she had already given her first kiss to Su Bai. It sounded a bit too desperate, but for such an outstanding man as Su Bai, girls should indeed be proactive. The 3 girls chattered excitedly. Chen Yuxing remained silent, observing. She couldn't quite understand why a bag could be worth so much. It felt like pure intellectual tax. Nonetheless, such absurd spending habits inexplicably reminded Chen Yuxing of Su Bai. If Su Bai were to buy her a bag, she would definitely prefer to forego it and instead invest in graphics cards. But why would Su Bai buy her a bag? They were now in a soulmate relationship, not a romantic one. With that thought, Chen Yuxing opened Jingdong, searching for that 300 yuan laptop interface. She would be able to get it tomorrow. Thinking about it still made her feel delighted, as she genuinely liked various electronic products. If not for needing to support her mother's medical treatment, she would have definitely splurged on all sorts of gadgets to tinker with in the dormitory. Senior, when will you introduce us to your boyfriend? Lu Yuanyuan asked, genuinely curious about what the wealthy guy looked like. We'll see when there's an opportunity. We're not stable yet, he's quite low-key and doesn't like to show off. Oh, I see, you're worried that with so many beauties in our dormitory, we'll compete for your boyfriend after meeting him. What are you talking about? Stop being ridiculous. Zhou Jialu blushed slightly. Jiang Chiron teased, don't worry, senior, we are all good friends. Oh, we definitely won't compete with you. Exactly, senior, you're just thinking too much. Lu Yuanyuan chuckled and added, I already have a boyfriend and Chiron has no plans to date for now. Oh, as for Yuxing, she is Su Bai. Huh, me. Suddenly caught off guard by her roommates, Chen Yuxing was a bit dazed, quickly denying, I'm not. Oh, I don't. I have a normal friendship with Su Bai. What else has happened that I don't know about? Jiang Chiron felt a tinge of excitement. Could it be that the cold and aloof academic Chen Yuxing was also going to find love? Today Yuxing sat next to a boy in class. This is unprecedented. I heard it from someone in the computer science department. Oh, seems like something's brewing. Nothing's brewing, you don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Yuxing argued stiffly, then burrowed into her blanket, shutting herself off. At this moment, Zhou Jiala's expression slightly changed as she pretended to be indifferent and asked, which Su Bai are you talking about? Su Bai is just a freshman in the same class as you, Shang, Lu Yuanyuan said. She did not notice Zhou Jiala's unusual reaction. However, Zhou Jiala's heart skipped a beat when she heard Lu Yuanyuan mention Su Bai's name. She only knew that Su Bai was a freshman in the computer science department, but was unaware that he was in the same class as Chen Yuxing. Even more so, she had no idea that their relationship was close enough for them to sit together in class. Normally, sitting together in class wouldn't mean much. They were all college students after all, and it wasn't like elementary school kids who would make a fuss seeing boys and girls together. The problem was Chen Yuxing was no ordinary person. She always kept her distance from any boy. Moreover, when Su Bai was mentioned earlier, the visible blush on Chen Yuxing's face was unmistakable. No, it wasn't just visible, it was obvious. Even a blind person could see it clearly. Logically speaking, Su Bai was quite low-key at school. Maybe some girls would approach him because of his looks, but Chen Yuxing didn't seem like the type to be a shallow beauty admirer. Could it be that Chen Yuxing had discovered Su Bai's wealth? This was something she hoped wouldn't happen. Zhou Jialu felt a tumultuous wave in her heart, uncomfortable. Yet she didn't ask anything further, saying it aloud would be too obvious. For now, she didn't want anyone at school to know that her boyfriend was Su Bai. Hey, that Su Bai, although he seems to come from a poor family, he is indeed handsome. I wish my boyfriend Xue Tao were that handsome too. Lu Yuanyuan continued to complain, not only is Xue Tao unattractive, but his personality is also terrible. I just looked at Su Bai a couple of times while having a meal in the cafeteria, and look how upset he got. Isn't Su Bai and Xue Tao in the same dorm? Jiang Chiruan asked uncertainly. Yes, and there's also a wealthy guy from the computer science department, Chu Mingzhi, in that dorm. He's from Odu. Chiruan, are you interested? Haha, senior, I'm not planning to date anyone for now. Zhou Jialu pretended to be focused on her phone while eavesdropping on their conversation. It turned out that Lu Yuanyuan's boyfriend was Su Bai's roommate. Well, that would allow her to gather information about Su Bai through Yuan. What made Zhou Jielu feel both amused and helpless was that Lu Yuan seemed to be a fan of Su by endlessly talking about how tall and handsome he was. It seemed that aside from the outsider Jiang Chirwan, the other three in the dormitory had a favorable impression of Su Bai. Zhou Jielu faintly sensed the scent of competition. After a while, no one in the goddess dormitory was speaking. Jiang Chirwan climbed up to her bunk and pulled the curtain. Once in solitude mode, her energetic face was suddenly shrouded in gloom. Bai, will you really be good with Chen Yuxing? The next morning, Su Bai groggily heard someone swiping a card to enter the room, followed by the familiar fragrance of his senior. Good morning, my little junior. Opening his eyes, Su Bai saw Zhou Jialu's alluring face right in front of him. With a light kiss, Su Bai opened his arms to lift the blanket, and Zhou Jialu slipped in, snuggling into his embrace. Today, the senior was dressed in a refreshing t-shirt and a denim Aline skirt, a classic outfit for college girls in late summer in Jiangqing. However, her figure was so good that even a plain-fitted t-shirt accentuated her ample curves and notably slender waist, stirring excitement. It was indeed a bit overwhelming this early in the morning. After being held for a while, Zhou Jialu naturally felt it and mischievously smiled. Junior, do you need help? Yes, I do. Details omitted. Su Bai felt refreshed while washing up in the spacious luxury. Through the reflection in the mirror, he saw Zhou Jielu leaning against the bathroom door watching him and asked, Is there something you want to say, senior? Oh, Junior, you're so clever. You don't have to be shy in front of me, senior. Then may I ask, do you... I know her, we play games together, Su Bai replied calmly. She lives in the same dorm as me. Oh, I see. No wonder it's called the goddess dorm. So when I was playing games with Chen Yuxing last night, the senior was actually nearby. This thought gave a strange sense of... Su Bai was very clear that he was not a devoted man. After binding with the godly rich system, his harem instinct had been activated. Wiping his freshly washed face, Su Bai looked at Zhou Jielu with interest, waiting for her to continue speaking. Feeling shy under Su Bai's gaze, Zhou Jielu couldn't help but want to express herself, so she slipped back into his embrace and rubbed against him playfully, saying, If Junior wants to play games with a girl, I can do that too. I can learn any game you like. Wow, look at this service attitude. Those girls who limit their boyfriends from playing games just because they don't like it should learn from Zhou Jielu. Su Bai chuckled. I'm so touched that you have this awareness, but the situation is not as you think. When I play with Xingxing, it's not me taking her along, it's she who takes me. Huh. She is exceptionally skilled at games. Oh. Zhou Jielu even saw admiration in Su Bai's eyes. Indeed, boys tend to admire girls who are good at games, right? Especially since Chen Yuxing was so beautiful and also a top student. Moreover, Su Bai's way of calling Chen Yuxing was Shengsheng. The roommates in the goddess dorm didn't have such an intimate way of addressing her. What's wrong? Are you jealous, senior? Just a little. Only a little jealousy. Zhou Jialu's cheek rested against Su Bai's chest, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. However, before Su Bai could say anything else, she looked up, her gentle eyes gazing at him. Actually, I've been mentally prepared. How could a man as excellent as you only have one woman? I just hope to occupy a unique place in your heart. Of course it's unique, senior, you are my first love. Really my first love, my first kiss. They are all yours, senior. Suddenly Su Bai remembered something and laughed, and the first time for that. That what? Is that a... Su Bai took out his phone and opened Douyin to show Zhou Jielu his history. Senior, you were the first beauty blogger I followed on Douyin. Although your personal account was still quite low-key back then, as you were just sharing your life and occasionally posting dance videos, very innocent content. But I was young back then and didn't know why, but I found you particularly charming, which led me to make my first mistake while watching your videos. Su Bai's sincere confession left Zhou Jielu dumbfounded, her face flushed. After a long pause, she finally stammered, Junior, how can you be so naughty? So the bond between me and Senior can be said to be fated. I am Senior's ideal type and Senior is mine. Oh, that doesn't seem to be appropriate to call it my white moonlight. Su Bai pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up as he thought of a fitting term. Senior, you are my mischievous moonlight. How annoying. Zhou Jielu was completely amused by Su Bai laughing so hard that she trembled, playfully tussling with him. By the time she came to her senses, she found herself in Su Bai's arms on the bed. The two stared into each other's eyes closely, then simultaneously revealed sweet smiles. Meeting you is truly wonderful. Junior, what's the plan for today? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Jielu asked. Su Bai thought for a moment and replied, There's no specific plan today, let's go with the flow. We don't need to return to school until tomorrow afternoon. Then what do we have to go back to school for tomorrow afternoon? There's a class meeting to attend, but shouldn't take long. After the meeting, we'll have dinner at school. The time in between is all yours. As he spoke, Su Bai pinched Zhou Jialu's nose. The latter smiled sweetly and playfully said, So do I. I have nothing else to do this weekend, just focusing on keeping you company. Sounds good. But when I return to school tomorrow afternoon, Senior's sister should drop by the dorm as well. Don't let romance overshadow our sisterhood, otherwise people will accuse you of prioritizing love over friendship. He isn't that just because you're too tempting. As they chatted, Zhou Jialu suddenly realized something. Subai suggested she return to the dorm tomorrow, which meant letting her stay in the hotel tonight. At once Zhou Jiala's skin began to flush. To be honest, she indeed wanted to stay here to lie in the same bed with Subai to sleep in his arms, and upon waking to see his handsome face immediately. Who wouldn't like a girl freshly in love? But if she really went that far, Zhou Jialu was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist taking things further with Subai. She preferred her first time to be on a day of greater significance. After some thought, Zhou Jialu decided to test Subai's attitude first. Junior, would you welcome me to stay here tonight? Of course. If you're willing, I would be thrilled. Subai met her gaze and suddenly laughed. Are you worried that I won't be able to control myself and will take, well, actually I am a bit tempted to. Lying in Subai's embrace, Zhou Jiala's eyes became hazy. If Junior really can't hold back and wants to take me at any time, it's totally fine. Subai merely smiled non-committally. Zhou Jialu was a rare high-scoring goddess, loyal and thoughtful towards Subai. It certainly deserved to be celebrated more grandly. Moreover, when the time comes, he could arrange a big scene, create some ceremonial vibes, and choose the most extravagant options to indulge and reap rewards. However, looking at her dazed little eyes, it was clear that her inner feelings were already a bit uncontrollable. All day long, Subai and Zhou Jialu stayed in the hotel, either watching dramas on TV or being close to each other. Zhou Jialu found herself becoming a bit addicted. After getting tired of staying indoors, they went downstairs to stroll around and enjoy some food in the nearby area leisurely and comfortably. While wandering after dinner, Subai pulled Zhou Jialu into a Chanel store. Let's buy a few outfits for senior sister, at the very least they should match those bags. Sure. Junior, you pick the clothes, I'll wear whatever you like. Zhou Jialu perked up. For her, buying clothes was even more exciting than buying bags, as there were countless combinations. However, Subai shook his head, saying, Senior sister, you choose, Gil, just appreciate them. As long as you like it, we'll buy it all. You're so good to me. Upon hearing Subai's generous declaration, Zhou Jialu didn't get carried away, but had a general understanding in her heart. The price of clothes should match the bags, so she aimed to pick out 4 or 5 sets in various styles, with each set ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, totaling a budget of between 500 to 100. She listed the budget on her phone's notes and showed it to Subai, who nodded in satisfaction. Let's go with this. Zhou Jialu joyfully went to pick out clothes. Watching her lively figure, Subai nodded in satisfaction. Senior Zhou indeed had taste when spending money, which was a good thing. After all, once they were bound together, her indulgence equated to his, resulting in generous rewards. Don't laugh, knowing how to spend money is a skill in itself. How many newly rich tycoons spend their money in odd ways, buying things that lack aesthetic appeal, even wasting their money, or being scammed, like exorbitantly priced mystical ornaments or overpriced health products. And Zhou Jialu had another advantage. She had restraint. Some girls are insatiable. When a man says to pick whatever she wants, she practically wants to grab everything and leave no stone unturned. Zhou Jialu was not like that, as she would intuitively understand Subai's intentions, ensuring she didn't shortchange herself while also aligning with his expectations. Smart. Living with a clever woman is truly a luxury for a wealthy man. Ding. Detected that Zhou Jialu purchased outfits at Chanel totaling approximately 6,800, triggering 9x cashback, rewarding 12 million. Detected that the host's savings have exceeded 10 million, rewarding 1 lottery chance. Subai made a single payment for the clothing. He wondered if he could draw a high cashback multiplier and make a significant gain. It turned out he wasn't disappointed. After this shopping spree, Subai's savings had surpassed 10 million. Though it couldn't be compared to truly top-tier wealthy individuals, for a carefree freshman college student, it was already an asset sufficient for living luxuriously and indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle. After buying clothes, it was getting late. Subai returned to the hotel, opened his computer, and prepared to game with Chen Yuxing. The new computer he bought for her had already arrived, and she filmed an unboxing video in the dorm. From the chat records during the day, it was clear that Chen Yuxing was very satisfied with the computer and liked it a lot. She had previously advised Subai not to buy the luxury item, yet now she treasured it immensely. Indeed, Chen Yuxing liked this brand, she just didn't push for it, because oh dear, why are the women around me so understanding? Are you going to play games with Yuxing Jr.? Yes, I'm going. Got it. I won't make a sound, I won't let Yuxing know that there are other women around you, You're quite perceptive. Of course. Junior, you've spent over $1 million on me these past few days. For such a powerful man, asking for exclusivity seems a bit unrealistic. Anyway, on playful moonlight, haha, am already very satisfied. After saying this, Zhou Jialu gave Subai a sweet kiss and entered the bedroom, closing the door to let Subai focus on gaming with Chen Yuxing in the living room of the Riverview suite. Subai couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Compared to Zhou Jiala's thoughtfulness, he was more surprised that in just a few days he had actually spent $1 million on senior sister. Calculating it truly added up. Bags, clothes, and a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. $1 million. How long would it take an average person to save that much? In Jiangxing, the average monthly salary for college graduates is about 5,000 yuan. Given the poor economic conditions in recent years, salary increases are slow, averaging it out at 8,000 a month plus 2 months year-end bonuses. The annual income would be 1,100. Without spending a penny, it would take 9 years to save. Even if you were a star salesperson at a 4S dealership with high commissions after becoming permanent, it would still take at least 5 years to save that much. How many 5-year spans are there in a person's life? Moreover, this is during a girl's most precious youthful years. Looking at it this way, Zhou Jialu had no objections to Su Bai playing games with other girls. That seemed quite understandable. After all, Su Bai was indeed giving so much. In the bedroom, Zhou Jialu pressed her ear against the door crack, faintly hearing Su Bai playing games outside. His excitement was consistent with her impression of how boys played games. It seems that the junior also shares similar aspects with his peers, which made Zhou Jialu find him quite adorable. After all, most of the time Su Bai appeared too mature and sophisticated. It was nice to see him occasionally display a youthful spirit. When it came to gaming, Zhou Jialu admitted that she was no match for Chen Yuxing. She already knew at the beginning of the semester that this junior in the dormitory was quite skilled at games. Since that was the case, she might as well let Su Bai play with her. One shouldn't be too greedy, at least in terms of fashion shopping, and in practice, Zhou Jialu was confident she held the upper hand. Wow, Xingxing, your skills tonight are incredible. It feels like you've leveled up compared to before. Su Bai couldn't help but praise after getting a couple of kills alongside Chen Yuxing. Oh really? Chen Yuxing seemed a bit unsure as she didn't feel anything special herself. Yes, it feels like you've touched the threshold of a professional player. It might be due to the change in equipment. This computer is indeed great. It doesn't drop frames at all, and my eyes don't feel tired even after staring at the screen for a long time. Right? I told you I should get you a good computer. Your eyes are so beautiful, it would be a pity if you got nearsighted from looking at screens too much. At that moment, Chen Yuxing was in the study room of the girls' dormitory building 2, playing games. Every building at Jiangxing University had a study room that was always crowded during exam periods. But now, just at the beginning of the semester, and far from exams, there were very few people around, making it suitable for Chen Yuxing to play games at night. Hearing Su Bai compliment her, eyes made a wave of shyness wash over her. She had heard similar cheesy compliments from other boys before, but at that time, she only felt disgusted, purely resisting. This time, however, it was completely different, as she not only didn't dislike it, but even felt quite pleased and proud. Su Bai liked her appearance. That means Su Bai might have those kinds of feelings for her as well. Thinking carefully, Su Bai spent money on her, claiming it was for emotional value, but was it really just that? Surely there was an intention to flirt with her as well. Becoming a couple with Su Bai? That sounds interesting. A smile blossomed from Chen Yuxing's lips. Although she always felt that her own conditions were not worthy of Su Bai, people always have a tendency toward laziness. Recently, being a gaming companion for Su Bai brought in a decent income along with good food and access to a great computer. There was no need to worry about financial issues anymore. Even a cold and aloof academic was still human and had their own laziness. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to return. Moreover, her and Su Bai's personalities and interests matched quite well. In Chen Yuxing's heart, thoughts of making a move on Su Bai gradually began to sprout. Tonight's gaming session lasted for 3 hours. Just before logging off, Chen Yuxing suddenly said in the voice chat, "Su Bai, can I not call you Su Bai? Can I use a different name?" "Sure, what do you want to call me?" Su Bai was a bit confused. "He'll call you Big White Goose." "Ha, that's fine." "What? You don't think it sounds good?" "It sounds good. You know, I've always liked big white geese as creatures. Because they're beautiful and very powerful in combat. The big geese raised in rural homes guard the doors better than wolf dogs." "Oh, then he'll call you Big White Goose from now on." After a pause, Chen Yuxing solemnly said, "Good night, Big White Goose," and then exited the voice chat. Su Bai was momentarily stunned, then chuckled and shook his head. "Haki Sheng, you rascal." As the other me in the world, Su Bai easily guessed Chen Yuxing's thoughts. The unique title indicated an increase in intimacy. Since Su Bai called her Xingxing, she couldn't call him by name. For Chen Yuxing, this seemed to be a kind of active hint. For someone with mild social anxiety, this was already in a good mood. Su Bai went to the bathroom for a shower, wrapped in a towel. As he entered the bedroom, only to find Zhou Jialu sitting against the headboard playing on her phone. She had already changed into her pajamas, a purple spaghetti strap nightdress full of charm. The semi-transparent design was hazy, revealing her curvaceous figure, which was simply stunning. What made it difficult for Su Bai to look away was that Zhou Jialu seemed to have set a trap beforehand, striking a seductive pose on the bed, her alluring eyes blinking at Su Bai. Subai stood in a daze for a few seconds, expressing his feelings directly. Senior sister, you're so hot. Oh dear, what are you saying? I'm so embarrassed. Zhou Jialu struggled to maintain her composure, hurriedly diving under the covers. The teasing behavior had already consumed much of her courage, and after holding on for a while she began to shy away, mainly because Subai had just finished showering his upper body bare with only a towel wrapped around his waist, exuding a potent male pheromone. The shock this scene brought to Zhou Jialu was no less than the shock her nightdress had on Subai. However, how could Subai let her off easily? Subai nimbly burrowed into the covers. Ding. Detected host. This is really too indulgent. Even for a first-time relationship, such behavior that harms the body is excessive. Reward lottery chances 1. Looking at the system panel, he had already accumulated 3 lottery chances. Subai planned to save up a few more for an opportunity to draw multiple times and enjoy it. At that moment, Subai was holding Zhou Jialu, who was lying on him, her breathing noticeably more fatigued. What she didn't know was that the system would automatically eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai. This meant that no matter how reckless Subai was, he could always maintain his optimal state of energy. Zhou Jialu was almost out of breath, clearly in a state of complete surrender. Yet just a little while later she felt Subai's fighting spirit again. While internally astonished, she also felt an inexplicable sense of pride. The junior really liked her a lot. Senior sister, do you know about Chen Yuxing's financial situation? Subai suddenly asked. I haven't talked to her, but as her roommate I've observed a bit, and have some guesses. She seems to be quite short on money. Right, only those of us in the same dormitory feel this vaguely. She normally wouldn't show it outwardly. Then what could be the reason for her lack of money? I'm not sure. We suspect it might be that someone in her family is seriously ill, or perhaps they are in debt. I see. This basically aligned with Subai's conjecture. Seeing Subai in deep thought, Zhou Jialu reproached. You rascal, holding me while inquiring about another girl. You're her roommate. Asking you means I trust you. No matter, you're a rascal. Zhou Jialu lightly slapped Subai's arm, displaying a cute demeanor. Sigh, this senior sister really knew how to act spoiled. Subai pretended to be angry, saying, it seems the intensity of the practice isn't enough. No. Zhou Jialu quickly pleaded. I have no strength left. Woo, spare me, junior. Are you still calling me junior while pleading for mercy? Zhou Jialu adjusted her emotions before shyly calling out, hubby. That one word truly melted Subai to the core. Ignoring the senior sister's pleas, Subai pulled her into another practice session. Finally satisfied. At this point, Zhou Jialu could no longer hold on, mumbling incoherently for a bit before wrapping her arms around Subai's arm and falling asleep, entering sweet dreams. Just right, Subai was also feeling a bit drowsy, so he embraced the senior sister and closed his eyes. This was Subai's first time sleeping while holding a girl. The experience was exceptional. In the early morning, Zhou Jialu gradually awoke from her fatigue. It was less fatigue and more a refreshing feeling akin to waking up after a delightful workout. Habitually rolling around in bed, she found herself atop a warm, solid body. The alluring scent of male hormones instantly jolted Zhou Jialu awake as she opened her eyes. She remembered that she had slept alongside her junior last night. Hee. Gazing at Subai's face, so close, a look of affection emerged on Zhou Jialu's face. So many emotions flooded her mind. Just a week ago, Zhou Jialu was still worried about whether she could secure a job after graduation, what to do if she was laid off, and whether to pursue further studies or employment. Jiangxing University is indeed a prestigious 985 university, but the job market for liberal arts marketing majors is quite grim. Especially in the past 2 years, positions suitable for liberal arts graduates have been undergoing significant layoffs, not to mention hiring new talent. Yet in just a week here, she was lying in a hotel bed worth nearly 2,000 per night. Beside her was a man she had only known for a few days who had already spent over $1 million on her. Before even graduating, Zhou Jialu found herself in possession of a limited edition handbag worth over 100,000, a high-end Chanel outfit, and a sleek Benz C260L. Oh my, could this be a dream? Suddenly feeling inexplicably anxious, Zhou Jialu reached out and pinched Subai's face. Phew. Junior, does your face hurt? Not really, what's up? I suddenly feel so happy that I'm afraid all of this is just a dream. Subai, just waking up still sluggish, took a few seconds before bursting into laughter. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Senior, you are just too cute. Ha ha ha. Zhou Jialu, unable to contain her embarrassment, ducked under the covers only to have Subai pull them back and tease her. As they playfully tussled, they naturally slipped into a morning rehearsal. Previously, Zhou Jialu had heard some female friends talk about the demands they made on their husbands after marriage, and some women even strayed due to unmet desires. At that time, Zhou Jialu found it hard to believe that such things could be so enticing. It wasn't until she personally experienced the pleasure of intimacy that she finally understood. Being close to someone you love truly becomes addictive. Subai playfully patted Zhou Jialu's round backside, teasing, Senior, this nightgown is fantastic. But I've got a question, don't you feel embarrassed wearing this in the dorm with your roommates around? You see, Zhou Jialu is inherently quite innocent. It's hard to imagine such a shy girl wearing something close to risque attire in a dorm. Hearing this, Zhou Jialu smiled sweetly. Of course not. Hee, I'll let you in on a secret. I secretly bought this while shopping yesterday when you weren't looking. Off. Subai looked stunned. This happened. When? How did I not notice? You went to buy ice cream, and I was in the Chanel store. The shop selling this nightgown was nearby. Wow. Subai exclaimed in surprise. What a scheming senior. Upon reflection, this setup seemed there's a store selling lingerie near the luxury goods shop. Wealthy men buy luxury items for their girls and conveniently pick up something for later use. No faults there. As long as you study what you like, it's good enough. Zhou Jialu rubbed her face against Su by looking utterly enamored. As they continued to cuddle, both their stomachs began to rumble simultaneously. It was time to order food. Dinner last night hadn't been substantial, focusing more on health. After a few rehearsals, they had gone straight to sleep without a late-night snack. Subai thought for a moment and decided to order breakfast from a nearby Cantonese restaurant, which consisted of a variety of dim sum. Fortunately, this restaurant had goji leaf and pig liver soup, so Subai ordered 2 servings as both he and his senior needed a good replenishment. Though the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, psychologically, he still felt a sense of deficiency. Moreover, choosing nutritious food would always be beneficial for the body. In the afternoon, Zhou Jialu was the first to drive away from the hotel. Subai had to go back for a class meeting, which naturally required some preparation, at least a shower to wash away her scent right. After all, she had to meet Chen Yuxing. Therefore, Zhou Jialu obediently left time for Subai to be alone. Just as she arrived at the underground parking lot and got into the Benz C260L, Zhou Jialu's phone rang. It was her roommate Lu Yuanyuan calling. Hey, Senior Jialu, where are you now? I'm still outside. It shouldn't be long before I return to school. Is something wrong? Zhou Jialu could hear the urgency in Lu Yuanyuan's voice. There was likely an unexpected situation. Senior, do you remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? He's the one who had been pestering you in the student council. I remember. What's wrong with him? Last night he somehow found out you stayed out, and he went crazy insisting on seeing you. I'm currently talking to him on WeChat, trying to calm him down. He originally wanted to come to our dorm building, but I suggested we meet somewhere else. Yes, we need to change the location. It's not good to meet under the dormitory. Zhou Jialu took a deep breath, showing almost no panic as she efficiently arranged. Yuanyuan, thank you for helping me. It's very helpful. So tell him to come to the parking lot in the south area of the school. I'll meet him there to clarify things. Okay, Senior, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Zhou Jialu shook her head helplessly. Zhang Kong from the finance department was someone she had worked with in the student council, so they could be considered colleagues. This guy came from a family with a bit of money and was rather pretentious. The first time he saw Zhou Jialu, that lewd gaze revealed his sleazy inner self. He kept insisting that Zhou Jialu should be his girlfriend, brainwashing her with the idea that girls should capitalize on their youth and beauty, implying that he, Zhang Kong, was the ideal candidate for such a transaction. However, Zhou Jialu felt no attraction towards him and had firmly rejected him multiple times, yet Zhang Kong still refused to give up. This time, he probably inquired from girls in the neighboring dorm. Knowing she was in a relationship and staying out overnight must have infuriated him. Indeed, Zhou Jialu's guess. Upon arriving at the school's south parking lot, she saw Zhang Kong standing on the roadside, his face twisted with rage, talking animatedly to Lu Yuanyuan. Lu Yuanyuan's expression was not good either. After all, she was no pushover. How many times have I told you? Zhou Jialu can't find anyone better than me. I asked you to keep an eye on her, and now look, she's been taken by some random punk. Oh, what a waste. Zhang Kong rubbed his head in frustration. Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. Dude, are you out of your mind? What do you mean she can't find anyone better than you? You underestimate our Senior Jialu too much. Isn't that the case? She's just a girl from a rural area studying a non-profitable major and almost failed her courses. These days, an ordinary 985 graduate in Jiangqing is worth nothing. I'm not hiding my disdain, or a guy like me is already top tier among those who are willing to seriously date her, you know. Indeed, some wealthy men might not mind being her short-term lover, but that's a completely different matter. Sai, I genuinely want to be with her. As he spoke, Zhang Kong patted the hood of the car behind him. A used BMW 320 passed down to him, but so what? It was still a BMW. My father runs a company worth over 100 million yuan with operations across the entire province. I drove a BMW right after graduation and can afford a wedding home outright. With these qualifications, what possible grievance could Zhou Jialu have? That doesn't mean Senior Sister is obligated to like you. Lu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. This man was utterly insufferable, his narrow-mindedness scarcely distinguishable from Shui Tao's. Sigh. Most likely Zhou Jialu just happened upon some handsome stranger, blinded by superficial charm. Once she enters society and endures its harsh realities for 2 or 3 years, she'll realize how gravely mistaken her choice was. How foolish to surrender her precious first time so recklessly. While Zhang Kong rambled on incessantly, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L glided smoothly into the adjacent parking space, slightly askew yet executed in one fluid, effortlessly elegant motion. The door swung open. Zhou Jialu stepped out in high heels, clutching a pack of tissues gifted by the 4S dealership, and flung it toward Zhang Kong with a sharp, dismissive flick of her wrist. Thwack! The tissues struck Zhang Kong square in the face, the rigid cardboard edge stinging sharply, drawing an indignant yelp from him. Who the hell are you? Who I choose to be with, and who receives my first, is none of your business. Zhou Jialu strode forward with commanding presence, jabbing a finger toward his nose. You're nothing but a stray dog barking at the roadside. I ignored your yapping until now. But now you've dared climb onto my head. You think you can disrupt my life? Get lost now. Zhang Kong instinctively recoiled, neck craning backward. After all, only a woman as fiercely independent as Zhou Jialu, whose unwavering professionalism had kept her untouchable even in the high-pressure environment of a 4S dealership, could wield such unapologetic authority. Gentleness she reserved for her husband. For pests like him, only firm, unrelenting rebuke would do. Stunned into silence by Zhou Jialu's sheer aura, Zhang Kong stood frozen for several long seconds before stammering in disbelief. Zhou Jialu, you actually dared hit me. I hit you precisely because you deserved it. Learn your lesson, while stay far away from me. If you dare approach again, I'll strike you down, every single time. Humph. You're just some penniless country bumpkin from out of province. Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly? Think I can't pull strings to make sure you never graduate? Seeing Zhou Jialu grant him not a shred of deference, Zhang Kong shattered completely, his mask torn off, his voice turning icy with menace. Zhou Jialu remained utterly unshaken, her lips curling into a cold, derisive smile. Who do you think you are? A few coins jingling in your pocket make you royalty. That second-hand BMW has inflated your ego so much your nose points to the heavens. You truly believe you're someone important. She lifted her LV handbag and waved it deliberately before his eyes. Sell your car right now. Even that wouldn't fetch enough to buy this bag. Huh, you're dreaming. His mocking grin froze mid-expression as he scrutinized the bag more closely, and recognition flickered across his face. A memory surfaced last month at a bar. A hostess had casually mentioned this very model. Later, when Zhang Kong invited her for shopping, she'd taken him to the LV boutique to admire it. It was identical. His immediate assumption. A counterfeit, no question. Then his gaze drifted to Zhou Jialu's attire. A full ensemble from Chanel. Not the basic status-conscious pieces favored by college girls, but refined, sophisticated designs. His heart lurched violently. Could it be that her boyfriend was truly formidable? She gestured toward the Mercedes behind her. This car too was a gift from my boyfriend. Bought for you. More likely it's registered under his company. Lent to you temporarily. Zhang Kong clung stubbornly to denial. Don't believe me? Fine. Let me educate you on how real wealth courts a woman. Zhou Jialu retrieved the vehicle registration certificate from the car. Her name gleamed boldly on the official document. When she slapped the green booklet against his face, his expression collapsed into utter desolation. Denial was no longer possible. Inside, he reeled in stunned disbelief. What kind of world was this? A 30,000 yuan car, purchased on a whim. Zhou Jialu had been single until recently. This relationship couldn't have lasted more than a few weeks. Yet there was the car, the clothes, the bag. Just this ensemble totaled several 100,000 yuan. Such lavish spending made winning affection almost inevitable. Had Zhang Kong tried the same with his parents' money, he'd have been beaten senseless. In that instant, Zhang Kang's face twisted, humiliation and seething envy warring within him. TCH. Zhou Jialu, I saw you clearly all along. You're nothing but a gold-digging whore. You ignored me solely because I wasn't rich enough. So what? To Zhang Kang's utter astonishment, Zhou Jialu didn't flinch, not a trace of hurt or anger. Calmly she replied, yes, I am gold-digging, but fiercely loyal to my husband. No affairs, no cheating, no emotional fishing. As for you, Zhang Kong, don't think I'm unaware. You flirt openly with subordinates in the student union and frequent bars seeking hookups. Honestly, you're the true whore. Never appear before me again. I hold no interest in you. Your prized BMW doesn't even compare to the modest commuter car my husband casually gifted me. Should you persist, he won't stand idly by. I assure you his temper far exceeds mine. With that, Zhou Jialu turned away without another glance, climbed back into the car with effortless grace. Zhang Kong stood paralyzed, pale, and speechless. Her words had struck deep, awakening a chilling realization. A man of such staggering wealth inevitably commanded immense influence behind the scenes. A single gesture from him might destabilize Zhang Kang's family business entirely. At that thought, Zhang Kong wilted completely, cold sweat breaking across his spine. The vengeful impulse that had just flickered to life in his chest died, instantly extinguished by raw fear. After all, risking his family's fortune over a woman was profoundly unwise. In fact, Zhou Jialu sparing him, choosing not to unleash her partner's wrath, was already an extraordinary concession. Compared to true magnates, Zhang Kong was merely a speck of dust. An enterprise valued at 100 million yuan sounded impressive. Yet statistics show that owners of traditional manufacturing firms, with assets of that scale, typically earn annual incomes between 1 and 3 million yuan. Certainly far above ordinary salaried workers. But consider this, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend, mere weeks into their relationship, had already spent several 100,000 yuan on her. Meanwhile, the owner's income must cover networking expenses, daily living costs, children's education, and countless other obligations, leaving little disposable capital for extravagant gestures. In short, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend belonged to a tier Zhang Kong could never hope to challenge, even with every ounce of effort. Damn it, I thought I was the most promising suitor. How did this happen so suddenly? Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan followed suit, slipping into Zhou Jialu's car. The engine purred to life, and the vehicle glided steadily out of campus. Phew. Zhou Jialu exhaled deeply, then smiled warmly. Her usual vivacious self restored. Sorry for the spectacle, junior sister. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Pick any restaurant near campus. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yuanyuan beamed, then gazed up at Zhou Jialu with undisguised admiration. Senior sister, you were absolutely magnificent just now. I'd have no idea how to handle someone as tenacious as Zhang Kong. He is tiresome, comes from a family with modest means, holds a position in the student union, and knows how to curry favor with professors. An ordinary girl, unsupported and vulnerable, would truly suffer under such harassment. Zhou Jialu analyzed thoughtfully, then her face softened with quiet joy. Fortunately, I have an extraordinary boyfriend. He is my strength, my certainty. What Zhou Jialu said might seem a bit snobbish, but it is indeed a fact. In this society, money is your confidence. When leaving, why did Zhang Kang's face show a hint of fear? It was undoubtedly because of the financial power exhibited by Zhou Jialu's boyfriend, which instilled fear in him. In truth, Zhou Jialu was also unaware of the exact background of the Su Bai family. However, it was certain that they could easily crush someone like Zhang Kong. Since she received Lu Yuanyuan's call, Zhou Jialu had already been planning how to handle today's situation. This time, she had to thoroughly scare Zhang Kong away, eliminating any possibility of him causing trouble in the future. Otherwise, Zhou Jialu herself would find it very annoying, and Su Bai would also be displeased. If such matters upset Su Bai, it would correspondingly lower Su Bai's evaluation of her. This evaluation mainly pertained to one's social conduct. Wealthy individuals are not fools. They place great importance on a girl's emotional intelligence. Zhou Jialu wanted to be bound to Su Bai for a lifetime, enjoying riches and honor by his side. One must ask, if she couldn't even handle the harassment from someone like Zhang Kong independently, what qualifications did she have to enjoy Su Bai's affection for a long time? Although Zhou Jialu's looks and figure were top-notch, the issue was that being merely a pretty face was not a scarce resource in this world. What was truly scarce was someone like Su Bai. Young, wealthy, and handsome, he even had the capital in that regard. Fortunately, this matter was swiftly and properly resolved. Zhou Jialu couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Indeed, frequently participating in various internships during school to hone her social skills proved to be very useful, knowing how to deal with others and how to handle someone like Zhang Kong. By the way, Lu Yuanyuan the Jr. helped her respond in a timely manner. Glancing at Lu Yuanyuan beside her, Zhou Jialu said, "Thank you, Junior, you did very well today." Actually, I didn't do much, it was still thanks to you, Senior. However, will Zhang Kong speak ill of you behind your back, or even spread malicious rumors after being humiliated by you? Lu Yuanyuan suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but express her concern. It doesn't matter, he wouldn't dare to overstep. At most, he would be whispering and trying to fish for rumors. Zhou Jialu replied easily, I couldn't care less about that level of gossip. Since high school, my reputation has never been good, and I long ago stopped caring about others' opinions. On the contrary, I hope Zhang Kong goes ahead and spreads the word so everyone knows I am being supported by a wealthy patron. In this regard, Zhou Jialu was indeed very different from ordinary girls. She was materialistic and justified in her desires. The thought of everyone using derogatory terms to describe how a rich man was treating her made her face flush with excitement, and she couldn't help but giggle. This was her rather peculiar pleasure, enjoying the feeling of being supported by a powerful man. As for being Su Bai's possession, that was just perfect. It would provide Zhou Jialu with a great sense of security. At her core, she was such a little woman, outwardly tough and strong, but inwardly delicate and dependent. Compared to those who flaunt their independence while spending a man's money, Zhou Jialu's character was truly a breath of fresh air. Senior, your inner strength is remarkable. Oh, I really admire you. Lu Yuanyuan sincerely prayed. Oh dear, stop flattering me, it's a bit embarrassing. Let's quickly open Mate 1 and think about what to eat. Meanwhile, Su Bai was driving back to school. He bought some snacks on the way, preparing to eat in the dormitory later. Tonight, he planned a game with his silly friend Wang Haoran and stay in the dorm. Although the senior was great, they couldn't always stick together like conjoined twins. A life should be rich and colorful. After some delay, he didn't encounter the grand spectacle of senior versus Zhang Kong in the parking lot of Jiang University South District. The class meeting was in a certain teaching building, and the counselor Xia Lin reserved a classroom. The students just needed to arrive at the classroom at the specified time. Only one class period was booked. Xia Lin mentioned in the class group that she would arrange everything from now until the National Day holiday, and the next class meeting would be in October. Su Bai appreciated this efficient and decisive style. In the classroom, Xia Lin moved a stool to sit behind the podium, holding an old iPad displaying research papers looking quite impressive. Director Xia, you are so diligent. Even during the class meeting, you don't forget about research. It seems this year's graduate scholarship in our department is yours without a doubt. As soon as Xue Tao entered, he saw Xia Lin reading papers and immediately put on a flattering smile to curry favor. Xia Lin frowned slightly and replied impatiently, our department has relatively ample funding. Generally, graduates can receive scholarships without being particularly outstanding. Oh haha, I see now that I wasn't aware of the situation. Xue Tao awkwardly laughed again and said, then I wish you further success in being recognized as a young scholar. Young scholars are evaluated by faculty members. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Lin was quite speechless and helplessly said, stop beating around the bush and go sit down already. Having flattered her in vain twice, Xue Tao felt a bit embarrassed, but since the counselor had spoken, he could only awkwardly smile and head to the back row to sit. Meanwhile, the clever Wang Haoren had already logged into the game for a second time and cleared 3 dungeons, prompting admiration. Yesterday, a new card pool was launched in a game, and Wang Haoren had messaged Su Bai about it, prompting Su Bai to spend tens of thousands more. He truly doesn't treat money like money. Incredible, being Su Bai's proxy is indeed the right choice. Isn't this much more enjoyable than playing his own account? Chu Mingzhi wore an internationally renowned brand of in-ear headphones, listening to some classical music, looking completely entranced and in a state of bliss. Xue Tao glanced at the 2 roommates beside him and couldn't help but shake his head. They were all quite immature, lacking any understanding of the ways of the world. Currently, the counselor was still unfamiliar with the people in the class, so he seized the opportunity to perform in front of Xia Lin, hoping to be recommended to work in the youth league next semester. This was Xue Tao's plan. As a mature local, he believed one should plan ahead for their university life. It wasn't just about working in the youth league. Student unions, clubs, various exchange associations. Life had to be enriched. At least one needed to appear busy on social media to exude a sense of sophistication. Xue Tao admitted to himself that he enjoyed being in the limelight, wanting to become a prominent figure on campus, thus having the chance to connect with more sophisticated girls. Lu Yuanyuan was nice, but Xue Tao wanted someone even better. Just as Xue Tao fantasized about his future 4 years of glory, Su Bai walked into the classroom from the front door. Instantly, the few girls in the class were all focused on him, vaguely sensing the changes about Su Bai. Girls are incredibly sensitive to many things. For instance, the subtle changes in a man's demeanor. The gender ratio in the computer science department is somewhat exaggerated, with only 6 girls among 25 students in the class. Aside from Chen Yuxing, who is obsessed with studying and making money, the other 5 girls have to varying degrees paid attention to Su Bai since the start of the semester. After all, he is the most popular boy in class. However, through observation, everyone has noticed that Su Bai's financial situation is quite average, and he has a rather reclusive personality, preferring to stay in his dorm and play alone. Consequently, the girls' interest in him has diminished significantly. After all, female university students yearn for a vibrant life, and boys who can make life colorful typically come from well-off families. However, in the past few days, Su Bai has seemed to possess an indescribable charm during class. Is it confidence? Or perhaps a calmness that exudes assurance? Chen Yuxing glanced at Su Bai as she wanted to sit with him, but the 6 girls in the class were all clustered together, and if she acted differently, she would feel a bit embarrassed. So she didn't dare to speak up in public. Hello, Director Xia. Hello. Xia Lin stared at Su Bai, her gaze wandering over his physique, leaving her a bit parched. For 3 consecutive days, Su Bai has been staying off campus. Every night, he sends her a short video to prove he is in a hotel. It serves as a form of safety check-in. It sounds like there's no problem, but Su Bai, whether intentionally or not, always seems to be in a somewhat compromising situation when he sends those videos. He is either in a swimming pool or just out of the shower. Alternatively, he's in the executive lounge wearing a bathrobe that subtly reveals his strong chest muscles. In any case, the settings are all luxurious and high-end, complemented by his superb physique. Over the past few nights, Xia Lin watched Su Bai's short videos before bed, first unable to sleep, then dreaming about him. She actually dreamt of her student for several consecutive nights. This is truly inappropriate. Now facing Su Bai in person, Xia Lin recalls those fragmented and absurd dream images, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. To make matters worse, Su-bai is wearing a fitted sports t-shirt today, accentuating his broad shoulders and upright posture, making him appear exceptionally masculine. Xiaolin couldn't help but want to look, yet felt guilty, caught in a dilemma. Ding. Detected an increase in Xiaolin's affection level. Current affection level 51. Su-bai discovered this information about Xiaolin's affection level the night before last. At that time, Su-bai had just sent Xiaolin a safety check-in video, and the system notification popped up. Moreover, the affection level increases a bit every now and then. Last night, the same thing happened again. This led Su-bai to speculate, could it be that Director Xia has feelings for him? Before heading out today, Su-bai pondered over his chat history with Xiaolin. He summarized a pattern. The 3 video clips shared a commonality of being filmed in luxurious hotels, and they all conveniently showcased his enhanced physique due to the body-strengthening potion. Thus, Su-bai decided to wear clothes that highlighted his figure today. As expected, upon seeing Xiaolin, she clearly exhibited unusual emotional fluctuations. Furthermore, her affection level had risen now at 51. Just 9 more points, and he would reach the degree of her willingness to date him. Wait, Director Xia. Looking at the seemingly serious and dignified Xiaolin, he never expected her to be a physique enthusiast. This is a good thing, Su-bai thought. He heard that Xiaolin comes from a scholarly family with a notable background which extends beyond Jiangqing to a higher level of significance. After all, she is from the magic capital. Her background is likely much more solid than that of the flashy types like Chu Mingjie from the magic capital. It wouldn't hurt to interact more with Xiaolin. If the affection level can continue to rise, surpassing 80, binding her as a consumer object would provide Su-bai with another avenue for cash back through the Indulgence system. After all, the meaning of indulgence necessitates genuine enjoyment from the heart, and everyone's pleasure points vary. Thus, collecting different styles of beautiful confidence actually benefits Su-bai's wealth accumulation. No problem, it's all for making money, nothing shameful. Su-bai pondered and didn't say much to Xiaolin, quickly making his way to the back of the classroom and sitting down next to Wang Haoren. Silly son, have you finished the main storyline for me? Yeah, I just finished it. I'm working on the event for you. This event is pretty tough and players on the forum are complaining non-stop. Is my account having issues? Hey, what issues? The newly released 65 Big C with abyssal environments should be easy to clear. That's good then. In fact, Su-bai didn't care much about the rewards from high difficulty levels in the game, as the resources awarded are just for drawing cards, and for that, money is all that matters. However, since they were playing a mobile game, he should approach achievements with a collecting mindset. Just like collecting beautiful confidence. Interesting. After the two finished discussing the game, Shui Tao couldn't help but ask, Su-bai, you've been staying off campus these past few days? Yeah, a relative came to visit me. Oh, I see. What's up? Do you need something? No, just asking casually. To be honest, Shui Tao felt Su-bai had been quite mysterious lately, switching to an Apple phone and staying out all night. Oh, and he has also become friends with Chen Yuxing. It seems the entire computer science department is buzzing about Su-bai playing LOL with Chen Yuxing. After all, in the computer science department, there are many more boys than girls, and the straight male students are secretly yearning for love, which is quite stifling. A stunning beauty like Chen Yuxing stands out like a diamond. Countless people want to get close to her, like Chu Mingjie, who racked his brains trying various methods, some with style, some unexpected, and even those who simply threw money at her. For instance, a wealthy guy booked a table with a meal costing over 2,000 at a Western restaurant near the school, inviting Chen Yuxing to eat. To avoid making Chen Yuxing uncomfortable, that guy even directly told her on WeChat to bring her roommates along and that he wouldn't show up. That was quite the bold move. However, Chen Yuxing completely ignored him. In contrast, Su-bai has been getting along splendidly with Chen Yuxing, which is really enviable. By the way, what's it like playing games with the goddess Chen? It must be quite tiring, right? It seems that beautiful girls are often bad at games and have a lot of quirks. I feel it's quite good as she's not bad at all, Su-bai replied honestly. At that moment, Chu Mingjie took off his headphones, looking quite resentful, and said, Su-bai, I know you're in the silver rank, and silver players are all free-spirited, but promise me, when you play with her, take care of her, and let her win a little, okay? He'll try my best. Su-bai felt a sweat forming. After all, nobody in the class knows that Chen Yuxing is a king in the Korean server, right? Looking at Chu Mingjie's expression, which resembled someone who is constipated, Su-bai found it hard to assess. This guy seems to have indulged in some sentimental literature. Fortunately, Xiaolin soon announced the start of the class meeting. After a few trivial matters, Director Xia began leading everyone to discuss the most important agenda of the next week is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, and the school has a new student autumn outing vlog activity. Students who remain at school during the Mid-Autumn Festival can choose to contact a few classmates to explore around Jiangqing, filming and editing the process into a vlog. The school's Youth League Committee will collect and evaluate the vlogs, and those who win will receive cash rewards and credits for quality practice. What? There's money to be made from traveling during the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it can also count as credit. Upon hearing this, the students instantly became excited. The previously dull class meeting, which had made everyone drowsy, was suddenly filled with energy. There are many places to visit near Jiang City, and quite a few people were already planning to take a trip during the holiday. After all, with only 3 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival coinciding with the weekend, students living far from home generally wouldn't consider going back. Perfect timing to go out and shoot a vlog. If luck is on their side, they might earn money and credits, and even if things don't go well, they won't lose anything since they were going out to have fun anyway. Seeing the enthusiasm of her classmates stirred up, Xia Lin announced, "I've contacted a class from the Art Academy to collaborate with our class for this activity. In a moment, I will create a large group on WeChat where you can find partners and form teams freely. Students who want to go to the same place can team up together. Of course, in principle, the number of people in each team should not exceed 8. Those who wish to be team leaders can message me privately. Wow, there's even a social event. Awesome." Upon hearing this, many boys' eyes lit up, eager to jump in. After all, the gender ratio in the computer science department is severely imbalanced. Guys who are introverted and shy often don't know how to approach unfamiliar girls. Now with this group outing activity, they finally have a chance to flirt with girls in the group. The art students from the opposite class are likely thinking the same thing, except their situation is reversed with more girls than boys. "Xiaodao, you're truly amazing. We admire you." Shuetao began to flatter. "Stop talking nonsense. Save your thoughts for chatting with the girls in the group," Xiaolin laughed. "Aren't you dating someone already? Why are you so excited?" Chu Mingzhi retorted. Shuetao glanced at him, looking righteous. "Who says having a girlfriend means I can't socialize with girls from other classes? It's just going out to have fun. We're not doing anything inappropriate, right, Subai?" "Me? I don't care." Subai truly didn't mind. He could join the activity. He was just looking to see if there were any beautiful girls among the art students worth getting to know, preferably those with an allure high enough to give him a cashback deal. If it weren't for this activity, he would have invited Chen Yuxing or a senior to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he wouldn't have felt lonely. For someone with wealth, it's hard to feel lonely when they want companionship. Shuetao's idea was fine, but he wondered if the girls from the social event would pay him any attention. Art girls tend to have high material demands. He wasn't sure if they would find him appealing. What's so interesting about art girls? They are all materialistic and empty-headed, Chu Mingzhi proclaimed, promoting his taste. "I'm not interested." After a while, Xia Lin set up the large group for the two classes to socialize. Chu Mingzhi quietly clicked into the girls' friend circles, glanced through them, and changed his tune. "Actually, this activity could be quite enjoyable." "Oh, you're not interested, huh?" Shuetao teased. "Incorrect. I looked at some girls' friend circles and found that they actually have good taste. Like this one, she knows to use Sennheiser headphones. Girls who understand Sennheiser have taste. Ordinary girls only mindlessly buy Apple products." "It's just a pair of headphones. What does it represent?" Shuetao grumbled in discontent, leaning over to glance at Chu Mingzhi's phone. "Oh, this girl is also from the goddess dormitory Jiang Qiran. I remember she's a freshman in the broadcasting and hosting department. Who would have thought we'd end up socializing with her class? Yeah, I used to think Jiang Qiran was one of those superficial art students. Who would have guessed she understands music so..." Shuetao's expression turned slightly sour. In fact, Jiang Qiran was the girl he had his eyes on when he first entered school and encountered the goddess dormitory. It was said that she originally practiced dance in elementary school and only switched to broadcasting and hosting in high school. As a result, she had exceptional talent and was admitted to Jiang City University with the top score in her specialty during the art examination. In other words, she possessed the perfect figure of a dancer along with an angelic, melodious voice. Her exquisitely delicate face, resembling that of a doll, combined with her slender curves, perfectly embodied the phrase slim and youthful. Any young boy who saw her for the first time would be captivated. Even a wealthy guy with over $1 billion in assets confessed his feelings to Jiang Qiran on the very first day of school. Because of this, although Shuetao found her attractive, he didn't dare to have any delusions about Jiang Qiran. The competition was simply too fierce. He felt he was lacking. That wealthy guy was said to drive a Porsche. Seeing Chu Mingzhi say this, he wondered if he too had developed an interest in Jiang Qiran. Shuetao pondered. It wasn't impossible. After all, Chen Yuxing had recently been getting close to Su Bai, and perhaps Chu Mingzhi had given up and shifted his focus. Upon hearing the name Jiang Qiran, a meaningful smile crept onto Su Bai's lips. However, he did not join the discussion between Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi. At school, they had to pretend not to know Jiang Qiran. This was their unspoken agreement. The class meeting had technically ended, but everyone was busy chatting in the social group, with boys showcasing themselves one after another. Thus, many still lingered in the classroom. Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi transformed into the masters of the group chat. The battle of Hu Yi versus local continued from the dormitory to the social group. Soon keywords like Jiang City local with 4 apartments, freshman, driving a Magotan, and executive family, from the magic city born into a scholarly family flooded the screen. The group was filled with a lively atmosphere. Su-bai couldn't even be bothered to change his group nickname and went with the flow. "You see a big white goose, are you going?" Chen Yuxing's message came through. It was brief, but Su-bai understood it perfectly. This outing was voluntary. It didn't matter if one didn't want to join. Initially, Su-bai thought that with Chen Yuxing's introverted personality, she wouldn't want to go. Yet suddenly she privately messaged Su by revealing her underlying thoughts. "Su-pai bai, I want to go, will you accompany me?" "Su-pai bai, transfer 15000 yuan Yuxia." "Yuxia, why are you transferring money to me again?" "Su-pai bai, I thought you might not like traveling, but I genuinely want to go with you, so this is the fee for companionship, similar to play companionship." "Yuxia, why is it so expensive?" "Su-pai bai, I'm not kidding, that's just the market price. If you don't believe me, search for Sonya companionship, and 3 days and 2 nights is about this price." Yuxia cat, with a doubtful expression. Chen Yuxing searched it and found results that made her eyelids twitch and her breathing quicken. "What kind of companionship is this? This companionship seems completely improper." Yuxia cat in fear. "Yuxia, the kind of companionship you mentioned includes that kind of service, but Su-pai bai, I definitely won't ask you to do that, don't worry." "Yuxia, but companionship without that kind of service shouldn't cost this much, right?" "Yuxia, big white goose, I can't accept this money, it's too much." "Tisk, this naive and cute academic is quite clever." Su-bai just needed to continue showcasing his skills and logical reasoning. "Su-pai bai, but to me the emotional value you provide is equivalent to the value a Sonya companion offers customers. I feel very happy to be with you." "Su-pai bai, just accept it. You know my way of spending money is different from normal people." "Yuxia, but I feel Su-pai bai, I don't want your opinion. I only want my own opinion." "Yuxia." "Alright." Yuxia cat rolling around. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yuxing clutched her phone, looking somewhat conflicted. The rippling waves in her cold, beautiful eyes, however, betrayed her heart's true excitement. Su-bai's analogy of a travel companion in Sonya stirred intense imaginative thoughts within Chen Yuxing. She did not feel repulsed, on the contrary, she looked forward to something ambiguous happening between her and Su-bai during this trip. Glancing at the freshly deposited 15,000 yuan in her account, she realized her mother's medical expenses for next month were secured. This meant Chen Yuxing could afford to skip a few trips to the laboratory and rest more. Working in the laboratory was quite exploitative. Those who understood it well. The professors received high fees for corporate projects, yet the proportion allocated to students was minimal. Relying on the fact that undergraduates had no other avenues for making money, they arbitrarily suppressed prices. There were even students so deeply entrenched in competition that they were willing to work for professors, even if it cost them money. Under the sycophantic behavior of these good students, Professor Luo's laboratory required students to clock in a certain amount of time each week to receive their stipends. It was quite similar to a job. Chen Yuxing found herself speechless in front of these people. Of course, even though she was speechless, Chen Yuxing had no bargaining power in front of the professor. She was indeed a genius girl, but being only a freshman, she was still in the developmental stage of her genius, facing numerous restrictions. In contrast, the cost-effectiveness of working for Su-bai was simply outstanding. This value clearly included Su-bai's ulterior motives towards her. However, Chen Yuxing also harbored her own ulterior motives towards Su-bai. It's decided she wouldn't work in Professor Luo's lab next month. With that spare time, it was better to serve Su-bai and use the saved time to write her own personal project code. It would be both easy and fun. Thus, for this travel companion, Chen Yuxing secretly decided to express some feelings towards Su-bai. For someone with social anxiety like her, this was quite challenging, but after all, they would be going out to play for 2 or 3 days, so she just had to muster the courage to seize the right opportunity. At worst, she could just hug him and kiss him. And with her long legs and black stockings, surely any man would like that. Chen Yuxing fell into a bizarre, chaotic fantasy, gripping her phone tightly, her long fair neck tinged with a lovely shade of pink. On the podium, Xia Lin observed all of this. Blinking her beautiful eyes, curiosity about gossip stirred within her. Recently, she had also heard rumors about Su-bai and Chen Yuxing among the students. From Xia Lin's perspective, these two students were quite well matched. However, recalling the few short videos Su-bai had sent her, and seeing Chen Yuxing's expression akin to a girl in love, Xia Lin felt a surge of jealousy. Suddenly she awoke, followed by a deep sense of shame. Su-bai was merely providing her with a safety report as a matter of routine. As a counselor, how could she think otherwise? Embarrassed, Xia Lin had no choice but to say, "Students, feel free to discuss. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Thank you, Xia Dao." "Goodbye, Xia Dao." As the counselor left the classroom, Chen Yuxing's mind became clearer. She looked around and noticed that there were not many people left in the classroom, so she hurried to the back and approached Su-bai. Chen Yuxing tugged at Su-bai's shirt and whispered, "Let's go register." Chu Mingzhi. His face changed rapidly, displaying various colors. With trembling hands, he reached for his chest. Wang Haoran, who was deep into a game, sensed something and quickly looked up at Chu Mingzhi. "Damn, this kid is going to get it again." Just as Wang Haoran thought he would have to send Chu Mingzhi to the infirmary again, Su Bai asked in confusion, what registration? To register with Xia Dao for the list. I'm in your group for the trip. Oh, I can just tell her about it, you don't need to worry. Michem. Chen Yuxing paused then, with great difficulty, said, I'm really looking forward to traveling with you. After saying that, she shyly covered her face and ran away. The surrounding people, especially the boys, displayed murderous looks. Damn it. If I had known, I should have left the classroom with Xia Dao. Look at this. Is this even reasonable? The school just started and Su Bai has actually gotten involved with Chen Yuxing. Initially they thought it was just a rumor, but it turned out that Chen the goddess was even a bit more proactive. Why is that? Su Bai, apart from being decent looking, is quite ordinary and unremarkable in every other aspect. There are several guys who are even better looking than him pursuing Chen Yuxing. Those are genuine, high-rich, beautiful guys. Why did they lose to Su Bai? Chen Yuxing's words to Su Bai would undoubtedly spread among the classmates, causing a huge uproar. At this moment, Chu Mingzhi clutched his chest. At least he could breathe normally now. At first, upon hearing Chen Yuxing say registration, he thought it meant she was going to register for marriage with Su Bai. It turned out to be for registering a travel activity. Haha. Su Bai, I think we should maintain unity and friendship among roommates. How about we stay together in dorm 510, along with Chen Yuxing and a few from the art college? I have no objections, but are you really okay with this? Su Bai expressed doubt, thinking that if Chu Mingzhi saw his ambiguous actions with Chen Yuxing, he might collapse on the spot. No problem. Chu Mingzhi declared determinedly, let me see the sweet moments between you and Chen Yuxing, and that'll help me let go. Sai, actually, I've mostly come to terms with reality. Now I feel that Jiang Xiran is my type. After all, she buys Sennheiser and has good taste in music. No, can you have some backbone, Hugo? Shui Tao expressed discontent. What do you mean by backbone? I call this being adaptable and responsive to circumstances. Besides, Chen Yuxing is already with Su Bai while Jiang Xiran is still single, without even a hint of ambiguity. Of course I want to pursue such a pure girl. As expected of Hugo, so pure in love. Su Bai sighed, thinking this was a good thing. Young people should have ideals of pure love. They can't all be morally corrupt, right? By the way, since Chen Yuxing and Jiang Xiran are roommates, we can ask Chen Yuxing to invite Jiang Xiran to join us. Chu Mingzhi looked at Su Bai eagerly. Su Bai, you'll help me with this, right? That depends on Shengxing's wishes. What the hell? You're already so familiar with each other. What stage are you two at now? Oh. Chu Mingzhi was going crazy, clutching his head. However, Shui Tao's expression darkened as he thought of another aspect. Damn it, are you really going to let Chu Mingzhi pursue Jiang Xiran? What if it really happens? It's not impossible. It's said that Jiang Xiran comes from a poor area within the province and might indeed yearn for a household registration in the magic capital. Plus, since Chu Mingzhi is quite artistic and pretentious, he might just hit the mark. Suddenly, Shui Tao felt a strong sense of crisis. Thus, he decided to join this team. Upon seeing this, Wang Haoran thought, alright, then he'll join too. Logically speaking, for an authentic recluse, such optional outings would certainly be declined. However, that being, it could potentially count towards credits for practical experience. Moreover, since it's an outing, there's a chance to enjoy meals and drinks with Baigo. Who would refuse a chance to have a free meal? Anyway, it wouldn't interfere with playing mobile games. Oh, just bring a couple of power banks. Thus, the travel group instantly expanded to 5 members, the 4 from the boys' dormitory 7, room 510, plus Chen Yuxing. Regarding who would be the captain of this team, Shui Tao and Chu Mingzhi had quite a heated argument. Both believed they were the most suitable. The debate started in the cafeteria and continued all the way back to the dormitory. Eventually, they settled the matter by 8:30 in the evening. The reason for the outcome was rather coincidental. In the social group, Chu Mingzhi and Shui Tao boasted that their travel team already had 5 members, 4 boys plus Chen Yuxing, and they needed to recruit a few more girls. Chu Mingzhi emphasized his extensive experience of traveling abroad multiple times since elementary school, having visited over a dozen countries, and even shared many photos taken during those trips. To be honest, Chu Mingzhi's photography skills were quite decent. Puyi certainly had some taste. He managed to attract several girls from the art academy to join him to discuss travel and photography. After all, being able to travel abroad since childhood indicates a wealthy background, and having photography skills suggests one knows how to have fun, easily piquing the interest of some girls. Unfortunately, the quality of those girls was not impressive. As Chu Mingzhi scrolled through their social media photos, he revealed a look of exasperation at images of old people's subways and phones. Where are the art students I expected? Why do they all look like this? I thought the broadcasting and hosting major had standards for looks, but I didn't expect. Sigh. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Haoran board leaned over to take a look. They seem all right to me. This is after makeup and photo editing. I can only imagine what they look like in real life without makeup. I see, I don't get it. All three-dimensional women look the same to me. I'm face blind. Wang Haoran expressed his recluse views. Not as good as Raiden Shogun. Shui Tao also took a look for a while and suddenly exclaimed, Puyi, why are they only adding you for casual chats? and not agreeing to join the travel team. I don't know what's going on. Chu Mingjie was also puzzled. He had chatted with several girls, but when he mentioned the trip, they all politely declined, saying they had other plans. Baigo, what do you think? Wang Haoran asked. Subai pondered for a moment and lazily replied, they probably think our combination is too strange for boys plus Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing has this aloof, scholarly aura that makes it hard for other girls to approach her. The group agreed with Su Bai's analysis. Although Su Bai was usually quite low-key, he sometimes had a clear perspective. Shui Tao grumbled, damn it must be, because Hu Yi is too unlucky. I'll take over. So it was Shui Tao's turn to chatter in the group. Classmates, the biggest feature of our group is that we plan to go on a self-driving trip. After all, the attractions around Jiangxing aren't convenient for group tours or carpooling. Self-driving is the most suitable. I'm not bragging, I have a Magotan 330 that I can use freely at any time. To be fair, although the local boasting was a bit forced, surprisingly it actually had an effect. A girl with the avatar of a sticky rice dumpling spoke up, is there really a car to sit in? That would be great, we don't want to cram into the subway. There will definitely be a lot of people during the mid-autumn festival break. Self-driving would be the best. Shui Tao perked up and quickly sent a private message to that girl. After a brief exchange, he learned that the girl was named Wan Xinyan, and she had a sister named Wan Xinyue who was also in the same class. The two were twin sisters, which was quite rare for them both to be admitted to the broadcasting and hosting major at Jiangxing University. The sisters were used to acting together and were contemplating which team would be more comfortable for their outing when they saw Shui Tao bragging about his Magotan 330. It's quite rare to find a boy in college who has a car. After searching, it wasn't a particularly great car, but it was decent. As a tool for their travel, it would definitely suffice. Thus, Wan Xinyan accepted Shui Tao's friend request. After a brief exchange, she felt that this boy was very enthusiastic, but he didn't seem very smart. Not being smart is actually a good thing if it's easier to manipulate and utilize him. Thus, both sides hit it off immediately. However, Wan Xinyan still thought of a question. If we join, it will be 4 boys and 3 girls. 1 car might not be enough, right? Shui Tao had anticipated this and replied, no problem, I plan to rent another car. One of our roommates can drive, we can manage with 2 cars for 7 people easily. Wan Xinyan was satisfied. That's great. Shui Tao, you've thought this through well. I feel like most boys aren't as mature. Flattered by the girl's praise, Shui Tao felt elated, grinning stupidly to himself. Do you think both of these twins will fall for me? Have you been watching too much Liu Bei? As if they would both like you, you're overestimating yourself. Chu Mingjie splashed cold water on him. In any case, our travel team is already taking shape. The 7 of us can go without a problem, and if we can add 1 or 2 more girls, that would be fine as well. 2 cars can accommodate 10 people easily. Looking at Shui Tao showing off, Chu Mingjie felt uncomfortable. Why was this brat getting all the attention? Wasn't it enough that Chu Mingjie was well-traveled at a young age, having visited 17 countries and being proficient in photography? Why couldn't he attract girls? Forget it, it didn't matter. Chu Mingjie had another important task. Invite Jiang Xiran to join the team. To be honest, he felt quite uncertain. After all, he had no connection with Jiang Xiran. She was constantly being courted by a bunch of rich guys, truly the most popular existence in the goddess dormitory. However, it was precisely because this task was so challenging that Chu Mingjie wanted to find a way to complete it. This way he could overshadow the locals' glory. Little brat, let you experience who yes might. Just as Chu Mingjie's ambitions began to ignite. After a long silence, Su Bai suddenly spoke up. Just now Sheng Sheng told me that Jiang Xiran actively asked her if she could join us for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I agreed for everyone. Wait dude, how did she come to want to join us? Chu Mingjie's face turned sour. Oh, should I refuse? Su Bai shot him a sideways glance. Shui Tao quickly said, refuse. No way. Welcome, welcome. After saying that, he shot a strange look at Su Bai. Although he didn't know why Jiang Xiran wanted to join voluntarily, since she was coming it was a good thing. Shui Tao was certainly welcoming her, as Jiang Xiran was the most perfect school beauty in his eyes. The 2 goddesses living in the dormitory along with the twin beauties make this trip incredibly exciting. Even if Jiang Xiran cannot be flirted with, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue are still quite enticing. Just now Shui Tao saw photos of the 2 fresh and lovely girls in Wan Xinyan's friend circle, both of whom have a youthful appearance yet impressive figures. They can be considered as lowly giants. After a moment of fantasizing, Shui Tao suddenly remembered the matter at hand and asked Su Bai, I remember you got your driver's license during the summer vacation, right? I did. Then shall we rent a car and you can drive? You've been planning this for a while, haven't you? Tisk, how can you call it planning? It's just mutual help among roommates. Look, we have 4 beauties accompanying us on this trip. It's a rare opportunity. Hearing the teasing tone in Su Bai's words, Shui Tao felt a bit embarrassed and defended himself. Su Bai didn't bother to argue with him and waved his hand, saying, it's fine, I understand what you mean. But renting a car is unnecessary. I just bought a car recently, so we can just take mine. What? You bought a car? Shui Tao rubbed his ears, thinking he must have heard wrong. How could Su Bai, who was so broke, afford a car? The conversation between Shui Tao and Su Bai also piqued Chu Mingzhi's interest. He had already put on his beloved Sennheiser headphones, but he quickly took them off surprised and said, "Brother Su, buying a car is no small matter. Such an important purchase, why didn't you discuss it with everyone first?" "I just happened to see one I liked, so I bought it," Su Bai replied nonchalantly, thinking to himself, "You're not my father, why would I discuss it with you?" However, Hu Yi was like this. Whenever someone in the dormitory wanted to buy something, he always had to express his opinions and showcase his taste. As Su Bai expected, Chu Mingzhi said, "Seriously, buying a car is something that should be considered carefully. With the current trend of new energy vehicles, young people should buy them. However, there are many nuances to it. A car symbolizes a person's temperament. For example, if a young person buys a traditional gasoline car, it can make them seem outdated." "Who are you pointing at?" Shui Tao exclaimed. "Outdated? Some cars are quite good. Moreover, these electric cars have only popped up in the last 2 or 3 years. They're unstable. What if they frequently break down after buying one? It still has to be German engineering, tried and tested. Driving a monotony is the hallmark of a mature man." With that, Shui Tao turned to Su Bai and continued to ask, "Oh, I remember you mentioned you made a small fortune before. That should be the money you used to buy the car, right?" "Sort of. What kind of car?" "An SUV, quite big." "Oh, that's good too. Now that you're dating Goddess Chin, having a car would be more convenient. But you have to consider the ongoing expenses of maintaining a car. Can your family support that?" Shui Tao had a confrontational expression, clearly doubting that Su Bai could afford the cost of maintaining a car. "No problem. Anyway, I'll drive it during the trip. It's a done deal," Su Bai simply replied before putting on his headphones and starting a duo game with Wang Haoran. He often got carried away by Chen Yuxing. Winning too much had become a bit boring, so tonight, he wanted to experience the authentic thrill of the game with Wang Haoran. Shui Tao felt ignored and retreated, muttering to himself. It seems that Su Bai's small fortune might not be so small after all. Did he win the lottery? Or perhaps he had a stroke of luck with some foreign financial products that skyrocketed overnight. Shui Tao didn't understand much about investments. But regardless, Su Bai's financial situation seemed to have improved. If first he switched to an iPhone Pro Max, and now he bought a car. This gave Shui Tao an implicit sense of crisis, as he had always been the standout in the dormitory, and even in the class, or rather he and Chu Mingzhi were rivals. He was also the only student in the class with a car. Now that Su Bai also had one, it felt like his unique status was being diluted. However, Shui Tao thought again, given Su Bai's spending habits, he must have bought a cost-effective car, probably a domestic SUV under 1,000 yuan, likely from brands like Cherry, Great Wall, or Chang'an. In contrast, his Magotan 330 is a proper joint venture class car. They are not even comparable. The feeling is completely different when a girl sits in it. Just imagine a goddess like Chen Yuxing sitting in a domestic Havel H6 that feels terribly incompatible. Shui Tao speculated that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing were still in a somewhat ambiguous stage, and there was still a long way to go before they officially started dating. Perhaps Chen Yuxing would gradually lose interest after sensing Su Bai's financial struggles. Thinking this way, Shui Tao felt much more balanced about it. Otherwise, if Su Bai really started dating Chen Yuxing, he would be incredibly jealous. Why should such a beautiful goddess be interested in Su Bai? This guy is merely a bit good-looking. Apart from that, he is nothing but a low-quality man. Ding. The host has neglected his professional coursework, immersing himself in the Summoner's Rift. Truly indulgent. Cash reward 1,000. Su Bai and Wang Haoran were battling fiercely in the realm of true money. In the end, after calculating, he actually lost points. It doesn't matter. After all, Sheng Sheng will help him. Before going to bed, Su Bai went to wash up, and Wang Haoran followed him, seizing the opportunity to ask Su Bai, "Bro, why is Jiang Qiran traveling with us? I remember Hu Yi mentioning that girl has a normal relationship with Chen Yuxing. Is that so? I didn't know." Su Bai really didn't know what the relationship between Jiang Qiran and Chen Yuxing was. Before today, he didn't even know that Jiang Qiran was a member of the goddess dormitory. According to their agreement after entering college, Su Bai and Jiang Qiran pretended not to know each other. To appear more convincing, he even deleted their QQ and WeChat accounts, cutting ties completely. They were clearly childhood friends who grew up together, with Jiang Qiran living right across from Su Bai's house back in their hometown. He didn't know what Jiang Qiran was thinking back then. However, he didn't have any extra thoughts about this childhood friend. Cutting ties was cutting ties. He felt a bit sad at the time, but he quickly forgot about it. Looking back now, Su Bai's forgetfulness was indeed thorough. He was even too lazy to inquire which dormitory Jiang Qiran was in. "I fearless of forgetting. Alas, there's nothing to be done, as Su Bai is just this naturally indifferent kind of. For instance, recently, he has been flirting with older female students while also having a fiery time, with Xingxing feeling no shame in it at all. For Su Bai, this seems to be a naturally easy behavior. Su Bai speculated to Wang Haoran maybe Jiang Qiran's social skills are also average. Those pure and delicate girls may have many superficial friends, but can easily be isolated by various small groups. Ah, is that so? I completely don't understand girls. Their relationships seem very complicated. It's fine we're traveling. Having more people around adds to the fun of eating and playing is all good. It won't affect anything. True. Subai climbed onto the metal bunk bed in the dormitory, lay down, and scrolled through his phone, surprisingly feeling quite content. It was even more comfortable than when he was in the hotel. This made Subai reflect on himself. Could it be that he's the type who feels uncomfortable in luxurious places? It shouldn't be. Deep down, Subai also yearns for a life of indulgence. Which man doesn't want to be impressive and show off every day? Not to mention when he pays the bill for an older female student in a luxury store, enjoying the adoring glances from the staff, Subai feels incredibly exhilarated. However, it seems that staying in hotels brings about an inexplicable discomfort. This issue seems a bit philosophical. After thinking it over, Subai decided to find someone to discuss it. For the discussion, he chose a quite unconventional candidate, the counselor Xia Lin. The system panel showed that Xia Lin's favorability towards Subai had surpassed 50, which serves as a basis for discussion. After all, which counselor would discuss such strange life philosophy issues with a student if they didn't have some fondness? Moreover, everyone says that Xia Lin is a wealthy beauty from a very well-off family. Based on Subai's observations, Xia Lin's behavior and the things she uses are all quite expensive and have a certain taste that seems even more refined than yes. Her style is undoubtedly far superior to the local wealthy style. Therefore, among the girls Subai has the opportunity to chat with, Xia Lin is the most suitable for discussing this issue. Supai by Director Xia, I have a confusion I'd like to discuss. Do you have time now? Xia Tian de Lin, I have time, go ahead. What kind of confusion is it? Supai by illogically speaking, staying in a luxurious hotel every day is a dream for many people, but I recently tried it and found it a bit tiresome after a few days. Why is that? It was a riverside suite costing nearly 2,000 a night. Xia Tian de Lin. In the graduate dormitory, Xia Lin looked at the message from Subai on her phone and couldn't help but chuckle. Can you hear yourself? Is that even a proper way to talk? Are you tired of staying in luxury hotels? Ordinary people would struggle to afford such accommodation. However, considering Xia Lin's background, Subai's question seemed outrageous, but was not entirely unfounded. Xia Lin had stayed in five-star hotels costing over 1,000 per night since she was very young. She had even experienced even more expensive ones. Once when her mother returned to her hometown and her father was on a business trip during summer vacation, she stayed at the Hilton for half a month. Xia Lin had quite a say regarding Subai's troubles. After all, having recently been captivated by Subai's figure, Xia Lin thought seriously and typed, although the hotel is luxurious, it is still just a hotel lacking the essence of daily life, and staying too long can make one feel ungrounded. That makes sense. Subai replied. So in this case, long-term stays should really be traditional renting. But hotels have staff to manage everything, which is really convenient, something renting cannot compare to. So are you planning to move off campus, Subai? Xia Lin asked. Yes, I do have that plan, just wanted to inform you. Good boy, Subai. Thumbs up. Xia Lin responded. Image of a shy white goose scratching its head. By the way, is there a possibility of a more upscale rental option that offers hotel-like services too? What you're describing does exist in the market, but it's quite pricey and most students might not be able to afford it. Do I look like an ordinary student to you? Subai replied, sending a series of pictures of his abs. They were taken earlier while he was at the washroom. The body enhancement supplement he received truly worked wonders, sculpting a physique better than male models. Shy emoji. Xia Lin responded, why are you sending pictures out of nowhere? Save those for your girlfriend, don't post them here with the counselor. I thought you would like them. You didn't seem to mind the last ones I sent, Subai said. If you don't like them, I won't send them anymore. To be honest, they are indeed good looking. You must have put in a lot of effort to achieve such a physique, right? Xia Lin, being an active person, naturally had a strong interest in maintaining a good figure. After chatting about sports for a while, they returned to the main topic. What you're talking about, which combines the feeling of renting with hotel services, is called a service department. This concept originated from a business model abroad and has become quite popular in the country over the years, particularly favored by high-end business people. Let me ask in advance, what is your budget, Subai? Subai calculated. His savings amounted to over 10 million. The system indicates that for indulgent rental expenses, you can pay for up to a year in advance. So a monthly rent of no more than 100,000 should suffice. It should be no more than 100,000 a month. Xia Lin responded. Dog-hitting emoji. Is your budget aimed at living in a palace? A palace won't do. I've heard that palaces, castles, and ancient towns have poor internet. Do I prefer to play games? Dog with a mischievous smile. Xia Lin replied, hold on, let me find you a few links to reputable service departments with branches in Jiangxing. Soon she sent several webpage links. After browsing through them, Subai felt quite satisfied. A service department is essentially a building operated independently by a brand similar to a hotel. The interior decoration and design are akin to high-end residential apartments. Kitchens, bathrooms, walk-in closets, parking lots. All the amenities are comparable to living in your own purchased home. However, you don't have to worry about renovations, as there is 24-hour butler service for cleaning, repairs, and even ordering food. You can directly call the butler for assistance. Moreover, serviced apartments come with independent gyms, swimming pools, Chinese and Western restaurants, leisure clubs, media rooms, bars. Some even include ridiculous amenities like golf courses and racetracks. Of course, in terms of pricing, it's not comparable to those Wando apartments costing $2,000 to $3,000 a month. The starting price is for a 100 square meter unit with daily rates higher than the Suite Sue by stayed in at the Marriott. If you want to live in a larger unit, it starts at $3,000 a night. That adds up to around $100,000 a month. In practice, contracts are typically monthly, and booking multiple months at once can offer discounts. If you pay for a whole year up front, the discounts increase. Nevertheless, even with discounts, this rental method is unimaginable for an office worker. For Subai, money isn't an issue. The key is quality of living. It needs to be both luxurious and feel like home. After reviewing the link Xiaolin sent him, Subai suddenly realized this is essentially a long-term rental in a prime city center apartment, complete with a slew of thoughtful services. Choosing the highest-end serviced apartment, renting it for a year, could easily yield a cashback of several $100,000. Once his savings increase a bit more, he could directly look for a luxury house in Jiangxing, then slowly renovate it according to his preferences. After the renovation is done, he would move into the luxury home. Subai's thoughts flowed, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Director Xia. This information is very helpful," Subai said. "I feel that the Escot brand is quite good. It's a bit pricey, but there's a branch very close to the school right by the river with a great location and view. Your taste is quite good, Subai. If you don't mind the budget, this place is indeed the most suitable for students. I plan to check it out tomorrow. Director Xia, are you free to accompany me?" Inviting the counselor to go house hunting. "You've got quite the boldness." Xiaolin felt a bit flustered, but quickly turned to a playful enjoyment. After all, she's from a wealthy family and has seen a lot. It was evident that Subai's family was quite powerful, which sharply contrasted with his simplicity in clothing and lifestyle. What a low-key young master. And with such a good physique, indeed there are hidden talents among college students, Xiaolin murmured to herself, unable to resist clicking on the pictures Subai had sent earlier, which she had saved in her album. They made her mouth water. Oh no, I'm about to drool. Honestly, Xiaolin was a bit moved. Over the years, she had never been in a relationship. Given her background, there was no need to seek anything from men through dating. She could be considered a girl raised with a golden spoon. However, Xiaolin did not like flaunting wealth. She had been diligently studying, pursuing her master's degree, and working to improve herself. She had no grand aspirations, but at least wanted to be a person useful to society. She suddenly realized that she and Subai seemed quite similar, both being low-key wealthy individuals who lived honest lives. Moreover, with Subai's impressive physique, he must really enjoy sports, which aligned perfectly with Xiaolin's interests. They seemed like a match made in heaven. Aside from the slight awkwardness of her being a counselor and Subai being a freshman, she decided to just be friends for now. Thus, she immediately agreed to Subai's invitation and arranged to go view the Escot apartments together the next day. On Monday morning, there were classes only during the second period, and it was an elective class that could be skipped. Subai arrived at the cafeteria at 9 o'clock sharp to meet Xiaolin. From a distance, Subai spotted Xiaolin in her sportswear. Despite being in a less conspicuous corner of the cafeteria, she stood out among a crowd of students. As a graduate senior, she had matured a few more years and knew how to dress well. The fitted sports top and yoga pants in a dark color scheme showcased Xiaolin's athletic figure to perfection. With a light, fresh makeup on her face, she was overall a striking beauty in sports attire. "Xiaodao, you look beautiful today." Subai casually complimented her as he approached with his breakfast plate. A hint of unnatural expression appeared on Xiaolin's face as she nonchalantly replied, "Really? I feel like I look the same every day." "That means Xiaodao's makeup skills are good, so your appearance remains stable every day." Subai boldly admired Xiaolin. "This natural makeup is quite impressive." "Hey, you little rascal, you know about natural makeup. Is it strange? Not many boys understand these things. Previously, quite a few thought I was barefaced," Xiaolin laughed. As a counselor, she also had some responsibilities in the youth league, so she couldn't wear heavy makeup. But girls still love beauty, so she preferred fresh, everyday makeup. Sometimes when she was busy or feeling lazy, she would simply skip the makeup, provided that she didn't need to meet someone she cared about. Today, she was going to accompany Subai to look at apartments, and for some reason Xiaolin got up early, spending almost an hour getting ready. Xiaolin herself understood the reasons behind it. At just over 20, she was no longer the naive girl fresh out of high school. Her parents had been trying to find suitable men for her. However, Xiaolin was not satisfied with those they introduced. Either they were too old, had personality issues, or more often than not, their material conditions were simply unacceptable to Xiaolin. While their looks might be decent, it was primarily their physique that mattered. Our rich young masters often lived indulgently, and very few could maintain good bodies. Subai happened to hit the mark on what Xiaolin valued most. That broad, strong shoulder, those abdominal muscles. Just thinking about it made Xia Lin feel a rush of warmth. Even better, Su Bei's other qualities were also commendable. Especially considering his spending habits, he was the same type as Xia Lin, a low-key wealthy person. He didn't flaunt, but would spend money on material enjoyments. This was actually the most crucial point for developing a long-term romantic relationship. Matching economic conditions took precedence. In Jiang City, there were very few boys who could keep up with Xia Lin's spending level. Adding the constraints of physique and age, such people were truly rare, making someone like Su Bei a precious resource. Xia Lin planned to seize this opportunity to see if she could attract Su Bei's affection. A wonderful young man like this must not be missed. Hearing Su Bei praise her makeup, Xia Lin couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She picked a glutinous rice ball from her plate and held it up to Su Bei's mouth. Try this, it's a new taro flavor from the breakfast window. Su Bei paused for a moment, surprised, as Xia Lin wasn't using chopsticks, but instead pinching the rice ball between her thumb and index finger, feeding it to him. Su Bei instantly understood. Showing little change in expression, he opened his mouth and ate it, tasting the tips of Xia Lin's fingers in the process. How does it taste? Delicious. So obedient, Xia Lin felt the sensation of Su Bei's lips against her fingers, but instead of blushing like a young girl, she simply squinted her eyes with satisfaction, smiling warmly. Her appearance was bright and dignified, the type that would make one think she would be a perfect match as the wife of a successful person, commonly referred to as having a prosperous husband look. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved and her eyebrows looked particularly beautiful. This woman is suitable to be taken home as a main wife. Su Bei silently made this judgment in his heart. The two chatted while finishing breakfast and then headed to the school's parking lot. Are you riding in my car, Su Tong? No need, let me drive. If I decide to live there, I might as well take some things over. All right. Seeing Su Bei take out the key to unlock his Mercedes-Benz GLE, Xia Lin was not surprised, considering it quite normal. She had seen plenty of luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. She herself drove an Audi Q7. Su Bei naturally had no intention of showing off, and once Xia Lin was settled, he started driving. The journey wasn't far, taking just over 10 minutes. During the ride, Xia Lin briefly introduced Su Bei to the service department. A Scott is considered a well-established high-end apartment brand in the country. Of course, the one we are going to see is a new branch built 3 years ago, which means there's no renovation smell and the facilities are not outdated. It's at its peak period. That's great, I'm lucky then, Su Bei said, then corrected himself. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky. I have to thank Xia Dao for the introduction. It's a small matter. As a counselor, it's my duty to take care of the students. Soon the two arrived at the Ascot apartment, Jiangxing Academic Institution branch. Upon entering the apartment lobby, Su Bei saw several residents coming and going, including some with foreign features. They all appeared to be social elites. According to Xia Lin, some scholars visiting Jiangxing University from abroad preferred to stay at Ascot. After all, there was reimbursement. The receptionist greeted them with a professional smile and bowed, saying, "Welcome to Ascot. May I ask if you two are here for retail occupancy or long-term rental? Long-term, it may be for a longer duration, and the requirements for room type and services are also higher. Is your marketing manager available? Yes, please follow me." The receptionist led them deep into the office on the first floor of the apartment. At that time, the manager had just started work and perked up at the mention of a long-term rental discussion. "How should I address you two?" "My surname is Xia, his surname is Su. He wants to rent an apartment, and I'm here to help him out." "All right, you look somewhat familiar. Are you Miss Xia Lin from Jiang University?" "Yes, that's me." "Haha, I thought you looked familiar. I remember you came to look at apartments here last year," the manager said enthusiastically, clearly aware of Xia Lin's background. Xia Lin politely replied, "At that time I was quite satisfied with the apartments here, but I felt it was too big and empty for one person, a bit of a waste, so I ultimately chose to live in the graduate dormitory. It's more lively with my best friend." "Indeed. So does Mr. Su plan to live alone?" The manager turned to Su Bei. "Sort of, but most of the time I will bring my girlfriend back." Su Bei cleared his throat and stated his requirements. "I want to choose the largest and most luxurious apartment type with the best accompanying benefits. Price is not a concern. I can budget up to 1 million per month." It's rare to encounter such a request. There are two types of people who stay at the service departments. One is the truly wealthy who need to stay in Jiang City for a few months due to personal interests or company matters. They often have strict budget controls. They are rich, but do not waste money. After all, they are all social elites and know how to manage their finances. Talking price with such customers can be quite exhausting. The second type is those on company accounts, like the foreign visiting scholars that Xia Lin explained to Su Bei. Since the university or Jiang University will reimburse the expenses, they can simply follow the agreed price without much hassle. This type of customer is straightforward but often opts for the lowest tier of accommodation while demanding various perks, resulting in minimal profit. These two scenarios account for about 99% of the clientele for high-end service departments. However, it is clear that Mr. Su is part of that remaining one, commonly referred to as the rich guy who spends money without a care to experience life. He directly chooses the best options, maximizing everything. The manager understood immediately and flipped through the gilded brochure in his hands, turning to the last section. Mr. Su, I recommend the Supreme Mountain and Water Duplex Suite, which spans a total area of 302 square meters over 2 levels. After listening to the manager's vivid presentation combined with the images in the brochure and the 3D video playing on the manager's phone, Su Bai was momentarily dazzled. This is Indulgence. It is too indulgent. Originally, Su Bai's expectation was to rent the best flat, but he was surprised to find that this high-end apartment offered duplex options. From the layout to the decor and every functional room, it was all about understated luxury and comfort, perfectly meeting Su Bai's long-term living needs. The system even popped up a prompt in his mind indicating that this expenditure met the system's definition of it was probably too outrageous. After all, how many university students live in 300 square meters? Perhaps Xiaolin also found it a bit exaggerated, and with a smile she asked Su Bai, "Your parents won't be unhappy if you stay here, right?" "No, my family is quite lenient with me, and this isn't too expensive, right? I saw the price listed above is just over 5,000 for a single night." Just over 5,000. The manager couldn't help but gasp quietly, smiling widely as he pulled out a calculator and started tapping away. "Mr. Su, if you choose this Supreme Mountain and Water Duplex, all the perks you need will be given to you for free. If you pay monthly, it will be 20 off the retail price of 5,299. That means 12,700 per month. Monthly payments are too troublesome. Can I pay annually? Paying in full upfront means I won't have to worry about it afterward." "That works too if you're willing. We're certainly happy to accommodate." The manager's mind raced. "Please hold on. I'll call the regional headquarters to inquire about what kind of discounts can be offered for annual payments." In reality, this mountain and water duplex is quite difficult to rent out. After all, the wealthy in Jiang City are still relatively few compared to first-tier cities, and mostly local rich folks prefer to tinker with a villa in the countryside. Luxury apartments in the city center with a business-style appeal to a younger audience, but the question is how many young people have that kind of money? The manager went out to make a call. Su Bai could have directly asked for a 20 discount. After all, the more he pays, the more cashback he would receive. But that would come off as too ostentatious, and Su Bai thought it best not to act that way in front of Director Xia. Director Xia clearly seemed to be the cultured and sensible kind of rich beauty who would detest the behavior of overly showy nouveau riche. When flirting, one must cater to the other person's preferences. Discussing ideals with Chun Yuxing and talking about money with the senior sister while pretending to be classy in front of Director Xia. "Su, don't you think living in such a large house will make you feel lonely?" Xiaolin asked seemingly casually. However, what she was really concerned about was the female companion that Su Bai mentioned to the manager. Who would he bring with him? Ding. Payment successful. The retail price of the Supreme Mountain and Water Duplex apartment was 5,299, totaling 1,335,348 yuan. The manager decided to waive a zero, and the final payment was 1.33 million. Those celebrities who live in hotels year-round, according to reports, spend just a few $100,000 in a year. The place Su Bai chose was almost twice the price of a celebrity's treatment. The manager had seen a lot in his career. He had processed countless large transactions just from annual business receptions. But he had never seen a young and inexperienced college student like Su Bai swipe over $1 million without batting an eye. Truly unprecedented. What impressed the manager the most was Su Bai's calm demeanor. What kind of prestigious family could raise an 18-year-old boy with such composure? In reality, it was the system that gave Su Bai this confidence. Ding. Detected hosts lavish spending long-term rental of the Supreme Mountain and Water Duplex 1-year term consumption 1.33 million, triggering tenfold cashback 13.3 million. Su Bai was pleasantly surprised. He had drawn the maximum cashback, skyrocketing his savings to over 20 million. If he continued to indulge for a while longer, he could probably start looking for a big villa. Without considering the system's cashback, a year's accommodation at 1.33 million was indeed super luxurious. Of course, the living experience was also unmatched by any luxury hotel. Not only was it high-end and elegant, but the living space was also comfortable enough to ensure a good night's sleep, along with the integrated leisure and entertainment facilities of the Escott Square. After paying, Su Bai focused on touring the kitchen and bathroom of the duplex. His parents had passed away long ago, and he was raised by the aunt from the opposite door. Yes, that aunt was Jiang Qiren's mother. The aunt was often busy at work, so Su Bai would cook at home on many occasions. The more he cooked, the more skilled he became, and he even grew to love cooking. The kitchen in this luxurious duplex apartment featured a renowned international brand's integrated design with all kinds of facilities available. A huge oven, built-in dishwasher, steam oven, air fryer, an oversized 4-door refrigerator, and a complete set of 18 pieces of top-tier German kitchenware. Subai was already a bit eager to showcase his skills. As for the bathroom, it also deserved attention. After all, it was a place for combat. Alright, I've got this sorted. I have things to attend to at school, so I'm heading back now. Xia Lin bid farewell to Subai. Okay, thank you, Director Xia. Subai felt a bit regretful. I originally wanted to treat you to lunch to show my gratitude. No problem, I'll come back after finishing my work at school. It won't delay your meal invitation, Xia Lin joked. This was also a signal release. Generally speaking, if someone helps out without accepting a meal invitation, it indicates they would prefer to accept it on another day. Coming back specifically proved that Xia Lin had more intimate feelings for Subai. Subai understood this and replied with a faint smile, then I'll wait for Director Xia to return. Wait for me. Xia Lin left gracefully. The view of her yoga pants made Subai feel a bit hot inside. He quickly ran to the private small gym attached to the duplex to get some exercise, sweating and burning off some energy. By the way, he planned to take a bath. To be honest, ever since binding the godly wealth system, Subai had grown increasingly fond of taking baths. It felt incredibly soothing and relaxing, perfectly aligning with the theme of indulgent enjoyment. Lying in a large bathtub that could comfortably accommodate 3 people, Subai opened the system interface. In the past few days, he had accumulated 3 lottery chances. Now was just the perfect time for solitude with nothing to do, so he decided to draw his prizes. Lottery. 3 draws. Drawing rewards for you. Congratulations. You have drawn cash of 1 million. Congratulations. You have drawn a special attribute point 3. Congratulations. You have drawn a watch Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore AP15500ST stainless steel watch with blue dial priced at 615,000 yuan. For Subai, the cash of 1 million was not very useful. He could easily spend that amount and still get cash back. It was more like a consolation prize. The special attribute point 3 seemed to enhance a certain physical trait. After reading the brief description, Subai's expression turned somewhat strange. No, buddy. I'm already quite extraordinary in that regard. Do I really need an enhancement? Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing after all. In the foreseeable future, young Subai will definitely be put to the test. As a wealthy college student with leisure time, it was inevitable that he would go crazy over girls. A little enhancement could help Subai adapt to even more intense battles. The last reward was the watch. The watch was quite nice. The Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series was reportedly a high-end model that required a reservation. It would be a hassle to buy one himself, so Subai had originally thought about getting a good watch for himself, and the system had arranged it for him. So considerate. Subai clicked to view the image. A silver stainless steel octagonal bezel, an integrated bracelet equipped with a self-made movement combining sportiness and luxury. A representative of top sports watches suitable for users who pursue extreme craftsmanship and unique design. Priced over 600,000, wearing it would certainly be impressive. Its casual sporty style matched Subai's everyday fashion preferences. If it were a more formal watch, wearing it would feel a bit strange. After all, Subai wasn't someone who wore suits every day. Upon clicking to withdraw from the system, a call came in contacting Subai. The caller claimed to be a staff member from the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Magic City, stating that the watch had reached Jiangcheng and would be delivered to Subai's location within 15 minutes. Subai thought to himself that the system's arrangements were indeed quite compatible with real-world rules. After all, he had just searched on his phone's map, and there was no Audemars Piguet store in Jiangcheng. Many top luxury brands lack stores in second-tier cities. The insufficient local purchasing power makes it unworthy for brands to open stores here. Just like the Supreme Mountain and Water duplex that Subai had just rented for a year, it would be very difficult to rent out in Jiangcheng. Perhaps this design was aimed at enhancing the branch's prestige, or it could have been a managerial error. In any case, Subai had scored a bargain. A little over 10 minutes later, Mr. Here is the watch you ordered. All the certificates and related accessories are here. If it's convenient for you, you can try it on now. We brought professional tools to help you adjust the strap length for a better fit around your wrist. The delivery team consisted of a sales manager and a maintenance technician. The technician, who looked quite old, had a kind face and helped Subai measure his wrist using professional tools to adjust the strap. His movements were quick and skillful, completing the task in just a few minutes. It was Subai's first time witnessing this process, and he was quite curious. He remembered watching an old movie where the protagonist had to find a specialist in store to adjust the strap of a watch worth hundreds of thousands. He heard that in some European countries this adjustment process is particularly tedious. It's not very complex, just to show off to create a high-end atmosphere. But here in our country, it's quick and efficient, done in just a few swift motions. Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. I wish you a pleasant life. Here's my business card. You can add my phone number on WeChat later. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Okay. After sending off the Audemars Piguet staff, Subai admired himself in the mirror while wearing the watch, feeling a wave of self-indulgence. Not to mention, this type of sports watch really matched his carefree and nonchalant personality. Beep beep. Suddenly his phone buzzed with a series of WeChat message notifications. Curious Subai checked and found that he had just created a new group. Mid-Autumn Festival Fun Group, with beautiful ladies 510. It was the agreed plan from yesterday regarding the members of the travel group. As expected, the group was initiated by Xue Tao. After all, he is the captain. He is also extremely invested in this trip. With Chun Yuxing and Jiang Qiran, both school beauties, along with the adorable twin Loli, who look much younger than their age, such a luxurious lineup is sure to ignite the local people's strong desire to show off. Of course, Hu Yi would certainly not fall behind. There would be good entertainment ahead. A pleasant smile curled at the corners of Su Bei's mouth. While naive classmates were still condemning Xue Tao for flaunting his wealth, Su Bai and Wang Haoran had already begun to enjoy themselves. Xue Tao, ladies, I plan to purchase some supplies in advance for our trip. If anyone needs anything, feel free to message me privately. I will do my best to fulfill your requests. Smiley face, smiley face. To be honest, the car owned by the locals is not bad. According to national statistics, most privately owned vehicles are priced around 1,000 yuan. Not to mention the college students who are generally so poor that they can't even afford the freedom of the cafeteria. However, every time Xue Tao flaunted his wealth in the group, he gave off a villainous vibe. One could say he was quite annoying. The key point is he actually managed to win over Lu Yuan with just two attributes: having a car and a generous allowance. Many boys dislike him, but they don't want to confront him directly for fear of being labeled as the sour loser who can't find a girlfriend. In the engineering department, being in the first year, those who can find a partner are indeed in the minority. Not long after Xue Tao spoke in the group, one of the twins, Wan Xinyan, responded, "Red bean, paste, glutinous rice ball, really? Xue Tao, you are so considerate. Red bean, paste, glutinous rice ball, can you prepare some snacks for us? He, my sister, and I have a craving. We might eat quite a bit on the way. Green bean paste, glutinous rice ball, shy green bean paste, glutinous rice ball, a not too much needed red bean paste, glutinous rice ball. Thank you, brother." Xue Tao, hands together. Xue Tao, excited, drooling. Xue Tao, I promise to complete the task. Wang Haoran today ate the agile mushroom of inspiration from the mountains. Click the link to receive the Source God preview livestream benefit XWS 34YU. Wang Haoran today ate the agile mushroom of inspiration. Withdrew a message. Wang Haoran today ate the agile mushroom of inspiration. Sent it by mistake. Sorry, Xue Tao. Xue Tao playing Source God, picking nose. Hokkaido's Snow Sennheiser Autumn New Product Review, second issue. Xue Tao, Hu Yi, why are you posting your headphone reviews again? Who cares about that? Hokkaido's Snow Jiang Qiran class of 25 broadcasting. Host Jiang Qiran class of 25 broadcasting. Host, what happened? Why did someone suddenly mention me? Confused. Hokkaido's Snow. Haha, nothing. Su Bai was enjoying the spectacle, watching the people in the group perform. It's really interesting. However, watching for a while, it seemed the locals suddenly remembered him. Xue Tao, Su Pai da Bai, where are you having fun? Come back to accompany me to the supermarket. What a guy? You want to dig into your own pocket to please the girls while dragging me along as a laborer, huh? At this moment, Su Bai was still wrapped in a bathrobe. He stood up and took a selfie in front of the mirror. With his tall stature subtly revealed muscular contours and the luxurious bathroom background. He then selected a photo from his album taken just after a workout. Both photos were posted in the 510 and Beautiful Women Mid-Autumn Festival Fun Group. Su Pai da Bai, images, Su Pai da Bai, I'm busy, you can go by yourself. Xue Tao. At this moment in the school parking lot, just as Xue Tao was preparing to set off, seeing the photo, Su Bai posted, his expression suddenly changed, baring his teeth. In fact, he was merely asking casually, primarily to build his image as the captain issuing commands. When it comes to picking up girls, one must establish the authority of a small group leader to make it easier to win the girls' hearts. Of course, it would be best if Su Bai could come and help him carry things to the supermarket. After all, Xue Tao did not intend to go to the small supermarket on campus, as those small supermarkets do not carry everything. He intended to go to Walmart for a big shopping spree, buying imported snacks and drinks that girls like. Then Su Bai posted 2 selfies. It appeared to be in a luxurious hotel. No, this background seemed to differ somewhat from a hotel. Xue Tao couldn't decipher it. This suddenly made him anxious. This guy Su Bai actually went to a place that even he couldn't figure out. According to Su Bai's own words, he had recently made a little fortune, which is why he began indulging in these material pleasures. Coming into the group to show off was undoubtedly because he saw a few beautiful women in the group, deviating from his usually low-key demeanor. Xue Tao sneered, childish. Su Bai was indeed too childish. The 4 school beauties in the group had seen the world. Today's girls are not as easily deceived as before. Taking them to stay at a Hilton could lead to them giving themselves up. Such clumsy tactics would surely be ineffective. However, what Xue Tao did not expect was, at this moment in a classroom, a pair of adorable twin girls were sitting close together at the back, pretending to listen to the class while secretly monitoring the group. The 2 girls looked almost identical, yet the aura they exuded was entirely different. One was quiet and shy while the other was lively and spirited. Wow, sister, look at this Su Bai, he actually lives in Yashije. Wan Xinyan suddenly exclaimed. The nearby Wan Xinyue quietly asked, Yashije, what's that? It's a very expensive long-term rental apartment with concierge services. Basically, the residents are all wealthy people, or at least high-level workers. Since Su Bai is also a first-year student like us, his family must be very wealthy. How do you know so much about this? Looking at her sister's confident demeanor, Wan Xinyue was a bit confused. How could so much be analyzed? Anyway, Wan Xinyue could only tell that Su Bai was quite tall and handsome, the kind of guy who would catch your eye even if he just walked by on the street. It's simple, his bathrobe has the Yashije logo, and in another photo the workout background vaguely shows the exterior scenery. It should be Yashije by the riverside. With a look of wisdom, Wan Xinyan accurately found the location of the Yashije Academy branch on her phone map, leaving her sister amazed. Yinyan, I think it's a shame you don't become a detective. Of course I'm quite clever, Wan Xinyan said proudly. Moreover, look at the watch Su Bai is wearing. Although I don't recognize it, my intuition tells me it must be expensive. Wait a moment, let me get an AI for image recognition. Looking at her sister, who was busy and enthusiastic, Wan Xinyue was genuinely impressed. She murmured, I didn't know there were so many nuances. I thought that Xue Tao was the wealthy one. Xue Tao? He's just a country bumpkin, a mere tool. Wan Xinyan's tone was filled with unabashed disdain. The enthusiasm and liveliness she displayed while chatting with Xue Tao in the group was a completely different persona. This is quite normal. Girls often have several faces when dealing with different relationships. Joining Xue Tao's travel group was because Wan Xinyan saw at a glance that he was a simpleton eager to flaunt his material wealth to win over girls. Moreover, she and her sister happened to need such indulgence. A self-driving tour with someone taking care of them is far more comfortable than riding on a bus during a group tour, isn't it? The experiences of travel can vary significantly. The reason many young people feel repulsed by travel, especially the traditional domestic outings, is simply because they are reluctant to spend so much money. Now, the various services related to travel are highly developed. If the budget is sufficient, one can fly first class, be greeted by high-end companions responsible for arrangements upon landing, return to 5-star hotels at night, and play poker with attractive companions. Believe me, no one would dislike traveling. However, joining Xue Tao's group does not mean that the twins will be pursued by him. Perhaps her sister Wan Xinyue is a bit dull. Wan Xinyan, on the other hand, has been adept at understanding human emotions since childhood, especially skilled at manipulating men. A few flirtatious words and sweet-sounding voice messages are enough to energize Xue Tao. Such a useful tool indeed. Yet what truly piques Wan Xinyan's interest is Su Bai. She began to operate an AI image recognition software, and her expression suddenly became blank. Her sister curiously leaned over to take a look, her beautiful eyes wide in surprise. The watch brand Audemars Piguet with a minimum estimated value of 500,000. Hiss! Wan Xinyue was astonished. They were classmates at the same school, yet he wore such an expensive watch. Is this AI image recognition software accurate? It can't be a counterfeit, right? Wan Xinyue asked, a bit incredulous. After all, wearing a fake watch to show off wealth is quite common. It might be real, or it might be fake. I have no expertise in identifying watches. Wan Xinyan shook her head. Despite her cleverness, she and her sister came from a humble rural background. The money for studying broadcasting was borrowed. They chose the path of art students because their academic performance was average, and this was the only way to attend the best university in Jiangxing. Here, the probability of encountering outstanding boys is much higher than in an ordinary university. Indeed, the sisters' goal in attending university is to target a sufficiently wealthy second-generation rich heir. Given their intelligence and background, striving for a wealthy life through hard work would be exceedingly difficult. However, due to their naturally attractive appearances and good figures, they do have an advantage in marriage. At this moment, Wan Xinyan analyzed seriously, let's not discuss the authenticity of the watch. If Su Bai really lives in the Yasi Pavilion, then he is undoubtedly a hidden wealthy person of our generation. Let me investigate his true status first. Wan Xinyan opened WeChat and happened to see Xue Zhitong has requested to add you as a friend. Her brows immediately furrowed. This Xue Tao truly lacks perception. She had already ignored Xue Tao's friend request twice in a row, yet he still persisted. This is basically a manifestation of low emotional intelligence. In the adult world, many things are actually unspoken rules. Clearly, little Xue is still a child. Ignoring Xue Tao's friend request again, Wan Xinyan clicked on the cartoon white goose avatar in the group. She proactively chose to add him as a friend. After a while, the request was accepted. Supaida Bai, hello, what can I do for you? Supaida Bai, white goose confused red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Hello Su Bai, I saw the photos you posted, and you seem really good at sports. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Coincidentally, our itinerary for the mid-autumn travel includes a hiking activity, and my sister and I want to buy some hiking gear. We'd like to invite you to go shopping with us and help us choose. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. If you have time, we hope you can help us. If not, that's fine and we can ask you some questions online later. Please. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball little rabbit emoji. At this moment, Sue, who was in the Shanshui Daipin apartment, had just changed his clothes and was preparing to go find senior sister Zhou Jielu. Seeing the message from Wan Xinyan, he felt a bit bewildered. No girl. I was just casually showing off, though I merely couldn't stand to see a local person pretending to be impressive. How did you figure out that I excel at sports? Subai felt that this girl was probably just using this as an excuse to invite him to go shopping. Could she be a seasoned gold digger discerning his capabilities from just those two photos? Considering this, Subai clicked on Wan Xinyan's moments. Oh wow, not bad. So the existence of youthful beauty is indeed real, the second dimension is right, and it's not just nonsense. Although the twins' looks are a notch below the level of school beauties like Zhou Jielu and Chen Yuxing, their bodies are quite rare. They are distinctive little beauties. To compare with food, the former is a national banquet while the latter is equivalent to local specialties. Both the national banquet and the specialty dishes deserve to be enjoyed, that's what makes it well-rounded. Subai decisively accepted the invitation. Supaida, sure I'll join you for shopping. How about tomorrow afternoon? Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, that works for us. Supaida, then let's set a specific time later. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Supaida, white goose running red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Okay, you take care of your business. Thanks a lot. Today's senior sister was still lounging at the JW Marriott Hotel. She did not find it boring at all. Zhou Jielu had a temperament that was easily satisfied. She wouldn't create a scene or demand emotional value from her boyfriend. As long as she received material enjoyment, she would be sweet, gentle, and considerate. When Subai returned, she was engrossed in binge-watching a web drama. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zhou Jielu immediately became excited, her full chest trembling as she ran to Sue, suddenly revealing a bashful expression, lowering her head, hugging his waist, and nuzzling her nose against his chest. Junior, I really miss you. We only haven't seen each other for one night. Why do you miss me? Subai smiled. I just miss you, but I don't mean to complain about you. Living in such a great room by myself is also super enjoyable, but I always feel like something is missing. As she spoke, Zhou Jialu's fingers traced over Su Bei's abdominal muscles, moving lower. Hissed this little vixen. Since being with Su Bei, her seductive charm had not diminished at all. Previously, she enjoyed displaying her allure to everyone, gaining psychological pleasure from making others envious. Now all her seductive energy was focused solely on Su Bei. For an 18-year-old boy who is new to the world, this intensity is overwhelming. Then for what you lack in nutrition, it'll make up for it now. Su Bei lifted Zhou Jielu by the waist and tossed her onto the bed, eliciting a surprised gasp and a burst of charming, playful laughter. After a long while, Su Bei leaned against the window, embracing the fragrant shoulder of the beauty in his arms. In the past, when he encountered descriptions like fragrant shoulder in literary works, he felt no connection, having never experienced it. Now, however, he found the phrase utterly fitting. A surge of happiness and excitement welled up in his heart. Is this the feeling of first love wholeheartedly given by a girl? It was wonderful. Just as Su Bei was resting, Zhou Jielu suddenly got up. What's wrong? Su Bei asked. Aren't you going to lie down a bit longer? It's still early for lunch. You rascal, you've messed up my makeup. I need to fix it before I rush out when I'm hungry. Zhou Jielu shot Su Bei an annoyed glance, full of charm, before heading to the bathroom. Su Bei couldn't help but recall the scene from earlier. Caught off guard, Zhou Jielu had indeed messed up her makeup. After waiting for about half an hour, she finally tidied herself up and sat back on the edge of the bed. Seeing Su Bei about to misbehave again, she quickly chided. We should think about what to have for lunch first, or maybe we should go out for a stroll. Doing that kind of thing all the time isn't good for your health. Are you really considering my well-being? Of course. You are my future support, so you need to take good care of yourself. Zhou Jielu laughed, her seemingly casual words expressing her sincerity. She wasn't just living for the moment, as she wanted to stay by Su Bei's side for the long haul. Su Bei felt quite satisfied and gently kissed the smooth forehead of his senior sister, instructing, then accompany me to move, and afterward, we'll find a place to eat nearby. Moving. Have you found a place to stay long-term? Zhou Jialu's eyes brightened. Yes, a service apartment not far from the school. Without further ado, Su Bei packed up his belongings from the hotel, calling over 2 attendants to help move them to the car. There wasn't much to move, mainly Zhou Jialu's clothes and the expensive computer worth 100,000, with the rest being trivial daily necessities that Su Bei had brought over from the dormitory in the past few days. After all, he would be living outside more often. The dormitory was just a place to return to occasionally. This was when the practicality of an SUV truly shone, making transportation easy. One trip was enough to carry everything. Why are famous cars like the Porsche Cayenne so popular among foremen and factory owners? Because its space and carrying capacity are excellent. In emergencies, it can easily transport goods, serving as a makeshift pickup truck without any issues. The Mercedes-Benz GLE is also quite good, at least for Subai it would definitely meet his needs for travel. On the way, Zhou Jialu checked the apartment prices and curiously asked Subai, this apartment must be quite expensive, right? How much is the monthly rent? I rented it yearly, a total of 1.33 million, including everything. What? Do you think it's strange that I rent a house with so much money? Not at all. Your rent is completely different from that of an average person. Zhou Jialu stuck out her tongue. 1.33 million is enough to buy a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Jiang City, commonly known as a starter home. The location might not be the best or the area a bit small, but it's sufficient for a young couple to settle down. Yet many recent graduates short on cash struggle to save enough for a down payment and have to seek support from their parents. However, for Subai, this was merely the cost of renting for a year. Pure enjoyment. Just in terms of living, the expenditure for a year equates to what an ordinary couple would save. Moreover, he decided to rent without any serious consideration, which made Zhou Jiala's heart tremble once her understanding of Subai deepened. The two-story, 300-square-meter space, exquisitely decorated with numerous included services. Zhou Jialu suddenly understood. From Subai's perspective, buying a house would certainly mean choosing a top-tier property, and he would personally oversee the decoration. Ordinary houses were beneath his consideration, they weren't worth buying. Whether it was selecting a property or decorating, both required time. In the short term, the Escots Mountain and Water duplex was indeed a good choice. The focus was on not having to worry. During the remaining time in the morning, Zhou Jialu accompanied Subai in organizing his home. This was Subai's first nest in Jiang City, and it could be rightly called home. The Marriott Hotel didn't count. That place was still too business-oriented. It truly felt, as Director Xia said after staying there for long, one felt detached from reality, as if floating. As for Zhou Jialu, she took the opportunity to embrace her role as the lady of the house, wandering around the spacious 300-square-meter area. Subai, I want to have lunch with someone else. Can you order some takeout? Having tidied up, Xia Lin's message arrived saying she had finished and was driving over to Escot. So Subai asked for his senior sister's opinion. Zhou Jiala's expression was momentarily stunned but quickly turned into a smile. It's okay, I'll order takeout myself. Just wait for you to come back. Saying this, she hugged Subai's neck, standing on her tiptoes to give him a kiss, her eyes glistening with reluctant affection. Subai's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You don't even ask who I'm having lunch with. If you don't say, it's because you don't want to tell me, right? It's fine. I've said before that I don't have a monopolistic idea about your romantic life, as long as you have a place for me in your heart. So obedient. Subai couldn't help but compliment her, patting Zhou Jiala's head. Is this the power of money? It allows a girl of a school flower level to act like a hopelessly devoted admirer, lowering her status, so openly, not interfering with Subai's interactions with other women. Actually, it's no big deal. It's just our class advisor, Xiaolin. She accompanied me to see this house this morning. It seems her family is quite wealthy and knows a lot about this. Xiaolin, I know her. Zhou Jialu said with a teasing smile. She was also a school flower in her undergraduate years. Many pursued her, but failed. The fact that she agreed to let you treat her to a meal shows she has a good impression of you. That's about it. I'm just thanking her for her help. Sure, Subai is a great person, never has any improper thoughts about the girls around him. Seeing Zhou Jialu's sarcastic tone, Subai felt both amused and exasperated. Just praised her for being sensible, and she's already getting carried away. Punishment is necessary. Afterwards, Subai set off to have lunch with Xiaolin. Lian from Summer, wait a moment. Lian from Summer, don't come in yet. I ran into an acquaintance and need to handle it first. The agreed lunch spot is at a Western restaurant near Yeshizhe. There are many high-end dining options around this serviced apartment, reflecting the consumption capacity of its residents, which is recognized by the restaurant owners. As Subai reached the entrance of the restaurant, he suddenly received a message from Xiaolin. If it were a regular acquaintance, there shouldn't be a need for Subai to avoid them. Therefore, it was likely someone troublesome. This instantly sparked Subai's strong curiosity. According to the system's assessment, Xiaolin had never been in a relationship, so the troublesome acquaintance had to be either a suitor or a difficult relative. In such situations, a well-behaved student would typically choose to listen to the counselor's advice, but Subai was clearly not a well-behaved person. He immediately put his phone away, pretended he hadn't seen the message, and walked straight into the restaurant. Sure enough, at a booth against the wall, Xiaolin was sitting there wearing a polite, yet somewhat impatient expression. A man in a suit was standing a few meters away, trying to ingratiate himself as he spoke to Xiaolin. Xiaolin, I don't know what it is that makes you so unhappy that you won't even give me a chance to have a meal on a blind date. There's no time like the present since we ran into each other today. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Xiao Yinqing, I remember I clearly told you on WeChat that I am not interested in blind dates, and I have no plans in that regard recently. You cannot blame me for the mess the intermediary made. The man smiled wryly. Don't say it so absolutely. Let's sit down and get to know each other. I believe you will have a different evaluation of me. Actually, I have a solid overseas education background, and I have been in business for a few years now, so I am quite excellent. I already said I am not interested in my lack of interest in blind dates has nothing to do with how excellent you are. Xiaolin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This guy was introduced to her by an aunt, and to be honest, he was quite impressive. The problem was that his formal personality was too ordinary, completely not her type. Moreover, he was already 33, a full 11 years older than Xiaolin. One could only wonder what her aunt was thinking. Although Xiaolin indeed had a mature appearance and temperament, looking like a poised and elegant woman in her mid-20s. The problem was, given her family background, she absolutely did not need to settle for an older man. If given a choice, who wouldn't prefer someone younger? Just as the conversation was hitting a deadlock, Su Bai arrived, plopped down in the seat opposite Xiaolin, and turned to look at Xiao Yinqing. Director Xia, who is this, Uncle A? Xiao Yinqing immediately felt a pang in his chest and thought resentfully, young man, you must be an adult. Why do you call me uncle upon meeting? I don't look that old, do I, eh? It's just that you seem mature and steady. Su Bai smiled. I have an uncle who looks about your age. Oh no, about the same age as child, is already 5 years old, but in terms of steadiness, he can't compare to you. You look like a senior executive of a big company. Hey, you little brat. Xiao Yinqing's resentment eased a bit and he asked Xiaolin, is this little handsome guy your relative? He instinctively regarded Su Bai as some cousin of Xiaolin. After all, Su Bai's casual demeanor made it seem like he was quite familiar with Xiaolin. He seamlessly joined their conversation. One should know that unfamiliar men often feel shy in front of Xiaolin. After all, she was the type of refined lady exuding scholarly elegance. The vast majority of men cannot handle her. Unexpectedly, Xiaolin smiled and introduced Su Bai, my student. He is accompanying me today to handle some matters. A student? I remember you just became a counselor, so he is a freshman. Xiao Yinqing immediately, with Xiaolin's style, would she really take a student to such a romantic Western restaurant for a meal? Xiao Yinqing knew the prices of this restaurant. It starts at $1,500 per person, and a slightly better bottle of wine would exceed the budget. Given Xiaolin's background, she could easily afford it, but as for a student, could it be that kind of relationship? Counselors at Jiangxing University are all graduate students working part-time, essentially seniors, with many cases of dating undergraduates, which is not morally wrong. Su Bai, tall and handsome, instantly made Xiao Yinqing imagine that this kid might be Xiaolin's kept boy. Yes, I just enrolled not long ago, and I have been taken care of by Director Xia. Today he accompanied me to look at long-term rentals at Yashizhe. Oh right, uncle, what is your relationship with Director Xia? Are you dating? No, haha, I am the blind date introduced by your Director Xia's family. Oh, then you should arrange another date with Director Xia another day. Today I have an appointment with Director Xia to drink some wine, and after dinner we plan to go watch a movie, so she probably won't have time for your blind date. Xiao Yinqing's face darkened. Xiaolin added, what he said is correct. As a counselor, I must fulfill the assistance I promised to my students. Haha, you are right. Then I won't disturb you. See you later. Xiao Yinqing awkwardly fled. This Su Bai certainly has a sharp tongue. Don't be fooled by his sunny and harmless appearance. Knowing he was there for Xiaolin's blind date, yet he was completely unyielding, firmly driving him away. Generally, a kept boy would never be so resolute. After all, this was tantamount to making decisions for Xiaolin, overstepping their boundaries. However, while Su Bai spoke, Xiaolin maintained a faintly affirming smile, occasionally looking at him with approval. This proved that their relationship was indeed somewhat intimate. It also confirmed Su Bai's capabilities. A freshman student living at Yashizhe wearing a royal oak. He absolutely could not be a kept boy from a poor family. Xiao Yinqing noticed the watch on Su Bai's left wrist. He couldn't identify the specific model, but the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series starts at over 300,000. Xiaolin was wealthy, but given her personality, she would never buy such expensive luxury goods for a kept boy. It is even possible that Su Bai's family background is stronger than Xiaolin's. Thinking of Su Bai dining with Xiaolin, drinking wine, and then going to the movies together in the afternoon, Xiao Yinqing fell into jealousy and anger. His expression crumbled. I can't let this go. I need to find someone to investigate this kid's background. No, wait, I can't be too aggressive, or what if I provoke the big shots behind him? I should inquire through contacts in the circle, that way I won't offend anyone. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, a young lady in a server's attire was opening a bottle of red wine. Xiaolin had already ordered the meal for Su Bai. Su Bai glanced at the wine list, using the system to identify the flavor of each wine. He selected one that seemed to fit his taste. He wondered if it would taste good. In fact, he quite liked the taste of red wine, but he had never had the money to try it before, only drinking the ordinary supermarket red wine that cost a few dozen. As the server operated the decanter, Xiaolin's beautiful eyes sparkled and her mature and pleasant voice spoke. Su Bai, you are really bold. You have arranged the counselor's schedule for the afternoon. Did I? I don't remember making an appointment with you to go watch a movie in the afternoon. The waiter poured 2 shallow glasses of wine and placed them beside Xiaolin and Su Bai. Xia Lin picked up the goblet, gently swirling it. Her posture was impeccable, a skill taught by the elders in her family. Her elegant demeanor was undoubtedly beyond what could be expected from any socialite training program. It was something nurtured since childhood. Moreover, Xia Lin's temperament was considerably more reserved compared to the typical socialite. No wonder her blind date was so infatuated with her. Even among the wealthy second and third generation girls, many lack both quality and looks. Even within the circles of the beautiful and wealthy, Xia Lin stood out. Her diligent work ethic and gentle nature made her the perfect candidate for marriage. As she swirled her red wine, Xia Lin observed Su Bai, her eyes clearly sparkling with interest. Just watching a movie, merely deflecting that uncle's comment, Su Bai replied nonchalantly. It seemed like Director Xia was quite annoyed with him, so I spoke up a bit to get him to leave. Why are you still calling him uncle? He's just in his early 30s. He's still a whole generation older than me. Oh, what's wrong with calling him uncle? These days there's a generation gap every 3 years. Even kids just starting high school call me uncle. Who am I supposed to reason with about that? Su Bai shrugged innocently. Ha ha ha, true. Xia Lin was amused by Su Bai. This kid had quite the conversational skills. She sensed a rare sense of relaxation emanating from him. It wasn't that faux relaxation put on by pretentious individuals, but rather a genuine sense of carefree indifference. Living with someone like this would be very enjoyable. The appetizer was quickly served, a molecular gastronomy salad. Molecular gastronomy involves causing special physical and chemical changes in ingredients during cooking, deconstructing and reconstructing their properties. For instance, there were foamy potatoes that resembled caviar-like lychees. It was quite novel to try once in a while. However, this restaurant was best known for its meat dishes. Su Bai had a hearty appetite and loved meat. Xia Lin ordered lamb chops, beef steaks, and fish fillets along with side dishes, more than enough for Su Bai to enjoy. With top-quality ingredients paired with red wine, the meal was absolutely exquisite. The chosen red wine, Sassicaia, was from the Tuscany region of Italy. It combined the structure of Bordeaux with the terroir characteristics of Tuscany, featuring aromas of blackcurrant, cedar, and tobacco. Its complexity improved with age. Su Bai ordered a 2015 vintage, which was also quite premium, priced at 36,000. After all, it was a meal to thank Director Xia, so opting for a more expensive wine was reasonable. Not bad. I really like the flavor of this one, but I usually wouldn't spend on it. I'm just enjoying your wine today. Xia Lin clinked glasses with Su Bai. It's a small matter. I was just craving it as well. Having Director Xia with me makes enjoying good wine more delightful. Actually, if you're in a good mood, we could really go watch a movie this afternoon. There's a recent art film that I haven't had the chance to see yet. Can I take this as you inviting me to watch a movie? Yes, exactly. Are you coming? Xia Lin stated, plainly showing no signs of shyness. Her smile was like a breath of spring, completely devoid of any worldly air. However, her healthy physique and delicate light pink skin made one feel a flutter of desire. If Zhou Jielu was the type of seductress who made one want to do bad things at first glance, then Xia Lin was the innate wife type, evoking fantasies of her in a pure white wedding dress. Su Bai pondered for a moment and said, watching a movie is fine, but I don't want to go to the cinema. By the way, does the private screening room at Yashije allow for on-demand films? Yes, it's a benefit for residents. Then let's go try it together and see if they have the movie you want to watch, Director Xia. Sure. After agreeing to watch a movie, they both unconsciously quickened their dining pace. Xia Lin was quite looking forward to this film. Her upbringing was rather strict, making it hard for her to openly pursue or seduce men. However, a private screening room was a perfect environment for them to be alone together. Su Bai felt the same way. After helping Director Xia chase off the annoying blind date, Xia Lin's fondness for Su Bai had already risen to 68 points. If he could find a way to elevate that fondness even further, surpassing 80 points, Xia Lin would also be bound as one of the system's indulgent cashback targets. Su Bai was curious if Xia Lin had any more impressive cashback projects, such as her family's business. If Su Bai invested money, would it count as indulgence? After finishing the meal, the total expenditure was around 40,000. Among that, 36,000 was for that bottle of wine. It must be said that high-end beverages indeed supported the price of the meal. Su Bai paid with his card, receiving triple cashback, netting 80,000 in profit. The feeling of enjoying a lavish meal while making money was exhilarating. It is known that for many wealthy individuals, money does not come easily, and spending it can be painful. They may appear extravagant when settling the bill, but their minds are not so relaxed. In contrast, Su Bai's relaxation came from within. To Xia Lin, it manifested as the composure derived from family upbringing. She couldn't help but start to imagine Su Bai's background. In fact, when school started, she had already seen Su Bai's profile. Both of his parents were ordinary workers in a company and had passed away early, leaving him under the guardianship of a neighbor aunt. It seemed he lacked the financial means to support such a spending level. Xia Lin speculated that the so-called parents might not even be Su Bai's biological parents. For wealthy families, such cliched stories were not uncommon. However, that was a matter for another time. Right now, Xia Lin was focused on watching a movie with Su Bai. Originally, she had arranged to play tennis with her best friend that afternoon, but she postponed it for this movie. She needed this film to elevate their relationship to a slightly ambiguous level. Slightly ambiguous, but without being too forceful. A true wealthy beauty knows how to act with steadiness, precision, and decisiveness. The private cinema at Yashije was located within the same building complex as her apartment, surrounded by a man-made stream. According to Xia Lin, the exterior of this Yashije incorporated a new Chinese style. What is new Chinese? It's where some bizarre elements are mixed into our national traditional style to the extent that it would make a landscape master vomit blood if they saw it. Is that so? I don't quite understand. I just think it looks pretty. This flooring material isn't cheap, is it? Yes, the material is marble. In terms of quality, it's definitely better than the average five-star hotel, Xia Lin said with a slight smile. The place I recommended to you is certainly of enough class to match your status. What status do I have? I'm not aware of it. Su Bai vaguely caught on to Xia Lin's probing intent and chose to play dumb. A so-called lie works better when it is shrouded in mystery. There was no need to be too explicit. Su Bai's spending would naturally speak for him. When Xia Lin's probing failed, she smoothly transitioned to the next topic without any awkwardness. What a clever woman, Su Bai silently assessed. Cleverness is good, it's the mark of a virtuous wife. The private screening room reminded Su Bai of the classrooms where music students trained in high school. The dark tones and soundproofing materials on the walls created a tranquil atmosphere upon entering. Of course, the decoration materials used in Su Bai's old high school were incomparable to this place. After communicating with the staff of the apartment, they confirmed that the movie Xia Lin wanted to watch could indeed be played. Thus, a movie began in a natural progression. Is this your first time watching a movie with a girl, Su? Xia Lin casually asked while playing with a strand of hair that fell across her forehead. I suppose so, well, if we disregard childhood friends, that is. Su Bai smiled faintly. I had a childhood friend who lived right across from my house. I remember being taken to watch a movie by our parents when we were very young. It seemed like it was an American blockbuster, but I've forgotten what it was about. It doesn't compare to the Oxygen Sheep movies. For children, they often lack the patience to appreciate a movie. This is why you often hear the sounds of children being noisy in theaters. That certainly doesn't count. Childhood friends typically don't develop into romantic relationships. After all, they are too familiar with each other. Indeed, Su Bai recalled many past experiences with Jiang Qiran, and a faint smile drew at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but wonder what was going through her mind wanting to join their travel group. Didn't they agree to act like strangers in college? She keeps getting closer to me, it's quite strange. Whatever that girl Jiang Qiran has always been hard to read, and Su Bai was too lazy to guess. Before he was too lazy to guess, but now there was no need to. With the financial strength of a wealthy man, it should be the beautiful girls trying to figure out his thoughts. Alright, the opening credits are over. The movie is officially starting now. Xia Lin poked Su Bai's arm, hinting that he should quiet down, and then began to focus intently on the film. To be honest, Su Bai truly found it hard to appreciate artistic films. He preferred watching action-packed battles or comedic daily life. However, having Xia Lin beside him with her pleasant fragrance lingering in the air was refreshing. In the dim private screening room, privacy was well protected. Unlike typical theaters, there were no surveillance cameras here. The wealthy men living in luxury apartments often used this setup to take girls on dates. However, Xia Lin was nothing like those superficial girls, therefore Su Bai was not anxious and only occasionally turned to steal glances. Xia Lin's elegant features highlighted by the flickering screen were truly beautiful. After a few more glances, she finally noticed and turned her head to meet Su Bai's gaze. Why do you keep looking at me? Because you're beautiful. Tisk. Xia Lin didn't show any signs of shyness. Instead, her bright eyes looked even more enchanting. Su, I've always wanted a close friend with a younger brother identity to play with and talk to. Alas, it's a pity that the young boys I've met have all been too superficial. Am I really that profound in your eyes, Xia? Of course you're not ordinary. So how about you acknowledge me as your... I would be more than happy to. Then come a bit closer. Su Bai shifted closer to Xia Lin, pressing against her, even feeling her sweet breath. From now on I will call you Xiao Bai, and you can call me Lin Jia or sister, either works. Sure, Lin Jia. Quick, lie down and let me show you the tenderness of an older sister and place your head here. Xia Lin patted her thighs wrapped in yoga pants, signaling Su Bai to lie down. This is the legendary knee pillow. The curve of her thighs was smooth and looked tight from frequent exercise. As soon as his head rested, he felt an indescribable, wonderful elasticity. I see you just had red wine for lunch. Your face is a bit flushed. Let me massage your head. Is this treatment really so good? Su Bai was a bit shocked. He could tell that Xia Lin wanted to get closer to. After all, Xia Lin probably had feelings for him. Don't think that a wealthy beauty is immune to money. The better the family background and strict the upbringing, the more they value their partner's financial strength. They would consider looks and personality only after meeting the financial standards. This is not Su by being narcissistic. Among the wealthy men, his looks and personality were top tier, so it was quite normal for Xiaolin to be attracted to him. However, Su Bai didn't expect that Xiaolin's way of getting closer would involve a knee pillow and head massage. Truly the essence of a devoted wife. After Xiaolin had massaged Su Bai's head a few times, he let out a comfortable hum. Is the pressure a bit too strong? No, it's just right, very comfortable. Su Bai honestly replied. Lin Jia, have you learned massage? My mother taught me. She said that after getting married, I should take good care of my husband so he can feel the warmth of home, which is essential for a long and happy marriage. As Xiaolin spoke, she pinched Su Bai's nose. This is treatment meant for your future husband. Consider yourself lucky. Su Bai chuckled foolishly, not saying much more. Without a doubt, this level of hint was the most explicit Xiaolin could express. After all, she was a traditional type of devoted wife. With Xiaolin, Su Bai experienced a long-awaited feeling of being cared for by an older sister. This sensation was quite enjoyable for him. After all, losing his parents at a young age, this feeling was relatively scarce. Despite Su Bai's independent and strong character, who wouldn't enjoy being taken care of? Su Bai couldn't help but compare Xiaolin with Zhou Jielu in his mind. Speaking of which, Jielu was only a year younger than Xiaolin, one in her senior year and the other in her first year of graduate school. However, while interacting with Zhou Jielu, he didn't feel that her psychological age was greater than his. Rather, it was more of a feeling of a little wife. In essence, Zhou Jielu was the type of delicate beauty, but her stunning figure concealed her true nature. Xiaolin, on the other hand, was a very reliable older sister. Elder sister of high society versus delicate beauty. Do you understand? No, Su Bai doesn't need to understand. Either way, she will eventually be mine. To be honest, after finishing the red wine, Su Bai felt a bit tipsy, and Xiaolin's head massage was very pleasant. Coupled with the artistic film being quite hypnotic, it didn't take long for Su Bai to fall asleep. Ding. Detected that the host is sleeping on the thighs of its glass goddess, which is classified as a special indulgence behavior. Reward cash 1 million yuan, a reward skill finance, and banking master level. If it were an artistic girl watching an artistic film, she would definitely be furious and report you. However, Xiaolin is not an artistic girl. Her intention to come to the private cinema with Su Bai was purposeful. Now that purpose has been achieved. Taking advantage of Su Bai's slumber, she could do something interesting. Just as Xiaolin prepared to lift the hem of Su Bai's t-shirt, his phone, which was placed nearby, lit up, displaying a text message. Construction bank, an amount of 100,000 yuan has been credited to your account with the last 4 digits. Instantly, Xiaolin's beautiful eyes widened. Xiaolin swore to the heavens that she absolutely did not intentionally look at Su Bai's phone. She had no bad habit of prying into others' privacy. It was merely a subconscious glance at what she happened to see. What she saw, however, made Xiaolin's thoughts race. Investment portfolio settlement. In other words, this guy has been dabbling in investments, and it seems he's not doing it on a small scale. A profit in the millions implies that the capital must be in the tens of millions, or even possibly over 100 million. A typical first-year male student clearly cannot possess such a huge sum of money. Xiaolin contemplated a possibility that Su Bai's family entrusted him with some capital as a means of training. Of course, it's also unlikely that he would always make gains when investments are inherently volatile. But at the very least, this indicates Su Bai's capability. True wealthy families do not entrust their money to those without ability. This could also explain why Su Bai's allowance was so generous. For outstanding juniors, affluent families have always been generous, one might even say very liberal. When it comes to genes, the level of the offspring is purely a lottery. No matter how exceptional the family background, it cannot guarantee that the child will grow into an outstanding character. If they finally encounter a capable person, they will surely spoil him to the extreme. Su Bai is probably such a case. Xiaolin's imagination had already turned this newly recognized younger brother into a financial prodigy. Instantly, her gaze toward the sleeping Su Bai became even gentler. She felt that her decision to build a relationship with Su Bai was immensely correct. What? You ask why Xiaolin wants to take on the role of big sister. One must understand that a youth as extraordinary as Su Bai is likely to play in the world for a few years before getting married. To this, the traditionally minded Xiaolin felt a bit resentful, but had to accept it reluctantly. What can she do when good men are so sought after? She couldn't possibly demand Su Bai to marry her early. That would only provoke his rebelliousness and gradually diminish his fondness. Coming from a prestigious family, Xiaolin had seen similar situations many times. Rather than seek trouble for herself, it was better to stay by Su Bai's side in the role of an elder sister and wait until he matured a bit to propose marriage. Throughout this process, Xiaolin would gradually make Su Bai accustomed to her presence, using a subtle method of infiltration to bind him to her. Only then could she laugh until the end. The plan is set. After calculating this in her mind, Xiaolin no longer overthought and turned her focus back to admiring the handsome young man before her. Before she knew it, Su Bai slowly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Xia Lin looking down at him with a, I actually fell asleep. How long did I sleep? The movie is already over. Xia Lin gently pinched Su Bei's ear. Get up quickly, my leg is all sore from you resting on it. Haha, sorry. It's alright, taking care of Xiao Bai is something a sister should do. As she spoke, Xia Lin helped Su Bai tidy his collar. That feeling was simply too enjoyable. Su Bai felt secretly pleased, but unfortunately Xia Lin had to return to school, and this date had to come to an end for now. After parting ways with Xia Lin, Su Bai noticed changes in the system. First, he had fallen asleep on Xia Lin's lap and received a special indulgence reward. 1 million in cash wasn't the point. The important thing was the skill finance and financial management master level. Su Bei's mind was racing. Countless profound and vast knowledge and experiences surged in his mind. This couldn't help but bring him joy. Su Bai didn't need to rely on finance to make money. After all, finance comes with risks. The indulgence cashback, however, is risk-free and indeed a truly profitable venture. However, since he wanted to be a wealthy playboy, it was unavoidable to interact with various elite individuals. Su Bai knew very little about the upper-class realm. The skills rewarded by the system compensated for this shortcoming. With the master-level skill in finance and financial management, Su Bai could at least boast and banter with the big shots in business without any barriers. The excellent skill made Su Bei's brain whirl. Summerlin, if there are any issues inside or outside the campus, or if you want to talk, you can always tell your sister. Su Bai smiled as he saw the message on his phone. Having an older sister to take care of him was truly wonderful. Flaky white goose, then I won't be polite. If I have trouble sleeping in the future, I'll come to find Sister Lin. That nap I just had was so comfortable. Summerlin, haha, is that so? I'm also very happy. While chatting with Xia Lin, Su Bai strolled around the Yashije apartment complex, returning from the private cinema to the main apartment back to the beautiful stacked landscape. As soon as he entered, Zhou Jialu jumped into his arms. She had clearly heard the sound of the elevator and rushed to the door in advance. This made Su Bai think of his pet cat, which would also wait by the door when it heard its owner returning home. Junior, isn't it a coincidence? I just woke up from a nap, and here you are. Yes, what a coincidence, I also took a nap. Really? Zhou Jialu's expression suddenly changed as she sniffed hard and leaned close to Su Bai, smelling his scent. A look of wariness appeared on her face. What's wrong? Junior, you smell like another woman. That's normal. After having dinner with Director Xia, we went to watch a movie. The movie was so boring that I fell asleep. Oh, so you slept against your counselor's body, right? Zhou Jialu pouted, full of jealousy. Su Bai remained unfazed. I don't know, I just slept very soundly. It's possible that Director Xia did something to me while I was asleep. After all, my charm is undeniable, and it's normal for others to take advantage of it. No. My dear, Junior has been noticed by other women, boo-hoo. Zhou Jialu wailed, looking as if she needed consolation. Su Bei's mind spun. Zhou Jialu was dumbfounded by Su Bei's quirky reasoning. In fact, she was just playfully sulking, hoping Su Bai would comfort her. Who would have thought Su Bai would say such outrageous things? Let's go shopping later, and I'll buy you a necklace. Hey Junior, you're so bad. Zhou Jialu glanced at him helplessly, her charm overflowing. Such an outwardly charming senior girl combined with her easily shy personality is simply enchanting. Finally, she said to Su Bai, Junior, I can no longer suppress my inner feelings. I want to give myself to you ahead of time. Zhou Jialu's sincere gaze took Su Bai by surprise. Oh dear, wasn't it said that there should be a sense of ceremony and romance? Su Bai actually knew that was just a quirk. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jialu was the first to lose her composure. The reason is quite simple. In these few short days, Zhou Jialu had spent time with Su Bai and felt deeply his charm. Moreover, she realized just how popular Su Bai was with the girls. Not only the aloof academic Chen Yuxing, but even the demure and dignified young lady Xia Lin showed interest in Su Bai. In terms of appearance, Zhou Jialu was confident she was not inferior to them. It's hard to say who is better, each has its merits. However, when it comes to family background and talent, she fell far behind. In fact, she had neither. So Zhou Jialu decided to seize the initiative. She resolutely abandoned the romantic notion of a first time and chose a pragmatic approach. Seize the moment right now and become Su Bei's first woman. Every man will have a certain fondness for his first woman. Although they had only been together for less than a week, Zhou Jialu was ready to give herself, which seemed a bit hasty. However, Su Bai was exceptional, so it wasn't hasty, it was decisive. Do we still need a sense of ceremony? Wu Junior, there's no need for any special ceremony. Your presence in my life is the grandest and most wonderful ceremony. Ding. Detected level goddess, Zhou Jialu's favorability. 4. Current favorability. Reward draw chances for you have gained the most valuable item from its level goddess for the first time. Reward special skill Emperor. Su Bai was pleased with the 4 chances to draw, and good news kept coming. This skill, well, let's just say it is extremely useful for the wealthy. Glancing at Zhou Jialu curled up in the blanket, Su Bai thought that this senior girl must be exhausted. At this moment, Zhou Jielu had her head buried in the bedding and had not come out for a long time. When she calmed down, her shyness took over. She needed to do some psychological preparation before she dared to face Subai again. Another reason for curling up in the blanket was that she was tired. Subai's assumption was indeed correct. Originally, the body enhancement liquid had strengthened Subai's stamina to a peak human level. Plus, there was the special attribute point 3 obtained from the draw. Among ordinary people he could meet, he was already outstanding. Even when compared to athletes, he wasn't lacking. Zhou Jielu cuddled against Subai in the blanket. Suddenly, she noticed Subai moving as if he was about to leave. She hurriedly acted coyly, saying, "Junior, don't go. Let me hold you a little longer, okay? I'm not leaving you, I'm just going to get a bottle of cold cola." Subai comforted her. "Don't worry, I will stay by your side. I just want a can of cola afterwards." Oh, people usually smoke after, but Subai opted for cold cola. Instead, the junior was really interesting. Perhaps it was this carefree, nonchalant attitude that attracted Zhou Jielu. Soon Subai returned half leaning against the headboard, drinking cola. The icy cold cola slid down his throat, refreshing him. However, Subai's coolness did not last long. After a long time, Zhou Jielu had no strength left. Lying in Subai's arms, she felt as weak as an injured fawn. In contrast, Subai remained vibrant. Lovingly playing with Zhou Jialu's hair, he glanced at the system and found that the senior's favorability had risen to a full 97 points. He had gained 2 more chances to draw, totaling 6 chances in stock. Subai decided to save up for 10 draws to do a 10 consecutive draws. At that moment, Zhou Jielu suddenly asked lazily and seductively, "Junior, do you think I am a particularly vulgar woman?" "Vulgar? Where? I initially didn't want to rush, but after hearing you say you want to buy me jewelry, oh dear, so many things naturally happened. I'm not just loving money, but it's just that since you treat me so well, it just naturally happened." Zhou Jielu babbled, her words sticky and sweet, but was interrupted by Subai. Subai kissed her cheek and gazed at her gently, saying, "I like senior girls who love money. After all, I have the charm of wealth." The other party was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Her slightly worried expression instantly blossomed like a peach flower. Indeed, she did not mind being regarded as materialistic, yet she cared about Subai's perspective. Essentially, Zhou Jielu did not care about other men and had already made up her mind about Subai. Fortunately, the junior was also an open-minded and easygoing man. They were simply a perfect match. Half an hour later, the two appeared on a nearby pedestrian street. They could have continued staying indoors, but Zhou Jielu felt a bit scared, so they decided to go out for a stroll. Zhou Jielu began to doubt whether he was a first-timer. It didn't matter. After all, she was surely the first woman he encountered since entering university, which was enough. Zhou Jialu's mindset was one of contentment. Subai was not satisfied, he still wanted to make money and indulge in it. If he were to be compared to a figure in the world of wealthy individuals corresponding to the LOL professional circle, Subai would definitely be Chovy, a master in the field of making money. Subai decided to buy Zhou Jielu a necklace before dinner. A girl with such a proud figure as her deserves a delicate and exquisite necklace. In addition to the necklace, Subai also had his eye on a brooch which also suited the characteristics of Little Deer. The standard for choosing jewelry was purely based on affinity with no regard for price. 2 necklaces and a brooch costing over 200,000. Zhou Jielu felt somewhat numb. To Subai, money seemed to just be a number. What a blissfully numbing sensation, let me be immersed in this numbness for the rest of my life. Zhou Jielu tightly clung to Subai's arm, making a wish. Her steps were a bit unsteady and not very natural. Well, those who understand will understand. Subai took this into consideration and deliberately slowed down, making Zhou Jielu feel delighted. It was still early. Subai noticed a high-end hair salon on the street where the stylists inside looked incredibly professional. He thought about the upcoming trip with the campus beauties. Subai decided to undergo an image upgrade. Although he was already quite handsome, his hairstyle was relatively ordinary, typically cut at a small shop at school for 20 yuan a cut, plain and without any design. The clothes he wore were also a bit ordinary. Subai did not pursue brands, but who wouldn't want to look a bit more handsome and arrogant? Subai shared his thoughts with Zhou Jielu. The latter's eyes lit up as she said, "How about I take charge of your image makeover? First a haircut, then we can buy clothes. Trust me, I will ensure your handsomeness rises by 2 levels. No, 3 levels. So exaggerated. 3 levels. Wouldn't that make me debut as an idol?" Subai teased. "You already have a good foundation. Actually, male idols in the entertainment industry are just so-so in terms of looks, mainly relying on packaging." Speaking of this, Zhou Jielu had a slightly disdainful expression. She was indeed not the type to be obsessed with the entertainment industry, watching dramas and variety shows purely for fun. If Zhou Jielu were to choose, she would rather revolve around her husband. That's how a little wife is. Entering the hair salon, the head stylist Tony glanced at Zhou Jialu's outfit and Subai's appearance, immediately breaking into a wide smile. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Lalavina Custom Styling. We are the most high-end and professional styling design in Jiangxing. May I ask if you would like to create a brand new personal image? Yes, indeed. You all communicate with her. I don't understand. Just come up with a plan and I'll approve it. In the head stylist's mind, Su Bei's character sketch was quickly drawn. He was afraid of trouble, extremely wealthy, yet very opinionated. After years in the service industry, they were skilled at gauging customers' personalities. Some wealthy men brought in by women to get their hair done were usually led by the nose. Some were even obviously manipulated, entirely adhering to the other party's preferences. However, Su Bei was clearly not like that. The woman beside him was charmingly seductive, yet had a bold temperament, looking quite unapproachable. Yet she appeared tender and affectionate towards him, with little stars of warmth in her eyes. This young man was definitely someone formidable. Thus the head stylist did not push unnecessary packages, but directly communicated with Zhou Jialu, quickly reaching a conclusion. Sir, you have a tall and robust build suitable for a ruggedly handsome style. We recommend an American-style crew cut, which is not too troublesome to maintain, or just a bit of hair gel before heading out will suffice. Additionally, we can finely adjust your eyebrows to make your demeanor appear sharper and more commanding. In that case, for clothing, we suggest an American college style suitable for casual outings. When paired with formal attire, it also stands out, giving a refined and debonair vibe. This high-end stylist was surprisingly trendy. He brought over a tablet using AI-assisted modeling to create a 3D virtual image of Su by demonstrating the expected effect of a new hairstyle. Su Bei looked at it and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Let's go with it." After a lengthy 40 minutes of precision cutting, standing in front of the full-length mirror, Su Bei felt a bit dazed. Indeed, for someone with a good foundation, changing hairstyles could yield results comparable to cosmetic surgery. The senior beside him was nearly mesmerized. The stylist here was indeed skilled, and the haircut had great texture. Conversely, the price was outrageous, charging Su Bei over 1,300. At least male customers have less hair and don't require too much maintenance. If it were female customers, the price would soar even higher. Had it not been for the indulgent wealthy system, Su Bei would never have stepped into such a salon. Over 1,300 based on the current average price of 20 yuan per haircut. It could cover over 60 haircuts, enough for several years, even if done once a month. Although a 20 yuan haircut might not be very handsome and could even detract from one's appearance, while being handsome doesn't feed you. That was the mindset back then. The current situation was completely different. With a refined and attractive appearance, it would be easier for Su Bei to charm girls and gain more indulgent cashback opportunities. Following that, Su Bei, under Zhou Jialu's guidance, completed his American college-style outfit at a trendy brand. It is now the transition between summer and autumn, and Jiang City has gradually begun to cool down. It's the perfect time to buy autumn clothes. Compared to the ostentatious outfits of the nouveau riche, Su Bei still prefers something younger and more flamboyant. This niche trendy brand is indeed quite good. In terms of price, a piece of clothing or pants made from higher-end materials starts at around 2,000 to 3,000. It can actually be considered a light luxury brand. I easily picked up several outfits, spending over 50,000 in one go. After a shopping spree like this, I probably consumed around 300,000 with a cashback of 150, making the overall ratio nearly 5 times. Zhou Jialu is indeed a lucky star. It always feels like the cashback ratio I get from her is often very high. While Su Bei was immersed in the joy of upgrading his handsome image. In Dormitory 7, Block 510, a Shui Tao, however, was engulfed in distress. The reason was simple. Until now, Wan Xinyan still had not accepted his friend request. This is quite strange. Clearly, it was this girl who was attracted by his charm in the group and took the initiative to join the travel team. Yet now she won't even add him as a friend. He couldn't fathom her thoughts. Today's girls are just too unreasonable. The Mid-Autumn Festival is right around the corner, and there are many details to arrange for the trip. Communication is so poor, Sai. While tinkering with his headphones, Chu Mingzhi interjected, "That has too many details. Let me ask you, what details can't be communicated in the group and must be discussed privately?" "This. You just want to privately flirt with her, but the girl isn't interested in you and has seen through it." Chu Mingzhi ruthlessly mocked. Shui Tao's thoughts were exposed by Hu Yi, and his face turned red and pale, stubbornly retorting, "What do you mean, I want to flirt with her? It's just AV. What era is this? Hu Yi, how can you be so futile? As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Oh, so you plan to take what route by adding Wan Xinyan, this art college friend?" Chu Mingzhi said sarcastically. "On the contrary, as an outsider, her having me as a friend means she has more options when facing various difficulties. After all, I'm a local with 4 properties in my family, and am driving a Magotan as a freshman." Shui Tao began his classic recitation, leaving Chu Mingzhi dumbfounded. This peculiar perspective of a local truly caught one off guard. "No, dude. You are way too narcissistic. Do you really think of yourself as some top-tier connection, a hot commodity everyone is fighting over?" After being annoyed for a while, Shui Tao still did not receive Wan Xinyan's acceptance of his friend request. So he shifted his focus to add Wan Xinyue. Although between the twin sisters, Wan Xinyan seemed to be more cheerful, while Wan Xinhua looked quiet and quite but as the saying goes, everyone has two sides. Perhaps she is actually quite easy to talk to in private, like a sweet. Holding on to an unrealistic fantasy, Xue Tao added Wan Xinhua as a friend. However, he was almost immediately rejected with a message attached, no adding strangers. Wait girl, why am I a stranger? Xue Tao, annoyed, quickly tried to add her again, explaining, classmate, I'm the leader of our 510 mid-autumn travel team, Xue Tao, the one who drives the Magotan. But I still won't add you if there's something we can talk in the group. When Xue Tao attempted to add her for the third time, he found that she had blocked him. This was a significant blow to his self-esteem. He declared with great fanfare that he would kick the Wan sisters out of the autumn outing team. To be honest, there was a hint of impotent rage in that. Although Wan Xinhua's attitude was indeed a bit cold. But since they said they would communicate in the group, it was still acceptable and wouldn't lead to them being directly removed. After all, Wang Haoran, who observed the whole thing, thought so. Watching Xue Tao jump around in the dormitory endlessly, Wang Haoran found it quite annoying and could only stoke the fire by saying, "Are you really going to kick them out, bro? I also think having fewer people for the trip makes it easier to arrange things." Indeed, Chu Mingzhi adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing with wisdom. As long as there are Chun Yuxing and Jiang Qiran, that's enough. Well, that's not okay. That said, although these twin sisters are a bit lacking in social skills, they can be forgiven since they just graduated from high school. It's normal for them not to know better. Xue Tao frantically sought to justify himself. Wang Haoran, having successfully withdrawn, smiled slightly, put on his headphones, and continued playing games. There was no further conversation that night. The next day, Su Bai woke up naturally at 8 o'clock. This seems a bit contradictory, but ever since Su Bai's physical enhancement, his daily routine has been quite regular. The senior was sleeping in. Last night, she had completely exhausted her energy. Su Bai thought to himself, let's at least act like a person. So he did not wake her up, just took a shower, changed clothes, and quietly left. Embarking on today's journey. There were no classes during the first period, and physical education was scheduled for the second. Physical education is also the type that is strictly attended, making it a must to attend. The country places great importance on college students' physical fitness, so Jiang City University has established strict attendance rules and examination standards. Su Bai was quite alright even before his physical enhancement. His physical education grades weren't bad at a mediocre level, so passing the exam should not be an issue. Now he was even less worried. What he should be concerned about is Wang Haoran, the type of homebody who rarely exercised. Yesterday at the trendy brand store, he casually picked up 2 sets of athletic wear. Running and playing basketball were both suitable. When Su Bai left the Yasi Pavilion, he saw his reflection in the glass curtain wall of the building and was instantly captivated by his own handsomeness. It feels like something is missing. He immediately opened his phone and searched for sports-style handsome outfits on the Zaihangshu platform. To be fair, while some girls on this platform have quite controversial opinions when it comes to consumption, Zaihangshu is definitely professional. Whatever you want to buy or wherever you want to play, you can easily find the guides. The girls on Zaihangshu truly know how to spend. Thus, Su Bai saw a bright-colored pair of headphones hanging around the neck of a male model in a promotional article on Zaihangshu. So that's it. Su Bai slapped his thigh, suddenly enlightened. He really needs portable Bluetooth headphones for going out. According to netizens, Bluetooth headphones can't compare to wired ones in terms of sound quality. However, they don't need wires. Wearing them around the neck looks quite cool, and when he's out and about, using headphones to listen to audio instead of playing it on the phone is also suitable. Moreover, high-end Bluetooth headphones also feature noise-canceling functions. On the way back to school, Su Bai took a detour and bought a Panasonic AZ100 in-ear Bluetooth headphone and a Sony XM5 over-ear headphone at a hi-fi comprehensive experience store. He spent just under 4,000 and the cashback ratio was unlucky, only 2 times. He also added the Boss WeChat. With system upgrades besides headphone, speakers also fall under the indulgent consumption category. After all, Su Bai enjoys listening to music and watching movies, so the usage rate of speakers is very high. And as long as one is willing to spend, there are always plenty of expensive devices waiting for you. Have you not seen those old enthusiasts who play with hi-fi equipment? Their expenses often exceed those who play with computers. Su Bai recalled seeing personal audio equipment worth $1 million on Bilibili. Once he selects a good villa for himself, he'll set up a complete set. Various high-end customizations will be maximized to aim for a cashback in the millions. However, the immediate task is still the physical education class. Students could choose from various physical education electives and popular options, such as basketball, archery, and Go, required swift registration during course selection. Go was the most effortlessly sedentary. Students merely sat still, perhaps jogging briefly before class. Hence its immense popularity among fragile undergraduates and chronically lazy students. Su Bai held little interest in traditional Go. After all, what era was this? He preferred the digital variant, 8-player Go, played on computers. To play is to awaken. So he opted for basketball, the only sport he could reasonably claim competence in, having occasionally played with classmates back in high school to unwind. Upon arriving at the basketball court, the instructor was organizing students into formation for warm-up jogging. Subai joined the line standing beside Zhang Zhishuan, a classmate from dormitory 514, located diagonally across the hallway from his own. They weren't particularly close. Subai vaguely recalled that Zhang Zhishuan had dated several times and was jokingly hailed by their peers as the sage of romance, frequently dispensing so-called practical insights about women. Though strictly speaking, these insights were seldom practical. For many male students, they might remain utterly irrelevant throughout all 4 years of university. A truly lamentable state of affairs. Spotting Subai, Zhang Zhishuan gave a sly, exaggerated wink and murmured, "Today's court promises What do you mean by that?" "There's a women's PE class practicing aerobics today, in the indoor gym north of the court." Zhang Zhishuan nearly salivated as he fantasized aloud. "During free activity, I'm absolutely going for a front row view. Feast my eyes to my heart's content." As everyone knew, aerobics classes required form-fitting uniforms. Picture dozens of 18 and 19-year-old freshmen, youthful, vibrant, and radiant, moving in unison. The very thought sent pulses racing. "Brother, come with me. You're handsome. If we get caught peeking, your presence alone might soften their anger." Zhang Zhishuan called him brother not out of familiarity, but because Subai's tall, broad frame naturally exuded an elder brother aura. Subai shook his head firmly. "I won't go." "Why not?" "It's a golden opportunity, and who knows if they'll even return next week." Truth be told, most girls look disastrous in figure-revealing outfits, either utterly flat or disproportionately short. "Oh, well, you know. Press F to continue." "Haha. Damn, now that you mention it, you're absolutely right. Actually, I've done some reconnaissance. Twin sisters enrolled in that class. Art majors, youthful faces paired with extraordinary curves. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue." Subai interjected unexpectedly. "Oh, you know them?" "Sort of." Zhang Zhishuan nodded in immediate understanding. If there was even a trace of acquaintance, covert observation suddenly felt awkward and inappropriate. Such an encounter would inevitably lead to discomfort. Yet Subai's thoughts ran deeper. Wan Xinyan had recently added him on WeChat and invited him to go shopping, an overture likely prompted by her recognition of his latent capability. Thus, patience was the wiser strategy. He needed only wait for her to make the next move. Besides, allure rooted in physicality had already been thoroughly appreciated in senior sister, Zhou Jialu. Subai felt no urgent craving. "All right, everyone's here. I'll say just a few words. After the National Day holiday, the university will host its annual sports meet featuring numerous events. Students are strongly encouraged to sign up. Today's session focuses on restorative physical conditioning. Given your recent grueling senior year and military training, your bodies clearly require recovery. Warm up 5 laps around the track." The basketball instructor was a retired municipal team player, taller than Subai, standing roughly 1.9 meters with a physique that unmistakably signaled athletic dominance. His beer belly, however, betrayed a less disciplined lifestyle, likely accumulated through office loafing and indulgent feasting. His command to run 5 laps left physically weaker students groaning in despair. In the middle of the formation stood Wang Haoran, Shui Tao, and Chu Mingzhi, grouped together not by friendship, but by near identical height. Subai, taller, stood toward the rear. Wang Haoran, notoriously poor in stamina, began panting after just 1 lap. Shui Tao fared little better, but strove to project stoic composure, determined to outdo his rival Shanghai brother. Chu Mingzhi, by contrast, appeared completely at ease. He regularly jogged past 10 p.m., a bizarrely nocturnal habit, and dressed flamboyantly, plastered with fluorescent strips, claiming preparation for membership in the Glow-in-Dark Night Run Association. Rumors held that this association was exceptionally effective at facilitating romantic connections, proof enough that Shanghai brother was in truth deeply, quietly flirtatious. Though he mocked local men daily for being undiscriminating eaters, he himself longed desperately for swift romantic success. 5 laps completed, some students collapsed utterly. Wang Haoran sprawled onto the grass like a lifeless dog, mouth agape, gasping. The PE instructor promptly hauled him upright. "Never sit or lie down immediately after running. Walk first, allowing your body to gradually settle." Meanwhile, Chu Mingzhi strolled leisurely, casting a condescending glance upon his less professional peers. Sigh. These people clearly know nothing about proper exercise. How utterly devoid of refinement. As he surveyed the scene, Chu Mingzhi's gaze fell upon Subai, also walking with effortless grace. He froze mid-stride. "Wait, buddy, what on earth are you wearing?" Having stood at the rear of the line, Subai had gone entirely unnoticed until now. A quick glance left him stunned. Subai had swapped his Uniqlo attire for a niche avant-garde streetwear brand, one Chu Mingzhi admired, albeit rarely wore. He adored the label. Its designs were impeccably stylish, highly effective for courting attention, and comfortably expensive, perfectly satisfying his Shanghai-born bourgeois sensibilities. Yet it leaned heavily into American street aesthetics, a style ill-suited to Chu Mingzhi's slender frame, which bluntly put bordered on wiry. Wearing it would have been pure self-sabotage. Su Bai, however, looked like a living catalog model for the brand. My goodness, clearly Su Bai had struck gold. Just today's sportswear ensemble, including shoes, easily surpassed 10,000 yuan. Brother Su Bai, what's up? You've started caring about fashion. And that new haircut suits you well. I'd assumed out-of-towners lacked any sense of style, yet here you are sporting a meticulously refined cut. Surely not done at the campus barbershop. Those stylists simply lack skill. Yeah, done off campus. Why does your excellency sigh so profoundly? I believed my aesthetic judgment reigned supreme among freshmen, only to discover abruptly a formidable rival. Chu Mingzhi locked eyes with Su Bai, radiating that dramatic rival-friend energy, like Sasuke gazing upon Naruto. Su Bai chuckled. Dude, we really don't need to escalate things like this. He clapped Chu Mingzhi lightly on the shoulder. Honestly, I know nothing about styling. It was a senior sister who helped me out. Oh, I see. This revelation instantly eased Chu Mingzhi's anxiety. Yet doubt quickly resurfaced. Wasn't Su Bai already involved with Qin Yuxing? Where did this new senior sister fit in? Damn, this guy really does have astonishing luck with women. Chu Mingzhi couldn't help but envy him. Had he known the senior sister's assistance extended far beyond mere styling, he might have spontaneously undergone geological fault line separation. After the jog, the instructor divided students into groups. Beginners followed him to learn the fundamentals of the three-step layup. True, certain modern basketball stars took more than 3 steps, but for novices, mastering the basics remained essential. And yes, they'd be tested on it at semester's end. Those already skilled were simply released to play freely, a key reason many male students favored basketball or soccer electives. Zhang Zhishuan, fixated on the aerobics girls, seized the chance to slip away to the northern indoor gym, only to find it empty. He scanned the crowd repeatedly. Many girls trained there, yet the Wan's sisters were nowhere to be seen. With no choice, he approached someone for information and received this reply. It's a free activity day. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue, along with several others, have gone to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Zhishuan stared blankly. Well, back to square one. Speaking of which, it's not unusual for girls to watch boys play basketball. But the problem is usually only the more exciting matches attract a larger crowd of girls. At the very least, it should be a match between classes. However, what is it about this ordinary PE class that draws the girls practicing aerobics in the venue to the basketball court to soak up the sun? You should know that girls prioritize sun protection during PE classes. Who would want to run outside and stay? Glancing around, the girls in aerobics outfits in the indoor venue generally have questionable looks and figures. I wonder if the pretty ones all went to watch the boys play. On the basketball court, everyone smoothly set up several 3v3 and 4v4 matches. We just happen to be 3. Should we form a half-court team? Sure, but I don't play very well. It's okay, we don't either. Let's just have some fun. Everyone was unsure when forming teams, but once the game started, they played fiercely. Su Bai teamed up with 2 of his roommates. Don't get it wrong, Wang Haoran was not in the team. This kid had collapsed after running 5 laps. He was currently learning the 3-step layup with the PE teacher. Su Bai actually wanted to take this chance to get to know other classmates, but Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi insisted on teaming up with him, claiming they were the dynamic duo in the backcourt and needed a center. Su Bai felt that at 185 meters, he couldn't really be considered a center, but considering the heights of these two, he indeed appeared quite tall. Moreover, Su Bai was relatively strong. Standing under the basket, he provided a sense of security. Thus, he agreed, playing as an all-rounder who could do a bit of everything. Mainly it was for exercising and relaxing. It is said that exercise can promote the secretion of endorphins, helping to achieve a good mood. Besides, with the Indulgence system, there was no need to worry about injuries from exercise. No worries, brother Tongzi would take care of it. Having discussed with the 3 guys on the opposite side, they shot a few warm-up shots and prepared to start. At this moment, a sweet childish voice came from the side of the court. Su Bai, let me hold your things if you don't mind. Turning around, a cute girl was smiling and jogging towards Su Bai. That adorable voice made one unable to resist having criminal thoughts. In contrast, her chest was impressively ample. Su Bai estimated that she should be a year younger than Zhou Jielu. The senior girl was still quite impressive. After all, she was Su Bai's alluring moonlight. However, this girl was petite, looking no taller than 1.6 meters. This made her figure appear quite exaggerated, very much like an anime character, especially since she was wearing an aerobics training outfit that accentuated her figure. Of course, it was a bit too eye-catching to just wear a training outfit to the playground, so she cleverly wore a sun protective jacket on top. A semi-transparent style that revealed her figure beneath, creating an unbeatable visual effect. Even the vast majority of suggestive female streamers would have to bow down. Su Bai immediately recognized her. You are Wan Xinyan. Yes, how did you know I am Wan Xinyan and not my sister? Wan Xinyan stood in front of Su Bai, unconsciously tiptoeing and leaning forward. This action particularly emphasized her figure. If it were an ordinary boy, his heart might race, and he would struggle to speak. Unfortunately, Su Bai's mindset was stable, and with the blessing of the Sigma aura, he merely felt a slight fluctuation in his heart and cast a calm, appreciative glance at Wan Xinyan. "Where is your sister?" Su Bai pointed to a girl beside the court dressed similarly and resembling Wan Xinyan. "I heard she is quieter while you are more lively. So do you prefer quiet ones or lively ones?" "I like both, though I am quite broad-minded," Su Bai said, stuffing his phone and watching into Wan Xinyan's arms. "Please hold this for me, thank you." "You're welcome." Their fingers brushed lightly against each other. Wan Xinyan's gaze seemed a bit dreamy, and it was hard to tell if it was intentional or not. Ding. Detected strength goddess Wan Xinyan favorability increased, current favorability 65. With an initial favorability of over 60, it was terrifying. This meant that her attitude towards Su Bai had reached the level of wanting to date him. In short, she wanted to flirt with Su Bai, which was quite easy to understand. However, this was their first meeting. Why was the favorability so high? It was a bit puzzling. Su Bai didn't want to think too much, after all, when meat was served on the plate, who wouldn't eat? As long as he remained vigilant not to get tricked, he could enjoy himself. A life of indulgence should be like this. Under the envious gazes of the onlookers, Su Bai returned. The 3v3 match began. In just a few minutes, the 510 dormitory team was beaten 5-0. To be honest, Su Bai was really making an effort to protect the rim. However, the locals and the Hu Yi were a mess. The defense was easily breached, and the opposing students scored against them as easily as during shooting practice. What could Su Bai do? Should he defend against 3 by himself and also reflect on his own issues? "Hey, are you guys daydreaming over there?" Su Bai complained, glancing at the Wan sisters and several other girls on the sidelines. "Or are you too nervous with so many beautiful spectators?" Shuetao increasingly felt that something was amiss. Su Bai mentioned that he had just met Wan Xinyan. The issue was, how could someone he just met ask to help keep his personal belongings, and Su Bai actually agreed. There's definitely something going on between these two. Shuetao, being someone who couldn't keep secrets and lacked guile, couldn't help but ask Su Bai, "Have you chatted with Wan Xinyan on WeChat before?" "Oh, we chatted a bit," Su Bai replied with an ambiguous smile. "What do I need to report to you if I chat with her?" "No, that's not what I meant." Shuetao's previous question carried a hint of accusation. Yet when faced with Su Bai's slightly harsh tone, he instantly backed down. Su Bai already had a masculine aura, and now, with the support of his brother, he felt even more confident. With a mischievous grin, he put his arm around Shuetao's shoulders and said, "Taozi, play well. The girls are watching, and you wouldn't want to be noticed for underperforming, would you? Don't let it be that when you go traveling Wan Xinyan and the others ignore you." "What are you saying?" Shuetao chuckled awkwardly. "That last round was just me not playing well. This time, I will definitely crush them." "Okay, I'm counting on you." After speaking, Su Bai went to chat with Chu Mingjie. The focus was all on CP. Although Su Bai and Wan Xinyan's peculiar relationship was quite a blow to Shuetao at this point, it was time to perform well and turn the tide. Think positively. Wan Xinyan was just helping Su Bai with something. She wasn't arguing with him. Perhaps she just thought Su Bai was handsome and was giving him a little benefit, like feeding a fish. Someone like Su Bai, a poor boy from a humble background, would likely fall for it. "Sigh, it's still me, Shuetao, with eyes like a hawk and sharp ears. I know how to take the lead in relationships between men and women. Win." Meanwhile, after being schooled by Su Bai's CPU, Chu Mingjie also perked up. The main thing is he had come to his senses. Although the Wan sisters were quite dazzling, they probably lacked taste. They were not worthy of Chu Mingjie, this multi-talented god, a high-fidelity enthusiast, amateur, host, writer, folk, singer, oil, painter, hand drum artist, cobbler, silversmith, and a disciple of Chan Buddhism. After all, it was Wan Xinyan who was close to Su Bai, not Jiang Qiran or Chen Yuxing. Those two probably weren't the type to come watch handsome guys play basketball. So winning. Well, not necessarily winning, but at least not losing. The trio of the 510 team regrouped to face the nameless trio of passers-by. Both the locals and the Hu masters played to their usual strengths. Thanks to his improved physical condition, Su Bai dominated the inside, grabbing rebounds and making putbacks. They surprisingly won with a score of 5-4. The final shot was made by Shuetao, with Su Bai effectively blocking the defenders for an open shot. Just as he was basking in the glory of his handsome shooting posture, he overheard a girl's comment. "That guy in the number 23 jersey, why does his shooting look so awkward, like a big monkey?" Shuetao almost spat out blood. "What the hell, a big monkey? What I did was called hanging in the air. How elegant and artistic." They went on to play 2 more rounds against the opposing team. They each had wins and losses. This situation was actually the best. Both sides were evenly matched, making for an intense game, without one side being overly dominant. Regardless, Su Bai was having a blast. Although he was inexperienced, he was in great shape. And after a series of leaps and bounds, the system unexpectedly chimed. Ding. Detected hosts indulgent energy consumption, rewarded cash 1,000 yuan, and restored physical energy to peak. What the hell is there a cheat? Subai was astonished. This indulgence system mechanism was simply wonderful. This meant that as long as he quickly exhausted his energy, triggering his bonus protection mechanism, he could recover it. Then if he participated in a sports meet, wouldn't he be invincible? Sign up for a long-distance race and just sprint during the first lap. A moment of sprinting brings momentary pleasure, and continuous sprinting brings endless joy. Subai, I bought you some iced drinks. Take a look and pick one. Just as Subai was fantasizing about the miraculous uses of the system, Wan Xinyan approached with a bulging plastic bag. Inside were many chilled drinks she bought from the convenience store next to the basketball court. At this moment, Subai's phone and watch had already been transferred to his sister Wan Xinhua. She somehow got a large hard plastic bag, like those used for collecting evidence at a crime scene, and put the phone and watch inside. The transparent plastic bag allowed a clear view of what was inside, indicating that the two sisters would not casually touch Subai's privacy. Damn, this is too. Subai secretly thought, could it be that under the pressure of money, every beautiful girl would turn into a service-oriented creature like Zhou Jielu, becoming attentive and eager to please. He casually picked up a blue Gatorade, unscrewed the cap, and took a couple of sips. The icy, refreshing drink slid down his throat. It felt delightful. Shuetao Chu Mingzhi, you guys should grab a bottle as well. Wan Xinyan then called out to the two. The two showed expressions of surprise. They truly hadn't expected to be singled out. Especially Shuetao, who frowned and stammered, classmate, you know me, eh? Of course you're Shuetao, the one who drives the Magotan. These drinks are considered a treat from me and my sister since you guys need to prepare snacks for the trip. But the drinks are still a bit cheap. Oh, let's treat you to a meal at noon. The spicy hot pot at the South District cafeteria is pretty good. Wan Xinyan babbled on making arrangements. It was quite reasonable, and Shuetao had no way to refute. But he really wanted to ask, why didn't you accept my However, a gut feeling told him that if he asked that question in such a setting, it might directly turn him into a sigh. Forget it. Subai quietly drank his beverage while observing the sister among the twins. She was a lively girl, less fiery than Zhou Jielu, but more innocent and carefree. Yet she was quite shrewd as well, naturally flattering and ingratiating herself to Subai and creating a camaraderie among everyone without relying on the advantages of being a beautiful girl to exploit Shuetao. Whoa. Chen Yuxing's sudden appearance, abrupt actions, and unexpected words stirred up a storm. However, her inner self was on the verge of breaking down. What am I doing? Chen Yuxing couldn't help but doubt that she had been possessed by something unclean. If someone had told her a month ago, right after she enrolled in college, that she would wipe sweat off a boy in such a public place as a basketball court, Chen Yuxing would have scoffed at such a notion. As if she was not the kind of girl who would become infatuated after watching idol dramas. Well, it's not that she had become infatuated now, but rather that Subai had appeared in her life with a destructive presence. The distance of their souls was so close, and he was the archetype of a rich and handsome man according to worldly standards, far beyond the ordinary wealthy level, which Cinderella hasn't fantasized about being favored by a prince. However, because Chen Yuxing was an academic achiever, she held herself in high regard, aspiring for something more refined. Thus, she dreamed less of princes. After all, could she expect a prince to enjoy gaming and engage in abstract discussions online like her? Hey, guess what? She actually encountered one. Chen Yuxing found out about Su by playing basketball during physical education class from photos posted in the class group. Boys and girls had separate physical education classes, and the class she chose wasn't on that day. However, the girls on the sidelines, especially the pair of particularly voluptuous twin sisters, clearly had ulterior motives. Thus, in a moment of impulse, Chen Yuxing put down her code and rushed to the basketball court. She happened to see Wan Xinyan handing a drink to Subai. Seeing Subai drink, Chen Yuxing's heart ached, feeling suffocated and unwell. It was as if the liquid Subai was drinking wasn't Gatorade, but rather Wan Xinyan's. Oh, well, it wasn't that extreme. In short, Chen the scholar was quite unhappy. In a moment of recklessness, she wiped the sweat off Subai in front of everyone. When her rationality returned, Chen Yuxing found herself awkwardly frozen, unsure where to place her hands and feet. However, due to everyone's impression of her as aloof, her actions at that moment were perceived as cold and ruthless, as if she were snatching a man away. Even the scheming girl Wan Xinyan misjudged the situation. Hissed this Chen Yuxing. She had heard that she and Subai were quite close, but it seemed to be just gaming together. Gaming in this day and age, boys and girls gaming together were common and didn't necessarily lead to romantic entanglements. Now, however, Wan Xinyan sensed a hint of danger from Chen Yuxing. No, I must avoid her sharpness for now. You must be Chen Yuxing, Jiang Xiran from the broadcasting and hosting department, and I believe I'm your dorm mate. Wan Xinyan spoke to her amiably. The mid-autumn trip is approaching, so it's good to get to know each other in advance. You too. Subai, I suddenly remembered that I have an assignment to catch up on, so I won't be able to treat you to lunch. I'll take my leave now. Alright, we can talk later. There will be plenty of opportunities. Then I'll be leaving by. The Wan sisters exited at lightning speed. Subai glanced at Chen Yuxing wanting to laugh. It turned out that even the aloof female scholar could feel jealous. Since you're here, help me hold my things while I'll play a bit longer. Subai handed Chen Yuxing the sealed bag containing his phone and watch. Continuing to play. The system had just reset his stamina, and it would be a waste not to play a bit longer. To be honest, Chen Yuxing was so shy she wanted to escape, but with Subai assigning her the task of holding his belongings, she couldn't run away. She could only continue to maintain her small tense face standing in place. Occasionally others' discussions about her and Subai and the love-hate relationship with Wan Xinyan reached her ears. These people really know how to speculate. There was no love-hate relationship at all, it was just a moment of impulse. In Chen Yuxing's eyes, Subai and the Wan sisters were probably just going on a trip together. It's fine as she would be going on that trip too. When Subai returned to the court, he was surprised to see Chu Mingzhi sitting on the ground dejectedly holding a basketball. What's wrong, are you out of energy? I gave it my all, but couldn't win. Chu Mingzhi mumbled strange things looking up at Subai with indignation. Subai, please leave us some hope. Why does every beautiful girl have an unclear relationship with you? Are you the protagonist of a Japanese light novel? Clearly Chu Mingzhi could no longer continue the match. He could only switch with the love Saint Zhang Zhishuan, who was watching from the sidelines. This guy played well, and clearly had a much better mentality than Chu Mingzhi, though he looked at Subai with a face full of envy not on the verge of collapse. Hu Yi, you're out. Zhang Zhishuan casually remarked. Wow, by Gu, I didn't expect you to be so flirtatious in private, managing to win over both Chen the scholar and the Wan sisters. It's not winning over. Subai replied seriously, we are merely going on a trip together for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a class activity, and there are many boys and girls participating together, right? How do you think I believe that? Zhang Zhishuan, being a seasoned person, realized that Subai was also a player. Physical education class ended. Originally Wan Xinyan was going to treat everyone, but she was scared away by Chen Yuxing's aura. Thus Subai ended up going to the cafeteria with Chen Yuxing. The lunchtime alone with each other was something Chen Yuxing had been looking forward to. However, due to the events on the basketball court and her little thoughts, she merely lowered her head to eat, too shy to talk to Subai. Only when her meal was almost finished did she set down her chopsticks, take a few deep breaths, and seriously say to Subai, I have no classes this afternoon and no other plans. Oh. Chen Yuxing found herself at a loss for words again. She had never been good at expressing herself, especially when her feelings were not pure. She could only bite her lip and look at Subai with a hint of resentment. He's so cute. Waves of emotion stirred in Subai's heart. He couldn't bear to continue teasing her, so he cheerfully said, come with me to the internet cafe this afternoon. Sure. Chen Yuxing's furrowed brow instantly relaxed as she picked up her chopsticks to finish her remaining meal. Sigh, this adorable and naive scholar is really easy to understand. Subai silently complained. In terms of coding and research, Chen Yuxing was exceptionally outstanding. But when it came to the subtleties of social interactions, Chen Yuxing's probably wouldn't be a match for Wan Xinyan. Speaking of Wan Xinyan, Subai had originally promised to go shopping with her that afternoon. Now it seemed he had to postpone. He immediately sent her a WeChat message saying he had something urgent and asking if their shopping trip could be moved to the evening. Wan Xinyan quickly replied that it was no problem. Sai, being rich is great. In normal circumstances, if a boy changed plans at the last minute after previously agreeing on a date, he would definitely be labeled as a player. Who would have thought that Wan Xinyan would be so accommodating? After satisfying her hunger, Chen Yuxing returned her tray and moving stealthily turned a corner, exiting through the side door of the cafeteria under Subai's curious gaze. Why take the side door? Chen Yuxing uttered a confused sound, her water-like eyes blinking. It's not like she and Subai walking together didn't attract attention. Even in the corner they chose to eat, students passing by still looked at them and whispered. To be honest, Chen Yuxing disliked being the center of attention. Moreover, she wasn't the type of girl who thought highly of herself just because of her beauty. In Chen Yuxing's worldview, her skills in hanbok mastery and computing were valued higher than her appearance. But others didn't seem to think so. Of course, if Subai could appreciate her looks, Chen Yuxing would be quite pleased. Perhaps that's what love is. Women in love always treat their partners in a special way, commonly known as double standards. Does being with me make you shy, Sheng Sheng? Subai, having understood, deliberately asked. Chen Yuxing remained silent, focusing on the path ahead. There were indeed not many people by the side door, mainly kitchen staff using it, as it was the farthest route back to the dormitory, requiring a long detour. Chen Yuxing found it quite nice. She wanted to linger a bit longer walking with Subai. She felt happy. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Subai naturally took her hand. There was no premonition of crime, nor any subsequent surprise, but felt like the most natural thing in the world. Chen Yuxing symbolically struggled a bit, but Subai's grip was firm. Her small hand and body gradually softened. Let's book a couple's room at the internet cafe, play for the afternoon, and then I'll treat you to a sushi buffet tonight. Yes. With Su-bai holding her small hand, Chen Yuxing closely followed him. His hand was so big and warm. So this is the feeling of being held by a boy. The adorable academic pondered. Their hand-holding continued until they got into the car, where Su-bai started the Mercedes-Benz GLE, taking Chen Yuxing to that familiar internet cafe. If you wish to push the boundaries with a girl, it's best to choose a familiar environment. People tend to let their guard down in settings they are comfortable with. Inside the car, Chen Yuxing lowered the air conditioning temperature to the point where it felt a bit chilly after. This resulted in her hands feeling a bit cold by the time they arrived at the internet cafe. Her peripheral circulation wasn't great to begin with. Thus, she could naturally place her hand in Su-bai's. Su-bai. Feeling Su-bai's something's off gaze, Chen Yuxing expressionlessly said, "Warm my hands, or else I won't be able to carry you when we start gaming." "No, girl, it sounds like you're treating gaming with me as some sort of weight training." "It is." Chen Yuxing stomped her foot. "If you're unwilling, then forget it." "Don, I'm willing, I really am." Su-bai held on to Chen Yuxing's hand, not letting her pull away, smiling cheerfully. Chen Yuxing was not smiling. To be honest, this girl wanting to hold his hand seemed too deliberate. She couldn't compare to the other girls Su-bai had recently met. Yet this awkwardly adorable Chen Yuxing was endearing. Su-bai rubbed her small hand, happily walking into the internet cafe. An entire afternoon of fierce battles quickly passed. When Chen Yuxing's screen went black, Su-bai touched her hand, claiming he was accumulating energy for her to win. With a serious expression, Chen Yuxing found it hard to refuse. Then Su-bai took advantage of the situation, placing Chen Yuxing's hand on her silky thighs, seizing the moment to feel those unparalleled beautiful legs. Her slender long legs, beautifully curved, yet with a hint of softness. Even through her white, sheer long skirt, the beauty was easily felt. Quite different from the chubby practical style of senior sister, Zhou Jielu. It was hard to determine which was better. As a warning, Chen Yuxing glared at Su-bai a few times, but he seemed oblivious. Shy words lingered on the tip of her tongue, but couldn't be spoken. To be honest, Chen Yuxing quite liked Su-bai's handsome approach. If Su-bai had no romantic intentions towards her and merely treated her as a buddy, that would truly trouble Chen Yuxing. However, Su-bai was paying her to spend time with him, which made their relationship increasingly strange. Scumbag. Immersed in these strange thoughts, Chen Yuxing spent the afternoon with Su-bai, who then took her out for a sushi. Compared to that upscale hot pot night, the price of over 1,000 per person was no longer shocking to Chen Yuxing. Instead, it reaffirmed a fact. For Su-bai, these lavish expenditures that ordinary students could only dream of were just a part of daily life. She began to fantasize about many depraved scenarios again. At the corner, after leaving the sushi restaurant, Chen Yuxing suddenly grabbed Su-bai's clothes, standing in front of him, glaring fiercely. "Big white goose, you must clarify our relationship today, or I won't let you touch my legs anymore." "Oh." Su-bai feigned ignorance. "Did I? You can't play tricks." Seeing Chen Yuxing looking as if she might cry, Su-bai suddenly found it amusing to tease her. He decided to tease her a bit harder. Suddenly, Su-bai cupped Chen Yuxing's face, kissing her while she was still in. Chen Yuxing jolted, struggling frantically. Unfortunately, her stamina was too weak, unable to break free from Su-bai's hold. Added to that was the strange sensation of their first kiss, which gradually left her breathless. Unaware of how long it lasted, Chen Yuxing leaned against Su-bai, her body feeling all soft. Su-bai looked at her reddening ears, and in a moment of whimsy blew warm air towards them, causing Chen Yuxing to emit a strange sound. Her face grew even redder, as if it could drip water. Indeed, this was her sensitive spot. "Big white goose, you're just a bully, you. We were chatting fine on WeChat, and you clearly seem to be a... What am I?" Chen Yuxing fell silent. Her true feelings were that Su-bai was her dream lover, an existence she wished to immerse herself in both spiritually and physically. However, Su-bai's attitude, including his flirty interactions with other girls, genuinely angered Chen Yuxing. "Oh, you just asked about our relationship? Well, I believe it's already quite clear." Suddenly, Su-bai became serious, but the words he uttered were still beyond Chen Yuxing's expectations. "Our relationship is... Well, I want to support you so you won't suffer in life any longer, becoming only mine." "Support? Indeed. I've heard that your mother is seriously ill and that treatment requires a lot of money." "No worries, no matter how much it costs, I can afford it, and let me take care of the rest of your life." Su-bai paused, looking sincerely into Chen Yuxing's eyes, and said, "I like you, but I can't guarantee that I will only like you, so I think this kind of relationship is the best choice for both of us." Upon hearing these words, Chen Yuxing's first reaction was a famous line from a certain anime. "A mere student, what audacity to claim the right to bear someone else's life." However, she quickly reconsidered. No, Su-bai was not just any student. This scoundrel was a top-tier rich guy. Instantly, Chen Yuxing's feelings became extremely complicated. If it were any other man proposing such a support arrangement, Chen Yuxing would undoubtedly have picked up anything nearby to smash that man's face with. How could she, with her proud heart, accept such an absurd proposal? Yet this person was sued by a man whose soul resonated deeply with hers, the only one in her life whom she could approach so closely. And now this scoundrel was treating her as a sponsored object. Well, Chen Yuxing knew that expecting a man like Su Bai to be devoted was akin to a pipe dream. Su Bai liked her, but he couldn't promise her exclusivity, which was something Chen Yuxing had anticipated. It's just that. It still made her very angry. Being confessed to by Su Bai in such a peculiar manner left Chen Yuxing feeling a mix of frustration and sweetness. Fundamentally, what overwhelmed her heart was a sense of excitement. A little devil whispered in her ear, give in to him, give in to him. This man is incredibly compatible with you and is willing to spend money on you. Where else can you find such a good deal? She felt so pitiful. She had completely fallen under Su Bai's control. Who told you about my family's situation? Chen Yuxing asked, coldly, feeling somewhat wronged. Her appearance as a victim lacked any deterrent power. Connections, kid. Su Bai coaxed many so-called terminal illnesses can actually be treated if sufficient funds are provided and advanced treatments are adopted early. The chances of recovery are quite high, but if delayed due to financial issues, then who knows? Chen Yuxing bit her lip, darkness clouding her vision. You're right. So just accept my proposal. Being supported by me should be a joyful affair for you. Chen Yuxing pondered for a long time, seeming to struggle with her thoughts. In the end, she resentfully said, although it was a negative evaluation, the tone was akin to a playful pout. Then it's decided, let's make it a pleasant arrangement. Su Bai said, asking for Chen Yuxing's bank card number and promptly transferring money to her through his phone. 100,000 yuan. Ding. Triggered the steer goddess cashback limit, triggering 6x cashback, reward cash, 600 yuan. Chen Yuxing immediately calculated, counting on her fingers and muttering to herself, with 100,000 optimistically, 5 months pessimistically. What optimism and pessimism? This is your pocket money. Huh. Let's go, take me to the hospital to see Andy. You want to meet my mom right now? Chen Yuxing felt anxious. Meeting or not isn't important. What matters is that I need to communicate with Auntie's attending doctor and settle in. Su Bai firmly took Chen Yuxing's hand and walked to the parking area. The senior had told Su Bai, based on snippets of a phone conversation, she accidentally overheard that her mother had a rare disease. Rare diseases mean that the treatment medications are niche, indicating that they are quite expensive. Generally, an entire treatment plan is also very costly. The cashback from the master was already becoming irresistible. Of course, Su Bai did not forget his original plans for the evening. Crispy white goose, sorry, there's an unexpected event tonight. I have to accompany a friend. I can only go shopping with red bean sticky rice ball. No worries, it's a small issue. Actually, our schedule is quite flexible. It's all up to you. Red bean sticky rice ball, did you encounter any trouble? If you need help, you can contact me. Crispy white goose, I don't need anything for now, thanks. Although those adorable lowly twins are tempting, helping the sick is more important. In the girls' dormitory, seeing Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue both dressed exquisitely, a roommate couldn't help but ask, is there a big event at school tonight? You both look so grand. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were going on a date. Upon hearing the word date, the older sister Wan Xinyue suddenly felt a bit flustered. It's not a date. The more she insisted, the more her roommate was convinced. These two must definitely have something going on. In contrast, Wan Xinyan appeared much more composed. I'm just meeting a friend for shopping. Oh wait, it seems my friend has something urgent and can't make it. Looks like it'll just be us girls keeping the place warm tonight. He has something again. Wan Xinyue looked a bit dejected, as it seemed Su Bai wasn't very keen on shopping with them. Despite Wan Xinyue's gentle demeanor, her inner self was wilder than her sister's. Today she seized the opportunity to get close while watching Su Bai play basketball. Not only did she get close to Su Bai, but she also touched that legendary 600 yuan watch. Coming from a poor rural background, they had never encountered such a thing. Her desire for material things was even stronger than her sister's, but she knew her own limitations, so she usually followed her sister's lead. Seeing her sister's disappointed expression, Wan Xinyan smiled. Don't be disheartened, my intuition tells me he really had something urgent to attend to. Besides, it could be a test for us. A guy like him surely has girls trying to get close to him and needs to filter them out. That makes sense. After hearing her sister's analysis, Wan Xinyue felt much more at ease. Otherwise, she would have thought that Su Bai wasn't interested in girls like them. What I must have misheard. So you're saying you two arranged to meet a guy, and he stood you up, and you're not even mad? The roommate was shocked. Nowadays, guys are all about punctuality, let alone standing someone up. They wouldn't even dare to be late for a date, fearing they'd be labeled as unreliable. Yet the Wan sisters were so forgiving towards this guy. What a reversal of roles. The roommate was burning with curiosity. Xinyan, I'm really curious about how outstanding the guy you arranged to meet is to be worth your effort. Mainly it was love at first sight. Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, let's go. We're going to the school snack street to buy some milk tea. Well, since we've already put on makeup, we shouldn't waste it. At the Second People's Hospital of Jiang City, Xiaochen is here. A weary-looking middle-aged doctor greeted the two. The doctor looked at Su Bai with some surprise. This was Chun Yuxing's first time bringing someone else to visit her. Who is this? A friend. Su Bai took the initiative to shake hands with the doctor, then leaned closer to Chun Yuxing and said, "You go keep Annie company. I'll talk to the doctor alone." Chun Yuxing wasn't sure what Su Bai intended to do, but she was certain he wouldn't harm her. Coupled with Su Bai's calm, yet authoritative tone, it gave off an inexplicable sense of superiority. So she allowed Su Bai to take charge. To be honest, she hadn't experienced being cared for and arranged for, a sweet feeling surged within her. Sigh, if being supported means being supported, isn't that quite nice? Su Bai's mature and adept demeanor gradually drew Chun Yuxing in. Chun Yuxing's mother bore a striking resemblance to her both in appearance and temperament. In the hospital room, the mother and daughter spoke little. Chun Yuxing merely raised the upper half of the bed for her mother to rest comfortably, while she helped her by massaging her legs and preparing some fruit. Watching her daughter busily working in silence, Chin's mother felt a pang of reluctance in her heart as she opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Many times she thought that perhaps it would be better to just end it all to avoid burdening her child any further. Other girls enjoyed their youth after entering university, but there were very few, like Chun Yuxing, who worried about income. Even those from families with modest incomes working to support themselves only earned enough for their own living expenses, while Chun Yuxing had to earn enough to cover her mother's treatment as well. However, Chin's mother knew she could not die, as she was her daughter's emotional support. If she gave up, her daughter would suffer even more. While she thought, let's give it one last shot, actively seek treatment, perhaps her body's self-healing ability would help her overcome the illness. The reason she relied on self-healing was that her illness could potentially be treated with a recently developed foreign therapy that had a high cure rate and minimal side effects, but the one drawback was its exorbitant cost. The surgery and full set of medications would cost over $3 million. This was far beyond what Chin's mother could afford, so they had to settle for conservative treatment for now. Before long, Chin's mother fell asleep. Seeing this, Chun Yuxing gently lowered the bed back down, covered her mother with a blanket, and quietly left the hospital room. As she walked through the corridor filled with the scent of disinfectant, she hurried back toward the doctor's office, her mood somewhat complicated. Suddenly, Chun Yuxing felt uncertain about how to face Su Bai. It had been over half an hour since Su Bai had spoken with the doctor, so he probably already knew how much it would cost to treat her mother. Chun Yuxing was strong-willed, so she would not tell anyone the difficulties she was facing. Yet the difficulties were objectively present, which was why she would accept Su Bai's offer for companionship. However, the total cost to cure her mother had far exceeded what could be covered by just being a university student companion. She wondered what kind of attitude Su Bai would have. Chun Yuxing thought that Su Bai would surely find her burdensome. Just imagine if a boy learned that his girlfriend was burdened with millions in debt, he would certainly want to run away immediately, no matter how wealthy he was. Chun Yuxing had never even considered asking Su Bai to shoulder this financial burden because he had no obligation to do so. Wealthy people's money is not spent frivolously. The wealthy are not foolish. Having just seen her mother, Chun Yuxing felt emotional, replaying her mother's frail appearance in her mind. She thought that since she had accepted Su Bai's support, she should earn money from him to pay for her mother's treatment. Well, even if it was charged by the hour, that would work. With this thought, a blush crept onto Chun Yuxing's face. After adjusting her mood, she knocked on the door to the doctor's office. "Please come in." The doctor, pouring tea for Su Bai, smiled widely upon seeing Chun Yuxing enter. "Xiaochen, congratulations. Your boyfriend has already paid. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct a thorough re-examination for your mother and provide the most advanced treatment." Huh? Chun Yuxing was taken aback, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Paid? What is that?" "It means that for the best treatment plan, Mr. Su has already covered the full treatment costs and even pre-deposited additional funds. In short, it will be more than enough." After a moment of silence, Chun Yuxing turned to Su Bai, gazing at him with a very complex expression. "Why? What's there to question? I said I would. In our relationship, it's quite normal for me to help you with your worries." Su Bai appeared to take it for granted. But it's too expensive." Chun Yuxing bit her lip, her eyes shimmering. "You really didn't have to. Expensive? It's not even as much as my monthly allowance. Don't make such a fuss over it." Chun Yuxing was left speechless, and the doctor raised an eyebrow. He had just witnessed Su Bai immediately swipe his card to pay the required $3.78 million for the treatment, and then he pre-deposited over 100,000, totaling $5 million. Of course, the pre-deposited amount would undoubtedly not be fully utilized. Hospitalization costs are not that high, and in the end, it would surely be refunded to Chin's mother. It was unclear what the purpose of rounding up the total was. It even seemed that Su Bai appeared a bit regretful. The doctor vaguely heard Su Bai muttering, "Why is it only $5 million? Not that, bro. You're complaining that the treatment cost is too low for you to show off." Of course, the doctor merely grumbled internally. In reality, he was very pleased. During this period, while Chin's mother was hospitalized, the doctor had also come to know Xiao Chen, feeling a sense of pity for this girl. Beautiful, studious, and kind-hearted, Such an excellent girl being saved by a wealthy benefactor was truly a delightful turn of events. Moreover, he was such a tall, handsome young man. They could be described as a perfect match. Other than his penchant for showing off, he seemed to have no flaws. However, Su-bai did not intend to show off maliciously. The pre-deposit was allowed by the system. After all, Chen Yuxing had been bound as a consumption subject. Having her mother stay in the best ward and enjoy the highest standard of medical care fell under the category of indulgent concepts. A total expenditure of 5 million was the certified maximum by the system. Any more would not yield a refund. Ding. You have paid a high treatment cost for Chen Yuxing's mother, spending 5 million, triggering a tenfold rebate rewarding cash 50 million. At this point, Su-bai had already left the hospital and returned to his car. Looking at his savings, which had now surpassed 70 million, Su-bai couldn't help but smile broadly. Excellent, he could start looking for a top-notch mansion. As a second-tier city, the most luxurious villas in Jiangsheng were priced at around 50 million. With Su-bai's current assets, he could easily acquire one. Of course, if it were a penthouse with special added value, it would certainly cost more than 50 million. That was no problem. If Su-bai found one he liked, he could find a way to earn more money. It didn't matter, the system would refund. Just as Su-bai was about to start the car, Chen Yuxing, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly spoke, "You don't need to take me back to my dorm, let's go to a hotel?" All right. This girl was quite perceptive. Su-bai glanced at Chen Yuxing's shy yet feigned composure and couldn't help but chuckle. Her personality was indeed quite unique. She didn't even say any words of gratitude, getting straight to the point. Following this, Chen Yuxing added, "You saved my mother's life. Oh, from now on you can do whatever you want with me. Anything. Yes, anything. Everything that is mine is yours." As she spoke, Chen Yuxing leaned closer, her cherry lips gently pecking Su-bai's cheek. Her eyes were filled with a dreamy longing. To be honest, Chen Yuxing did not expect that Su-bai would so readily pay the money. That was several million, not just a few hundred. Indeed, part of it was due to Su-bai being extraordinarily wealthy. However, Chen Yuxing still felt that his willingness to go this far for her proved that Su-bai had feelings for her. With this in mind, Chen Yuxing suddenly found clarity. She realized that being kept was the most suitable relationship for the two of them. Given their identities, strengths, and social status differences, they were not really suited to be a couple. Couples need to interact on equal terms to last. On the contrary, being kept had fewer worries. Chen Yuxing had never developed feelings for any man before meeting. The inability for their souls to resonate was one aspect, but the harsh realities were also unavoidable. Her family background was not great, and she personally pursued academic achievements and research. Coming from a single-parent family, her only caregiver, her mother, was also sick. As for her own interests, they were rather peculiar, unlike those of ordinary girls. Aside from her good looks, she must be a burden to most boys. A fragmented and troublesome existence. But Su-bai was extraordinarily wealthy. He shattered all her concerns and worries. Moreover, her mother's illness truly could not be delayed any longer. From various angles, accepting Su-bai's support was the best choice. As a top student, she preferred rational arguments. Furthermore, under the premise of emotional connection, it firstly satisfied the prerequisite condition of getting along exceptionally well with Su-bai. The conclusion was established, and she instantly stepped into the role of being kept. She hurriedly drove to the JW Marriott Hotel. The Jiangjing suite was booked for a week and was still valid. It was currently vacant, as Zhou Jiala's belongings had been moved to the service department. It was usable, but Su-bai felt it was still not enough. However, when he inquired at the front desk, a more luxurious presidential suite had just become available. The price was outrageous, 7,888 yuan per night. It was often booked by the wealthy. Recently, it had become available, and Su-bai decisively booked it for 5 days. Ding. Detected. The host's indulgent spending checked into the presidential suite, triggering a 7x cashback reward, cash 276,080 yuan. Seeing Su-bai book the most extravagant and luxurious room, Chen Yuxing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a wave of calm and happiness surged within her. Although she knew Su-bai's spending level was high, his choice to book the best room for their first meeting still made Chen Yuxing feel valued by Su-bai. They took the elevator upstairs and swiped their card to enter the room. As Su-bai turned around, his mind was still in a daze, thoughts scattered. Chen Yuxing immediately. Her proactive attitude left Su-bai a bit bewildered. He originally thought that a pure girl like Chen Yuxing would be somewhat shy. Who could have expected? It even made Su-bai feel a bit shy. Overwhelmed by the intense passion hidden beneath Chen Yuxing's icy exterior, despite a moment of surprise, Su-bai quickly responded. Soon both of them cast aside distractions. "Big white goose, I want to be with you. For a lifetime." After a long time, the lights in the presidential suite adjusted to a romantic warm glow. The television turned on, playing a currently airing anime. The two young people, who had just completed in-depth strategic cooperation discussions, sat side by side, engrossed in watching the anime they both enjoyed. Su-bai wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Even now Su Bai was savoring the wonderful feeling from earlier unable to help, but say Xingxing you really know how to have fun. Of course. Chen Yuxing glanced at Su Bai somewhat smug. The study materials I've looked through are no less than you. Su Bai paused for a moment, realizing that the study materials she referred to were not the literal kind. Goodness, he had long known that Chen Yuxing was another version of him in the world, but he did not expect that even in the realm of intimate appreciation, she would not fall short of Su Bai. In this regard, Su Bai was very convinced. Compared to his senior Zhou Jialu, they were completely too extreme. The senior appeared to be burning with passion, yet her heart was pure. She would blush if he kissed her cheek. This shyness was ingrained in her, even though she had now completely become Su Bai's little woman. Chen Yuxing was different. She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Once she had made up her mind about someone and pulled them into the room, it was hard to say whether he was playing her or she was playing him. Su Bai routinely opened a can of post-event iced soda. Not long after drinking, the anime playing on the television ended an episode. Chen Yuxing pressed the pause button. Su Bai, just one episode. No girl, you're being a bit exaggerated. Su Bai was both amused and exasperated. An anime episode only lasts about 20 minutes without openings and endings. Was that too much for you? Sorry. Chen Yuxing had a thoughtful expression. It seemed she was reevaluating Su Bai's capabilities. How could Su Bai tolerate that? My friend possessed the physique of a top human and the exceptional attributes of humanity's peak. Immediately, 13 episodes of anime could be watched in less than 5 hours. As a result, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing ended up watching for 12 hours straight, from the evening until the next morning when the sky was bright. During this time, Su Bai discovered a delightful fact. Although Chen Yuxing had poor stamina, her endurance was incredibly strong. Jixing, you were something else. Nevertheless, Chen Yuxing was ultimately just a human. Su Bai, on the other hand, had the qualities of a special being, and pulling an all-nighter was deemed indulgent, resetting his stamina and energy. Chen Yuxing, however, managed to finish the last episode of the anime before fatigue finally took her, collapsing onto the hotel's large bed. Big white goose, you're amazing. So sleepy, I want to sleep. Chen Yuxing mumbled contentedly, her head tilted as she drifted off. To be honest, Chen Yuxing's soft and sleepy appearance is truly adorable. This stirred some wicked thoughts in Su Bai, who had just regained his energy thanks to Tongzi Go, and he couldn't help but want to do something more with her. Never mind. Just let the child be. Su Bai pondered for a moment and took it upon himself to help Chen Yuxing remove her tights, thinking it would be more comfortable for her to sleep like that. He probably needed a good long sleep. After tidying up the aftermath a bit, Su Bai drove away from the Marriott Hotel, cruising on the expressway during the morning rush. Thanks to Tongzi Ge's assistance, Su Bai was still full of energy and decided to go out for a stroll. It was just past 9 o'clock. At this time, it was still a bit early for lunch, but Su Bai was already hungry enough to feel thunder in his stomach. The reason was simple. The system reset Su Bai's energy and physical fitness, but it wasn't entirely without consequence. It required consuming the energy stored within him. Tongzi Ge had to adhere to the law of conservation of energy. So despite having eaten last night and having ordered late-night room service, while watching anime with Chen Yuxing, Su Bai was still very hungry now. It's just past 9, a perfect time for some Cantonese dim sum. He searched on his phone map and found a high-end dim sum restaurant with an average price of over 500. This was basically the most expensive Cantonese dim sum that could be found in Jiang City. Compared to various high-end dining experiences Su Bai had tried recently, this average price was considered quite cheap. Dim sum, after all, is a very down-to-earth and popular cuisine. No matter how upscale it gets, it's still just dim sum. However, Su Bai was quite interested in the leisurely lifestyle it represented. After years of hard study, Su Bai never had the leisure to enjoy life during the morning hours when his mind was clearest. He usually spent that time studying. But now, with his life entering a mode of enhancement, he no longer needed to work so hard. Before heading to the tea house, Su Bai privately messaged Zhou Jialu on WeChat to ask if she wanted to join him for a meal. The answer he received was a firm no. The senior's body was still recovering and not fit for going out. The bleeding and pain from their initial encounter a couple of days ago had yet to heal. Supaida by emoji pack, please, you're really weak. Little dear, who told you to be so out? It's only natural for someone to be like that on their first time. Little dear, I didn't mean to not keep you company. I just wanted to rest at home and recover my strength so I can soon get back to being intimate with my junior. Finally, Zhou Jialu sent a voice message with a kiss. Su Bai felt quite satisfied. He noticed that the senior referred to the Shanshui duplex at Yasi Pavilion as home. Very good, she immersed herself into the role quickly. Speaking of which, Su Bai noticed that Zhou Jialu had a rather introverted personality, preferring to stay at home. She was not the type who needed to be taken out and entertained with all sorts of activities. She belonged to the type that lived a grounded life. As long as she could lie in a big house, she could amuse herself. It was very worry-free. Having such a virtuous woman at home was indeed a good thing. Zhou Jialu said she wanted to continue her beauty sleep, so Su Bai decided not to disturb her and went to enjoy his dim sum alone. The tea house was decorated in a retro style, using a lot of high-end mahogany furniture, which was said to be a traditionally favored style in that area. Subai found a seat by the window and ordered a large spread. As for the tea, he directly ordered the most expensive tea leaves the shop, had trying to elevate his spending for the day. Sipping the tea, Subai opened the system panel in his mind. He reviewed what he had gained from last night. In fact, during his breakthrough with Chun Yuxing, he had already heard the ding-ding-ding sound from Tongzi Ge. But at that time, he was too busy enjoying the moment with the adorable academic overachiever to pay attention. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the most valuable possession of Enshrank Goddess, receiving a special reward, Military Combat Technique Master Level. Military Combat Technique Master Level, as the name suggests, it provides the host with comprehensive close combat skills suitable for the battlefield. The power of this skill will be enhanced by the host's physical attributes, and any subsequent enhancements to the host's physique will also be reflected in this skill. Not bad. Subai nodded slightly. What boy hasn't fantasized about defeating 100 opponents like a martial arts master? Not to mention such a cliched dream, but having some skills in emergencies is very useful and can protect oneself and those around them. Many times when reasoning fails, one can only resort to using their fists to communicate. Subai closed his eyes and lightly moved his shoulders and arms. Connecting with his motor neurons, he instantly recalled many techniques. These techniques seemed to have been honed through countless battles ingrained deep within Subai. Based on Subai's judgment, this combat technique would be hard to encounter a suitable opponent in daily life. Detected an increase in affection from Enshrank Goddess. Chun Yuxing, current affection, level 95, rewards 6 lottery draws. Current stock of lottery draws 12 draws. Subai realized that Tongzi Ge's mechanics were quite simple and straightforward. Basic monetary rewards mainly relied on indulgence cashback. To obtain special rewards, one must either advance their relationship with Enshrank Goddesses, directly earning powerful skills like Master of Techniques and Military Combat Technique, or raise the affection level above 90, with each additional increment earning a lottery draw. Having accumulated more than 10 lottery draws, Subai decisively chose to do a 10 draw. You have consumed 10 lottery chances to initiate a 10 draw. Dang 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 dang, a cheerful tune played. The system interface before Subai lit up with white light. Following that, 2 large characters appeared. Source: God, just kidding, it was good luck. After a flashy and confusing display of effects, the results of the lottery were presented directly before Subai's eyes. So this lottery is just like a second-rate game. Most of the time you get scraps. In the 10 draws, he received cash 7 times, totaling over 10 million. This wasn't what Subai desired. After all, with the cashback mechanism, he was not lacking in money. What he wanted were flashy rewards like Military Combat Technique. Thankfully, for the remaining 3 draws, he got very useful items. Swimming Master Level grants the host exceptional swimming skills along with corresponding cardiovascular and muscular abilities, including techniques for both competition and survival. Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T, customizable options available in the system. For details, click. Universal Membership Card helps the host enter any venue that requires membership qualifications. When going out, identity is given by oneself. Putting aside swimming for now and also skipping over the customization options for the Porsche, Subai was instantly attracted to this universal membership card. This thing sounded like a setting from some comedic manga. However, it is well known that in comedic works, true strength is the most formidable. The venues requiring membership can vary greatly in exclusivity. The more common ones include libraries, Sam's Club, and amusement parks annual passes, while the more prestigious ones are nightclubs only accessible to the elite and art salons for wealthy women. Of course, Subai wasn't interested in art. Wealthy women might be somewhat interesting. But regardless, this card ensures that Subai can travel the world without, as long as there's a membership system in place, it can be managed. This is incredibly convenient, as some high-level memberships cannot simply be bought on the spot and may even require connections. If he could gain entry using the universal membership card, it could actually help Subai connect with influential networks. After admiring the card's image in the system for a while, Subai then turned his attention to the newly drawn car. From the Panamera, a well-known luxury sedan. It seems many internet celebrities and young rich heirs favor this model. Although it's already an expensive car, it strangely gives off a feeling of being quite common. Of course, it's common on the internet. In reality, in a second-tier city like Jiang City, where wealth isn't abundant, let alone a Panamera, even driving a car worth 400,000 to 500,000 would make people look at you differently. It wasn't until Subai opened the vehicle customization interface in the system that he realized the extraordinary nature of the rewards from this system. It is well known that for luxury cars in the million-dollar range, their esteem in the eyes of insiders often heavily relies on the level of configuration, especially the options selected. The richness of optional configurations can lead to price differences of tens of thousands, and sometimes can be nearly as expensive as the base price itself. Some seemingly impressive luxury cars when considering the base model and used versions can be surprisingly affordable. Some scoundrels like to use this method to deceive young girls. Subai also deceives young girls, but when it comes to cars he does not need to economize. Instead, he seeks to indulge in luxury and personalization as much as possible. The benefits of the luxury cars drawn by the system are evident here. In the interface for optional configurations, a plethora of choices is available. From the most basic panoramic imaging 20-inch wheel seat heating, to the PDLS upgraded headlights, sport chrono components, and practical choices like a 90-liter fuel tank. Then there are personal custom paint finishes, carbon ceramic brakes, air suspension, and sport exhaust. Some options can be modified after the car is obtained, but the factory versions are better. The downside is that factory options tend to be more expensive, but it doesn't matter. After all, it's a car drawn randomly, so he can choose freely. Subai executed a series of operations to max out the optional configurations. There are some complexities, especially in choosing the paint, as it is a custom color. He can make very detailed adjustments on the color palette, reminding Subai of a certain unnamed game where vehicles can be customized. One must say this customization is even more carefree than in a game. Once Subai finalized the configuration for the Porsche, his gaze returned to reality. Several baskets of dim sum were already laid out in front of him. Compared to the ordinary dim sum he had before, the styles were similar, but in Subai's eyes the price difference mainly stemmed from two aspects. One is the quality and freshness of the ingredients. For instance, although both serve steamed chicken feet, cheaper dim sum places use frozen pre-made dishes, while high-end restaurants purchase fresh chicken feet from the slaughterhouse market. Another example is steamed fish. Budget eateries choose bass or small yellow croaker, while this restaurant serves the premium grouper, which is clearly of high quality. The second aspect involves using various techniques to artificially inflate prices. Universal ingredients like caviar and black truffle, regardless of whether it's Chinese or Western cuisine, are added liberally, causing prices to skyrocket. As for the taste, it is indeed delicious, but without the indulgent cashback incentives, Subai would feel it wasn't worth it. Having experienced luxurious dining multiple times, he has grasped a bit of the tricks. This meal Subai indulged greatly. After finishing one round of dim sum, he ordered 2 more rounds of dishes focusing on high-margin ingredients. The total easily reached several thousand. Subai noticed that since acquiring the system, his appetite has also, according to the explanation from the system, it absorbs some energy and stores it in advance to be used when Subai needs it. Woe, is this the hidden energy in my back? I wonder if the system will one day learn the lightning whirlwind slash. Because Subai ordered too many dishes, the chef thought a company was having a team-building event and came out to check, only to find Subai alone, leaving him stunned. Haha, this young man can really eat impressive. The chef praised him with a thumbs up. Before leaving, Subai casually topped up his prepaid card at the front desk. In most dining scenarios, topping up can trigger indulgent cashback. Subai has clearly become a prepaid card master, and whenever he finds a restaurant he likes, he will top it up. After the meal, Subai received a WeChat friend request from a senior manager at Porsche's domestic headquarters. The manager indicated that his custom Porsche was already in production and was expected to arrive in Jiang City in a few days. One must say the efficiency of the luxury car arranged by the system's metaphysical power is simply astonishing. Anyone who has purchased a car knows that if the configuration is extensive and uncommon, it can sometimes take up to 6 months. Ding! The WeChat notification sound rang again, this time from Wan Xinyan. The avatar of the red bean glutinous rice ball sent several messages and photos in quick succession. She mentioned that she and her sister had just finished an early class and asked Subai if he had gotten up, inviting him to go shopping together. She included a few selfies. In the photos, the petite Wan sisters, dressed in exquisite JK uniforms, looked particularly youthful and adorable. However, their bust sizes contrasted sharply with their figures, making the cute-style uniforms exude an alluring charm. Especially the angle of the photo was particularly crafty, even showcasing the deep cleavage to Subai. You are so eager to improve, aren't you? Subai couldn't help but sigh. Clearly he had stood them up twice in a row yesterday, yet there was not a hint of complaint. This morning they were still diligently engaging. They probably deduced Subai's strength through observation or some news channel. And it was indeed the case. At this moment, the two sisters, just out of class, were walking along the tree-lined path on campus. Sister, do you think he will reject us again? Perhaps Subai just doesn't like girls like us, boo-hoo. Wan Xinyue wore a dejected expression. However, Wan Xinyan confidently reassured her, Sister, don't worry. What do you mean by little potato? We are more like giant lolas. I inquired through connections, and Subai enjoys watching anime. Many characters in his favorite shows resemble us. Doesn't he want to experience that in the real world? Men are all similar in that way. Oh really? Wan Xinyu's expression softened a bit. Getting rejected once or twice isn't a big deal. After all, Subai is a big catch worthy of our earnest attention. Next, Wan Xinyan proudly showcased another piece of intel to her sister. Wan Xinyan had infiltrated a socialite group on a certain app, studying the knowledge of the upper class with high intensity. She also met many like-minded girls. Yesterday, she sent Su Bei's selfie from the Yashije gym to an experienced socialite sister for identification. Of course, she masked Su Bei's face, otherwise with that physique and appearance, even the most materialistic and appearance-agnostic socialite would be left speechless. The other party informed Wan Xinyan that the private gym corresponds to the best waterscape stacked house in Jiang City, with an annual rent of over $1 million, enough to buy a house in the suburbs. The thing is, Su Bei's consumption is purely for enjoyment, unlike buying a house, which is still an asset. Although many places have seen declines in property values over the past 2 years, it's still just a minor loss. For a wealthy guy of this degree, what does it matter if he stood them up twice? One must know that a girl's patience when dating a guy is proportional to his assets. As long as the assets are substantial, no matter how temperamental the little fairy is, she will instantly turn into a docile little bunny. Su Bei replied to us, saying we should wait for him at the school's west gate. He will arrive soon. Wan Xinyan beamed with joy. See, sister, what did I say? You don't have to worry at all. Yesterday on the basketball court, I felt the desire in Su Bei's gaze when he looked at me. Boo-hoo, sister, you are amazing. Ooh, I don't even understand that. I just think he's so handsome and charismatic. Wan Xinyue said, lowering her head and blushing shyly, fidgeting her toes on the ground. Jiangxing University at the west gate. The street remained as serene as ever, with few people around and the weather clear. A male student who happened to have no classes that morning ran by wearing headphones and athletic clothes. Breathing in the fresh air nurtured by the good greenery around Jiang University, the boy couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. This is really great. University life is indeed much freer than high school. Sigh, if only I could find a girlfriend to hang out with, that would be even better. At that very moment, as he entertained this thought, a pair of striking figures emerged from the west gate, wearing JK uniforms paired with knee-high stockings, one in black and the other in white. The boy rubbed his eyes and immediately recognized them. Could it be the legendary twin beauties from the broadcasting and hosting department of the art college? He instinctively halted his steps, pausing to admire them. After a moment, the twins already stood by the roadside in front of the school gate. As the boy intended to continue running, he suddenly realized that if he did, he would run past the twins. For some inexplicable reason, the boy felt a bit hesitant. He was the kind of pure-hearted boy who would feel his heart race even while talking face-to-face with a girl. After hesitating for a while, the boy decided to stop for a moment at the last corner before the school gate. It seemed that the twins were waiting for a ride. They must be taking a taxi to go out and have some fun. Once they leave, he would continue running. Right after watching for a while, his heart was racing and his breathing was a bit erratic. It's just the right opportunity to take a break. Such beautiful girls are truly an unattainable existence. Girls nowadays have such high standards for boys. They either need to be wealthy or handsome. In short, they must stand out exceptionally, otherwise they get labeled as average guys. The boy was well aware of his own worth. He knew that he could never come close to beauties like the Wan sisters. In situations like this, he only dared to admire them from a distance. Before long, a towering and imposing SUV drove up from the end of the road. As the vehicle approached, the boy instinctively looked over, his gaze suddenly turning strange. Wait a minute, this car. Why does it look so familiar? The boy racked his brain, finally pulling out the crucial information from the depths of his memory. Wait, isn't this the car that cool academic Chen Yuxing got into that night? That night, he was also running nearby and saw Chen Yuxing walk out of the west gate and get into a black Mercedes SUV. At the time, he even specifically reminded his high school classmate, Chu Mingzhi. That guy was utterly infatuated with Chen Yuxing, treating her like a goddess. The boy stared fixedly at the Mercedes. He watched as it parked by the roadside. Then the Wan sisters hopped over, cheerfully opening the doors of the front passenger and back seats, and got in, laughing and joking. The Mercedes roared to life again and zoomed past the boy. The boy quickly pretended to run, but sneakily looked back. No doubt about it. The rear emblem on the car was indeed a Mercedes GLE all-wheel drive version. After his chance encounter with Chen Yuxing that day, out of curiosity and boredom, he searched online and discovered that the car that picked up Chen Yuxing was a Mercedes GLE, the same model and color as this one. Even though he regretted not remembering the license plate number at the time, the boy felt that such coincidences shouldn't exist in the world. So that means Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters are being pursued by the same wealthy guy. If this were discussed in the various student groups, it would definitely be explosive news. After all, the school beauty and a wealthy man are perennial gossip topics among students. However, the boy still had some quality. Even having seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't spread rumors. He just trembled slightly as he took out his phone and found his good buddy's WeChat. Keyword, Chen Yuxing. What's going on with Chen Yuxing? Instant reply. Really creepy, Chu Mingzhi. The boy's mouth twitched as he quickly typed. No, it has nothing to do with Chen Yuxing. Oh wait, that's not quite right. It's like this the last time that. The boy recounted the incident. Haha, what's the big deal? I thought you saw Chen Yuxing publicly announcing she was with some guy. Not my friend, that car has already appeared at the West Gate twice picking up different girls. Isn't it obvious that it's the type of wealthy guy out looking for fun at university? Wrong. Clearly, it's a rich second generation trying out life as a ride-hailing driver, and the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing just happened to both take that car. If they were talking face-to-face, the boy would have loved to punch Chu Mingzhi twice. Forget it, it's hard to dissuade the stubborn. Since Chu Mingzhi was so obstinate, there was nothing the boy could do. Goodbye. At that moment, Xue Tao and Chu Mingzhi were in an elective class. This class doesn't take attendance. Theoretically, you could skip it, but its difficulty is considered quite high among the elective courses for freshmen in the computer science department. Many students are afraid to skip unless they have strong self-study abilities. As a result, even if they attended class, most were confused and clueless. Then they started playing on their phones. Perhaps this is the fate of university classrooms. Teachers use outdated materials, teaching in an obscure manner students can't comprehend, so they pretend to study while everyone is actually on their phones. Only Su Bai, who has his older brother Tongzi, can skip class carefreely and automatically acquire knowledge. Xue Tao was planning a travel itinerary on his phone. As the leader of the travel group, he had to get this right, showcasing his reliability while also inserting a bit of personal agenda into the schedule. For instance, activities like the swaying sky bridge or ghost hunting that easily create intimate interactions with girls. Local guy, do you think there will be rich guys around Jiangxing University driving luxury cars worth millions just to pick up girls? Suddenly, Chu Mingzhi posed a soul-searching question. Maybe. Xue Tao was unsure about this question. What's wrong with you, Hu Yi? Don't tell me you also want your parents to buy you a car to impress girls. Let me tell you, when it comes to impressing girls, buying a decent car is enough. You don't need something too extravagant. I guess you can't afford that anyway. How can I not afford it? My parents are both executives in foreign companies. Buying me a Tesla is definitely not a problem. Then why don't you buy one? Chu Mingzhi was momentarily speechless, stiffening his neck and insisting, they want me to study well in university and not mess around. Sigh. That's why my standards are so high. Tasty, you understand. Only girls like Chen Yuxing and Zhang Qiran, who are untainted by the mundane world, can catch my eye. All right, you're so lofty. Xue Tao couldn't be bothered to continue with him. Chu Mingzhi, however, became more and more anxious. By the way, could it be that Chen Yuxing really has something going on with the mysterious Mercedes guy? What would Su Bai think about that? Chu Mingzhi, being shallow-minded, couldn't help but privately message Su Bai, subtly asking, Su Bai, if the girl you like got into a Mercedes driven by an uncle, would you forgive her? Su Bai understood immediately upon seeing Hu Yi's nonsensical message. Was it possible that someone saw him helping the Wan sisters into the car? It's possible. Regardless, if someone saw it, so be it. Oh, it's not illegal. I've always acted with integrity, so what's wrong with having a few beautiful friends? What? You say I spent the last few days hanging out with 2 different girls. Oh dear, the atmosphere was already set. We were merely responding to the girls' emotions. Su Bai, your car is quite spacious. It must be expensive, right? The front passenger seat was naturally occupied by his younger sister Wan Xinyan. Su Bai noticed that when the 2 sisters appeared together, it was always the younger sister who was more expressive, while the elder sister seemed somewhat robotic. There was indeed a significant difference in their extroversion. It's not bad, around several $100,000. What you said is quite amusing. With that amount back in our hometown, one could build a 3-story house, and the villagers would be envious. Where is your hometown? In a neighboring province to the southwest. It's a nationally recognized poverty-stricken county that has been in the news. We owe our ability to attend such a prestigious school, Jiangxing University, to the government subsidies. Well, you must be quite hardworking then. It's not too bad. The scores for the art academy aren't that high. The advantage is that since we got in, we can use the school's reputation to find part-time jobs like hosting commercial events or doing voice acting. Wan Xinyan was quite talkative, openly discussing her humble background, even revealing her excitement upon sitting in this Mercedes. Su Bai appreciated this candid attitude. As long as you express your needs, we have something to discuss. He had no interest in girls trying to leverage their beauty to manipulate wealthy men. It wasn't due to a lack of emotional intelligence, but rather such encounters were just too troublesome. Before long, the 3 arrived at the commercial area near the school by Shang City. Unlike the IKC Plaza that Su Bai frequently visited, this place was a more affordable shopping locale, bustling with university students every weekend. Today was a weekday, so the crowd wasn't too dense. Wan Xinyan first asked Su Bai if he had any preferred brands or items to buy. After receiving a negative answer, they headed to their planned destination, Decathlon. This is a large-scale budget sports brand with a wide range of products from basic sportswear and hiking shoes to entry-level mountain bikes. Essentially, any product related to sports can be found here. It emphasizes cost-effectiveness. Wan Xinyan wasn't foolish enough to take Su Bai to an expensive branded store and hint for him to pay. That was a tactic of low-class gold diggers. Moreover, she and her sister, being youthful and attractive, didn't need so-called luxury brands to enhance their appeal. Wan Xinyan exchanged glances with her sister, signaling the start of their plan. Sister Wan Xinyu understood the cue, moving to the far side of the fitting room, pretending to study hiking poles, while Wan Xinyan chose a tight-fitting hiking compression shirt and skin-tight shark pants. Once inside the fitting room, after some rustling, she suddenly poked her head out from behind the curtain, her face a bit embarrassed. "Su Bai Gij, can you come help me?" Due to her natural tone of request coupled with the thoughtful address of Su Bai Gij, the nearby store clerk instinctively assumed they were relatives. After all, the triplet sisters and Su Bai were all stunningly attractive. It wouldn't be strange to think they were family. Thus, the clerk didn't stop Su Bai from entering the dressing room, where another girl was already present. As Su Bai entered the narrow dressing room, since she had invited him, he had no reason to decline. After all, he was a kind-hearted gentleman. So Su Bai helped Wan Xinyan with her clothing dilemma. Unable to resist, he asked, "How old are you and your sister this year?" "We're adults now. We'll turn 18 this summer." Wan Xinyan smiled. "Su Bai Gij, why are you asking such? I feel like your skin is so tender. I mean, we're the same age, yet you still call me Gij." Su Bai chuckled. Because Su Bai Gij gives off a very reliable vibe. In this society, age doesn't prove anything. Wan Xinyan sighed. For instance, Su Bai Gij is only just 18, but already driving such a good car, yet he never brags about it. In contrast to someone. Ha, he does stand out a bit. Su Bai immediately understood Wan Xinyan's meaning. The local person indeed had too much of a showy effect. Anyone who knew him would find it hard not to tease. "My sister and I also live frugally, unwilling to splurge on expensive items. The other girls at the art academy wear Lululemon, while we can only afford Decathlon. Although people often say that clothes are all about the same, the quality is definitely different." "Indeed. TSK. Not bad." Wan Xinyan's gaze towards him increasingly filled with, "Su Bai Gij, you know, girls like my sister and I, coming from rural backgrounds, are orphans with no one to rely on, raised solely by our grandmother. Coming to the big city, our only hope is to change our destiny. Su Bai Gij, can you help us change our fate?" Wan Xinyan raised her slightly chubby, innocent face, staring intently into Su Bai's eyes. As the saying goes, the children of the poor take responsibility early. The Wan family sisters are a typical. On platforms like Douyin, similar remarks often arise, claiming that today's college students are foolish yet innocent. Although they are legally adults, they still feel like children psychologically. But Wan Xinyan is clearly not one of them. She is thoroughly an adult. A rather intuitive piece of evidence is, only children fall in love with adults are direct in their seduction. Her methods may be somewhat crude, yet they are filled with a strong desire for a superior life. It is evident that she is indeed a child who has been poor for a long time. Su Bai, who has also experienced poverty, read something similar in Wan Xinyan's eyes. Su Bai leisurely spoke, "That depends on your performance. It's not just my performance that's ours." Wan Xinyan smiled, slightly emphasizing her point. "What do you mean?" "My sister and I agreed, when we were very young, that we would share anything good in the future and face difficulties together. Right, with twins like us around, isn't it an interesting thing? Taking us out shopping would be quite impressive and others would be envious." Wan Xinyan's words seemed somewhat narcissistic. However, there is no fault in that. Men often harbor dreams of having multiple partners, but few can realize them. Not to mention openly bringing two beauties out shopping. Yet for the Wan sisters, it became a unique advantage. Twin siblings acting together seemed to evoke no sense of incongruity. If someone were to delve into the moral aspects, they could claim it was simply accompanying a sister. Of course, truly being able to handle both twins requires exceptionally profound strength. In reality, many twin sisters tend to feel repulsed by each other's partners, even developing a severe sense of competition. It must be said that the Wan sisters are genuinely united. Su Bai, intrigued, continued to inquire, "Have you discussed this plan with your sister?" "Of course, my sister has already agreed, or rather she is even more interested in Su Bai Gij than I am." "Oh, why is that?" "I won't tell you yet." Wan Xinyan's sweet, playful voice, without any sense of awkwardness, felt entirely natural. Su Bai felt quite comfortable listening. A few minutes later, he left the fitting room, still wanting more. Wan Xinyan obediently followed behind him. Staring at Su Bai's back, she appeared somewhat dazed. He was practically the male lead of a romantic novel, tall, handsome, and with a good personality. Su Bai had large hands with long fingers and a strong grip. Compared to the delicate male leads in romantic novels, he exuded more masculinity. "Sister, have you discussed things with him?" Wan Xinyu hurriedly approached Wan Xinyan, asking nervously when she saw them emerge. She was very concerned about her sister's dealings with Su Bai. In fact, she was so tense that she was still holding the hiking stick she pretended to study earlier. "We agreed. Su Bai Gij is interested in us and said he wants to see our performance. Phew. So I can start to show off." Seeing her sister's eager expression, Wan Xinyan quickly reminded Sister, "Be a bit reserved, don't scare him off." "I know." Wan Xinyu glanced at Su Bai, who was choosing hiking shoes, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Su Bai stood at a height of 1. 85 meters with no exaggeration. This was the measurement taken during a physical test when he removed his shoes. In Jiang City, a place that is neither too southern nor too northern, this height is already quite remarkable among boys. Moreover, after the enhancement liquid treatment, Su Bei's body proportions were astonishingly good. He could be considered the epitome of male model proportions. With the added fashion appeal of high-end trendy brands, he was simply the dream lover of many young girls. Wan Xinyue had a quiet personality, but she differed from her sister in one regard. While her sister loved money, she had an extra preference. She liked tall boys, the kind who stood beside her, making her look up just to see their face. After imagining this for a moment, Wan Xinyue felt that the future was very promising. Ding! Detecting that the affinity of strength goddess Wan Xinyue has surpassed 80 points, binding as a cashback target, current affinity 82. Su Bai was taken aback for a moment. Why are their affinities calculated together? They truly are inseparable. To be honest, Su Bai didn't expect that Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue could be so united. This was quite rare. He remembered that when he was in middle school, there was a pair of twin sisters in his class who argued all the time. It was completely unimaginable to think of them shopping with a man. Well, since they are so eager to improve, Su Bai would fulfill their dreams and change their destinies. Cashback offered right at the door should not be turned down. Moreover, these two girls had quite good qualities. From a conventional aesthetic perspective, they might be a bit short. But Su Bai is a man of broad love. From the perspective of an anime enthusiast, the Wan sisters are rare legal lolas. Speaking of which, recently the number of women around Su Bai has inexplicably increased, giving him a sense of impending mastery over time management. Perhaps this is the inconvenience of living a life of luxury. Sai, even with the assistance of Tongzi Gu, Su Bai still finds it quite challenging. Excuse me, miss, are you satisfied with this style? If you like it, you can try some athletic outerwear as well. Seeing the effect of the outfit on Wan Xinyan, the sales assistant's eyes brightened, and she quickly made her recommendation. For shorter girls, athletic wear often has an average effect, but Wan Xinyan was clearly an exception. With Wan Xinyue, who looked almost identical in appearance and figure, the sales assistant thought that perhaps she would make 2 sales today. Su Bai asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's great." Su Bai Gij, you should be quite satisfied too, right?" Wan Xinyan's tone was somewhat meaningful. "Then I'll take it. Should I get a different color for my sister?" "Yes, my sister likes pink or goose yellow, in any case something bright." This was somewhat unexpected for Su Bai. Upon reflection, it did seem true that the lively Wan Xinyan preferred cooler tones, while Wan Xinyue liked lighter warm colors. Girls' preferences are indeed hard to decipher. Fortunately, Su Bai no longer needed to guess their likes. He merely approached it with an observant mindset, eager to explore each goddess' hidden side. Compression garments and leggings totaled over 300, making it just over 600 for both. Wan Xinyue also picked up some small athletic accessories, bringing the total to about 800. Ding! Detected Indulgence spending of 832 yuan for the bound object, triggering a 4x cashback, rewarding cash 3,328 yuan. Sigh, it seems I've gotten a bit carried away, Su Bai thought. Upon seeing the price of over 800, his first reaction was actually that it was cheap. Before the binding system, 800 yuan could cover a month's worth of meals in the cafeteria, and there would probably even be some left over. After all, the cafeteria's budget meal, which includes 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and rice, only costs 6 yuan. Breakfast could be solved with a 250 hot dry noodle. The subsidies for good universities' cafeterias are quite high. However, Su Bei's appetite had already become spoiled. Over 800 in terms of higher-end consumption was barely enough for certain women's clothing brands for a single pair of pants. Oh wait, Su Bai identified a blind spot. The Wan sisters had already purchased their outdoor sports gear, but that didn't prevent Su Bai from buying them more. After confirming with the system as Su Bai walked out of the Decathlon store, he suggested, "These cheap pants feel uncomfortable. Let me take you to buy something better." Huh. Wan Xinyan was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved her hand. "There's no need. Didn't you just help us pay? We're already very grateful after all. My sister and I haven't even started giving back to Su Bai Gij." Yet the last sentence was delivered with a mischievous smile as Wan Xinyan tiptoed closer to Su Bei's ear and whispered. The warm breath of the girl carried a sweet and refreshing scent like candy. It was truly wonderful. It seemed every girl's natural scent had its own charm. "Don't rush. You'll have plenty of opportunities to give back later. Also, buying better yoga pants will enhance my user experience." This user experience successfully amused Wan Xinyan. "Su Bai Gij, don't say such things to other unfamiliar girls. You might get a warning for objectification." "What? Are you upset by what I said?" "Of course not. I'm actually looking forward to being used by Su Bai Gij." Wan Xinyan flirtatiously leaned against Su Bei's arm. To be honest, the art of flirtation felt a bit awkward. It couldn't compare to the natural charm of a certain little. At the same time, Su Bai also wanted to confirm whether the two sisters were truly prepared to embrace a buy one get one free lifestyle. The result was quite satisfying for Su Bai. Wan Xinyan let out a charming exclamation, somewhat caught off guard, shot Su by a reproachful glance, but tightened her hold on his arm. As for her sister Wan Xinyue, she didn't even register the caught off guard part, as she simply displayed an expression of enjoyment. Wait, why did this suddenly turn into enjoyment? It felt like beneath this girl's quiet and introverted exterior, something extraordinary was hidden. Thus Su Bai held each of the two charming Lolas by the arms, walking through the mall. This attracted countless glances from passers-by. Most of those gazes were filled with envy mixed with some confusion. What was going on here? Taking two girlfriends out shopping. No, wait, why do these two girls look exactly the same? I get it. They must be relatives, with the older brother taking his two little sisters out. Many people formed similar mental images. Twins being shared in reality was still too outrageous. Most wouldn't even consider that possibility. However, Su Bai's confidence was easily bolstered by his wealth. Ladies, please come in. A welcome to the Lululemon flagship store in Jiangxing. This brand is well known to anyone who has watched enough short videos. It has become a benchmark brand for yoga pants. What surprised Su Bai was that this mall housed the flagship store of Lululemon in Jiangxing. One must know that Baishan City is merely a place of ordinary affordable consumption. Upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. A significant portion of the brand's audience consists of young women pursuing fashion and a middle-class lifestyle. So where are these types of women most widely distributed? Exactly, Jiangxing University. In this day and age, finding a good job is tough, and earning money isn't easy. Many working girls are reluctant to spend much money on beautiful clothes for themselves. Of course, spending money from a simp is a different story, but not every girl can find one to pay for her. In fact, proportionally speaking, most girls' appearances and emotional intelligence levels don't often attract generous simps. Instead, female university students who face little pressure in life pursue rich daughters' lifestyles, often receiving generous allowances if their family conditions allow. Spending parents' money doesn't hurt at all. Their purchasing power is quite strong. Upon entering the Lululemon flagship store, Su Bai casually scanned the room and saw many female university students trying on clothes. He even spotted a slightly familiar face, probably from a public elective course. Visually, the effect was quite. Yoga pants are somewhat similar to aerobics uniforms. They can enhance the appearance of girls with good figures, but they cannot provide relief for those with poorer figures. After casually scanning the room, Su Bai shifted his gaze back to the Wan sisters beside him. These two still look good. A beautiful salesgirl sized up Su Bai's outfit. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the Audemars Piguet watch on his wrist, and then she approached him with a dazzling smile. Having worked as a salesgirl for a long time, she had developed a professional smile and would never look down on anyone. However, she could at least distinguish who the customers with strong purchasing power were. Su Bai's entire outfit was composed of trendy new arrivals. Boys who liked to buy new styles often possessed more strength than they appeared to. Those who pretended to be wealthy usually bought discounted older styles or even second-hand items. Moreover, the watch he wore was clearly expensive. Just how expensive was hard to say. The salesgirl was experienced in recognizing people, but she wasn't an AI with the ability to instantly discern the prices of items. Sir, are you here to help your sisters choose some clothes? Unconsciously, she considered the Wan sisters to be Su Bai's younger sisters. After all, Su Bai was a tall and muscular, handsome guy looking more mature than his actual age, while the Wan sisters had a pure and adorable lowly style. Before Su Bai could speak, Wan Xinyan hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, my brother is here to help us choose yoga pants that are soft and comfortable." With an innocent and cute demeanor, she leaned against Su Bai's arm to gain his favor. The salesgirl didn't think much of it and didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind comfortable. After a brief moment of thought, she said, "If you are pursuing the ultimate in comfort, I recommend this year's new product, the Glow Up series." Inspired by diving suits, it uses smooth and elastic fabric, providing a strong sense of coverage in the core areas. The pant legs feature a laser-cut design to reduce indentation, and the matte texture appears more high-end, balancing support and comfort. The salesgirl introduced the samples to the three of them. She didn't forget to remind them, since this is a new product, the price is relatively high at 1,200 yuan each. Its fine price isn't an issue as long as you like it. Su Bai affectionately ruffled the sisters' hair, showing a hint of indulgence. The sisters did not shy away and seemed quite pleased. Wan Xinyu even nuzzled Su Bai's hand with her cheek and secretly touched the palm of his hand with her tongue. "Hissed, this girl seems to be a hidden. Let's head to the fitting room." After several rounds of trying on, Su Bai was very satisfied with how the yoga pants looked on them. True to its status as an influencer brand, many might think these items were overpriced, but they indeed looked stunning on girls with good figures. As for the feel, Su Bai also had a light try-on Wan Xinyan. "Not bad. Here are matching sports tops, hoodies, and sports bras. Let's try them all." Su Bai thought for a moment, oh, why not also try the other series of yoga pants? The salesgirl recommended the Align series and the Instill series earlier, which correspond to those who prefer ultimate naked sensation and shaping and smoothness. "Oh, do we really need to try so many?" I actually think just buying one is enough, Wan Xinyan said. You don't spend too much of brother's money, even Wan Xinyu chimed in. It wasn't that they were playing coy, they genuinely wanted to establish a long-term relationship with Su by favoring a subtle and steady approach, so they didn't want to appear overly greedy. However, they clearly underestimated Su Bei's purchasing power. He calmly stated, since we have the chance we should buy a few more items, this is my request, and you can't say no. Since the benefactor insisted, the sisters had no choice but to comply. Watching them continuously try on outfit after outfit, several girls in the store expressed envy, whispering among themselves. Their brother is really nice, he's so willing to spend money. That can't be right. Oh, I think in the end they'll only pick one or two of the best items. There's no way he'll actually buy everything. Sai, I actually want new styles too, but the old ones are only around 700 with member discounts, which is nearly 500 cheaper than the new ones. 500 is enough to cover half a month's meals at school. Among the girls shopping at Loyalman, there were quite a few struggling students. Some had saved up from their monthly living expenses over several months just to afford a basic pair of yoga pants. After making their purchase, they would definitely take a few beautiful selfies in their dorms, posting them to their social networks to receive compliments from friends. Yet they heard Su by making such bold claims about buying anything they liked. It inevitably stirred feelings of envy in their hearts. They repeatedly thought this must be fake, he is definitely just showing off. Until the fitting session for the Wan sisters concluded, Su Bai made a single payment for a heap of items, various seasonal limited editions, and collaborative designs, which even included yoga mats, sports water bottles, and gym bags, totaling over 10,000. Without even blinking, he scanned the code to pay. My goodness. This is too generous. Where did this rich, handsome guy come from? Wait, this handsome guy is stylish and well-dressed, completely unrelated to being poor. He is exactly the dream wealthy heir that female college students fantasize about. The onlookers were truly envious. Wan Xinyan, the person involved, also had her delicate and attractive lips agape, appearing completely astonished. Brother Su Bai, this is just outrageous. The most outrageous item was the yoga mat, which Wan Xinyan had never considered buying. Even if she were to buy a yoga mat, she certainly wouldn't choose one from Lululemon. After all, yoga mats like that could be found cheaply on Taobao, while brand name ones were ridiculously expensive. Yet Su Bai insisted, since we're here, it's convenient for you to work out and stretch in your dorm. Ding. Scrayed goddess Wan Xinyan Wan Xinyue indulged in a shopping spree worth 12118 yuan at Loyalman, triggering a 10x cashback reward of cash 12180 yuan. Now seeing the system display a cashback of over 100,000, Su Bai had already grown numb to it. His bank account balance had surpassed 70 million. 100,000 was indeed small change. However, seeing the system notifications pop up, he still felt that the sound was surprisingly crisp and pleasant. Showing off can earn money while also allowing him to experience the happy and admiring gazes of the beautiful twin sisters. Speaking of which, these first-year girls are indeed easily satisfied. Thinking from another perspective, if it were a beauty who had already entered society and developed the habits of a socialite, spending over 10,000 on a bag, she might even feel it wasn't upscale enough. Xinyan, don't just space out. Come over and fill in your address, Su Bai called at the checkout counter. Huh, brother, what's going on? Why do we need to fill in the address? Wan Xinyan snapped back to reality. Fill in your dorm address so the store can arrange a time to deliver the items directly to you. Su Bai explained there are quite a few items, and it will save you the trouble of carrying them back. All right. Brother, you really think of everything. Wan Xinyan excitedly jumped up, wrapping her arms around Su Bai's neck and tiptoeing just enough to plant a kiss on his cheek. Alas, there was nothing he could do. The height difference was too adorable, at least 30 centimeters. Wan Xinyan eagerly filled in the address, her hands trembling slightly. Thinking about how all those clothes would arrive at the dorm, making her roommates envious, Wan Xinyan couldn't help but hum with delight. Seeing Wan Xinyan's excited expression, Su Bai couldn't help but smile. Just as he anticipated, Wan Xinyan did not shy away from indulging in a bit of vanity over the gift he had bought for them. Everyone has a sense of vanity, especially in the atmosphere of an art school girls' dormitory. Compared to the relatively simple and dull engineering girls, those studying art tend to mature faster. In truth, Su Bai had only spent a little over 10,000, and even without considering cashback for his financial situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. However, the reaction of the Wan sisters was quite amusing. When Su Bai mentioned having the store deliver the items to the dorm, Wan Xinyan's mood visibly shifted. This indicated that more than the value of the items themselves, she relished the chance to show off. Watching her cheerful reaction, Su Bai found it quite amusing. Once everything was arranged, he leaned down towards Wan Xinyan and said, the items have been bought. Shall we take a drive later? I remember there's a riverside road to the north of this mall, which is quite deserted and has many open spaces suitable for camping and walking. Sounds great. We've always been interested in that area, but it's too far to visit without a car. Indeed, having a car does greatly expand the range of activities. Su Bai couldn't help but sigh. That was indeed the case, Before he owned the Benz GLE, he had been too lazy to venture outside the campus. Squeezing into the subway was quite a hassle. Even more troublesome was that often the destination was far from the nearest subway station, and riding a shared bike would take quite a while. Suddenly Wan Xinyan remembered something, and asked, by the way, for the Mid-Autumn Festival trip, is Su-Bai Gij planning to drive this car to take us out? I suppose so. Why? Oh, just curious. This car is indeed very spacious, perfect for a road trip. Su-Bai chuckled. I think the Magotan is also quite suitable for a road trip. Come on. I don't want to ride in Xuetao's car. Oh, by the way, can my sister and I sit in your car? Well, reserve our spots. Don't worry, we won't be freeloaders. Oh, well, definitely take good care of you, Su-Bai Gij. Wan Xinyan's tone was flirtatious, laden with heavy implications. She felt that the progress in flirting with Su-Bai today was quite good. Therefore, during the mid-autumn trip, she should have the right to sit in Su-Bai's car, right? She certainly did not want to end up assigned to the Magotan, listening to Xuetao's boring and greasy chatter. This was a good question, Su-Bai thought for a moment. There were 4 boys and 4 girls in the travel group, averaging 4 people per car. But this was only a theoretical distribution method. In reality, there was no issue fitting 3 girls in the back seat of the Benz GLE, and there were no pressuring situations in the travel group. One more could sit in the front passenger seat. Directly, all 4 girls could sit on Su-Bai's side. As for the feasibility of this plan, Chen Yuxing would definitely follow Su-Bai. This girl was currently sleeping soundly in the JW Marriott Hotel, having just finished a 13-episode anime binge, and would likely be quite clingy at that time. As for the other one, Jiang Xiran, Su-Bai understood her well. After all, they were childhood friends. Under the premise that the other girls were acting in unison, Jiang Xiran would never sit alone in the Magotan with 3 unfamiliar males. Plan successful. So Su-Bai agreed. All right, then you and your sister can sit in the back seat. Got it. Wan Xinyan cheekily saluted. She wisely did not ask who the front passenger seat was reserved for. It was obviously for Chen Yuxing. Many classmates had mentioned that Su-Bai and Chen Yuxing's relationship was heating up, frequently playing games together. Whether there was anything going on between them was uncertain for Wan Xinyan before, but after feeling Su-Bai's financial power up close, she was convinced that Chen Yuxing surely had her own thoughts about Su-Bai. Moreover, the two might have already secretly. On no more wild guesses. There was no point in speculating. The most important thing now was to repay Su-Bai for buying them clothes. Although Wan Xinyan had already made some moves on Su-Bai in the fitting room, that was evidently not enough. Wan Xinyan reminded herself to maintain a proper service attitude and not treat the rich guy as a fool. When she was mingling with the small red potatoes, she encountered many opportunistic girls and listened to their stories. Most of them were due to youthful recklessness, having met very kind rich guys, but becoming greedy and demanding, behaving poorly. And so they were filtered out by the rich guys. Young girls often received preferential treatment from society due to their beauty feeling quite elevated. Yet it wasn't until they aged and lost their looks that they realized beauty was not a scarce resource. There will always be 18-year-old beautiful girls emerging, while becoming rich is increasingly difficult. Furthermore, some rich guys, to be honest, even if they were determined to be materialistic, really found it hard to lower themselves. In contrast, Su-Bai was very rare. There was no discomfort at all when being flirted with, and it even brought genuine pleasure to the girls. To put it in popular online terms, it was a physiological attraction. Therefore, when Wan Xinyan heard that Su-Bai wanted to drive them to a secluded place for a joyride, she immediately prepared herself. She needed to seize this opportunity to let Su-Bai experience the joys of having twins, just as Su-Bai was leading the Wan sisters into the elevator towards the mall's underground parking. On the other side of the same floor in the mall, Lu Yuanyuan stared at the 3 figures dumbfounded. My goodness. What am I seeing? Su-Bai was actually holding hands with the Wan sisters from the art school while shopping. No way, really. Recently, he had been involved in a complicated situation with Chen Yuxing, yet here, he was being so intimate with the Wan sisters. Could this be considered cheating? If it were just being ambiguous with multiple girls at the same time, that would be fine. What truly shocked Lu Yuanyuan was that Chen Yuxing hadn't returned to the dorm last night. This was the first time since the semester started that Chen Yuxing had not returned to the dorm overnight. Lu Yuanyuan's gossip instincts were ignited, dragging her roommate, Jiang Xiran, to discuss it for half a day without reaching any conclusions. As for why she hadn't discussed it with her closest friend, Zhou Jielu, it was because Zhou Jielu also hadn't returned. This didn't surprise Lu Yuanyuan at all. After all, Senior Zhou's boyfriend treated her so well, their relationship was heating up quickly, and it wasn't surprising that they were moving into the intimate phase. But Chen Yuxing was truly puzzling. Lu Yuanyuan even specifically asked her boyfriend Xuetao about it, and learned that Su-Bai also hadn't returned to the dorm. Instantly, a terrifying speculation formed in her mind. Could it be that Su-Bai and Chen Yuxing went to a hotel together? It was truly hard to imagine that the aloof and studious Chen Yuxing, who spent all her time in the lab, would actually go to a hotel with a boy. But if it were Su-Bai, it didn't seem so strange. After all, Su-Bai was handsome and had a good figure. Chen Yuxing choosing Su Bai was actually not uncommon in college. Not all female college students are after money and relationships. A significant portion still values looks. This is often referred to as yearning to marry for love. To be honest, Lu Yuanyuan found that quite foolish. Su Bai came from a poor background, and Chen Yuxing's family didn't seem that great either. If these two became a couple, they would undoubtedly face countless difficulties in the future. As the saying goes, a poor couple experiences endless sorrow. The idealistic love of student days is met with the heavy blow of reality after graduation. The once loving couple develops various conflicts, with one even straying due to dissatisfaction with the current situation. Such things are far too common. Lu Yuanyuan recognized this early on. If she couldn't find a particularly good partner during her university years, then being with Xue Tao would actually be quite acceptable. At the very least, Xue Tao has 4 houses and a Magotan, so marrying him means she wouldn't have to worry about mortgage or car loans. But Su Bei's situation is much more concerning. Not only is his family background worrying, but he also isn't particularly hardworking. He spends his days lying in the dorm waiting for death, while Chen Yuxing is busy in the laboratory every day. The contrast is stark. With such a diligent Chen Yuxing paired with the indulgent and fallen Su Bai, problems are bound to arise sooner or later. Last night, Lu Yuanyuan made this judgment. However, the scene she encountered today completely refreshed her. It wasn't just because Su Bai was holding the hands of Wang Jia's sisters, but also because Lu Yuanyuan witnessed Su Bai buying a large pile of items for them in a Lululemon store. Yes, just a few minutes ago, Lu Yuanyuan had already spotted the 3 of them and out of curiosity hid and watched for a long time. The more she watched, the more strange it seemed. Didn't they say that Su Bei's family is an ordinary working-class family and his monthly allowance is only 1,200? How could he take girls to Lululemon for a shopping spree? Something is off, very off. As she watched the 3 enter the elevator, Lu Yuanyuan inexplicably began to feel anxious. She realized she seemed to have touched upon some kind of truth, but the nature of that truth was still unclear. This feeling of being tantalized, but not fully grasping the situation, made Lu Yuanyuan extremely uncomfortable. For a girl who loves gossip, this was unbearable. With this in mind, Lu Yuanyuan quickly took out her phone and privately messaged Xue Tao. Yuanyuan, is Su Bai really just from an ordinary family? Are you sure? Xue Tao. Panda emoji. Xue Tao, why are you suddenly asking this? Xue Tao, by the way, Yuanyuan, why didn't you reply to my messages last night? What were you up to? Xue Tao, picking nose emoji. Yuanyuan, I wasn't doing much, just too tired from class and fell asleep in the dorm. Last night, she was too busy gossiping with Jiang Qiran about Chen Yuxing to bother with Xue Tao. At that time, after confirming that Su Bai hadn't returned to the dorm, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't be bothered to engage with him, mainly because Xue Tao had been quite annoying recently. He always hints that their relationship should progress. Lu Yuanyuan feels that a man who is too eager is, in the eyes of most girls, eagerness is a bad trait in men. Perhaps subconsciously it signifies their desire for women, and the female psyche operates on the principle that the more you crave, the more I see myself as superior. However, it must be said that now Lu Yuanyuan is eager to ask Xue Tao for information about Su Bai, and she feels that slightly advancing their relationship might help her extract some valuable tidbits from Xue Tao. Well, fine. The two haven't officially held hands yet. It's not a problem to let him hold hands occasionally. Yuanyuan, I want to eat at the 2nd floor of the cafeteria at noon. Yuanyuan, let's take a walk over by the west gate after lunch. Xue Tao, no problem, it's on me. Xue Tao, meaningless trendy emoji. In class, Xue Tao suddenly clenched his fist with one hand, looking. He didn't say anything, but it was as if he was already cheering in celebration. What's up, local guy? Your dad James scored again. Chu Mingzhi glanced at him and teased. Xue Tao said proudly. Yuanyuan invited me to lunch, did you see that? This is the benefit of having a girlfriend. Wait, buddy, what kind of benefit is that? Chu Mingzhi struggled to suppress his laughter. Does a woman spending your money come with a cashback, or what? What's there to be happy about? If you have money, isn't that just for spending? Besides, nowadays girls never pay for themselves in relationships. Being able to spend on them is my strength. Xue Tao wore a face of absolute certainty, mainly because after lunch there would be a walking session, and it would be on the lush and serene pedestrian path by the west gate. The implications here are quite obvious. Xue Tao believes he can tentatively hold Lu Yuanyuan's little hand. Just the thought of touching a girl's delicate hand makes Xue Tao tremble with anticipation. Moreover, there might even be opportunities to touch other things. Sigh. Xue Tao's parents had been quite strict during his high school years. From his behavior to his allowance, everything was tightly controlled. The goal was to keep him focused on studying. They even spent a lot of money hiring a senior unknown tutor. Xue Tao lived up to expectations, studying diligently and eventually getting into the best university in Jiangxing. So after entering university with money in hand and a car to drive, he suddenly went wild. When he was in middle school, his parents strictly prohibited him from dating. You could say he had been repressed for a long time. Now that repression was finally released, and Xue Tao felt he was about to reach the peak of his life. At the second floor of the cafeteria, the price of the stir-fry is a bit extravagant for students, so there aren't many people here usually. Xue Tao specifically found a relatively large table, but in the end, only Lu Yuanyuan came. With 3 guys added, there were only 4 people in total. This made it seem a bit spacious. Where are your roommates? Why didn't they come? Xue Tao's first words made Lu Yuanyuan speechless. Come on, buddy, where's your emotional intelligence? So inviting me to dinner, and you're only thinking about my roommates. Lu Yuanyuan also knew that compared to her 3 goddess roommates, she was too dim and dull, and that had been a sensitive point for her since she started studying at Jiangxing University. As a result, Xue Tao went on to step on a landmine. They all have their own things to do. What's wrong? Can't see your girlfriend's roommates feeling sad. Lu Yuanyuan scoffed. Huh? I'm not really sad, mainly because it's livelier with more people, and we could order a wider variety of dishes. Wait, Wang Haoran, what are you doing? Only then did Xue Tao notice that during his small talk with Lu Yuanyuan, Wang Haoran had quietly brought over a plate of boiled beef and a serving of stir-fried squid. These 2 dishes are considered quite expensive on the second floor. Wang Haoran calmly said, Oh, I saw those just made over there, so I ordered them. Both are really delicious. They're tasty, but forget it. Xue Tao initially wanted to mention the price of the dishes, but he swallowed his words as it didn't align with the image he had built of being a financially well-off local. In reality, since the military training, he had been treating Lu Yuanyuan to food and entertainment, and his allowance for this month was already running low. He could use the upcoming mid-autumn outing as an excuse to ask his parents for more funds. But for the next 2 or 3 days, he still needs to save some money. All right, if you like it, that's fine. It's rare to treat everyone to a meal. Xue Tao muttered unhappily. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoran shook his head and said, No need, these 2 dishes plus 4 bowls of rice, I'll pay for it. If you want anything else, just order it. After saying that, he ignored Xue Tao, who had a complex expression and focused on playing with his phone. Wang Haoran usually tries not to take advantage of the locals and Hu Yi in the dormitory. These 2 may seem wealthy, but in reality, they are quite stingy. Therefore, for this meal, Wang Haoran took the initiative to pay for 2 large dishes so he wouldn't have to listen to the locals and Hu Yi ramble on. Well, actually, it was mainly because Xue Tao liked to boast. Chu Mingzhi generally wouldn't fuss over money verbally, he would attack from other angles. For example, he would say, Oh, this dish is so spicy, it must be to cover up the lack of freshness in the ingredients. Unlike our local cuisine, which emphasizes freshness and sweetness, it's the most noble and authentic way to eat. It was basically that kind of theory. Since starting school, Wang Haoran had dined many times with Chu Mingzhi, and his ears had grown calloused from hearing it all. That being said, Wang Haoran wasn't spending his own money for this meal. A couple of days ago, Su Bai had recharged 5,000 into his meal card when he returned to school, saying it was an advance on his salary. Originally, Wang Haoran didn't want to accept it. After all, having a premium account to play with was already a great joy. There was no need to ask his brother for money. However, Su Bai mentioned that he was planning to start an online gaming studio as a small business practice and wanted Wang Haoran to be the studio manager, helping him run things. If you're willing to do it, you'll have to get used to receiving your salary from me, which is equivalent to my support for your entrepreneurship. You can gather information about online gaming studios in your spare time. Of course, if you're not interested, I can find someone else. Su Bai's sincere words resonated strongly with Wang Haoran, who immediately expressed his willingness to follow Brother Bai. Although studying computer science offers opportunities for high salaries in the internet industry, it comes with high work intensity and fierce competition. The so-called high-paying jobs in big companies are essentially just high-level cattle working hard. There's no comparison to being a small boss alongside Brother Bai, which is much more comfortable. As for those who think online gaming studios are low-end while big companies are high-end, it's all about making money legally and reasonably without any distinction between high and low. Wang Haoran didn't have such a pedantic view of studying. He could boast at a job fair, fool his friends, but he shouldn't fool himself. Despite Wang Haoran's shy character, he was quite clear about many things. So he was now essentially Su Bai's. Eating at the cafeteria on the second floor didn't require being frugal. However, Xue Tao was completely unaware of this and couldn't help but mutter to himself, Wang Haoran is acting strangely. He's usually poorer than Su Bai, so why is he suddenly willing to spend money on a lavish meal? Lu Yuanyuan also looked at Wang Haoran with some surprise, but she didn't dwell on it for too long. After organizing her thoughts, she asked, Where's Su Bai? Why does it seem like he's been quite busy lately? Is he working outside of school? I don't know. That guy has been elusive lately. I have no idea what he's doing. I heard he made a bit of money. Maybe he won the lottery since he changed both his phone and computer to Apple products. Winning the lottery. Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but twitch her lips upon hearing this. So that was the case. No wonder Su Bai was acting like a nouveau riche, buying things for the Wan sisters. It was likely that those twins were also trying to take advantage of Su Bai's windfall. Since that was the case, there was nothing. Lu Yuanyuan was actually very afraid of such things happening. Subai was actually very wealthy, just more low-key in his everyday life. That would make her look like a fool after all. She liked Subai's appearance, but chose Xuetao because of her economic situation. Fortunately, it seemed she was overthinking it. Instantly, Lu Yuanyuan's mood relaxed a lot, and she began to enjoy the delicious dishes on the table. Lunch was over. Just when Xuetao thought they were about to enter the exciting walking phase at the small western gate, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly clutched her stomach, revealing a painful expression. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xuetao asked concernedly. "I think I might have eaten something bad." "Oh, is it serious? Walking should be fine, right? Maybe a little walk will help." Lu Yuanyuan felt like she was about to vomit blood. She had thought that pretending to have a stomachache would allow her to smoothly escape back to the dorm. She had already obtained the information she wanted and didn't need to go hand in hand with Xuetao to the small west. Just thinking about it made her feel resistant, being held hand in hand by such an ugly guy with a few screws loose. What if they ran into a high school classmate or someone from the student council? That would be so embarrassing. You must know that among girls the competition over boyfriends is very serious. This competition is essentially about looks. If someone finds a handsome boyfriend, they will definitely show off their love every day on social media. But if it's someone like Xuetao, no matter how rich he is, girls wouldn't want him to appear in their social circles. There's no choice, maintaining appearances is important. After all, Lu Yuanyuan has never posted a social media update with Xuetao. Who knew Xuetao was so clueless? He even said that walking a bit would do her good. Ugh. If it weren't for the money, Lu Yuanyuan would have definitely broken up with him on the spot. "Local guy, you better stop. She's not feeling well, and you still want to drag her out to have fun. Don't you have any gentlemanly manners?" Chu Mingzhi said. "No, she invited me to go out. I was just ready. Sorry, Xuetao, I really don't feel well. I just want to go back to my dorm and rest. Can I accompany you some other time?" Saying this, Lu Yuanyuan forced a smile, took Xuetao's hand, and made a weak and pitiful expression. Xuetao's anger immediately dissipated. His expression changed instantly. He even kindly offered to escort Lu Yuanyuan back to the dorm. Of course, Lu Yuanyuan refused. Watching his girlfriend leave alone, Xuetao gazed dreamily and said she's truly an independent, and Wang Haoran finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Xuetao frowned. "Nothing, I just saw a joke about some game related to value inflation." Wang Haoran tried to maintain a calm demeanor. "Damn it, you kid, all day you're focused on what second-rate games and VTubers. I guess that's all you'll have in this lifetime." Haha. Wang Haoran chuckled and remained silent, internally criticizing. Perhaps he was a serious patient of the Yu syndrome in his previous life, he speculated. Otherwise, why would fate assign him such two extraordinary roommates in this life? It was probably to make him laugh and fill the void of smiles he missed in his previous life. Wang Haoran considered himself to be a rather naive Xiao Chunan. However, he could still easily see that Lu Yuanyuan was full of disdain for Xuetao. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that Lu Yuanyuan seemed to have feelings for Subai, because whenever she was with Subai, she would steal glances at him, her eyes darting away or slightly blushing. On the other side, Subai drove his car with two beautiful twin sisters, arriving at the riverbank embankment. The autumn scenery in Jiangsheng was quite pleasant. The weather gradually became cooler, making it comfortable to stay outdoors. Subai held the hands of the two sisters, strolling along the small path on the grass, listening to Wan Xinyan talk about interesting events happening at the art academy. It must be said that even within the same university, the lives of students in different majors were worlds apart. For example, those studying broadcasting had to practice their vocal skills early in the morning. Those studying dance had to strictly control their weight. It was said that the instructors in the dance department issued strict orders to the students. During this Mid-Autumn and National Day holiday, no one was allowed to gain weight. After returning, the teachers directly set up a scale in the girls' dormitory to weigh each student. Those who did not meet the standards were not allowed to enter the dormitory. Subai felt that compared to dance students, the lives of those in ordinary majors were rather decadent. After all, Jiangxing University had a relatively relaxed atmosphere, encouraging students to develop freely. If it weren't for the professional requirements, students could completely decide what to do each day. Many people actually lacked this ability. Subai did not consider himself to be particularly outstanding, but at least he sought advice from some senior students upon enrollment. Besides attending classes, he self-studied some courses in his dormitory according to a plan. He aimed to learn some useful things, and by the second half of next semester, he planned to see if any laboratories would take him on as an intern. After that, he would gather information about internships, submit resumes, and seek out summer internships. For children from ordinary families, finding a decent job naturally required extra effort. Of course, after binding with the Indulgence system, all these plans were overturned. Our broadcasting major is actually quite relaxed. Subai, if you want someone to accompany you for fun, you can always ask us. Wan Xinyan said while playfully bouncing and holding on to Subai's arm. Yes, my sister and I are always available. Subai couldn't help but feel his thoughts becoming lively. We've been walking for quite a while and are a bit tired. Let's stay in the car for a while. Sure. The Mercedes-Benz GLE parked in a secluded spot under the shade of a tree. The riverbank embankment was already rarely visited, and this location was particularly safe. Additionally, the anti-peeping film on the car windows made it impossible to see inside from the outside. Even so, the outdoor setting made the Wan sisters, who were alone with a boy for the first time, feel a bit nervous. Ding ding. Su-bai unlocked the car, opened the back door, got in first, and sat in the middle of the back row then. "Young Master Su, are you satisfied?" Wan Xinyan asked, cheerfully, mimicking the tone from ancient-style dramas. "Very satisfied," Su-bai praised from the bottom of his heart. In fact, the system had even released 2 rewards consecutively, proving their worth. "Does this mean we qualify to accompany young Master Su for the long-term right?" The initial test is passed. When is the re-examination? During the upcoming trip in a few days. If you perform well, there will be rewards. Su-bai pinched their little faces, drawing a tempting picture. To be honest, the promising picture guy was a type that contemporary girls disliked, but the thing was, Su-bai was incredibly wealthy. Even if he promised 100%, but only delivered 10, it was still an unattainable fortune for the 2 impoverished sisters. Wan Xinyan immediately assured him, "Don't worry, young master, Sui will definitely satisfy you when the time comes." He, after finishing his iced cola, Su-bai leisurely opened the system interface to check the 2 rewards that had just popped up. Ding. Host detected. It's really indulgent reward, 5 million in cash. According to Su-bai's exploration of the system mechanism, the amount of cash reward is positively correlated with the degree of indulgence. In other words, the more outrageous the actions, the greater the rewards. Fortunately, this system is bound to someone like Su-bai, a principled and restrained individual. If it were someone without limits like Sun Xiaochuan, it would be unimaginable, probably becoming the world's richest in no time. In other words, Su-bai is indirectly maintaining world peace. How impressive. Ding. Host detected. This is truly outrageous reward, a bottle of rare Petrus red wine, auction price, 200. The host can collect it at the designated Western restaurant. Oh. Su-bai couldn't help but look up at the roof of the car, then down at himself. They'll take you all out for something nice at noon. Are you hungry? Yes, a bit, Wan Xinyan nodded, rubbing her flat stomach. Shopping and symphonies. As noon approached, they were in. So Su-bai returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and headed to the restaurant marked by the system to collect the rare red wine. Su-bai checked online. Generally speaking, even for high-end red wine brands, good bottles can be bought for 200 to 300. For wealthy gatherings, unless it's a situation that requires showing off, usually opening a bottle of wine worth a few thousand is already quite comfortable. A bottle priced at 200 is probably high in collectible value, which is why it commands such an exaggerated price. Whatever. As long as the system is generous, I will drink it. It's just right to bring the Wan sisters along, letting them experience it. Su-bai realized he actually enjoys showing off in front of beautiful girls. Everyone loves that, just with different degrees. Moreover, the Wan sisters have already shown a desire to improve. If they were the type who viewed money as worthless and were not interested in Su-bai's wealth, he naturally wouldn't bother to show off. In Su-bai's view, it's all reciprocal. You provide what I want, and I give you wealth and honor. Lu Man's gourmet French restaurant. The manager answered a phone call, then showed a surprised and serious expression. After hanging up, he hurried to the lounge and instructed the waiter, "Get ready, a big shot is coming, and we're opening that rare Petrus." Rare Petrus. The waiter brightened. "Is it the one that was just acquired at the auction last week for 210? Exactly, prepare it well, add some ceremony. Don't let the rich guy think our restaurant lacks style." Both the manager and the waiter were a bit excited. After all, wine at this price is not something that can be opened frequently, or injunction it might not even happen twice a year. Of course, they wanted to witness the grand occasion. Even some of the female waitstaff began to imagine what kind of man this Mr. Su, who owned this wine, would be. He must be a composed, middle-aged man, like the successful businessmen on TV. No, he should be a wealthy young heir, charming and graceful. I think you're overthinking it. Injuncting someone who spends money so lavishly is definitely an old man. After all, money can't be taken with you when you die, haha. That's true. The last female waiter's comment amused everyone. To be honest, the comment was a bit harsh, but having stayed in high-end restaurants for a long time, seeing various customers, one would realize that those who treat money lightly are either old men or wealthy second generations. The younger ones tend to be reckless, while the older ones revert to simplicity, not caring much about cost performance, spending lavishly just to please themselves. In contrast, middle-aged people are the most calculating. As for why it's an old man rather than a wealthy second generation owning this bottle of wine, the reason is simple. It's too expensive. As a result, when Su-bai arrived on site with the Wan sisters and met the waitstaff prepared for the wine opening ceremony, they were instantly dumbfounded. "No way, dude. You just graduated from high school, right? You're too young. He's so handsome, sob sob." A waiter in the back couldn't help but whisper to her girlfriend. Thanks to senior sister Zhou Jiala's careful image design, Su-bai's attractiveness had indeed been significantly enhanced. Previously, he was just a little handsome, occasionally catching the eyes of girls on the street. Now, with a well-groomed hairstyle and stylish outfit, he exuded an air of elegance. Walking down the street, he turned heads. In a restaurant filled with respectable customers, he stood out. "Stop whispering, it's about to begin." The manager shot a glance at the back, clearing his throat to signal the staff to quiet down. Then he turned to Su Bai with a smile. "Mister Su, we have prepared a special wine opening ceremony for you. Would you like to open the wine first, or order food first?" "Let's order food first, no rush on the wine." "All right, here is our seasonal menu, please have a look." Watching a bunch of formally dressed staff serving at the table, the Wan sisters felt extremely out of place. They had never experienced such service before. Back home, they only ate street food, not to mention service. They had to go to the kitchen window to get their food. "Brother Su Bai, why are there so many people serving us? If each private room has this arrangement, there surely won't be enough hands, right?" Wan Xinyan leaned over to ask Su Bai. Su Bai smiled and explained, "Because the wine we're about to open is a little pricey." How pricey?" Su Bai didn't respond, looking at the manager serving nearby. The manager adeptly added, "Ladies, this limited edition rare Petrus red wine comes from a top winery in Bordeaux's Right Bank in France. Due to its special vintage and commemorative significance, it is not commonly available in the market and can only be obtained through auctions. This bottle's auction price is 210,000. 210,000. Wan Xinyan exclaimed, then realized her loss of composure and covered her mouth with her hands. The look in her eyes towards Su Bai was filled with shock that challenged her worldview. "Wow, brother Su Bai, is today a day of special significance for you? Why would you open such an expensive wine?" This line of thought seemed perfectly reasonable to Wan Xinyan. In her worldview, those big bosses in her hometown who engage in real estate consider it a big deal to open a bottle of wine worth over 10,000 in a nightclub. Compared to this, Su Bai's choice at 20 times the price surely must have some special reason, right? But Su Bai shook his head, saying, "There's no special reason. I just feel good today and want to enjoy some fine wine." As soon as these words were spoken, even the manager of the Western restaurant, who often witnessed the pretensions of the wealthy, felt an overwhelming air of arrogance. The issue was that Su Bai spoke so casually, as if it were completely natural. After all, he had already indulged in a luxurious lifestyle, where his older brother always picked up the tab, cultivating the aura expected of a top-tier billionaire. Thus, when he said this, there was truly no problem. He exuded no greasy impression. In the eyes of young women, he was even more charming. Girls like this kind of carefree and spontaneous male idol. "Then let's begin our special wine opening ceremony," the manager announced. Wan Xinyan instinctively moved her lips, wanting to stop the wine from being opened. After all, such an expensive red wine would be wonderful to collect. However, she quickly realized that it was Su Bai's possession, and whether it was for drinking or collecting was entirely up to him. She had no right to interfere. While taking this opportunity to bask in Su Bai's glory and taste what a top-tier red wine is like would be worthwhile. Wan Xinyan was always rational and seldom made decisions based on emotions. Perhaps this came off as somewhat cold, but for someone from a humble background, there wasn't much room for emotions to squander in this era. Having finally grasped the happiness before her and recognized the suitable wealthy man to pursue, she certainly could not act recklessly. The atmosphere was accompanied by elegant symphonic music. The wine opening ceremony concluded. While the wine decanted, the servers brought out the appetizers. This restaurant specialized in authentic French cuisine, presenting dishes according to foreign customs. Even the menu was a replica filled with French words that Su Bai could not comprehend, leading him to directly order the high-priced set recommended by the chef. After all, the main purpose of visiting this restaurant was to drink wine and enjoy the lively atmosphere. Indeed, for Su Bai, the primary significance of Western cuisine lay in its novelty. Japanese cuisine buffets at least offered a chance to indulge in high-quality seafood, sashimi, and beef or lamb. Su Bai was an ordinary person. He preferred the mainstream Chinese dishes. He wondered if once his wealth reached a certain level, he would have the opportunity to try a truly state banquet-level private chef. The appetizers served were diverse in presentation. Before Su Bai was a chip-shaped pastry filled with some undercooked salted meat. It looked a bit like dark cuisine. As for the Wan sisters, they received French oyster sashimi, which according to the server was of the green jade variety. The chef creatively added sweet and sour dried fruits and almonds to the oysters. Even so, the combination of fresh seafood and unfamiliar fruits made both sisters grimace. "You two don't usually eat sashimi, do you?" Su Bai asked. "To be honest, I've never had it before," Wan Xinyan replied with a wry smile. "Where can we usually find such high-end food?" She had seen grilled oysters at street stalls before, priced at 3 yuan each or 10 yuan for 3. But that item was clearly not the same species as what lay before her, exuding an air of sophistication. "Then you can eat mine. This one looks more normal, and I really enjoy oyster sashimi." "Sounds good, thank you, brother." Wan Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze towards Su Bai growing increasingly tender. It seemed that Su Bai did not mock them for their lack of experience. Instead, he was very considerate of their feelings. Su-bai was truly kind to them. It was said that many wealthy individuals were often impatient with girls from lower social standings. If something didn't meet their taste, they would immediately scold without hesitation and might not include them in future. Once the servers temporarily left the room, and it was the right moment for some private conversation, Wan Xinyan stuck out her tongue and said to Su-bai, "Brother Su-bai, you didn't mock us country bumpkins. What is there to mock? Because we can't appreciate French oyster sashimi, the server just said this costs over 100 each. Well, if you can't appreciate it, that's fine. Just don't have any strange prejudices against me. I'll relax a bit around me." Su-bai said, "Don't you like to call me brother? Just consider yourselves my younger sisters. Brother is the best." Seeing Wan Xinyan acting so obediently, Su-bai couldn't help but pinch her thigh, which was wrapped in Lululemon yoga pants. To be honest, these two weren't conventionally long-legged, but they had a good body proportion, and their thighs were pleasantly soft to the touch. Their faces were also round. They felt like some kind of twin dolls. The system displayed that both sisters had zero romantic experiences. This meant that these pure and innocent girls had set their sights on Su by taking the initiative to make a decisive strike to change their lives. It could be said that they had very good taste. After chatting for a while, Wan Xinyan's mood gradually brightened and her nervousness faded. Su-bai's appearance and demeanor were, to be frank, quite aggressive. He was the type of handsome guy with a hint of wildness. However, after an intimate conversation, he gave off a refreshing feeling, very gentle and reliable. It was clear that Su-bai understood many aspects of life for those from impoverished backgrounds and was definitely not the type of rich young master who was completely disconnected from reality. When the servers brought the red wine in front of the three, Wan Xinyan, who was immersed in a lively conversation with Su-bai, suddenly reacted. I want to take a picture of the red wine along with the dishes, and the wine opening ceremony to post on my friend circle. Brother Su-bai, you don't mind, do you? The photos and videos won't feature Brother Su-bai, Wan Xinyan added. Sure, no problem. Su-bai watched the two joyfully take pictures, edit them, and write captions for their friend's circle, secretly finding it amusing. They hadn't even tasted the wine yet, but they were showing it off first. This was quite normal. Many girls seemed to have this habit. Visiting a luxurious and exquisite place to dine without taking photos for their friend's circle would feel like a waste. Su-bai was too lazy to take pictures, simply savoring the red wine. Not bad. You ask? Su-bai couldn't quite articulate specific professional terms, but he felt the wine was rich and smooth, blending fruit flavors and complex aromas with a pleasant aftertaste that went down smoothly. It was good wine. He estimated that a mass-produced red wine priced around 20 to 30,000 per bottle should have a similar effect. As for wine, Su-bai preferred red wine. He always thought white wine was too harsh on the palate. People who grew up drinking cola tended to be less enthusiastic about high-proof white spirits. It seemed he would need to indulge more in red wine in the future. Wow. At that moment, Su-bai's phone rang with a rather special notification sound. It was the QQ notification he specifically set for Chen Yuxing. Although initially Su-bai had added Chen Yuxing on WeChat under the account Yuxia. However, after their offline reunion, they communicated more frequently on QQ. After all, for those who enjoyed gaming and ACG culture, QQ offered a richer set of features. It was a private message from Sheng Sheng indicating that this guy had woken up from sleeping until noon. Faster than expected, he thought that after binge-watching 13 episodes of anime last night, had at least sleep until evening. A few minutes ago, Chen Yuxing slowly awoke on her soft, spacious bed. A strong beam of sunlight pierced through the gap in the curtains, indicating that it was likely around noon. After dazing for a while, her memories gradually revived. She recalled. Her face and snow-white neck quickly flushed with a hot crimson. Hiding under the covers for a bit, Chen Yuxing realized that she was probably the only one in the room at that moment. This shyness, even outside the blanket, would not be seen by anyone. However, it was truly absurd. She glanced at her phone and saw several unread messages, some from her roommate and others from her mentor. First, she texted her mentor to ask for leave, then she responded to her roommate's concern, indicating that her absence last night did not involve any incident worthy of being featured on the Today's Law segment. Next, Chen Yuxing clicked on Su-bai's large white goose avatar. His QQ avatar was also a large white goose. She hesitated, wondering whether to talk to him. Clearly, Su-bai was busy with his own matters. What she needed now was rest. Yet she really missed Su-bai, longing for him to return to her side. After pondering, Chen Yuxing ultimately recognized that the reason she could accept such an outrageous arrangement of keeping was primarily because Su-bai was truly someone with whom she resonated on a soulful level. Such a person one might only encounter once in a lifetime. Not to mention, given the luck of most people, they might not even meet one such person. Chen Yuxing was aware that her luck was not particularly good, so having met Su-bai, she had to hold on tightly. However, it had only been a short time since they parted from morning to noon. Would calling Su-bai back now make her seem too clingy? Speaking of which, Chen Yuxing's personality was a bit awkward. She had a childish sense of superiority, believing herself to be different from those ordinary women outside. Thus, she couldn't act like an ordinary girl who clings to a man after being intimate. Yet she was eager to talk to Sue. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yuxing still couldn't figure out how to start. So she decided to open the AI QA webpage again. I just walked towards fate with the man I loved last night. How can I send him a message today that expresses my feelings while making me seem like, an interesting woman? Indeed, Chen Yuxing believed herself to be an interesting woman. This was the most essential difference between her and the other girls around Su Baihe. The AI seemed to be stumped by this question. After a long pause, it popped up with a message saying, server not responding. Frustrated, Chen Yuxing puffed up her cheeks, found another AI interface, and asked again. This time she received several answers, a lengthy array of responses. Chen Yuxing looked through them one by one. The first few answers were cringeworthy, making her feel embarrassed to the point of wanting to dig her toes into the ground. Oh no, into her stockings. The last answer, however, made Chen Yuxing's eyes light up. Not bad. She decided to imitate it, sending Su by a red envelope of 600 yuan. Rainy Days red envelope, congratulations and prosperity. Su Paida by Yichin Zhao AI, in question mark Rainy Days, if you performed well last night. Next time, I'll give you a tip. Su Paida by Rabbit Year, auspicious East Snow Lotus smile. Su Paida by did I poke your brain last night? Or have you been watching too many silly jokes? Su Paida by baby be normal, I'm scared. Rainy Days. Chen Yuxing stared at her phone silent, for a while her entire being flushed again. Suddenly tossing her phone aside, she burrowed back into the covers, letting out a mortifying wail. Oh, her self-righteous humor was ruthlessly mocked by Su Bai. Indeed, one should never blindly trust AI. This flawed artificial intelligence is not infallible. Not long after the phone rang with an old anime song, one that Chen Yuxing had watched and loved as a child. However, she had not set the anime's theme song as her usual ringtone. No matter how much she liked the song, if set as a ringtone for a while, it would become quite annoying, especially if it was set as an alarm ringtone. Yet after getting to know Su Bai, Chen Yuxing set that song as the exclusive ringtone for Su Bai's calls and voice messages. That song, along with Su Bai, was dear to Chen Yuxing. When two beloved things were connected, it would never become annoying. Bearing the awkwardness, Chen Yuxing answered the call. Su Bai's cheerful voice, laced with laughter, came through the speaker. Awake. Just wait, I'm eating out, I'll be back soon. What do you want me to bring you? I can order takeout myself. What are you being polite about with me? We have a relationship. Stop. And no mentioning that. I want to eat spicy hot pot. Extra spicy. Extra spicy. No rice, at a portion of instant noodles. Okay. The call ended quickly. Chen Yuxing stared at her phone in a daze, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Her conversations with Su Bai were always like this, concise and efficient. They were filled with an innate tacit understanding, a level of rapport that mismatched couples could never mimic, no matter how long they talked. Originally feeling sore all over, Chen Yuxing suddenly felt motivated and somewhat unsteadily got up to take a shower. Disharmony is often a culprit that disrupts marital relationships. So Chen Yuxing would happily spend her life with Su Bai? No, according to Su Bai's words, it was him keeping her for. It didn't matter, as long as they could be together from the perspective of the duration of their being together. Su Bai keeping her was actually a good thing. At least it meant they wouldn't be constrained by the limitations of reality like ordinary couples. After showering, Chen Yuxing felt refreshed, only then realizing a serious problem. The outfit she wore last night was completely ruined, especially the black stockings. They had already been tossed into the trash. So what should she wear now? This problem was quickly resolved when Su Bai sent a message during her shower saying he had ordered takeout for her and bought some clothes. The takeout was delivered right to the hotel room, door hanging on the doorknob. Chen Yuxing put on a bathrobe, wrapping her body tightly to avoid exposing any skin. This way, even if she encountered a stranger in the corridor while retrieving the package, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. In fact, Chen Yuxing was quite conservative in her clothing choices. For example, in summer, she typically wore long skirts paired with black stockings, which might sound odd, but it seemed only her cool and scholarly temperament could pull it off. She did not see any strangers. She retrieved a large, opaque plastic package. It felt like opening a mystery box. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing's heart raced a bit. Should this be considered Su Bai's first time buying her clothes? The situation was indeed quite strange. Having just gone through a night of chaos, she had slept in a luxurious hotel room until the afternoon, unaware that the scoundrel who had vanished was the one who ordered her clothing takeout. All right, let me see the aesthetic sense of this big, white goose. The first items that caught her eye were a long-sleeved autumn jacket and pants from Uniqlo. Unremarkable. Suitable for wearing back to school. Su Bai bought her a size 170, which was just right for Chen Yuxing. He really was quite considerate. Wait, this doesn't seem to be Uniqlo. Chen Yuxing realized this only when she tried on the clothes. The logo was somewhat similar, but the texture of the fabric gave off a very expensive feel. This could never be Uniqlo. Taking a photo of the brand's logo, she used AI recognition to check it out. It appeared to be a niche, trendy brand. A quick look at a few items on their official website revealed absurd prices. Though indeed beautiful and made of high-quality materials, these were clothes that Chun Yuxing had never been able to afford growing up. Forget about the price for Su Bai, this was mere pocket change. Since she was being supported by this big white goose, she needed to have the right mindset about being pampered. Following that, Chun Yuxing turned her gaze to the remaining clothes in the package. These were a bit harder to evaluate. 2 pairs of black stockings from international major brands. As a hosiery expert, Chun Yuxing certainly had a thorough understanding of various stocking brands. The ones she knew best were those online brands that cost a few dozen yuan each, emphasizing value for money, durability, and comfort, while also having some stylish designs to satisfy a girl's desire for beauty. As for the lightly luxurious women's fashion brands, she wasn't very knowledgeable about them, but this one that Su Bai bought was quite famous. How could she not know? A basic pair would cost 200 to 300, and high-end lines typically didn't drop below 500. Instantly, Chun Yuxing's interest was piqued as she eagerly opened the packaging of the stockings to try them on. To be honest, the 500 yuan pair was indeed far superior to the 50 yuan ones. The silky texture, the reassuring embrace, and the smooth, yet just right amount of resistance. The second pair of stockings was also black, but slightly thinner. However, the most prominent feature was that they were designed, coupled with another piece of clothing in the bag, a silk camisole nightgown. Chun Yuxing immediately understood the purpose of these 2 items. You annoying big white goose, you haven't even come back yet, and you're already thinking of this. Though she grumbled unwillingly, Chun Yuxing honestly changed into the outfit Su Bai had bought for her. The light brown silk camisole nightgown paired with 15D thin matte black stockings. This big white goose really had taste. The silk nightgown was shiny, and combined with Chun Yuxing's cold yet slightly youthful appearance, it added a mature and sensual allure. The matte stockings created an air of mystery around her lower half. If it had been paired with shiny black stockings, it would have felt a bit mismatched. Quite nice indeed. Just as Chun Yuxing was admiring herself in the mirror, Su Bai returned. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the stunningly beautiful, aloof, scholarly girl. He was momentarily taken aback. Her long black hair, still slightly damp from the shower, shimmered in contrast with her misty eyes. Chun Yuxing bit her lip, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Do I look good? You look good. Then why don't you show some appreciation? Half an hour later, there was a small round table in the presidential suite, not large, but perfectly sufficient for one person's meal. Chun Yuxing sat there enjoying her spicy hot pot, looking quite satisfied. She lounged with her feet propped up. Amidst her enjoyment, Su Bai suddenly remarked, "Such a delightful girl, like Xingxing, how come no one has pursued you?" There have been. Chun Yuxing slurped up some hot pot noodles, her words a bit unclear. Boys have pursued me since elementary school, but they were all easily scared away by me. Is it because you seem aloof? Then I guess I'm just thick-skinned. Incorrect, it's the value that's high. As soon as those words were spoken, the two exchanged glances and spontaneously burst into laughter. A girl like Chun Yuxing, if her fate wasn't forcibly altered, would likely spend all 4 years of college focused on studying research and making money. With a heavy burden on her shoulders and her personality being what it was, Chun Yuxing would never step into a romantic relationship unless someone could resolve all her worries. However, even if it were a wealthy student or a middle-aged tycoon from outside, how many would be willing to spend over 3 million at once to help treat Chun Yuxing's mother? So she wasn't wrong in saying that Su Bai was an anomaly, and he just happened to like her, which led to this relationship. From now on, let's wear this quality of stockings. The old ones can all be thrown away. As for clothes, I can take you shopping when I have time. If you find it troublesome, you can also shop online, and I'll reimburse you. You've already given me pocket money, 100,000. That's a fixed monthly allowance. Clothes should definitely be reimbursed separately. Don't joke around. If you don't seek reimbursement from me, then who will cover the indulgent returns I'm missing? Su Bai was well aware of this. He wasn't the type to spend money on women without reason. The better a woman treated him, the more she loved him, the more enjoyable it was to spend money. If these stockings are comfortable for you, I'll order a few more for you to switch between wearing. They really are quite comfortable.